Amber light cascaded through the skylight, enveloping everything within the attic. Uncertain whether it was the dawn or dusk that graced her visage, she roused from her slumber. A sense of familiarity washed over her like the tide, suggesting that she ought to remember this place. Yet, questions of her identity and the nature of her surroundings seemed shrouded in a veil, obscuring clarity. She found herself indifferent to the desire for understanding. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust clinging to her. Sunlight streamed from a petite balcony, where motes danced in the illuminated beams. She longed to indulge in a few more of those exquisite, tangible breaths, but a silent insistence from her hands dissuaded her. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the staircase leading to the exit. It was utterly desolate. An emptiness pervaded the atmosphere. The living room, much like the other areas, bore no semblance of habitation. Not even the faintest trace of past occupants. The dust in the air enveloped her in a mysterious sense of comfort. With no hesitation, she advanced toward the door, twisting the lock and pushing it open, another cloud of dust swirling in her wake. It seemed to be morning, she mused. The sounds of the awakening city filled her ears, rendering everything so profoundly real. Bang! A door slammed shut. She paused, gazing at the woman descending the steps below. The woman closed her door, a small basket of vegetables in hand, as she turned to navigate the staircase. Her gaze fell upon the figure above. Oh dear, this child, standing here so early. Hey, you are. It appeared she recognized me. She thought. The woman scrutinized her with a gaze filled with skepticism. Hello, Auntie, she said softly as she descended the stairs to stand beside the woman, her head slightly bowed. Is my surname Liao? She pondered. The woman's expression softened, and her body relaxed. My name is Liao Xiaolan, she reflected. Father and mother. I'm also searching for my parents, she murmured, casting her eyes down at her soiled shoes, shaking her hand gently. Auntie, have you seen them? Doubt and mistrust crept back into the woman's eyes. Before her stood a girl, dirt-smudged and speaking nonsensical words. The woman's brow furrowed, and she waved her hand dismissively, quickly vanishing at the top of the stairs. She longed to follow and inquire further, but ultimately relinquished the thought. At least I have discovered who I am, she mused, finding everything here strangely familiar yet distinctly different. With measured steps, she descended the stairs and pushed open the heavy door, stepping into the sunlight. The dappled light filtering through the morning trees, the lingering scent of dew from the night, and the sounds of a world awakening from slumber enveloped her, creating an almost tangible sense of reality that resonated within her soul. Have I also just awakened from a dream? She contemplated, meandering slowly along the path before her. The glances of passers-by bore an air of peculiarity, a sentiment she could somewhat comprehend. She understood she was on a quest, albeit unaware of her destination nevertheless. She was certain she was moving forward. She stepped out through the unguarded entrance of the old community, following a seemingly familiar road, traversing a few narrow streets, and finally halted as if she had reached her destination. Before her lay a desolate sight, with crumbling brick walls and two unsecured iron gates precariously swaying, as if they might tumble from the overgrown courtyard at any moment. The dilapidated multi-story building, long faded and forlorn, bore the bold crimson characters of demolished scrawled across its walls. This must be her school. She was quite certain of it. Yet the desolate scene before her failed to evoke any sense of recognition. She could not pinpoint the reason, only thinking that there were already enough unknowns in her life without adding this one. She glanced around. No passers-by were visible, leaving her to wonder if this old structure had been forsaken by the city, emanating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. After a moment's contemplation, she squeezed through the gap in the dilapidated iron gates, resolved to uncover something for herself. In the small square in front of the building, weeds thrived through the cracked pavement, robust and healthy in their wild growth. The surrounding willows appeared to flourish in a similarly untamed manner, swaying together with the grasses as the wind stirred. She took in the vibrant vegetation against the backdrop of the crumbling edifice, glancing up at the sky, which, unlike the clear weather she had encountered earlier, now loomed ominously, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Stepping cautiously on the shattered bricks, she entered through the main door of the building, determined to uncover the secrets of either herself or this neglected structure. To the right lies a diminutive room, featuring a small window that opens to the outside. She mused that this was familiar to her. Directly ahead stands a staircase leading upward, adorned with a wooden railing painted in a vivid red, while the ironwork bears the marks of time, dust settling upon it. She ascended the staircase and peered through a small window at the landing, observing a scene outside that mirrored that of the front entrance. Turning, she made her way up the remaining stairs to the second floor. From the staircase, doors extended on either side, and she approached the nearest one. Inside, the room was stark and vacant, yet an old blackboard hanging in front confirmed that this was indeed school. The classroom door lacked a lock, slightly ajar, as she cautiously stepped inside, scanning her surroundings for any useful clues. However, apart from the blackboard, the room was devoid of any items. Without hesitation, she exited this classroom and proceeded to the next door. The second and third doors appeared similarly stripped of contents, though they bore a grimy exterior. The next door, however, was distinct. The small green door, with its peeling paint, lacked a window, and no light seeped through the crack. When she pushed it open, she was not met with the anticipated odor of decay and confinement, but was indeed taken aback. This opaque little room turned out to be a restroom. The window was tightly shut, and the translucent glass obstructed the light, while 4 small stalls were all firmly closed. Strangely enough, compared to the previous classrooms, this one bore the most chaotic and numerous footprints. Faint traces were evident in nearly every corner, some of which appeared quite fresh. She glanced at her own shoe prints, pondering that the most recent marks might have been left not long ago. A flicker of excitement ignited within her, as she felt she was on the verge of uncovering something significant. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to begin her search in the tightly shut stalls. She tiptoed delicately towards the first stall, grasping the rusted handle and pulling open the small door closest to her. Inside lay a mundane and dilapidated squat toilet, clearly unused for a considerable time, with its surface now parched and coated in dust. The walls of the stall were adorned with a myriad of nonsensical scribbles, left by ballpoint pens or correction fluid. Phrases like "old witch" and "curse to see," mingled with "I don't want to go to school anymore." Cursory glances revealed that most of these were childish utterances, with a layer of hastily applied, white paint obscuring more messages beneath. However, the content had become indecipherable over time. She contemplated for a moment, bending down to scrutinize the writings for any potentially valuable insights, but after several seconds of effort, she surrendered to frustration. Surveying her surroundings, she found the stall utterly devoid of anything noteworthy. The second stall was similarly bare, as was the third. A sense of disappointment washed over her. The clues she had anticipated had not materialized. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. Perhaps the emptiness of the first 3 stalls indicated that all the significant findings lay within the fourth and final stall. Standing before the fourth stall, she was enveloped in a swirl of complex emotions. She extended her hand and rested it upon the handle, noting that the degree of rust was no different from the previous 3. With the same determination, she attempted to open the door, only to discover that this one was distinctly more stubbornly shut. A mix of hope and trepidation coursed through her as she exerted greater force in her quest for revelation. Yet the door remained unyielding. Puzzled, she braced her right foot against the third door, preparing to unleash her full strength. Clang! Clang! The 2 resounding crashes echoed almost simultaneously. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the fourth door, having been entirely dislodged, came crashing down upon her. She hastily raised her arm in defense. The wood, having decayed over the years, was long past its prime, and the joints had rusted. Even a slight exertion caused it to crumble. She shook her head, brushing off the debris that had settled upon her, reflecting that the impact of the door was not particularly painful. Upon glancing down, she noticed that she had completely dislodged the third door as well, which lay shattered in its respective stall. Raising her gaze toward the interior of the fourth stall, she was met with an unexpected and peculiar sight. Inside, there stood a tripod, upon which rested an object resembling a camera, aimed directly at the window. Following the trajectory of the camera, she observed that the wall adjacent to the window had been punctured with a perfect circular hole, allowing the camera to capture the events outside the stall. She was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implications of what she had just witnessed. Lowering her gaze, she indeed found the fourth stall littered with numerous footprints, the traces of movement having displaced the dust, rendering the floor akin to a mirror smeared in haste, far from pristine. As she approached the camera, she noted its surface was impeccably clean, indicating that its owner had not abandoned it. The camera stood still, inactive, merely positioned in its place. Through the small aperture, everything appeared tranquil, yet monotonous. A tiny square of opaque glass, a grimy corner of the windowsill, with no sight of the landscape or the weather beyond. Perplexed, she resolved to await the arrival of the camera's owner. Though a fleeting impulse urged her to peruse the videos recorded in the past, she ultimately refrained, as the prospect of damaging the device would render their meeting rather awkward. The weather outside gradually shifted. The dark clouds that had lingered on the opposite side began to blanket the sky. She approached the window, gazing through the upper section of clear glass into the world beyond. The tall wild grasses on the playground swayed chaotically as the wind stirred, gradually engulfing the azure sky in thickening clouds. The splendid morning seemed to vanish abruptly from her dreams. Her thoughts meandered as the daylight outside slowly faded, with cumulonimbus clouds looming ominously, casting shadows even over the small restroom. The street beyond the little playground lay desolate, and she realized the entire thoroughfare was steeped in desolation. The wind surged, battering the window with a resounding force, the cacophony echoing like the earth's lament. She understood that a tempest was on the verge of commencing. Indeed, a storm was about to unfold. Chapter 2. Dream. She cast a glance at her coat, now so encrusted with mud and dust that its original hue was indiscernible. Was it red? Perhaps pink? It now appeared to be on the verge of becoming black. She shed the coat and tossed it onto the windowsill, then dusted off the surrounding grime before supporting herself with her arms and sitting down. Nestled in the angle between the window and the narrow wall, she pressed her ear against the glass to savor the amplified sound of the wind. She felt no weariness, only a blend of curiosity and ennui, prepared to listen to the tempest while awaiting the arrival of the camera's owner to divulge everything. The wind harmonized with the rhythmic cadence of her heartbeat as the sky gradually darkened and the world before her began to blur. It was as if the universe had fallen silent. The harsh howling of the wind scraping against the windowsill had vanished. She shifted slightly, sensing a return of awareness. Not that she had ceased to hear, but that the outside world had ceased its clamor. A tingling sensation enveloped her body. Had she drifted into slumber? Xiaolon pondered, uncertain whether she had missed the arrival of the camera's owner. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself astounded. Everything before her had transformed. Green, green, and more green. Before her lay a dense canopy of emerald leaves, each one enveloping her in a verdant embrace. As if she had been ensnared in a whirlpool of greenery, pulled deep into an ocean of foliage. She struggled to lift her body, surveying the towering treetops and the thick blanket of fallen leaves beneath her. Reflecting on her previous state, Xiaolon felt her mind ensnared in a similar predicament, as if the viscous air of this whirlpool had rendered her disoriented, uncertain of her identity and her whereabouts. Resolute, she rose and decided to explore her surroundings. Drenched and disoriented, she wondered how long she had been lying there. The ground was carpeted with leaves of yellow and green, devoid of any signs of human passage. Freshly fallen emerald leaves blanketed the decaying remnants of old foliage, and the air was thick with the scent of rotting vegetation. This aroma was both familiar and foreign, as if she were peering through a mirror into a distant world unfolding, yet the familiarity whispered to her that there was no escape. This affair originated from her. Xiaolan stumbled through the woods, her steps uneven and tentative. Occasionally, the gray sky peeked through the gaps between the trees, while the sounds of her own labored breaths and the crunch of leaves underfoot filled her ears. She could not discern any other signs of life, yet felt no panic. Instead, it seemed as though an unseen hand was guiding her toward an unknown destination, an inner voice urging her to proceed without fear. As she walked, the end of her journey remained elusive. She found herself at a clearing on a hillside, gazing down at an expanse of treetops. The edges of the forest obscured from view. The sky darkened further, and in the distance, flashes of lightning sporadically illuminated the gloom. The lightning, riding the wind, drew nearer, colorful fissures threatening to strike above her. A storm was inevitable, and seizing the last remnants of daylight, she resolved to find shelter from the impending downpour. A blinding flash of lightning nearly struck beside her, and in that moment, she glimpsed something at the far end of her vision that rendered her motionless. Was that a gravestone? Squinting to discern the object at the foot of the mountain, she observed a stone, shaped like a monument, lazily leaning against the peak. Amidst the vast expanse of the world, this unremarkable stone now captured her attention. At last, a thunderous boom resonated, as if echoing directly in her ear. Darkness enveloped her vision. Her vacant gaze fell upon the small windowsill beneath her, the dust-laden toilet stall, the peculiar surveillance camera, and finally, the scene outside. The sky had succumbed entirely to night. Heavy clouds blanketed the heavens, and seated by the diminutive window of a modest structure, surrounded by desolation. She felt as though the oppressive clouds were suffocating her. Surely, that was merely a dream, she mused, gazing at the torrential rain that howled outside. The sound of the rain was so overwhelming that it seemed to permeate her dreams, conjuring the very visions she had just experienced, and awakening her from that slumber. Sitting upright, she stretched her limbs to release her muscles, and to her surprise, the anticipated stiffness and soreness did not manifest. Instead, a sense of vitality surged within her. It appeared that even a brief respite proved beneficial. The driving force that had compelled her to explore that morning now surged back with renewed vigor, igniting her desire to seek and discover. Supporting herself on the edge of the windowsill, she leapt down, and the moment her feet touched the ground, she discerned a dissonance within this unfolding performance. Accompanying the sound of her landing was the muted creak of a door opening below. With a resounding thud, someone below slammed the door shut, and thereafter, silence enveloped the surroundings. She resolved to observe, awaiting the sound of footsteps on the stairs, the approach to the door, where she could confront the individual with her camera. She stood motionless, not daring to make a sound, her hands hanging limply at her sides. Suddenly, she felt a profound sense of foolishness in her current state. She ought to do something, anything, to remedy the situation. Rising on her toes, she gingerly approached the tripod, attempting to detach the camera. However, she realized she could only recognize the camera's appearance, while the method for removing it eluded her grasp. Considering that its owner might be nearby, she hesitated to act recklessly, deciding it prudent to locate the person first. Leaning against the door, she listened intently for a while, confirming the absence of any sounds of movement. Puzzled, she opened the bathroom door. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, and she could barely make out the staircase leading down. Grasping the railing, she cautiously descended step by step. The air was thick with the scent of earth, and under the cover of the rain, she stealthily made her way to the first floor. Looking up at the entrance she had come through, she noted that the door now appeared drastically different. What had once been a dilapidated yet sturdy door was now reduced to just half of its form, the left side having transformed into a gaping hole surrounded by shards. So, the earthy scent in the corridor originated from here. Approaching the left side of the opening, she peered outside, where thick rusted chains hung between the two doors, battered by the wind and rain, as well as by the elements that surrounded her. Had these chains existed when she entered? Her memory was hazy, yet it seemed clear that they had been long associated with the doors. How then had she managed to enter? Memory drifted into an enigmatic fog. Amidst the clarity of other thoughts, the chain on the door appeared shrouded in ambiguity. I only recall entering the building with ease, subsequently ascending the staircase without hesitation. When memory reached a dead end, she ceased to ponder further. At this moment, she possessed neither the strength nor the inclination for such contemplation. Nonetheless, the fragments and gaping voids before her were unprecedented. Had the recent intruder vandalized the door? She recalled the thunderous noise that had awakened her, initially mistaking it for the tumultuous sound of a storm. In retrospect, it seemed a misunderstanding. An outsider had infiltrated this space. She remembered the sounds of the door opening and closing upon her awakening. Since it was not the main entrance, perhaps that individual was now. Chapter 3. The wandering man Xiao Lan glanced towards the corridors on either side, still tiptoeing towards the duty room. As she approached, a faint sound halted her in place. The rhythmic sound of snoring filled her ears, barely discernible amidst the rain, as if the source were situated far away. Lowering her guard against the intruder, she followed the sound to the small window of the duty room. She had not taken special note of the room's appearance upon entering, but now, peering through the glass, she observed the man slumbering within. He was a disheveled middle-aged man. His clothes, now faded and soaked by the rain, clung to him. Curled up on the small bed against the wall of the duty room, he emanated the scent of damp earth, indeed, the owner of the snoring. It was no wonder he had sought refuge here for sleep. She regarded the small bed with a hint of envy, recalling the time she had dozed off on the windowsill of the restroom. He appeared unrelated to the camera, Xiao Lan concluded, yet whatever he knew eluded my understanding. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lan dared not enter the transmission room directly. Instead, she approached closer, fully aware of the immorality of her actions, and gently rapped on the small window. Tap, tap, tap. The man stirred slightly, his snoring ceased, yet his visage remained unchanged, still ensnared in slumber. Tap, tap, tap. She increased the force of her knocking. Hello. Her voice was already hoarse. In the tempestuous night, the rhythmic knocking paired with her dry summons struck her as profoundly eerie. She glanced at the man and lowered her hand. Perhaps it was best to refrain. Whether it be joy or disappointment, she preferred not to know too soon. It would be better to wait until he awoke. After all, neither of them could leave. Before she could step away from the window, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the darkened building. In an instant, the light streaming through the window vanished, as if it were but a dream. Stunned in that fleeting moment of daylight, she was soon met with the rumble of thunder. The brilliant flash of lightning heralded a deafening clap of thunder. Like boulders cascading down a mountainside, the thunder approached, growing nearer with each resounding boom. The final roar seemed to resonate right by her eardrum, and though she was not afraid of the thunder, it jolted her to her core. Before the previous thunder had completely faded, another brief daylight emerged. Once more, the lightning illuminated the entire space in stark whiteness, but this time, it was accompanied by a hysterical scream. The man awakened, curled up at the edge of a small bed, his cries startling her into a reflexive urge to flee. Yet, upon discerning the disheveled state of the man, tears streaming down his face, she chose to approach the small door leading to the communication room. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open and stepped inside. The man, with his hair unkempt and clothes still bearing the marks of rain, rolled off the bed and huddled into the corner, crying out in despair. I'm sorry. Xiao Lan raised her voice, taking a few steps closer. The man, in a frenzied state, pointed at her, his hoarse shouts barely articulating the words ghost, ghost. Frustration bubbled within her as she stomped her feet a few times, then pinched her cheeks, exclaiming, I am just like you. I am not a ghost. I know nothing. I wish to ask you some questions. I wish to ask you some questions. Gradually, the man's screams subsided into whimpers, perhaps because she appeared undeniably alive. Or perhaps her attire led him to believe she was a companion. Noticing the shift in his gaze from fear to suspicion, she stepped forward again. This school? I once studied here. Do you know why it has become like this? To ensure he comprehended, she employed expressive gestures. The man ceased his cries, scrutinizing her with a look of doubt. He struggled to his feet, clinging to the ground for support, still unwilling to approach her even a step. I know nothing. His eyes conveyed lingering skepticism towards her identity. I merely sought refuge from the rain. Once it stops, I will leave. If you have questions, ask someone else. I have no one else to turn to. I waited the entire afternoon, and you are the only one here. My hands hung limply at my sides, realizing that neither the owner of the camera nor anyone in the know was present. Disappointment washed over me, despite having prepared myself for it. Yet, the actual sensation of disillusionment left an emptiness in my heart, an uncomfortable void. Moreover, I had startled someone awake. I thought to myself that I should not have been so hasty, causing such a mess. What? What are you waiting for? He observed the girl's frustration and disappointment, coming to the conclusion that she was indeed a real person. Have you been waiting here all afternoon? She nodded slightly. I want to know about the school, about what has happened there. I can't seem to recall. Noticing the bewilderment in her eyes, the man stood up, brushing off the dust. His soiled clothes appeared even dirtier after rolling on the ground. He awkwardly removed the grime from his palms. How old are you? Did your parents send you here? I don't know where they are. I'm starting my search from this place. The man cleared his throat. I have heard some things about the school, but only a little. Seeing her eyes suddenly light up, he straightened his back and fixed his gaze upon her. But first, tell me why you are lying. Why are you inquiring about the school? She stood frozen, overwhelmed by confusion. I didn't. I truly can't find my parents. I haven't deceived you. The man's expression hardened, his eyes scrutinizing her every move. You mentioned that you studied here. But after an incident 5 years ago, this school was shuttered. How could a girl, no older than 13 or 14, have possibly attended middle school 5 years ago? 5 years ago? An incident? She furrowed her brow, contemplating the improbability. If she appeared so young, could events from 5 years past truly pertain to her? Why was she even drawn to this place, prompting her to approach? Observing her lost in thought, the man felt a renewed sense of caution. Although the young girl before him appeared frail and endearing, he could not shake the memory of being jolted awake by thunder, the image of a pale, vacant face suddenly materializing in his mind. Along with the legends surrounding the school, everything felt both nebulous and tangible. He could not afford to be careless. The man cautiously maneuvered along the corner, attempting to circumvent her and exit the room. He shivered involuntarily, thinking, if you were anything else, I wouldn't fear you. I've done no wrong and possess no special abilities. If you're searching for something, don't let it lead to me. A fleeting flash of light illuminated the room, momentarily pulling Xiaolan from her reverie into reality. She swiftly blocked the man's path. Uncle, what transpired 5 years ago? The man stumbled back 2 steps at her sudden movement, gazing at her with a mixture of urgency and confusion, questioning how he could possibly suspect a mere girl. Did the child fear him as a villain, while he harbored concerns about her intentions? Why are you so curious about events from 5 years ago? You must first speak honestly with your uncle. He had told a minor untruth. Her gaze flickered slightly, yet in the pitch-black night, such deceit was nearly imperceptible. The man stared at her for an extended period before finally relaxing his posture, plopping down onto the ground and gesturing for her to sit beside him. I chose not to inquire further. As a young girl, she surely had her reasons. The man laid his coat on the ground, indicating for her to take a seat upon it. I had not been here long myself, and my knowledge of past events was merely hearsay. Only a vague understanding remained. Xiaolan nodded in acknowledgement. The man's attire was damp and supple, imbued with the same earthy scent that clung to him, distinct from the scent of rain-soaked soil. It was not the acrid odor of mud, but a deeper essence, reminiscent of plant roots. The tales I had heard were merely retellings from others, their veracity uncertain. The man cleared his throat and began to narrate. Chapter 4. The Resurrected Child. 5 years ago, there was a child in the class who was bullied. It seemed they claimed the child had some mental issues, leading others to ostracize and torment him. One particular boy was the most relentless, often taking the lead in these cruel antics. This persisted for quite some time, and the victim endured continuous harassment, while parents and teachers dismissed it as mere childish mischief, choosing to ignore the plight of the bullied. Eventually, the ringleader of the children cornered the mentally challenged child in the restroom. At that moment, they were the only two present, and the commotion was quite audible. Someone, unable to bear it any longer, sought out their homeroom teacher. Upon the teacher's entry, only the mentally challenged child remained. As the teacher was about to inquire about the other's whereabouts, a commotion arose from downstairs. They peered out the window to witness the ringleader plummeting from the building, landing headfirst, resulting in his immediate demise. With the exception of the deceased child's parents, who deemed it an accident, everyone else surmised that the bullied child had finally reached his breaking point and pushed the ringleader from the building. However, it remained unclear how the family managed to resolve the matter. Despite the widespread belief, no one came forward to attest that one had certainly murdered the other. The police found no conclusive evidence, and due to the child's young age, the matter was quietly dropped. The child withdrew from school, and the family relocated. The school forbade students from discussing the incident, and before long, it was largely forgotten. Why did the school eventually close? She found it challenging to empathize with the story. Listening with rapt attention from an outsider's perspective, her dark eyes gleaming in the night. Did anything else transpire afterward? The man paused, drawing his neck in and lowering his head slightly, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Drawing closer, he confided, the incident itself had no direct impact on the school. However, ever since the child's death, strange occurrences began to plague the school. Strange occurrences? She gazed curiously at the enigmatic man, finding his words both unexpected and yet entirely plausible. The restroom? She turned her head towards the direction of the restroom on the second floor, gesturing towards it. Is it the restroom on the second floor? She nodded. To the west, or rather, to the left, I believe it's the women's restroom. I recall them mentioning that, reflecting on the spatial arrangement in her memory. She confirmed that the restroom the man referred to was indeed the one equipped with a surveillance camera. I was just there and noticed a camera installed inside one of the stalls. Did you place it there? The mention of the camera caused the man's expression to shift from confusion to palpable fear, as he anxiously scanned the dark surroundings before locking his gaze onto her. You are truly a person, aren't you? Initially perplexed by his reaction, she let out a resigned sigh, pinching her own cheek with one hand while gently prodding the cold back of his hand with the other. I can touch you, and I am warm. That surely indicates I am a normal person. The man appeared somewhat reassured by her words. Her eyes widened in curiosity as she leaned closer. Who is it? Who has appeared? Is it that deceased child? That. Xiaolan furrowed her brow, muttering to herself in confusion. Was that camera intended to capture the image of the child climbing up? A vivid and unsettling image of a bloodied little boy struggling to clamber up the window ledge flashed in her mind, leaving her with an eerie sense of unreality. The wind outside has diminished somewhat, yet the sound of the rain has intensified. The air is saturated with the earthy scent of wet soil and moisture. Surrounding her is an impenetrable darkness. She is unaware of the time, and even more so, how long this obscurity will persist. However, this environment does not instill fear within her. The man is on the verge of tears, frightened by the child who has returned from the dead, while Xiaolan perceives an unsettling discord within the entire narrative. There is undoubtedly something amiss with this tale. This incident occurred in a women's restroom. So are both individuals female? She probes delicately. The man shakes his head, admitting his ignorance. By the time this story reached me, it had already morphed into countless versions. I have never heard the original form of the tale. A child who kills, a child who is killed, a child who flees, a child who resurrects. Could one of these two be a former version of herself? She wonders, casting a furtive glance at the man's expression. If this were a genuine occurrence, I would surmise that there would be some trace left behind. Yet, we do not even know the gender of the children. Perhaps it is merely an oral tradition of eerie folklore. A glint of defiance flickers in the man's eyes, concealing his fear. Aren't there surveillance cameras upstairs? If nothing were amiss, what purpose would they serve? The townsfolk are generally aware of this incident. While my account may diverge from the actual circumstances, It is evident that something strange has transpired. You, a mere girl, have come here in the dead of night to inquire about this matter. I shall not delve into your motives, but at the very least, you must show respect for the tragedies that have unfolded upon this land. How peculiar. The man's tone grew increasingly agitated. He merely posed a reasonable inquiry. Why was this man, claiming to hail from a foreign land, so indignant? A profound silence enveloped them as each pondered their thoughts. The sky had brightened slightly since before, though dawn was still distant. The storm had subsided, and strands of moonlight filtered through the clouds. The man realized he had lost his composure, turning away to avoid her gaze. By the light of the moon, Xiaolan discerned that although the man appeared disheveled, his demeanor and eyes exuded an air of refinement. How did you? She struggled to articulate her thoughts, gesturing with her hands as she spoke. How did you end up like this? I mean, this rather destitute appearance. As the man gradually regained his composure, he followed her gaze and glanced at his unkempt state, letting out a soft sigh. I am a stranger, an outsider. And this is how it goes. Xiaolan felt somewhat bewildered. Was this the rule of the world, or merely the rule of this place? She could not recall what the world should resemble, nor could she remember what this place was supposed to be like. Did outsiders inevitably become destitute? Then, was she also an outsider? Why? She asked directly, why must outsiders become like this? This is simply how it is, he asserted with unwavering certainty. This is the rule of Yanjiang. Yanjiang. This is Yanjiang. She silently committed to memory. But who established these rules? Who establishes rules? His expression grew even more perplexed. If everyone behaves in a certain way, does it not become the rule? She tilted her head, her expression a blend of confusion and contemplation, deeply feeling the profound difficulties in their communication. Continuing to inquire seemed futile, only serving to highlight her own ignorance, leaving her reluctant to voice any further questions. The storm outside had largely subsided, and the night was deep, enveloped in an eerie stillness, so profound that she could distinctly hear his breath. At this moment, the truth remained shrouded in obscurity. Despite her efforts, she had unearthed only a myriad of fragmented tales from the past. The nebulous descriptions failed to weave a coherent narrative, only amplifying her confusion. She was still utterly unaware of where to go or what to do. A silence enveloped them, and a subtle awkwardness hung in the air. What is your name? The man broke the ice as he rose from the floor. I will inquire about any news concerning your parents. If you are from this town, someone must know them. My name is Liao. Liao Xiaolan. She quickly stood up, offering the name she had just learned. How should I address you? Upon hearing that the man was about to leave, she straightened up, feeling flustered as she gazed at him. He had already donned his half-dry coat once more. Noticing her anxiety, he reached out to touzle Xiaolan's disheveled hair, offering a slight smile as he moved toward the door. Xiaolan remained rooted in place, unable to utter a single word, as the man dashed out of the reception room like a fugitive. Moments later, the sound of his departure echoed in the distance. Chapter 5. Old photograph. Xiaolan looked up at the sky. The storm had indeed ceased. The ground was a quagmire, remnants of the torrential rain, and with each step she took, it felt as though a hand was reaching up from the earth, grasping her ankle. The moon graced the sky, yet the stars were absent, and the air was suffused with the scent of rich, loamy soil unearthed by the torrential rain. She meandered through this refreshing aroma of decay, cloaked in moonlight. After experiencing rejection, Xiaolan once again transformed into a solitary figure. Uncertain of the hour, she noticed the absence of passers-by along her path. How interminably long the night felt in this place. Memories of the morning greeting from the aunt and the inexplicable gaze she received lingered in her mind, alongside Uncle Song's eagerness to extricate himself from her presence. She found solace in wandering through the night, at least liberated from the peculiar stares of others. Before she knew it, Xiaolan arrived at the entrance of her community, her mind a blank canvas regarding the location of her home. Yet, her feet seemed to remember, guiding her deeper into the complex. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with trees, shrubs, and even the faintly glowing streetlights all exuding an ominous shadow. Upon entering the building, The darkness deepened. As she passed by the door of the ant she had encountered earlier that day, she hesitated. Although the ant was wary, her kindness shone through. With this thought in mind, she crept closer to peep through the peephole, only to be greeted by an abyss of darkness. Turning swiftly, she ascended the stairs, resolving to inquire again at dawn. Before her stood the tightly shut door, seemingly locked, and she possessed no key. Her hand rested on the rough, dust-laden handle, and as she gently twisted it, a cacophony of rusty metal scraping echoed ominously, magnified in the stillness that enveloped her. Xiaolon paused for a moment, feeling as if she had disturbed the slumber of the entire building. With a sudden creak, the tension in the air thickened. Before the noise had a chance to permeate the air, Xiaolon had already secured the door and made her way to the center of the room. The dim light within revealed to her that dawn was gradually breaking. The faint glow of early morning filtered through the window, illuminating everything in her surroundings. To say everything would be an exaggeration, for the living room was merely filled with swirling dust, while the attic still retained at least a wooden bed. Using the muted light before sunrise, Xiaolon surveyed her surroundings. Apart from the small staircase leading to the attic, there were 4 doors within the room, all of which stood ajar, their panels having been removed. My room, my parents' room, empty, empty, all empty. She gazed in bewilderment at what seemed to be the bathroom, filled with pipes, and wondered in disbelief. Have they even taken the toilet? What has transpired? At this rate, she could scarcely affirm that this was her home. The downstairs had been so thoroughly cleared, yet the wooden bed in the attic remained intact. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps the bed left behind in the attic was a clue from her parents or someone else. After all, with the lower level stripped bare, it seemed unlikely that they would go so far as to pry up the floorboards. With this thought in mind, she ascended the staircase leading to the attic. Her small head gradually emerged from the stairwell, and she noted that the light had brightened considerably since her last glance. The skylight in the attic provided ample illumination, and although it lacked the awakening sensation of sunlight, the brightness still managed to illuminate every corner. Indeed, it appeared that only a single bed remained. She hoped that yesterday's self had overlooked something significant, yet the attic was too cramped, and after searching diligently, all she found was a barren, rigid bed. The bed lacked a headboard, and naturally, there were no linens or covers, only a metal frame, elegantly painted white, with neatly arranged wooden slats atop it. She leaned closer to inspect the hollow legs of the bed frame, where light had yet to fully penetrate, but she could faintly discern something coiled within the narrow columns. Excitement mingled with urgency surged through Xiaolon as she extended her fingers to grasp the hidden object. She made contact. The texture was fragile and thin, with delicate friction. She gently coaxed it upwards. As more of it emerged beneath her fingertips, the slick yet slightly greasy feel sent a chill through her. This familiar, inexpensive texture indeed. As she gazed at the crumpled snack wrapper in her hand, she fell into contemplation. If one were to insist that this was a clue, it could be explained. Yet it was challenging for her present self to fathom the secrets concealed behind this packaging. Nevertheless, Xiaolon carefully folded it and placed it in her pocket. Shifting her focus, she crouched down and peered under the bed. The wooden slats were arranged in a neat and tight formation. Xiaolon extended her hand, tapping on each plank, but the dust that rose clouded her vision, and the insufficient dawn light failed to illuminate the space beneath the bed. Apart from a haze of dust and splinters, she found nothing. As she sneezed, she absent-mindedly brushed away the remnants of long-forgotten surprises clinging to her shoulders, realizing that, thus far, she had only succeeded in rendering herself more disheveled. Could it be that this bed was merely an oversight during the move? It was a moderately sized double bed, yet the quilt and mattress were conspicuously absent. There was no justification for leaving behind a disassemblable bed frame, especially considering even the toilet had been removed. Another sneeze escaped her, prompting her to sit upon the bed, contemplating a brief respite. Her thoughts were a chaotic tangle, tinged with a hint of frustration, which she attributed to a lack of sleep. Although she did not feel particularly tired or weary, she recognized the necessity for rest. The humble little bed creaked loudly, startling her into an abrupt stand. Should she perhaps lie down on the floor for a while? As Xiaolan pondered this, she crouched down, preparing to sit on the ground. Her wandering gaze, illuminated by the light streaming through the skylight, suddenly caught sight of something lying beneath the bed, where mere moments ago there had been nothing but emptiness. Was it merely an illusion cast by the light? She shifted her body to the left. A small, flat object lay quietly beneath the bed. With a sudden burst of curiosity, she dove forward, disregarding the dust and debris beneath, and leaned in for a closer inspection. Her hands hovered hesitantly, yearning to touch yet restrained by uncertainty, as Xiaolan gazed intently at the item before her. By now, the sun had risen, and the skylight poured in brilliant and warm morning light, washing away the gloom and the tempest of the previous night, illuminating an aged photograph lying before her. A small, worn photograph. The photograph depicts a timid little boy, clad in suspenders, likely around 7 or 8 years old, with his gaze cast downwards. The boy's right hand appears to be held by someone, and a smile graces his lips. Xiaolan gently pinches the photograph, cradling it in her palm, only to realize she is still sprawled beneath the bed when her head bumps against the wooden frame. Hastily, she clutches the photo and emerges, settling onto the bed to bask in the sunlight while examining it closely. The image captures only the boy's hand, suggesting the presence of another half. The sun envelopes Xiaolan in warmth. She raises the photograph to the sunlight, where the rays bestow a golden halo around it. The boy seems to radiate light. And as she gazes at the aged, frayed edges of the sepia-toned picture, a smile involuntarily graces her lips. Ah, how delightful the sun is. In this moment, Xiaolan inexplicably believes that the other half of the photograph is her own childhood self. Thus, uncovering the identity of this boy would unravel the mystery of her own existence. Just then, a series of knocks jolts her from her reverie. Startled, she momentarily fails to discern the source of the sound, as realization dawns that someone is knocking at the door of a place rumored to be long abandoned. A gentle feminine voice calls from outside. "Xiaolan, are you in there?" The voice strikes a chord of familiarity, reminiscent of recent encounters. As Xiaolan tucks the photograph into her other pocket, she brushes away the remnants of dust from her hair and scurries towards the door. If memory serves me well. With a creak, Xiaolan pushed open the somewhat stuck door, and to her surprise, she found the very ant she had intended to visit standing outside. The ant wore a gentle yet expectant smile, cradling a steaming bowl in her hands. Upon seeing Xiaolan, she seemed momentarily startled. "Xiaolan, it really is you." The ant paused for a brief moment, then switched the bowl to one hand while taking Xiaolan's hand with the other, guiding her inside. With a voice laced with a soft sob, the ant placed the bowl on the floor. It was then that Xiaolan discerned the enticing noodles and a poached egg, emanating warmth from within the bowl. "Auntie." Xiaolan was taken aback. The ant's demeanor was starkly different from their encounter yesterday. As she pondered this, the ant suddenly enveloped Xiaolan in an embrace, weeping uncontrollably while wiping away the dirt from Xiaolan's face. Xiaolan's eyes widened. The woman before her was not the same ant who had regarded her with such peculiar eyes yesterday. Could it be that they were not one and the same? Xiaolan found herself momentarily at a loss, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelations. Sister? So this ant was indeed not the one she had met yesterday. Despite their similar appearances, their essences seemed to diverge. And who was Lindsay? "Auntie, I'm so sorry." Xiaolan gazed helplessly at the tear-streaked woman, whose eyes shimmered with concern. "I am all alone now, and I do not know what has happened. It feels as though I remember nothing at all." The light in the woman's eyes dimmed, transforming her anticipation into confusion and disbelief. "However, Lindsay sought you out." Xiaolan anxiously shifted her shoulders, and the woman noticed the bewilderment in her eyes. "Xiaolan, have you forgotten Lindsay? Xiaolan, have you truly forgotten?" Xiaolan and Xiaolan had grown up together. The Cheng family and the Liao family were neighbors in Fengwu, with Cheng's mother named Lin Si and Liao's mother named Chu Sisi. They became inseparable companions from the moment they met. In autumn, the two families formed two joyful households. A few springs later, those joyous households welcomed two adorable babies. The child of the Cheng family was named Cheng Lin, while the child of the Liao family was called Liao Alan. The two children were the closest of friends. Xiaolin was shy yet stubborn, whereas Xiaolan was innocent and brave. They accompanied one another, hand in hand, fearlessly venturing wherever life took them. Their childhood was beautiful yet fleeting. In those days of innocent joy vanished in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, their bond did not wane with the passage of time. Instead, it grew more profound and inseparable. However, Fengwu was too impoverished, and as families began to leave, the mountains, trees, and beauty of Fengwu could no longer serve as reasons to remain. Yet, the Cheng and Liao families were reluctant to part ways, and thus moved together to the bustling Yangjiang. That year, Xiaolin and Xiaolan were 12 years old. At that time, Xiaolan was still a joyous child. Upon relocating to their new home, the two families became neighbors once more, with everything beginning anew, until the woman's words abruptly halted as she hesitantly lifted her gaze toward Xiaolan. Listening to her past, Xiaolan felt as though she were hearing someone else's tale. What transpired? As she anxiously inquired, she silently committed her true name to memory. She sensed that the genuine secret might gradually unveil itself from this moment onward. Aunt Lin parted her lips, and a profound sigh escaped her. Everything changed with the death of Baihe. A buzzing filled her head. Ilan, Chenglin, Baihe. Names surged into Xiaolan's consciousness like a tempest, suffocating her. Baihe is dead. Baihe. Memories seemed to transform into a door that, just as it was about to open, would be abruptly slammed shut. Upon hearing Baihe's name, Xiaolan finally felt a connection to her authentic past and glimpsed a faint glimmer of light beyond the door. Yet, in an instant, whatever lay beyond resolutely slammed the door, extinguishing that glimmer. Xiaolan, do you still remember Baihe? Aunt Lin, noticing Xiaolan's distress, hastily asked, please tell me the truth. Who exactly killed Baihe? The headache was swiftly overcome by Xiaolan. Devoid of physical pain, it felt as though this entire ordeal belonged to someone else. It was at this moment that Xiaolan recalled the photograph in her pocket, hastily retrieving it to display to Aunt Lin. Auntie, this is Xiaolan, right? Aunt Lin covered her mouth, refraining from reaching for the tattered photo. Her body trembled slightly as she gazed at the image for a while, and then, in anguish, she closed her eyes, tears, like large beads, uncontrollably rolling down her cheeks. Xiaolan fell silent, her gaze lowered to the photograph of the bashful boy, while the sound of Aunt Lin's uncontrollable sobs echoed in her ears. Beneath the sunlight, Aunt Lin's shadow curled into a tight ball. Xiaolan, overwhelmed with confusion, felt a pang of sorrow that rendered her speechless. Little Lin, at the tender age of 7 or 8, appeared emaciated, whereas the boy who had fainted in his dreams was plump. That was not little Lin. The one who had passed was not the cruel child who tormented her. Rather, it was Baihe. Although her mind lacked a clear image of Baihe and tangible memories associated with him, Xiaolan understood that Baihe was a kind-hearted child. A friend. Either others had deceived Uncle Song, or Uncle Song had misled her. The bathroom was enveloped in a warm mist, with a gentle twist. Xiaolan turned on the shower, and the cascading hot water enveloped her like the fog. As she lowered her head to rinse away the foam, she finally shed the beggar-like appearance that had accompanied her for so long. This was Aunt Lin's home. The emotions that had been restrained for an extended period had caused Aunt Lin to momentarily succumb to despair. Thus, the two opted to take a break before recounting the most painful parts of their tale. Xiaolan turned off the water and, stepping into her damp slippers, approached the mirror, wiping away the mist with her hand. Before her stood her pale and youthful visage. After awakening, she had not yet seen her own reflection, and she marveled at this. Recalling Uncle Song's words, she realized she indeed appeared to be 13 or 14 years old. However, she was undeniably the protagonist of events that transpired 5 years ago. Thus, she should rightly be 18. As she gazed at the baby fat on her face, she pondered, perhaps wandering through life stunted her growth. As she opened the bathroom door, a delightful aroma enveloped her. Aunt Lin had prepared a fresh bowl of noodles for Xiaolan. Initially, Xiaolan, devoid of any food scent, felt no hunger. However, upon catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance, her appetite was piqued. Let us enjoy the noodles first, Aunt Lin suggested as she began to eat. Xiaolan obediently approached, her shoulder-length hair still glistening with droplets of water. She draped a towel over her shoulders, which gradually absorbed the moisture. It was when you both turned 12 that we moved here. The school you attended, Yangjiang No. 3 Middle School, is not far from this place. In the beginning, everything was well. Although you were placed in different classes, your bond remained strong. Soon after, you made a new friend. Baihe. Xiaolan nodded, slurping a strand of noodle. Baihe is truly a wonderful child, both beautiful and generous. When the three of us played together, we were filled with joy. Although she is a girl, she is righteous and loyal. Otherwise, in the end, it wouldn't have. Aunt Lin's voice faltered, and she paused to take a deep breath, shaking her head with a sigh. Having finished her noodles, Xiaolan pushed the bowl aside and leaned over to grasp Aunt Lin's hand. Aunt Lin nodded, gently patting the back of Xiaolan's hand. However, when you turned 13 that summer, you suddenly confided in Cici that there was a ghost in your attic. Xiaolan, you have always been quite brave and not one to tell lies. Cici, concerned that you might be experiencing some sort of hysteria, asked you what the ghost looked like and what it had done to you. At that moment, I strongly disagreed with Cici's indulgence in your narrative. Yet you spoke with such conviction that we both began to question whether there might be a malevolent presence or if, indeed, a ghost truly existed. Chapter 7. Reenactment. Ghost? Where could a ghost possibly come from? What ghost? Xiaolan felt utterly bewildered, her thoughts completely ensnared by the notion of a ghost. Please listen to me. Dear, I began. There are no ghosts. Cici and I stayed with you for 2 nights, and we saw nothing amiss. Yet, you persisted in claiming that there was a silent sister in the attic, seemingly a ghost. Eventually, Cici and Lao Lao had no choice but to clear out the attic, sealing it off completely. You and Lindsay caused quite a fuss over it, but it was Lindsay who persuaded you to stop your outbursts, and you complied. You were quite obedient to Lindsay back then. Was it merely a figment of my childhood imagination? Xiaolan's furrowed brow relaxed, yet the questions in her heart remained unresolved. What did she perceive as a ghost in that silent sister? What transpired? Curiously, Xiaolan leaned closer, pondering if perhaps there was something amiss with her own mind. That thought felt rather uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Aunt Lin seemed oblivious to this discomfort, as she slapped her thigh with frustration, her tone imbued with regret and remorse. You are mistaken. Xiaolan, you possess no flaws. However, the fact that you sought help from a psychiatrist was witnessed by that child. Alas, had I not suggested that Cici take you to address your mental health concerns, perhaps Baihe would not have perished and Lindsay would not have run away from home. Oh dear, everything has intertwined in Xiaolan's mind. The subsequent events, she could surmise based on what she had already comprehended. No wonder there are rumors of my mental instability. That child indiscriminately spreads tales that you are insane and capable of murder. These were inquiries we raised later. Yet at that time, you remained silent. When others bullied you, you refrained from confiding in us or Lindsay, and even prevented Baihe from speaking to us. You merely wore a cheerful facade, as if all were well in school. Following Baihe's demise, you fell silent for several days, while that boy appeared to be afflicted. Rambling incoherently, we gleaned nothing from him and remained oblivious to the reality of the situation, while Lindsay lamented his regrets, striking himself in despair. A vision of her former self surfaced in Xiaolan's mind, with a vacant gaze and a loss of vitality. When, then, did I reveal the truth to you? Aunt Lin gazed deeply at Xiaolan, trembling slightly as she grasped her fingers. On that fateful day, the mischievous boy drenched you with water at the entrance of the girls' restroom. Poor Xiaolan, you remained silent and retreated into the restroom. A scene witnessed by Xiao Baihe. Typically boyish, she saw the boy pointing at the restroom door, laughing and shouting. Enraged, she kicked him into the restroom. Inside, the three of you were unaware of the unfolding chaos. Those outside, eager for a spectacle, dared not enter, only hearing the commotion within. Eventually, the teacher arrived, and as she pushed open the door, the cries from downstairs erupted. It was then that Xiao Baihe fell and met her tragic end. Xiao Baihe. Xiaolan felt a sharp pang in her heart, suddenly struggling to breathe. The boy. Did he claim that Xiao Baihe died because he pushed her? What about me? Did I not speak? You were even more absurd. Aunt Lin shook her head. recalling how in the initial days you could scarcely utter a word. After about a week, you gradually began to speak. And what you said was that the silent ghost in the attic had killed Bai He. That ghost again. At that point, even the Qing and Liao families were despairing, thinking that Xiao Lan might have lost her sanity. One child had perished, and 2 others had descended into madness. Thus, the situation spiraled beyond control. Bai He's family was heartbroken, while the boy's family, despite their sorrow for their deranged child, recognized their culpability and refrained from pursuing the matter further. The Liao family could no longer endure life in Yangjiang and soon relocated, but this time, they did so without the company of the Chung family. In the attic, the photograph was discovered beneath the bed. Xiaolan pointed to the empty bed in front of her, where the dusty floor bore the traces of her movements. Initially, there was nothing there. As Xiaolan spoke, she demonstrated, "I sat on the bed for a moment, and then the photograph appeared. I believe it might have been wedged between the bed slats." Aunt Lin held the photograph, gazing down at it for an extended period. "The other half of this photograph is you. When Lindsay left, he took away the other half." Xiaolan nodded, already having surmised the truth. "Aunt, how did I describe the female ghost in the attic back then?" Aunt Lin lifted her gaze, deep in thought. "Throughout the summer, the attic was a playground for you and Lindsay, and later, when Lily joined, it transformed into your clandestine haven, where you played during the day and slept at night. Yet, one day, you told Cece, 'Yesterday, a silent sister appeared at the head of the bed. Yesterday, a silent sister suddenly materialized at the head of the bed. I could not discern her appearance. She flickered like a shadow. She seemed to want to convey something. Her mouth opened in a silent scream, yet no sound emerged. She appeared anxious, desperately striking at something, as though a pane of glass separated us. I should have felt fear, but instead, I felt none. Sister, do you need my help?' Yet, she could hear my words. She must have been able to, for her urgency dissipated. She moved her lips, as if she had spoken to me, before vanishing. According to your account, that female ghost has manifested several times, with her final appearance coinciding with the day of Baihe's demise. The 3 of you were entangled in the bathroom, where the boy suffered public humiliation, losing his composure in a fit of rage. Baihe, too, fought with him like a madwoman. You attempted to intervene, only to be shoved aside by the boy, nearly tumbling from the windowsill. Baihe, witnessing this, hurried to catch you. But the boy lunged, seizing Baihe's hair and thrusting her towards the edge of the windowsill. Suddenly, the ghost from the attic emerged by the window, grasping Baihe's hand. And just like that, listening to Auntie's words, it seemed as if events replayed before Xiaolan's eyes. The screaming girl, the perilous windowsill, the fainting boy, and a fleeting shadow leaping from the ledge. The sound of a fall echoed. Downstairs erupted into chaos, an unbearable clamor that transformed the world into a cacophony. It was too loud, too loud. Xiaolan covered her ears, feeling a heaviness in her chest, her heartbeat growing louder, as if a heavy hammer were pounding against her. Breathing became laborious. It felt as though. Xiaolan. What's wrong, Xiaolan? Xiaolan jolted awake, confronted by Aunt Lin's concerned expression. Auntie, did I remember something? Aunt Lin leaned closer, gently patting her back, noticing the sudden perspiration. Chapter 8. The boundary stone. It appeared that all had begun to reveal its answers. Aunt Lin's sister had visited, yet she remained wary of Xiaolan's demeanor. As Xiao Lan stood gracefully in the center of the living room, she offered a polite greeting, merely flashing a hurried smile that concealed an unmistakable sense of wariness and awkwardness. Her gaze fell upon Uncle Cheng, who, though still relatively young, had been stricken by a sudden stroke one fateful night following Xiao Lan's departure and Cheng Lin's disappearance, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. Aunt Lin chose to remain by her husband's side, patiently awaiting his recovery. Upon seeing her, Uncle Cheng exhibited a hint of excitement, and as Xiao Lan clasped his hand, she listened intently to the multitude of words Aunt Lin had to share. A wave of sorrow washed over Xiao Lan for both Aunt Lin and Uncle Cheng. Yet, these were not the words Xiao Lan yearned to hear. Aunt, you have yet to tell me where Xiao Lin has truly gone. Late into the night, as Xiao Lan lay beside Aunt Lin, The dim glow of the night lamp cast a weary light upon Aunt Lin's frail figure. After a moment of silence, Aunt Lin turned her face towards Xiaolan and asked, "Do you know where the boundary stone is?" "Boundary stone? Is it a national boundary stone, or something else entirely?" "You do not know?" Xiaolan nodded honestly. Observing this, Aunt Lin propped herself up slightly, and Xiaolan mirrored her, leaning against Aunt Lin's side. "Let me begin from the moment you all moved away. When you set off, both our families were filled with sorrow. Xiaolan, you walked away in tears, while Linzi comforted you, promising he would come to find you soon. Alas, our two families were like one. The change began in the second year after your departure. Our communication dwindled. It was not us who spoke less, but Cici and Lao Liao. From their words, I gathered they had found a place and were preparing to relocate elsewhere. We were quite anxious at the time, but no matter how we inquired, they would not disclose their destination. Not long after, we lost contact with you all. Linzi was quite upset. We had never seen him in such a state. Eventually, perhaps out of sorrow, he ceased to mention it. Before we could mourn the lonely Aunt Lin, Xiaolan was captivated by a remark left by Xiaolan. Searching for Xiaolan at the boundary marker? Could it be a place name? Why was I in the attic of Yanjiang? Where had my parents gone? Where was Xiaolan? What had transpired in my life? Could it be that finding the boundary marker would provide the answers? Xiaolan, I share this with you not to send you on a quest for Linzi. Aunt Lin embraced Xiaolan, her voice trembling slightly. To your Uncle Cheng and me. You are like our daughter. After Linzi left, I truly felt as if life itself had come to an end. To see you again fills me with joy. Xiaolan, I implore you, stay by Uncle and Auntie's side. One to you? Xiaolan fell silent. Aunt Lin seemed to perceive something in Xiaolan's eyes, sighed softly, and lay down. Days have passed once more. It is now deep into the night, the darkest hour. Beneath a small patch of faint light in the living room, a slender figure is bent over, writing diligently. Aunt Lin, how I long to be by your side. Yet, I must forge my own path. A shadow appears at the bedroom door, only to vanish moments later, unseen by me. Closing my pen, I glance around, folding the paper before me in two, caressing it gently, and placing it neatly on the table. With a heavy heart filled with remorse for my uncle and aunt, I am about to embark on my journey. Quietly donning my coat, I tread softly, anxious not to awaken my slumbering guardians. After skillfully maneuvering around the cramped furniture in the living room, I arrive at the entrance. A backpack leans silently against the door. Tucked within it is a white envelope. I gingerly extract the envelope, which bears only 3 bold characters, for Xiaolan. My hands begin to tremble. The envelope remains unsealed, and upon tilting it, I discover a thick stack inside. Money, solely money. The shadow at the bedroom door reappears. I lift the backpack, feeling its weight, yet it emanates an oddly comforting warmth against my back. Aunt, I cannot continue. I push the door open, swiftly slipping outside, gently closing it behind me as I race down the stairs. Chapter 9. The journey, even at this hour, the train station buzzes with noise. I would like a ticket to Fengwu, please. Your ID, please. Clutching the money, I observe the night shift ticket clerk's impatience. I'm too young. I do not possess an ID. The art of deception flows effortlessly from her lips. Xiaolan felt that when Aunt Lin remarked that she was not a child prone to lies, there was an underlying reservation. She was indeed quite adept at fabricating tales. The ticket seller lifted her gaze to glance at the seemingly innocent Xiaolan and gestured towards the outside. You cannot purchase a train ticket without an ID, my dear. The bus station is right next door. You can buy a ticket there for a direct route to Fengwu. Xiaolan looked in the direction indicated by the ticket seller, tucking the money into her pocket. Thank you, sister. Indeed, just turn right upon exiting, the ticket seller called through the glass. Buses to Fengwu are infrequent. Be sure to check the schedule. Xiaolan waved goodbye and left the ticket hall, feeling that the ticket seller was quite kind and benevolent. Suddenly, a strange girl's voice emerged from behind. Xiaolan glanced around and confirmed that the sister was indeed calling her. A smile involuntarily graced her face, bringing her a measure of joy. The sister, clad in athletic wear and an olive green jacket, appeared gentle and warm. Little girl, she said, hastening a few steps to stand before Xiaolan. Are you also heading to Fengwu? I noticed you alone. Xiaolan nodded. Are you going too? Yes. We are also bound for Fengwu. It was only then that Xiaolan noticed several men dressed in black standing behind the sister. The words, "We can go together," nearly escaped her lips, but were swallowed back. What brings you to travel alone? Where are your parents? The sister naturally positioned herself beside Xiaolan. As a throng of people made their way to the bus station. I am going to find my brother, she replied, fabricating once more. My parents permitted me to go. The sister displayed an expression of incredulity, questioning how uncle and aunt could be so trusting, allowing a lovely young girl like her to venture out alone in search of someone. Xiaolan failed to mask her emotions upon hearing her sister praise her beauty. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Are all of you heading to Fengwu together? She inquired. The 6 of us are members of an online interest group, and this trip is specifically for an offline gathering in Fengwu. Xiaolan glanced at the individuals behind her sister, noting that they were all clad in black attire. Among the 6, there were 4 men and 2 women, their ages appearing quite varied. Do you not have identification? Several of them exchanged glances and chuckled. As they laughed, Xiaolan observed that, aside from her sister, the others were rather amiable. The train tickets to Fengwu are quite late, a young boy remarked. We hope to depart early in the morning and arrive in Fengwu before nightfall. Xiaolan nodded, somewhat understanding. Upon reaching the bus station, there were still 40 minutes until the next bus, and the sky was nearing dawn. The station was sparsely populated, and the adults insisted on not letting Xiaolan pay for her fare. The 7 of them sat together, awaiting the bus. What exactly is this interest group about? She inquired. It's a boundary marker, one of them replied. It resembles the stone tablet from my dreams. Which Taoist priest are you referring to? Several of them laughed again, and a man in his 30s cleared his throat awkwardly, joining the others in a smile. Not a real Taoist priest, just an online ID. Another girl smiled as she waved her phone, reminding us that we were merely an online interest group, addressing one another solely by our usernames. The long-haired sister affectionately ruffled Xiaolan's hair, her gaze akin to that of one admiring a delightful pet. Xiaolan glanced at the slightly shy middle-aged man. Though he possessed the demeanor and appearance of a mature man, his eyes sparkled with a gentle warmth, exuding an exuberant youthful spirit. What is your name? The man asked with a cheerful smile, devoid of any air of secrecy. Let us exchange names. Xiaolan hesitated for barely a second before deciding to draw closer to them by sharing her identity, hoping to discern their next moves. My name is Liao Yilan, but everyone calls me Xiaolan. The man nodded, maintaining his warm and composed smile. Xiaolan. Xiaolan's mind began to race, quickly crafting a lie to compensate for her previous one. My brother left home to search for the boundary stone. The implication was clear. Please take me along. How very coincidental. Sister Pineapple pondered for a few moments, seemingly caught off guard, her questioning gaze shifting towards the others. The looks exchanged among the group revealed concern and skepticism, entirely unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. The Taoist glanced at his watch, confirming the departure time once more, shouldering his backpack anew as he inquired. Xiaolan shook her head, uncertain of what to do. I know nothing. All I wish is to find my brother. The Taoist priest circled around to Xiaolan's side, casting a curious glance at the backpack she had placed on her lap. Why not join us? Sister Pineapple suggested, turning her gaze towards the Taoist. As a solitary child, Xiaolan could learn something from us, and it would make it easier for her to find her brother later. The others exchanged uncertain glances. Wouldn't that be a bit inconvenient? A young boy's face scrunched up in worry. He was unaware of what the boundary stone entailed. The bus is almost here, another girl murmured timidly. Upon hearing this, everyone began to gather their belongings, slinging their backpacks back onto their shoulders. Xiaolan also hoisted her somewhat oversized hiking bag, preparing to board the bus. Do you wish to accompany us? The Taoist retracted his smile, regarding Xiaolan with a serious expression. The group fell silent. Within this small ensemble, the Taoist clearly held a position of leadership, and his decisions were typically final. Xiaolan gazed up at the man's face. Please take me with you. Let us depart. Xiaolon, we are setting off now. Chapter 10. Into the dream, they had set off later than planned, with Xiaolon and the others hastily boarding the bus in the final moments before departure. The coach was not overly crowded, and the air inside was less stifling than anticipated. As it was an early morning journey, the small curtains on the windows were drawn tight, allowing only the warm, orange glow of dawn to seep into the interior, enveloping the space in a cozy hue of red. Xiaolon settled beside the Taoist, with Sister Pineapple across the aisle. The bus soon rolled into motion as the group swayed slightly while securing their luggage. The passengers on the bus were remarkably few, with only a handful of weary figures occupying the front row. Most aboard were night owls, rushing to their destinations. A few seats were taken in the back, allowing for a peaceful respite without disturbing others. Xiaolon, you're from Fengwu. Could you share with us what kind of place it is? Inquired a round-faced girl, whose name was yet unknown. She sat directly behind Sister Pineapple, her face and eyes both round, leaning forward to pose her question gently. Poverty? The girl widened her round eyes in surprise. Fengwu isn't. Indeed, Fengwu had experienced poverty in years past, but the Taoist priest, turning to look at her, noted that in recent years, the local tourism industry had flourished, significantly boosting the area's GDP and facilitating Fengwu's gradual development. The conversation seemed to veer into an unusual direction. Xiaolon turned her gaze towards the Taoist priest, who remained smiling, with a few fine lines at the corners of his eyes that spoke of the passage of time. To Xiaolon, these lines only served to enhance his aura of reliability. Sensing something, the priest lowered his gaze to Xiaolon and affectionately patted her head with his left hand. Allow me to introduce you to these older brothers and sisters, he said. Just call me Qinjia, the round-eyed girl interjected, extending her arm to gently pat Xiaolan's shoulder. My ID is my real name, Qinin. We're the only two willing to share our true names, humph. Outside the bus window, the sky grew increasingly bright, with sunlight streaming through the small curtains, casting a warm glow on the priest's face, as if bestowing upon his cheeks a delicate blush. Sister Qin has indeed referred to you as old. The Taoist priest diverted the topic, lowering his head to face Xiaolon. We all call her Xiaoyin. You may join us in addressing her as such. Call her Sister Xiaoyin. Xiaolon chuckled and nodded, finding Xiaoyin to be an utterly delightful elder sister. The brother seated behind you, known by the ID Gaki, is affectionately called Little Fool by us. You may also. Hey, Little Fool interjected hastily, interrupting the Taoist's words. He was the young boy who had previously expressed skepticism about Xiaolan's inclusion. For a fleeting moment, Xiaolon held a grudge, surprised to discover that beneath his serious faade lay a rather foolish heart. Laughter erupted among the group, and as the morning sun streamed through the window, Xiaolon felt an overwhelming warmth in that moment. I am Baomu. You can simply call me Baomu along with them. The boy next to Little Fool stood up, appearing to be around 17 or 18, shyly leaning forward to gaze at Xiaolon. Baomu is only a few years older than you. He is also an introverted child. Sister Pineapple's gentle voice chimed in. Yet, Xiaolon thought to herself, I am not an introverted child. Only one person remained, and as Xiaolon searched around, she spotted a boy dressed in black seated in Sister Pineapple's section. He had hardly moved since boarding the vehicle, his head lowered as if asleep. Another can? Xiaoyin leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Feng Tang is Pineapple's boyfriend. They've been together for quite some time. Ah, he has a girlfriend. Xiaolon mused quietly, finding the notion rather appealing. The conversation came to a close, and an enveloping silence filled the carriage once more. Time slipped away unnoticed, as the passengers succumbed to a drowsy stupor. Sister Pineapple rested her head on Maple Syrup's shoulder, while the rhythmic sound of 3 synchronized breaths emanated from the back row. Uncertain of the hour, Xiaolan reached out to part the curtains slightly, hoping to glimpse the outside world and discern the time. She stretched her arm, careful not to disturb the Taoist beside her, but alas, her arm fell short of her intentions. A gentle laugh broke the quiet. The Taoist extended his hand, lifting a corner of the curtain, and the midday sun streamed through, bathing the two in its warm glow. Would you not rest for a while? He inquired. Xiaolan shook her head, feeling a flush of embarrassment at her previous attempt. Taoist brother, could you let it down? I merely wish to see what time it is outside. The sunlight vanished as the curtain fell back, casting the carriage into a dim, languid gloom once more. The Taoist regarded Xiaolan with an amused expression, noticing her slight discomfort. You must be hungry, touching her stomach. Xiaolan recalled that her last meal had been dinner the previous day, and she had not consumed a morsel since. Yet, surprisingly, she felt relatively unperturbed by hunger. The Taoist nodded, turning his head to resume his meditative repose. Just call me Taoist, he said, and each time he spoke her name, it stirred a peculiar feeling within her. Xiaolan mused silently, convinced that this Taoist harbored secrets, setting him apart from others. Regarding the boundary markers, it is not suitable to discuss here. Let us alight from the vehicle. Once we do, I shall explain everything in detail, he added, his warm smile reappearing. Rest now, Xiaolan. Once we disembark, we shall be busy. Encouraged by the Taoist priest, Xiaolan appeared to genuinely begin to succumb to fatigue. Her gaze wavered. The carriage, the window, the curtains, the entire world seemed to sway. Her head also felt unsteady, yet this sensation was not that of a mere car ride. Xiaolan felt as though she were running, stumbling, rising again, and continuing to run. A throbbing pain enveloped her head, her feet ached, and her body was sore. Exhausted from the relentless sprint, she realized she could not afford to pause, could not afford to halt. Xiaolan opened her eyes to a world awash in green. Chapter 11. Inescapable, a realm of verdant expanse, a world suffused with greenery. Battling against the dizziness, Xiaolan grasped onto something for support. Her vision engulfed in a swirling green haze. Her legs trembled as if they might lift her off the ground. An overwhelming urge to vomit surged within her. Why was this happening? Please, let it stop. Suddenly, her feet lost their footing, and a stark sensation of falling enveloped her. The subtle brush of her body slicing through the air jolted her awake. Xiaolan widened her eyes, desperately trying to grasp onto something to halt her descent. She was about to plummet. With a thud, Xiaolan landed on her back, finally connecting with solid ground. Though the sound of her fall echoed in her ears, she felt no pain. Instead, the surroundings seemed to envelop her in a soft embrace, the air fragrant with the scent of dried leaves. No longer in pain, Xiaolan brushed away the covering from her face and opened her eyes to behold a small, round expanse of green sky, encircled by stone walls draped in twisting vines. She found that she could reach from one side to the other with her outstretched arms. Beneath her feet lay a carpet of withered leaves and petals, yielding softly underfoot, as if she were walking upon clouds. The verdant sky above resembles a canopy of trees, adorned with autumn blooms that lazily obscure Xiaolan's vision. Yet, the reality is far from the romantic notion she had envisioned. Xiaolan finds herself in the depths of a well, ensnared in a dream that is both vivid and agonizing, invoking a desperate urge to escape, akin to being trapped in hell. The mere thought of the boundary stone invigorates her spirit. This time, she must catch a glimpse of it. The last sight was obscured by distant mountains, rendering the true form of the boundary stone invisible to her. Resolutely, Xiaolan yearns to leave this well. With this determination, she feels a surge of strength. Her feet press against the slick walls of the well, while her hands grasp the vines, inching her way toward the opening. The walls are adorned with thriving moss and algae, and with each movement, her footing becomes precarious. A sudden, sharp pain grips her abdomen, causing her to flinch. Her legs weaken, unable to maintain their hold on the damp surface. Summoning her dwindling energy, she finally secures her trembling foot onto a robust vine, allowing herself a brief respite at the trumpet-shaped lip of the well. The pain in her belly persists, an unrelenting torment that gnaws at her insides, a sensation Xiaolan has never encountered before, providing no respite. Still devoid of strength, she leans against the wall, gasping for breath. Glancing upward, she notes the short distance remaining. Perhaps with one final push, she can. An unsettling sensation flows down her thigh. Lacking the capacity to investigate this strange occurrence, She resolves to muster her remaining strength to propel herself out of the well. She raises her left leg. Oh, the pain! It is unbearable. In that fleeting moment of agony, it felt as though the entirety of Xiao Lan's being had been numbed. Her hands, tightly gripping the vines, had succumbed to a loss of sensation. Despair washed over her as she gazed at the well's opening, which seemed to recede further with each passing second. And once more she found herself tumbling to the depths of the well. Her abdomen. The pain was excruciating, akin to the brink of death. Struggling to lift her upper body to comprehend her dire predicament, she was met with the harrowing sight of her clothes, soaked in blood from her lower abdomen to her knees. What has happened to me? The terror of being unable to escape was eclipsed by the shock this scene inflicted upon her. Enveloped in intense pain, Xiao Lan could only muster a few faint cries for help from between her clenched teeth. Help me, like a lifeless body. She lay at the bottom of the well, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned away. Even the act of calling for aid became a Herculean task, leaving her unable to move a single finger. Gazing up at the verdant sky, she could only hope this was merely a dream, fervently praying for this nightmare to swiftly conclude. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Lan remained conscious, incapable of perceiving the passage of time, yet acutely aware that the pain was slowly diminishing. Having lost copious amounts of blood and lacking any vigor, she felt the agony recede, which rekindled a glimmer of hope within her. Gritting her teeth, she straightened her upper body, leaning against the well's wall, inhaling deeply. With each breath of fresh air, her strength incrementally returned. Just a little more effort, just a little more. Xiao Lan clutched the vines above with all her might, even biting down on them, dragging her legs inch by inch. Any progress, no matter how small, was a victory. With determination, she pulled her weakened form and the long trail of blood upward, inching closer to the mouth of the well. The once verdant sky has transformed into an abyss of darkness. The moonlight eludes the depths of the well. Xiao Lan is enveloped in obscurity, her only means of navigation being the delicate touch of her hands as she seeks the next vine to cling to. She remains unaware of the distance that separates her from the well's mouth. Suddenly, the tranquil forest is pierced by sounds, footsteps, several pairs, accompanied by hushed conversations, drawing nearer. Someone is approaching. Xiao Lan's voice emerges as a mere whisper, a fragile thread of hope igniting within her as she glimpses the flickering flames heralded by the hurried footsteps. To her astonishment, she realizes that she is perilously close to the well's opening. Illuminated by the firelight, she sees the figures of those who have gathered at the brink, and a bittersweet smile graces her lips. Rescue is at hand. She extends her right hand towards the man before her, yearning for assistance. Yet, what awaits her is not a helping hand. The man spits contemptuously and, with a brutal kick, strikes her shoulder. Damn you, dead woman. Xiao Lan stares in disbelief, her eyes widening as her body involuntarily slips downward. Why? This time, the man remains silent. The only response is the oncoming blaze. The torch ignites the dry leaves and vines, swiftly advancing toward her clothing, searing her skin. She can no longer hold on. The man utters one last curse before hurling the flaming torch at her, and the group rises, disappearing into the night. The crackling sound of flames enveloped her. In the embrace of the fire, she finally beheld the flower-laden tree and the verdant sky above the well, the exquisite hues intertwining in her gaze, gradually transforming into a blinding crimson. She plummeted into the flames. No. Chapter 12. The first stop, Fengwu. Xiao Lan. The familiar call. Surroundings faded from a vivid red to an abyss of black. Xiao Lan. She descended into this void, yet, at the very least, her body was free from pain. Her chaotic consciousness began to clarify, as if a hand in the darkness firmly grasped her. The blackness slowly receded, like rain washing away an ink-stained world. Everything revealed its true form. Xiao Lan was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. The car jolted violently, yet she felt as if she had just escaped from the jaws of death. She had finally awakened. Xiao Lan felt a surge of emotion, a sense of grievance. Yet tears would not fall. Had she been trapped in a nightmare? The Taoist's voice echoed, and Xiaolan nodded with a look of distress, lowering her gaze to see her right hand tightly gripping the Taoist's. He was contorted into an odd shape, but upon seeing her awake, he let out a sigh of relief. Though young, his strength was considerable. What on earth did Xiaolan dream of to be so frightened? Xiaoyin shifted her seat, now holding a bag of chips, turning to offer them to Xiaolan. Xiaolan sniffed. That was truly terrifying. Sister Pineapple smiled as she opened a bottle of mineral water. We had just arrived at the rest stop, where we alighted to procure some refreshments. As Xiaoyin tore open a packet of biscuits to share with us, she approached you, only for you to suddenly swing your fist, nearly toppling the biscuits. Did I really throw a punch? Xiaolan pondered. Was it not my palm I had raised? In my indignation, I devoured the biscuits, leaving none for you. After all, the biscuits were not of paramount importance. Did I voice my distress? Xiaolan, clutching a bag of chips, neglected to indulge and anxiously inquired if we had disturbed you. The Taoist priest drew aside the curtain, revealing the distant, low-lying hills outside. The vehicle struggled along the dirt road, marked by tire tracks, while our gazes rose and fell with the undulating landscape. We had entered Fengwu. Xiaolan leaned forward, peering out at the hills and trees of Fengwu. With the roads in such disrepair, one might wonder how tourism could bolster the GDP. A voice of indignation echoed from the back seat, splashing water all over me. Pineapple hurriedly offered a bundle of tissues. As Xiaolan laughed along with the others, an abrupt tightness gripped her chest. A sudden cough escaped her, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though a frigid hand had clutched her heart. Goosebumps pricked her skin, yet this sensation lasted less than a second before dissipating. After tending to the others, Pineapple returned to care for Xiaolan, gently patting her back. Xiaolan nodded, taking shallow breaths. Though the momentary discomfort had passed, she sensed a subtle shift within her state. The frigid hand withdrew from Xiaolan's heart, yet it left behind a chilling sense of oppression. At that moment, she was acutely aware of this somewhat burdensome weight. Moreover, Xiaolan gazed down at her own hands. Accompanying her was the feeling of being tugged by an invisible thread, akin to a pull that guided her to her destined place. The group fell into a collective silence, observing the unfamiliar city through the car windows. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, in the distance of Fengwu, numerous mountains indeed loomed. Fengwu, not particularly large, was encircled by mountains on three sides. The weather outside suggested impending rain, with low-hanging clouds shrouding the mountain peaks, rendering the entire city akin to a box, securely locked by mountains and clouds. This sense of being drawn forth emanated from those very mountains. The buildings they passed made it evident that Fengwu was not a desolate wasteland. Most structures appeared clean and new, exhibiting a modern design style. This further corroborated the Taoist's assertion that Fengwu had only recently begun to flourish. As they entered the city, the vehicle gradually decelerated, and glimpses of a few locals became visible, who bore no significant difference from people elsewhere. They arrived at the station at 4 in the afternoon, precisely at the juncture of day and night. A few passengers in the front row disembarked alongside them, their gazes towards the newcomers tinged with curiosity. The Taoist, holding Xiaolan's backpack in one hand while dialing the pre-booked hotel with the other, seemed to notice a peculiar stillness that had overtaken everyone after reaching Fengwu. Even the typically loquacious Xiaoyin had fallen silent, standing at the bus station's entrance, surveying the majestic mountains of Fengwu. Fengwu possesses a unique aura and essence. Much like a solitary eye, the driver is unable to come for the time being. The owner has instructed us to take a taxi to the hotel ourselves. After an extended conversation, the Taoist priest set down his phone and spoke these words. Xiaolan closely followed the priest, taking a seat in the back of the taxi, squeezed alongside pineapple and maple syrup. Driver, to the Sunset Hotel on Nanzhong Road, please. The driver, while releasing the handbrake, cast a peculiar glance at them. That place is quite far. Are you planning to venture up the mountains? The Taoist priest occupied the front passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Indeed, we are going to the mountains. He handed a bottle of mineral water to the driver. By the way, do you know about a village over there? Ah, thank you. the driver replied, taking the water and casting a glance back at the three in the rear seat. You mean Lianshui village? Are you heading there as well? Are there others going there? Pineapple, seated in the middle of the back row, inquired upon hearing this. All four individuals turned their attention towards the driver, who was starting the vehicle. The driver's face flushed, and the car began to move slowly. I thought you were with those people who came a few days ago. Lianshui village hasn't seen a visitor in years. Just when that incident occurred, you all arrived. An incident? The four of them suddenly perked up. Even Maple Syrup, who had been in a semi-conscious state, sat up straight, leaning forward to listen. What happened? The driver seemed a bit taken aback, glancing at them carefully through the rearview mirror. Unbeknownst to you, a few days ago, a group of approximately 7 or 8 individuals, claiming to be tourists, set out to explore Lianshui village. However, their true intention was to search for someone. Tragically, one of the young women in that group took her own life on the mountain. The Taoist priest and Pine Maple exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing an understanding that confirmed their suspicions. It appears we have indeed found the right lead. Pine Maple nodded, leaving only Xiaolan in a state of confusion. What transpired? Xiaolan glanced at Pine Maple and then at the Taoist priest, seeking clarity. You seem to be looking for something. The driver, intrigued, inquired. Are you searching for the previous group? We are here to uncover the location they were seeking, the Taoist priest responded, turning to the driver. Master, do you possess any further information that you could share with us? Oh, that is quite a lengthy tale, the driver said, adjusting his posture as he gripped the steering wheel. Since the journey is long, allow me to recount it thoroughly. Chapter 13. Little Branch Master Lu could never forget that fateful day. As per his routine, a coach arrived at the station. That evening, Master Lu rolled down the window, preparing to solicit passengers, when a pair of young individuals suddenly appeared beside the window. The woman's pallid and emaciated visage startled him. Master, does this bus go to Lianshui village? Master Lu, regaining his composure, realized that sleepless nights and cigarettes had rendered him somewhat frazzled, and he was still susceptible to being startled by passengers in the dead of night. Lianshui village is situated in the mountains, and the vehicle cannot ascend. I can only take you to the foot of the mountain. Tomorrow, you will have to make your way over on foot. It's not just me. No other drivers can take you in either. Master Lu, as he spoke, stepped out of the vehicle to retrieve the luggage of the two travelers. With warmth, he began to extol the attractions and specialties of Fengwu. The woman appeared frail, her complexion mirroring her delicate state, while the man supported her with his left arm, using his right hand to pass the luggage to Master Lu, whispering his gratitude. No need for thanks, Master Lu replied, his tone softening, unconsciously lowering his voice. There are numerous hotels at the foot of the mountain, both affordable and luxurious. I shan't recommend any. Lest I sound like a mere peddler, he concluded with an awkward chuckle. From a distance, a middle-aged man hurried over, concern etched on his face as he gazed at the seemingly ailing woman. Have you found a vehicle? He inquired. Yes, brother, the woman managed to muster a faint smile. We'll arrive shortly. After all, Depeng is here to look after me, so there's no need to worry, she spoke rapidly. Yet her final words came out as if they were nearly her last breath. The man named Depeng nodded. You two should go ahead. We will book a hotel and meet you there. His expression remained one of deep concern as he turned to grasp Master Lu's hand, pressing a banknote into it. Thank you, Master. My sister is unwell. Please drive slowly, just take your time. We are not in a hurry. After handing over the money, the man pivoted and rushed toward another taxi waiting nearby, where several others were also awaiting their turn. Master, please accept this, Depeng said as he opened the car door for the woman, carefully assisting her into the vehicle. The few drivers who had seen my wife in her current state had refrained from helping us, seemingly fearful of us. Lu, feeling the last remnants of his hesitation dissipate, indignantly climbed into the car. I drive at night. I fear no ghost, so what is there to fear? He declared, only to suddenly realize he might have misspoken. Lu quickly shifted the conversation, lamenting the lack of professionalism and responsibility among others. No wonder they couldn't secure the coveted dedication blessing during the new year. The woman smiled softly, her laughter as delicate as a butterfly fluttering its wings from a distance. Of course, Lu could not articulate such a metaphor. He simply found the girl remarkably fragile, evoking a sense of compassion within him. The woman let out a gentle sigh, lowering her gaze as if wearied. Depeng's smile gradually turned bittersweet as he turned to glance at her. Wei searched for someone, visited several places, yet found no one. He draped his coat over her. The woman's name was Xiaoji. Lu fell silent, and after a long pause, he quietly inquired, "Is she asleep?" Depeng's response was a muffled from which Lu detected the underlying sorrow. His own heart ached. How could it be that there are always those who suffer so deeply in this world? Before long, they arrived at their destination. A small group of 5 or 6 people awaited them in front of the hotel. Lu parked the car with a steadiness that surpassed even his driving test. The moment he halted, Xiaoji stirred awake. Master Lu swiftly exited the vehicle to open the door for Xiaoji. A little boy rushed over, grasping her hand, his youthful visage marred by an unusually mature expression of concern. Xiaoji smiled gently as she caressed the boy's face, her eyes brimming with affection and contentment. "Thank you, uncle," she said. "Thank you, uncle." Several others expressed their gratitude as they entered the hotel together. As Master Lu narrated the events, he sighed, and suddenly, the vehicle veered into an area devoid of streetlights. Xiaolan curiously glanced around. Noticing the indifference of the others, she chose to remain silent. Although she was unaware of the identity of the Xiaoji had mentioned, the sight of her was heart-wrenching, evoking a sense of life gradually slipping away from a youthful form. In truth, had it not been for the presence of a larger group, including several robust men, Master Lu would have advised against their journey to Lianshui village. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to voice his concerns. Lianshui village, well, how shall I put it? The local customs are not particularly favorable. In recent years, the influx of tourists to Fengwu has increased, yet few venture to Lianshui village. Upon hearing this, the Taoist priest straightened his posture, inquiring, "What do you mean by unfavorable customs?" Master Lu hesitated, casting another glance at the 3 in the back seat. "If you cross the mountains and enter the village, you 2 strong men must ensure the safety of these 2 lovely ladies." Though Xiaolan was unaware of the unfolding circumstances, the haunting dream from the bus compelled her to adopt a wary demeanor. Master Lu chuckled softly and remarked, "Little girl, my daughter is older than you, yet you still call me big brother. What do you mean by streetlights? They have been bright all the way here. This is a mountain road. How could there be no streetlights?" Pineapple gazed at Xiaolan in bewilderment. "Are you asleep again?" "Huh. But I heard you talking." Master Lu chuckled awkwardly. This little girl had a rather startling way of speaking. "Your eyes may be closed, but your consciousness is still present." Maple syrup interjected, "I often fall asleep like that." Xiaolan began to doubt herself. Perhaps it truly was. Yet the sensations just moments ago indicated that everything before her was proceeding normally, until suddenly the light dimmed. It was as if the illumination had abruptly faded, or as though all that lay before her was shrouded in a veil of darkness. What could this possibly be? Chapter 14. The Grave Mountain. Boundary marker. In the midst of her thoughts, Master Lu slammed on the brakes. Xiaolan lifted her gaze, realizing that the Sunset Hotel had arrived. Behind the hotel was the sunset over the mountains. Numerous hotels dotted the area, strung together along the undulating mountain roads. At this hour, each establishment was alive with the vibrant glow of lights and the sounds of merriment. Xiaoyin Baomo and Little Fool were already waiting at the hotel entrance with their luggage. The Taoist priest handed money to Master Lu. "Thank you for your assistance, Master. One more question. Which hotel did those people stay at last time?" Master Lu accepted the money without counting it, simply stowing it in his pocket, and pointed with his right hand in the direction they had come from. The Love Home Villa, situated just off the highway, is the first hotel one encounters. However, this incident occurred a week ago, and I am uncertain if anyone remains. Do you know which young lady took her own life? Holding her backpack tightly, Pine hurried over to Master Lu. Master Lu sighed and shook his head. "I am not certain. Among that group, I only noticed a girl named Xiaoji. But, alas, Xiaoyin leaned in closer, inquiring about their conversation. As it became apparent that several individuals were gathering, Master Lu hastily entered his vehicle to retrieve a note containing a series of numbers. In any case, should you truly venture into the village, exercise utmost caution, especially with the 3 young ladies. This is my number. I specifically operate from the bus station, so feel free to call me whenever you require transportation, and I will come to pick you up if I am available. Wow, Xiaoyin exclaimed, accepting the note. You are exceedingly kind, Master. Oh, more customers simply equates to more earnings, doesn't it? After finishing dinner, everyone convened in the room shared by the Taoist priest and the simpleton. Xiaolan, brimming with curiosity yet unsure of what to ask, cautiously perched on the edge of the Taoist priest's bed, preparing to pose questions at the opportune moment during their discussion. Taoist priest, what shall we do first tomorrow? The simpleton spoke up, but before an answer could be given, Xiaoyin interjected. Hold on a moment. Why don't you share the information that the driver provided? Our driver is rather reticent, always responding with ignorance to inquiries. And I envy how engagingly you converse with him. Xiaoyin nearly drove the driver to the point of donning headphones in frustration. When Baomu remarked this, he wore a smile, but Xiaoyin swiftly delivered a playful slap to the back of Baomu's head, producing a resounding thud. Baoyuo hurried over to gently massage Baomu's head, cheerfully recounting the tale of Master Lu, which was, in essence, the story of Xiaoji. This narrative bore a tinge of sadness. Upon its conclusion, both Baomu and the simple-minded one fell into contemplation, causing the atmosphere to grow somber once more. Xiaoyin furrowed her brow and earnestly inquired, why is it that when referring to you two, he describes you as 2 beautiful young ladies, yet upon seeing me, it transforms into 3 girls? Shouldn't it be 3 lovely maidens? Such a peculiar focal point. The simple-minded one, failing to enter a state of melancholy, pouted unapologetically. Of course, it's because of you. He began, but Xiaoyin, quick as a flash, shoved an entire orange into his mouth, casting a downward glance and mimicking an exaggerated shushing gesture. Shoo! Enough already, or I might just resort to violence. The Taoist priest refrained from intervening in the youthful banter. After their jesting, the atmosphere within the room lightened considerably. Xiaoyin was quite lovely, and Xiaolan, with her sparkling eyes, seized the opportunity during a lull to deliver a compliment. Xiaoyin is kind-hearted, her words are delightful, and when she smiles, her eyes curve beautifully. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyin joyfully launched herself at Xiaolan, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Xiaolan, you are truly adorable, but you must still call me Sister Xiaoyin. Xiaolan chuckled, feeling rather silly in that moment. The little fool gazed at Xiaolan with an expression of mastery, laboriously chewing on a large orange. So, Xiaolan peeked out from the gap between Xiaoyin's arms and inquired of the Taoist priest. Are we going to enter the village tomorrow? Not tomorrow, the Taoist priest replied with a smile. Xiaoyin, please stop and explain to Xiaolan what the boundary marker is. I want tea. Xiaoyin tightened her embrace further. I don't quite understand it myself. If you explain it again, I want to listen too. The Taoist priest chuckled helplessly, his expression reflecting his lack of expectation from her, and began to elucidate. The boundary marker, what exactly is it? The boundary marker is neither a stone tablet nor a physical location. It is an opportunity nestled between life and death. In this world, everyone must face death. Some depart boldly, unencumbered by attachments, while others leave in confusion, burdened by regrets. This legend has existed since time immemorial. In the hills of graves lie solitary tombs, each containing a person who no longer harbors regrets. This is the essence of the boundary marker. However, this is merely the beautiful facade of the boundary marker. Xiaolan began to grasp the concept of the boundary marker as described by the Taoist priest. Yet, what did Cheng Lin mean when he spoke of seeking Xiaolan at the boundary marker? Why did he believe she would be there? Do you understand a bit now? The Taoist priest looked at Xiaolan, amused by the seriousness etched on her face. Once you comprehend this layer, I shall delve into the matters beyond the boundary marker. Xiaolan nodded, temporarily setting aside her confusion, and continued to listen attentively. Some individuals depart burdened by profound resentment, and such souls establish their own boundaries in places of significant personal meaning. What we seek is this desolate and despairing boundary. Upon successfully traversing their realm, we gain insight into their lives. Only then shall we embark upon our true purpose. Upon reaching a pivotal moment, the Taoist paused, gazing earnestly at Xiaolan. Xiaolan was already ensnared in self-doubt, standing frozen in place, feeling as though her worldview had crumbled. What am I listening to? Is this a tale of humanity? Where is Xiaolan leading me? Xiaoyin, with a weighty demeanor, gently patted Xiaolan's shoulder, sharing that she bore the same expression during her first encounter. Do you all engage in such endeavors? Several nodded in affirmation. This hardly resembles a mere interest group, let alone a casual gathering. Xiaolan was at a loss for how to react, realizing that everyone had deceived one another during their initial meeting. After crossing the boundary of the deceased, we carry their unfulfilled wishes, returning to their former lives to uncover their true obsessions, guiding them beyond the boundary stone. The Taoist raised his voice, firmly fixing his gaze on Xiaolan. This is the essence of our ongoing mission. Chapter 15. The Prolongation of Death. It was late at night. Xiaolan and Xiaoyin lay in the same room, nestled in the bed between them, listening to the gentle rhythm of their synchronized breathing, which enveloped Xiaolan in a profound sense of security. In the fleeting hours that have just passed, Xiaolan has undergone a profound shattering and reconstruction of her worldview. The Taoist priest, adorned with a confident and persuasive smile, recounted the astonishing truth of the boundary stones, yet she felt that her current state was not superior to the moment she first awakened. As for the matter of the boundary stones, we have only grasped a fragment of the truth, with many secrets still awaiting our discovery. This was the Taoist's final statement. Xiaolan felt neither fatigued nor inclined to slumber. Upon realizing that she could only recall that single line, her frustration intensified. How should she choose? Should she depart alone or accompany them in the pursuit of the so-called boundaries and boundary stones? Although the priest's words seemed incredulous, what if they were indeed factual? How could she embark on this quest alone? Xiaolan turned her gaze towards the peacefully sleeping Pineapple and Xiaoyin. How she cherished them. Pineapple, who was nurturing, and Xiaoyin, who brought joy, along with the priest, who provided her with a sense of security, and even the innocent Baomo, the tranquil maple syrup, and the boisterous little fool. She adored them, and the warmth of their companionship truly cherished it. Rubbing her eyes, she reflected, I have been lonely for far too long, and I have finally encountered those who would not reject me. I no longer wish to walk this path alone. Embracing her pillow, she closed her eyes, determined that this time, she wanted to have companions. Summoning her courage, Xiaolan earnestly addressed the Taoist during breakfast. I wish to follow you. The group paused, regarding her with puzzled expressions. Xiaolan, what are you saying? Are you not already with us? Xiaoyin was the first to respond, resuming her action of sipping porridge. No, Xiaolan said, flustered as she waved her hands. What I mean is, I wish to accompany you all. In the journey ahead, I want to seek out the boundary, or perhaps the boundary stone, to assist various individuals. Yang cracked open an egg, inquiring, but what about your brother? Were you not searching for him? Brother? Xiaolan's face exhibited a look of confusion. Yet before the expression lingered for a second, a realization dawned upon her. I almost forgot. My brother. He also vanished in connection with the boundary stone. I hope to gather clues alongside you. I truly believe we can ultimately uncover his whereabouts. Xiaolan beamed radiantly, attempting to mask her embarrassment, casting a glance towards the Taoist priest as if seeking his approval. Xiaolan, the priest's expression remained gentle, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety as she awaited his response. What we are undertaking carries a degree of peril, although we can often shield you. Unforeseen circumstances can arise. Xiaolan, if you join us, you must always remember that your safety is paramount. Your life is the most important, understood? After a few moments of reflection, Xiaolan nodded earnestly. Congratulations to the young lady on her initiation, Yang declared, feigning seriousness as he raised the soy milk in his hand. Let us all toast with soy milk to celebrate. The group complied, lifting their soy milk in unison, creating a rather comical scene. Yet, Xiaolan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She pondered what this feeling was. Perhaps it was the sensation of belonging, an emotion that filled her heart to the brim. What a lively scene. The hotel proprietor, drawn by the raucous crowd, approached with a handful of notepads in hand. "Are you all planning to hike today? Allow me to introduce the route," he offered. Initially taken aback, the owner soon leaned in, glancing around to ensure no other guests were present. He then lowered his voice significantly. The group gasped in astonishment. 2 individuals? Xiaoyin promptly fetched a stool, gesturing for the owner to sit and converse at leisure. Didn't a girl commit suicide? Surely there are others involved. The proprietor waved his hand dismissively, clarifying, the suicide victim was not from the village. She was a tourist visiting. The deceased I mentioned are 2 locals from Lianshui village. In total, 3 lives have been lost. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Xiaolan surveyed the others, each face reflecting disbelief. Who could have known? The villagers had been tight-lipped, and this information had only come from occasional traders entering the village. One such trader had merely glanced at the place where the bodies lay before being shooed away by the locals. It had been several days without a single villager descending the mountain. It seemed a genuine calamity had indeed occurred. The proprietor feigned an air of mystery, his small eyes glinting with shrewd curiosity. Bao Mu remained noncommittal, pondering that perhaps it was merely the passing of 2 elderly villagers. Alas, what an elderly figure. The proprietor seemed somewhat anxious. 2 elderly individuals departed, their actions shrouded in mystery. The elders of Lianshui village are accustomed to elaborate burials, requiring them to descend the mountain to procure all necessary items before interment. This time, however, they appeared particularly hurried. The coffins were crafted by the village carpenter, undoubtedly signaling ominous tidings. The naive fellow furrowed his brow and jested. You know who made the coffins, yet remain oblivious to who has passed. Why not simply ask the merchant to identify which family in the village is missing a member? The proprietor glared, then resumed tapping his fingers rhythmically upon the table. Oh dear, little ancestor, do you believe Lianshui village is merely a small hamlet? The population of men, women, and children combined easily exceeds several thousand souls. It would exhaust even the most diligent merchant to remember them all. A village of such magnitude, with thousands of inhabitants, it resembles a small town. The proprietor, startled, sprang from his seat and rushed to his wife, pulling her aside to prevent her from uttering further words. Goodness, what nonsense are you spouting? Go to the kitchen and lend a hand. I am engaged in conversation with the guests regarding matters of the mountain. As the proprietor's wife was ushered towards the kitchen, she disdainfully shrugged off his grasp, mumbling about the young lady being none other than their own. Upon hearing this, the proprietor was struck with alarm, akin to a startled rooster, hastily covering his wife's mouth. Enough. Do not speak such foolishness. Quickly now. The onlookers observed the couple's farcical exchange. Ultimately, the proprietor's wife, with a final exasperated complaint about his character, retreated in haste, leaving the proprietor to vanish as well. Chapter 16. The girl who was burned alive. The foolish youth volunteered. Do you need me to eavesdrop in the kitchen? Don't go, let Xiaolan do it. The Taoist priest blurted out almost instinctively, then turned his gaze towards Xiaolan, urging her to keep pace. Why me? I just joined, didn't I? Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to catch up while her legs had already begun to move. Behind her, the Taoist priest softly remarked, Xiaolan is small. She is less likely to be noticed. With a heart full of grievances and self-doubt, Xiaolan followed the couple down to the basement level. A brief glance revealed that the hotel's layout was rather unremarkable. The first floor housed the lobby and dining area, while the upper floors contained the usual hotel rooms, with the kitchen and storerooms located in the basement. Perhaps it isn't all that special, Xiaolan mused, realizing she had not encountered many hotels in her life. She had just caught a fleeting glimpse of the couple disappearing ahead of her. On tiptoes, she searched for them, careful not to move too quickly or conspicuously, instead stealthily gliding along the wall. The basement's arrangement was quite chaotic. A storage room led to a laundry area, and traversing the length of the laundry brought her to another corner. Xiaolan hunched over, navigating the twists and turns, soon losing track of her initial path. Suddenly, faint voices reached her ears. Tensing her muscles, she froze in place, instinctively honing in on the direction of the sound like a radar. It was coming from the door on her right. Cautiously, she inched closer, the voices growing clearer. "Am I going crazy? I think it's you." The woman's voice was charged with emotion, piercing and shrill, the effect of her own tone heightened an octave. Following this was the man's voice, deep and muffled, barely discernible. Xiaolan shifted slightly towards the door, her nerves and body taut with tension. She pondered that if someone were to unexpectedly tap her from behind at that moment, she would undoubtedly leap in fright. The low voice persisted, and Xiaolan could not approach any closer, any nearer, and she would find herself breaching the threshold. "I've told you repeatedly to cease bringing this up. Do you think, yourself, I am unfamiliar until it involves us? This cannot stand. At the very least, I must grasp the crux of the matter." Xiaolan resolved to lie flat on the ground, straining her neck to peer inside. At that moment, silence enveloped the interior. Though termed silence, it was merely the absence of conversation between the two. Xiaolan could hear the sound of a stool being dragged and the soft sobs of the woman. "Whenever I recall that young girl, a wave of discomfort washes over me. If only we had rescued her then. How could she have perished in flames? A girl who met her end by fire? I have reached a pivotal moment." Xiaolan perked up, her ears keenly attuned, hoping that their argument would unravel all past grievances. "What relevance does this have to us? You persist in this manner. Do you believe we could have saved her? You are unaware of the ghastly state of the villagers. Could you possibly rescue anyone from their grasp?" Xiaolan meticulously committed every comprehensible detail to memory. This was not the time for contemplation. She would record everything first, leaving the task of deduction to those above. "At least give it a try. How old are you? It's truly incomprehensible to converse with you. Do you believe me?" The man's voice rose with anger. Before he could finish his words, a sharp screech echoed as a chair leg scraped against the tiled floor. The woman's voice erupted like thunder. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill me? You've already taken a life. What's one more to you? If you possess the courage, go ahead and eliminate those above." "Killing." Xiaolan sprang up from the ground in shock, her previously relaxed nerves now on high alert. The thought of being discovered eavesdropping sent a chill down her spine. "No, I must flee. The Taoist had just mentioned that life is of utmost importance. I must heed his words. But where should I escape to?" Before she could discern her direction, heavy footsteps reverberated through the room, heading straight for her hiding place. Truly, this was adding insult to injury. In a panic, Xiaolan turned and dashed into the nearest open door. Inside, a short table draped with a large tablecloth was positioned against a wall, perfectly concealing what lay beneath. She dove beneath the table, relieved to find it empty, and quickly concealed herself. Just as her breath began to steady, the footsteps followed her inside. The woman in the previous room continued to wail, while the man in this room sighed repeatedly. Xiaolan pondered the complexities of marital life, filled with myriad contradictions. Yet, at this moment, none suffered as acutely as she. The space beneath the table was cramped, her neck unable to straighten. Had she known, she would have sought a more spacious refuge. With her neck craned, Xiaolan gently lifted a corner of the curtain. The boss was seated with his back turned towards her, occupying a chair in a room that resembled yet another laundry facility. Xiaolan was uncertain if she had previously encountered this particular laundry room. There seemed to be an abundance of them in the basement. The boss remained slumped in his chair, sighing heavily, while the cries of the boss's wife gradually diminished, though her murmurs could still be faintly heard from afar. Why hadn't she left yet? Xiaolan felt a profound sense of unease, not only fearing discovery, but also dreading the possibility of her gathered intelligence slipping from her memory. Suddenly, the sound of music erupted, startling Xiaolan, causing her to jerk upright and bump her head against the wall. She hastily lowered the curtain and shrank back. The music emanated from the direction of the boss, who muttered a light reprimand, likely taken aback as well. With a honk, the music ceased, yet the boss remained motionless in his seat, sighing even more heavily. It must be his phone ringing, Xiaolan thought. A few seconds later, The same melody played again, precisely as she had anticipated, providing her the opportunity to shift her position slightly and continue her vigil. Another sigh escaped the boss. This time, he answered the call. Magu. I understand. I didn't have my phone on me earlier. I truly did not mean to miss your call. I am aware that the deadline is approaching. I simply intended to deliver the funds to you as soon as they were available. Was it not just a couple of days late last month? Rest assured, this month will be punctual. Given our relationship, would I dare to deceive you? Do come over for a drink sometime. Both Xiao Hui and I have missed you, haha. Which Xiao Hui, you ask? Why, your brother's wife, of course. Do visit when you can. The boss on the phone bore no resemblance to the one who had just been lamenting. Xiaolan was curious about why he displayed such enthusiasm towards someone requesting payment. With a beep, the boss hung up, his hearty laughter abruptly ceasing, only to be replaced by a string of harsh expletives. Seizing the moment while the boss was on the line, Xiaolan discreetly shifted her position, finally able to stretch her legs adequately. Now facing the wall, she could not glimpse the outside world, yet the sounds provided her with sufficient insight. The boss had ceased his sighing. Now, he was muttering angrily, the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the desk echoing in the air. With Aunt Lin's money in hand, Xiaolan found herself perplexed by the adult world's trepidation and yearning for wealth, naively thinking the boss to be rather immature. She shook her head, directing her gaze towards the wall before her. The wall was smooth and solid. Even in this dim corner, there was no sign of decay. The junction between the wall and the floor was impeccably tight, alleviating her fears of anything emerging from the crevices. Yet, an unsettling sensation gradually surfaced in Xiaolan's mind, an inexplicable feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 17. The wall. What is the color of this wall? Xiaolan suddenly realized, glancing at a small section of the wall before turning to inspect the wall near the edge of the table. The hues of the two areas were distinctly different. The boss continued to grumble, and Xiaolan shifted slightly back, striving to view a panoramic glimpse of the wall beneath the table. The central wall and the surrounding edges exhibited a noticeable contrast, although both were ostensibly white. The walls encircling the center were evidently tinged with a hint of yellow. The middle wall stood out in its pristine whiteness, forming a neat square, with a stark boundary between the white and yellow walls. Xiaolan gently ran her fingers along the surfaces of both walls, detecting little difference. Yet the central white wall appeared to be slightly recessed compared to the surrounding yellow walls. Why would the wall beneath the laundry table be like this? Before Xiaolan could ponder further, a resonant call echoed from above. Boss. It sounded like the voice of a simpleton. Boss, are you there? Are you still collecting money? The voice emanated directly from above, and Xiaolan was astonished by the clarity of it, realizing that if they were directly overhead, she must be quite close to the staircase. The sound of a chair being pushed back followed, indicating that the boss had seemingly risen, irked as he shouted. Xiao Hui. Qian Hui. Unable to locate his wife, the boss hurriedly dashed out the door. Xiaolan wished to continue observing this peculiar wall, but knowing the urgency of her situation, she understood that even a simpleton would not be delayed for long. Her immediate task was to extricate herself. Lifting the curtain, the room lay empty. Xiaolan peeked out, and, upon discerning no immediate danger, swiftly made her way to the doorway. The sound of footsteps thumping up the stairs echoed around the corner, accompanied by the boss's enthusiastic calls of coming, coming. Stealthily, Xiaolan slipped out the door, glancing around to confirm the absence of any onlookers, and set off towards the source of the commotion. Turning a corner, she found no stairs in sight. Xiaolan was perplexed by the labyrinthine design of her home's basement. What purpose could it possibly serve? Following the wall to its end, she encountered another turn, at last revealing a small staircase leading to the first floor. Peering down, she cautiously raised her head to survey the dining area, noting the proximity of her companion's table to the staircase. She feared that one misstep could lead to her being caught. Observing the heads of her friends, she first spotted the tallest Taoist priest and the simpleton. Both caught a glimpse of her, yet maintained an air of indifference. The boss's bald head soon came into view, prompting Xiaolan to instinctively shrink back. Once she realized he was entirely turned away from her, she quickly poked her head out, scanning the surroundings to find that they were the only patrons present. This was her moment. With a blend of agility and urgency, Xiaolan crawled from the basement, tiptoeing swiftly towards the unguarded back door. Behind her, the simpleton's voice boomed, "Boss, can't you give a few bucks off?" The back door stood wide open, and like a flash, Xiaolan slipped through, dashing along the walkway. As she neared the entrance, she flashed a radiant smile at the receptionist, who, taken aback, inquired, "When did you leave?" Xiao Yin was the first to notice her, pointing at Xiaolan and addressing the somewhat skeptical boss. It was premature to speak. As the moment the others discovered the bamboo shoots in Xiaolan's hand, they all felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Didn't you go to the restroom? Where did you get those bamboo shoots?" The naive one feigned ignorance, grinning without sincerity as he gazed at Xiaolan. The boss appeared slightly bewildered but could clearly be seen relaxing. "Haha, I asked them where you went, and they said you stepped out to find a restroom. I told them the restroom is inside. Why go outside? They replied that you don't like using the restroom indoors. Did you go to the mountain to relieve yourself, little girl?" "Haha." Xiaolan cast a resentful glance at them. "How could this group tarnish my reputation? Oh, this bamboo shoot is so fresh." Xiaoyin stifled her laughter, her lips trembling as she looked at the boss. "Boss, please stir-fry it for us at noon." Xiaolan worked hard to dig this up, and it holds great sentimental value. The boss erupted into laughter, taking a look at Xiaolan's bamboo shoot. "It's quite good. Where did you find it, child?" "Haha, I'm so angry, yet I can't." "In the back mountain," Xiaolan replied, feeling wronged, continuing to play her part. "It took me a long time to find one. Next time you want to dig bamboo shoots, take us with you." The Taoist priest said gently, ruffling Xiaolan's hair. "What if you get lost on the mountain? You don't need to use the restroom as an excuse. We're not unwilling to play with you." Xiaolan nodded, her heart brimming with a sense of grievance. The boss appeared considerably more cheerful, leaving with a remark about coming to eat bamboo shoots at noon, while he took Xiaolan's bamboo shoot and headed downstairs. The crowd fell into an immediate silence as the Taoist priest gently patted Xiaolan's shoulder. "Let us proceed." Xiaolan, clutching a large cup of water, gulped it down fervently. After enduring a lengthy period of anxious anticipation and a relentless stream of messages, she felt as though she might evaporate entirely, unable to bear the sight any longer. Pineapple settled beside her, advising, "Drink slowly. You might choke." Nodding in agreement, Xiaolan continued to drink. The pressing concern now was the identity of the girl who had perished in the fire. The priest's expression grew somber, with the corners of his mouth turned downward in seriousness. Could she be the mistress of this realm? The deaths of the two villagers and their connection to her are the focal points of our investigation. Setting her cup down, Xiaolan prepared to divulge the unfinished information that had been weighing on her. "There are a few more matters to address," she said, wiping her mouth. "While I was hiding beneath the table, the proprietor received a phone call. A person named Brother Ma on the other end seemed to be demanding money, and the boss appeared quite cordial and eager." Xiaolan, the naive one, felt a sense of gravity as she placed her hand on Xiaolan's shoulder. "Perhaps we should refrain from discussing others' private affairs. Life is already challenging enough." Xiaolan, somewhat perplexed, set that aside for the moment, eager to share her significant discovery. Underneath the table, there was a small space, just enough to accommodate someone slightly larger than myself. A curtain shielded the area from view, and I noticed something peculiar about the wall adjacent to that table. Subsequently, Xiaolan animatedly elaborated on the oddities of that small section of the wall, her gestures making the group furrow their brows in contemplation. "Ah!" Xiaolan exclaimed, widening her mouth in surprise, and promptly nodded in affirmation. The term maple syrup succinctly encapsulated the feelings that had been entwining Xiaolan's heart, delineating a clear boundary and evoking a subtle sensation of undulation. Coupled with the bizarre conversation between the boss and his wife, the atmosphere grew tense, as it became evident that the proprietors harbored secrets, and the hotel itself was shrouded in mystery. Chapter 18. The plan commences. After meticulously formulating the next steps, lunchtime arrived. Residing in the mountains rendered access to the city particularly inconvenient. Thus, Meals were typically consumed within the hotel. However, Xiaolon, you truly possess a remarkable talent. As the group tidied up in preparation for descending to lunch, the naive one suddenly exclaimed, "Huh, what talent?" Xiaolon was momentarily taken aback. "The talent for eavesdropping," the naive one said, shouldering his backpack in accordance with the plan. "To do so well on your first attempt is truly impressive. It's a gift." He grinned, flashing a thumbs up. Xiaolon fell silent, suppressing the urge to stuff a firecracker into his mouth. Let us go, off to eat bamboo shoots. Afterward, we have important matters to attend to." The naive one, with the heaviest backpack, appeared utterly unburdened, bouncing along with the metallic clinks from his bag, echoing merrily. "Must you announce to everyone that we plan to break through the wall?" Xiao Yin, exasperated, tossed a pillow at him, striking the top of his head. "If this goes awry, just wait until we dismantle you." Xiaolon handed the firecracker to Bao Mu, who cautiously stowed it away in his backpack. "Will we really be able to eat the bamboo shoots that Xiaolon has dug up?" Bao Mu inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I have never dug bamboo shoots before." Xiao Yin appeared to be in a rather despondent mood, expressing profound dissatisfaction with the assigned tasks. With her dwindling patience, she gently patted Bao Mu's head, saying, "Be good, little Bao Mu. Once we finish, I shall take you to explore this mountain." Pineapple, too, was visibly agitated, audibly lamenting as he delivered a punch to rouse the slumbering maple syrup. It seemed as if the entire group was engulfed in a palpable anxiety, akin to the looming specter of war. Xiaolon, as the newest member, primarily occupied the roles of guide and lookout, while the others assumed varying degrees of responsibility, their collective belief in the team instilling a sense of tension among them. Is this the essence of teamwork? Xiaolon felt exhilarated. This initial mission filled her with both trepidation and anticipation, yet the prospect of fighting alongside her comrades was undeniably beautiful. She gazed affectionately at her teammates, thinking, "Ah, my companions, we are about to embark on a journey together. I hope you won't flit before me like that." In a moment of distraction, Xiaoyin seized the collar of the foolish one, her round eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. "Are you seeking trouble while I'm in a foul mood? Do you wish for your demise?" The foolish one's mischievous grin remained plastered on his face, attempting to utter something further. But as he caught sight of the ashtray swinging menacingly in Xiao Yin's hand, he reconsidered. "Xiao Yin," Xiaolon interjected, her voice remarkably dignified and authoritative. "How can you treat our teammate in such a manner? We are on the brink of collaboration and mutual success. Now is not the time for infighting." The Taoist glanced at Xiaolon in surprise, thinking to himself that this young lady was quite adept at navigating social discourse. Xiaolan's gaze was gentle and benevolent, composed and serene, her smile radiating anticipation and trust in the collective. Observing Xiaoyin gradually release her grip on the little fool's collar, Xiaolon smiled with satisfaction. "This was my inaugural expedition since joining. Harmony, joy, and a sense of community were essential." Off we went, with only the little fool, Bao Mu, and Xiaoyin carrying their burdens. The group entered the dining hall, adhering to the plan of feasting before seeking opportunities. Among the 7 of us, only 3 bore packs, rendering our appearance unremarkable to outsiders. "Xiaolon, do enlighten me," the little fool pouted. "Did you actually use the restroom on the mountain? Otherwise, I might have reservations while we indulge in bamboo shoots." Xiaolan's eager smile finally faded. "Xiaoyin, perhaps you should just silence him," she suggested. The meal proceeded in an almost oppressive silence. The loquacious little fool was too intimidated to speak, while Xiaoyin was lost in the troubles of the task at hand. Xiaolon was so exhilarated that she began to bounce her leg, wondering if she would be capable of the lookout duty. The Taoist continued to eat leisurely, while the others gradually set down their chopsticks, awaiting his signal. Each passing second felt interminable, as pairs of eyes fixated on the Taoist, who, with a subtle smile, finally laid down his utensils. "Boss, the plan commences." As the Taoist's voice resonated, Xiaoyin sprang from her seat, snatching her small backpack and heading towards the restroom, her silhouette heavy with resentment. "I'm off to the restroom." The boss hurried over from the front desk upon hearing the commotion, just in time to witness Xiao Yin leaving her seat, ledger in hand, exuding an enthusiastic demeanor. How is everyone enjoying the meal? Is the flavor satisfactory? Dao Zhang produced his wallet, preparing to settle the bill. The taste is delightful, though it feels rather desolate. We have been here all day and have yet to encounter any other patrons. So, it seems your establishment is devoid of customers at the moment. The little fool feigned astonishment, her performance slightly exaggerated. Well, that is not entirely bad, interrupted Bo Luo. It's quite tranquil. Indeed. Much like the young people from your city who come to the mountains seeking serenity. The group nodded in agreement, albeit awkwardly chuckling, as the atmosphere turned somewhat peculiar. Ah, the silence is palpable. I find this roadside lodge far more appealing than here. Xiao Lan exclaimed, her eyes wide with innocence. Why are you trying to steal business? That's rather unpleasant, uncle. Oh dear, young lady, you have hit the nail on the head. The boss, seizing the opportunity to vent, promptly pulled out a chair and sat beside Xiao Lan, adopting a posture of earnest discourse. The group's glances exchanged in silent acknowledgement. Finally, he was seated. Xiao Yin, who had been waiting in the corridor, noticed the boss was settled and quickly tiptoed around him towards the back door. In business, we must strive for a win-win situation. The boss launched into a fervent monologue, his fingers beginning to tap rhythmically on the table. Bao Mu, witnessing Xiao Yin's disappearance through the back door, let out a sigh of relief. He hoisted his backpack and stood up, resembling a schoolchild eager for a spring outing. I'll set off to the mountains to forage for bamboo shoots now. Boss, may I ascend via the back door? The boss was lamenting how the decor and ingredients over there were vastly inferior to ours. Upon hearing Bao Mu's words, he quickly raised his head and waved with a smile. Go on, be careful of my wife's cat. It has quite a temper. Bao Mu nodded, laughing heartily, and proceeded through the back door towards the walkway. What followed was a period of anticipation. Time ticked away steadily as the boss continued his tirade about the declining morals of society, while the others feigned interest, their minds wandering elsewhere. How about the Lianjia Mountain Villa? Do they also snatch customers? The Taoist patiently listened to the boss's grievances against his peers and seized the moment to inquire. Just then, a fierce cat's yowl suddenly erupted from the back door. Chapter 19. The group splits into 4 directions, everyone jolted, their eyes widening. That wretched cat, the boss exclaimed, standing up in a huff and declaring he was going outside. Don't let that young man get scratched. Before he could finish his warning, a new cacophony erupted. A series of loud firecracker blasts resounded from the back door, causing everyone in the room to startle, utterly unprepared for such a thunderous noise. Oh my goodness! The boss, still unsteady, was caught off guard by the commotion, tripping over a chair and landing squarely on the floor. The Taoist glanced at the others, sharing an unspoken understanding. The third wave of auditory assault arrived. As the firecrackers exploded, Pineapple let out a piercing scream. Before the boss could regain his footing, he heard Pineapple's shrill cry, followed by the sound of a chair falling amidst the firecracker symphony, as Pineapple collapsed with a thud. At long last, the proprietress made her appearance. Even before she emerged from the basement stairs, her voice resonated in the ears of all present. Xiaobo, Xiaobo, what has happened? Feng Tang knelt on the ground, cradling the unconscious Pineapple in her arms. Sister Xiaobo, Xiao Lan cried out, rushing over. Sister Xiaobo, please wake up. What has befallen this girl? The proprietors approached with concern, anxiously gazing at the unresponsive Pineapple. The Taoist priest stood up, his expression grave. Xiaobo has a heart condition. She was likely startled by the firecrackers. A heart condition? The proprietor's eyes widened in alarm. Why was such a serious ailment not disclosed? If something were to happen, we would bear the responsibility. How far is the nearest hospital? It needs to be a larger facility. Her condition is rather unique. Even the nearest one is quite distant. It takes at least 2 hours by car. Please, I implore you, save Xiaobo. Feng Tang's performance peaked as she sobbed uncontrollably, clinging to the proprietor's leg. I cannot bear to lose her. Xiao Lan was taken aback. Was this really the same Feng Tang who usually moved like a sloth? Don't cling to me. I am powerless to assist. The Taoist priest interjected at the opportune moment. Proprietor, do you not have a vehicle? Would you kindly drive Xiao Bo to the hospital? All eyes turned towards the proprietor, who hesitated, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Can this condition truly wait for over 2 hours? Xiao Bo merely experienced dizziness induced by fright, a phenomenon that had occurred before, yet timely medical assistance rendered it inconsequential. The Taoist priest maintained his composure, lowering his voice, acutely aware that should anything untoward happen to Xiao Bo at your establishment, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on you. Wouldn't you agree, boss? Feng Tang, on the verge of tears, hovered beside the pineapple, while Xiaolan knelt on the ground, unable to shed a single tear, only able to wail in anguish. The proprietress, unable to bear the sight any longer, delivered a swift kick to the indecisive boss. What are you thinking? Hurry and take her to the hospital. If anything happens to the girl, I shudder to think how you will manage. With a determined grit of his teeth, the boss relented, instructing Feng Tang to carry the pineapple into the vehicle. As the engine roared to life, the boss issued a final reminder to keep an eye on the house before speeding away, leaving behind a group still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Noticing Xiaolan gazing at her, Xiaoyin blinked and flashed an OK sign. It seemed they were ready for the next step. Boss, boss, came Baomu's anxious voice from the back door. The proprietress responded loudly, leading several people to the rear entrance, where they encountered the dirt-covered, disheveled Baomu. Surely he has truly gone digging for bamboo shoots? Xiaolan's immediate thought upon seeing Baomu was this. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Baomu fervently shook his head, explaining that he had merely passed by a group of children, who were likely responsible for the firecrackers. I'll step outside for a moment, the proprietress declared, preparing to exit through the back, but Baomu interrupted her just in time. Dear madam, what I wish to convey is that your cat was startled by the sound of firecrackers and swiftly fled up the mountain. I intended to pursue it, but upon looking up, it had vanished. What? The tone of the madam shifted entirely as she hurriedly dashed out the back door, only to find the cat's nest empty. Panic ensued as she scanned the mountain repeatedly, yet her feline companion remained elusive. Which direction did it take? The madam inquired of Baomu, her anxiety palpable, starkly contrasting the calm demeanor she exhibited when she found Pineapple unconscious. I believe I saw it heading this way. Baomu gestured towards a direction, leading the madam onward. I will accompany you in the search. Let us hasten. I am immensely grateful, young man. No need for thanks. What is the name of your cat? Let us call out louder. Thus, the two gradually faded from view, leaving only a bewildered receptionist, who had been unable to comprehend the unfolding events since the first meow. Xiaoyin exchanged glances with the Taoist and linked her arm with the receptionist. I am rather perplexed as well. Perhaps you could inquire with your friends. They might possess some understanding. A mere child and two clueless men. What do they know? Let us converse, just the two of us. Although Xiaolan felt somewhat offended, the situation had finally come under control. Now, only Xiaolan, the Taoist, and the simpleton remained, with Xiaoyin having led the receptionist away, leaving only the final and most crucial task ahead. The trio directed their gazes toward the staircase descending into the basement. Is anyone there? Little Lon repeated, clearing her throat with a couple of coughs. Guided by her memory of the winding turns, Little Lon led the others to the concealed laundry room. The curtain was drawn back, the table displaced, and the dubious wall once again materialized before Little Lon. The simpleton rummaged through his backpack, spreading his tools across the floor with a clatter, raising the hammer. The simpleton made a final verification. The sounds from below are inaudible from above, correct? Even when the proprietor was vociferously summoning his wife, you discerned nothing. Logically sound and persuasive, the simpleton nodded approvingly, turning his gaze toward the Taoist priest. Let us proceed. The simpleton swung the hammer, and with a swift, decisive strike, a fissure promptly appeared under the combined action of the hammer and chisel. Chapter 20. Behind the wall the noise was considerable. The simpleton ceased his actions immediately, signaling to Little Lon with his eyes. Understanding, Little Lon darted toward the staircase, akin to a rabbit emerging from its burrow to survey the surroundings. She scanned the area, waited several seconds, and confirmed that no one was present. Little Lon cautiously ascended the stairs and stealthily moved toward the vicinity of the dining area, where she could overhear the conversation between Xiao Yin and the receptionist. Good heavens! How could he behave in such a manner? How could you possibly not have discarded him? Alas, it has been several years. I am deeply sorry for you. What are your plans? I am uncertain, feeling lost. However, conversing with someone has been therapeutic. Xiaolan retrieved the mobile phone given by the Taoist priest, input a string of characters, and sent it. She strained her ears to listen. A gentle breeze wafted from the front entrance to the back, carrying only the voices of Xiao Yin and the receptionist. Xiaolan remained still, imperceptible. Occasionally, vehicles passed by outside, and the leaves rustled softly. The recent farce had subsided, and tranquility had been restored. Not a superfluous sound could be heard. Xiaolan clutched her phone tightly, beads of perspiration forming due to her anxiety. Finally, a message arrived. Chisel the wall 8 times. Remove 2 bricks. Can you hear? Xiaolan typed. Secure. At last, the official exploration could commence. Xiaolan turned and proceeded toward the stairs, employing the utmost stealth, yet inwardly urging herself onward with impatience. I perceive a sound emanating from the dining area. The receptionist's questioning voice reached Xiaolan's ears, causing her to freeze. Please, do not come. Do not come. She could not afford to have her efforts thwarted at this juncture. Her back was drenched in perspiration, as if a hand were slowly ascending her spine, seizing her throat. Huh? What sound? It was Xiaoyin speaking. Stay here and watch. I will investigate. Very well. Xiaolan finally relaxed, feeling a sense of elation. Though aware that the receptionist would pose no threat, the sensation was still excessively terrifying. Fortunately, Xiaoyin reacted swiftly. Xiaolan crouched down, listening as Xiaoyin's footsteps drew nearer. There was nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely a mishearing. Xiaoyin feigned a casual glance around, casting a reassuring glance at Xiaolan. Perhaps I should close the back door. You cannot manage alone, she suggested. No need for that. I shall go. The receptionist called from a distance, the sound of her rising from the chair accompanying her words. Oh, that's unnecessary, Xiaoyin replied, striding towards the back door. As she passed Xiaolan, she waved her hand, urging her to hurry. Keep a close watch at the front. What if a thief enters? Time was of the essence. Taking advantage of Xiaoyin's footsteps as cover, Xiaolan dashed into the basement. Breathing heavily, she spotted 2 figures huddled in the corner. The Taoist priest and the foolish one, their movements having ceased as they engaged in a hushed discussion. Curious, Xiaolan noted that they appeared to have reached no conclusion, yet they were not proceeding further. Driven by intrigue, she edged closer. What is happening? She inquired. The first sight that greeted her was a scatter of red bricks. In her brief absence, the Taoist priest and the foolish one had managed to unearth such a considerable amount. Xiaolan, you've worked hard, the Taoist priest said, turning his furrowed brow towards her, beckoning her to stand beside him. The fool has already extracted 3 layers of bricks, yet we have yet to uncover anything. We are currently deliberating whether to continue digging or to fill it back in and return another time. Indeed, Xiaolan nodded. It is indeed a difficult decision. Could you offer a suggestion? She pondered. What kind of suggestion can I provide? Why should such a significant decision fall upon someone of my humble position? As she surveyed the scene, glancing between the Taoist priest and the simpleton, in the hole they had excavated, a sense of confusion and insignificance enveloped her. The Taoist priest and I are at an impasse, she thought. The simpleton weighed the hammer in his hand, imparting a misleading impression of its lightness. This time, it seems, the decision rests solely with you, Xiaolan. Should anything go awry, the blame can easily be shifted onto you. Do not heed his nonsensical remarks, the Taoist priest said earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We, as 2 males, can merely assess the pros and cons. What we truly require is the intuition of a woman to guide us, and we all believe in your intelligence, Xiaolan. Observing the sincerity in the Taoist priest's explanation, Xiaolan reflected that prior to his elucidation, her mind had remained untroubled, yet now it felt as though an ominous burden were descending upon her. However, time was of the essence, and she was uncertain how long Baomu and the pineapple maple syrup could endure. The longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood of unforeseen complications. Adversity indeed shapes character. Xiaolan chose to disregard the impending burden and earnestly analyze the current predicament. Our original plan was to unravel the mystery of this wall today, and tomorrow to inquire about the girl who was burned and the deceased villagers. Xiaolan, distressed, clutched her hair, contemplating our next steps. We also needed to ascertain the identity of the person who had committed suicide on the mountain and to find the boundary of the deceased. The Taoist priest and the simpleton nodded attentively. Xiaolan made her decision and raised her gaze towards them. The priest, with a complex expression, nodded in response. We had to make a swift resolution. "All right, let's do this," exclaimed the simpleton, sensing the determination in Xiaolan and the priest's eyes. He tightened his grip on the hammer, as if fueled by a fervent purpose. With a powerful swing, the chisel penetrated the wall, and with practiced ease, he angled it and struck again, dislodging a half-brick. Xiaolan stood in astonishment, realizing why he was so swift. The simpleton possessed remarkable strength. The priest smiled at Xiaolan, assuring her that they would leave the laborious tasks to him, inviting her not to hesitate. "Is this truly considered labor?" "You still underestimate me," the simpleton replied, removing the extracted brick. The three of them gathered close to examine the brick's aftermath, wondering whether it revealed an endless array of bricks or the secrets they yearned for. The sight before them was shrouded in darkness. Xiaolan felt puzzled, thinking that if it were merely bricks, it shouldn't appear so obscured. Upon seeing the dark void, the priest and the simpleton were evidently invigorated. The simpleton quickened his pace, chiseling and extracting bricks as if operating at double speed. Xiaolan sensed that something positive was unfolding, hastening her own efforts, though she felt somewhat helpless and could only assist by stacking the bricks and offering her support. The secrets of the hotel, the mysteries of the village. Soon, one would catch a glimpse of the reality obscured by the thick fog. As more bricks were removed, a pitch-black chasm emerged before the group. Their reactions were surprisingly composed, as if they had anticipated such a revelation. Indeed, the proprietor's residence concealed a secret passage. The trio leaned into the void, while the Taoist priest switched on a flashlight, striving to discern the depth and destination of the tunnel. Xiaolan's mind raced with various scenarios. The passage could lead directly to Lianshui village. Perhaps it harbored corpses, or maybe someone would suddenly emerge from the shadows. She braced herself psychologically for all eventualities. However, the reality diverged sharply from her imaginings. A voice belonging to the naive one echoed from her right. At that moment, Xiaolan found herself unable to articulate anything beyond her astonishment and doubt, mirroring the sentiments of her companion. Her brows furrowed deeply as she cast one last glance at the painstakingly unearthed void. The shaft descended vertically. What should have been a spacious passage was now obstructed, sealing off any further exploration. The pit was crammed with stones of various sizes and assorted debris. A chaotic amalgamation of rocks, ceramic shards, and kitchen utensils choked the pathway, shrouding the secrets it once concealed. Chapter 21. Task completed. Preparing for closure. "Young man, is your girlfriend feeling better?" the proprietor inquired anxiously, his foot pressing the accelerator to the brink of recklessness. At the outset of their journey, the sound of the boy's quiet sobs lingered in the air. But as time progressed, an unsettling silence enveloped the vehicle, causing the proprietor's heart to race with unease. Gazing through the rearview mirror, the girl lay motionless, while the boy sat in the blind spot, silent and still. The young man, the boss, felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that this lad had truly fainted from distress? Might the girl be? A similar ominous feeling crept into Pineapple's mind. At that moment, he lay in the back seat in an exceedingly uncomfortable position, his head resting on Maple Syrup's lap, turned away from the boss, not daring to move. Upon hearing the boss's call, Pineapple opened his eyes and looked up. The scoundrel Maple Syrup was indeed leaning against the car door, sound asleep. A surge of anger welled up within him. "You imbeciles, you must hold on." The boss's voice trembled slightly as they halted at a red light. The car had already entered the city, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the hospital. Pineapple was unaware of any updates from the Taoist priest and dared not act recklessly, initially relying on Maple Syrup to inform him of any news. It seemed that reliance was misplaced. Just then, the screen of Maple Syrup's phone lit up. Could it be? The green light signaled. and the boss hurriedly started the car. Seizing the opportunity while the boss was preoccupied, Pineapple quietly extended his hand to retrieve Maple Syrup's phone. Got it. Pineapple tugged forcefully, attempting to extract the device. This infuriating object, how could it still be clutched so tightly while he slept? Pineapple restrained the impulse to slap his boyfriend awake and diligently turned Maple Syrup's hand over. He pressed the screen to illuminate it. Mission accomplished, ready to conclude. It was a message from the Taoist priest. How delightful. The tears of the pineapple seep into the heart. This task has been exceedingly painful, and next time, I would rather chase after a cat. According to the plan, the pineapple suddenly emitted a violent cough, sitting up as she did so. The boss, startled, slammed on the brakes, causing Maple Sugar's head to collide with the front seat, nearly sending the pineapple tumbling down. Little girl, you're awake, exclaimed the boss. The pineapple feigned a dazed expression, replying, Boss, did I faint? It's good that you're awake. It's good, the boss said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a sigh of relief. You were startled by the firecrackers set off by the children outside. Oh dear. Your friend mentioned you have a weak heart. You nearly scared me to death. So, where are we heading now? The pineapple cast a glance at the bewildered Maple Sugar and quickly donned a look of remorse. Initially, the boss thought the gasoline money for this trip was wasted. But upon hearing there was money to be made, his eyes sparkled with excitement. We're really not going to the hospital? Splendid. The boss found a place to turn around and set off on the return journey. Little girl, if you feel unwell, just speak up. No need to be shy. The customer is always right. The pineapple smiled as she swiped on her phone. Boss, let me make a call to report my safety. Could you please stop at the supermarket? I want to buy some food for them. No problem. She selected a contact, dialed, and it connected. Are you feeling all right? I want some cookies. You scared me so much. You must get me a lot. Little Sound hung up the phone, brimming with excitement. Is Little Wave all right? The receptionist and Xiao-Yin engaged in a delightful conversation, so engrossed that they nearly forgot about their absent boss. It's all right, it's all right. I'll go upstairs and inform them, Xiao-Yin said, departing from the bar and heading toward the elevator beside the restaurant. Suddenly, a startled exclamation from Xiao-Yin resonated, causing the receptionist to sit up straight, peering out to discern the commotion. What happened? Is that the boss's cat? At that moment, a meow echoed, accompanied by the sound of tiny paws scratching at the door. The receptionist hurried over, and together they gazed at the disheveled little creature outside the glass door, mewing plaintively while scratching at the entrance in discontent. You must let it in, urged Xiao-Yin, pulling out her recently stowed phone. I'll contact Baomo. I wonder where those two have gone to search for the cat. Meanwhile, the boss's wife stood beside Baomo, her expression brimming with hope as they listened. After scouring the mountains for 2 arduous hours without a trace of the cat, despair and guilt washed over her. Just as she was on the verge of surrendering, Baomo's phone rang. Have you found Xiaomi? That is wonderful. The boss's wife covered her face, momentarily choked with emotion. Thank you so much, young man. I wouldn't have known what to do without you. Nodding in agreement, she dashed down the hillside, each step a leap of urgency. Baomu, concerned for her safety, quickly grasped her arm to steady her. Watching her run ahead, an ephemeral vision flickered in Baomu's mind, the sturdy, dependable silhouette that always brought a smile when called upon. A presence as steadfast as a tree. The young man stood still, gazing at the proprietress before shaking his head. It's all right, sister. I am somewhat fatigued. Let us depart swiftly. Chapter 22. Good night. The group declined the invitation from the proprietors to dine together. The night had grown late. Yet everyone remained gathered in the Taoist priest's chamber, exhausted after a day of arduous endeavors. So we essentially toiled in vain today, did we? Xiao-Yin's eyelids drooped heavily. Yet she continued to nibble on biscuits, her left hand propping up her chin, her expression one of disappointment and fatigue. Xiaolan, on the other hand, delightedly munched on potato chips, pondering that perhaps her lack of involvement spared her from such overwhelming weariness. It wasn't entirely fruitless, for the Taoist priest took a sip of his tea, reflecting that not every household possesses secret passages. At least this indicated that our suspicions were indeed grounded. The proprietors were aware of something, yet they refused to divulge it. In truth, the current state of this hole allowed for some deductions. Feng Tang, unusually alert, sat behind a pineapple, furrowing her brow. You mentioned that the materials used to fill this hole are quite chaotic, ranging from boulders to shards of pottery. And even kitchenware has been stuffed in here. The very method of filling this hole is rather uncommon. Feng Tang grasped the photograph of the hidden passage that the Taoist priest had taken. From the photograph, it is evident that the concealed space behind the 4 layers of bricks is a meticulously crafted square area, not merely the result of hasty labor with a shovel by the owner. Thus, we may boldly hypothesize that this hidden passage originally served a significant purpose. If it is a secret tunnel, it must lead to a place of considerable importance. If it is a concealed chamber, it likely once harbored an individual of great significance. Feng Tang stroked his chin, bringing the photograph closer for a detailed examination. The materials used to seal the opening include not only stones readily available from the mountains behind the hotel, but also common household items like pots and pans, which are frequently found in the restaurant. The proprietor's family utilized the most familiar materials to fill the void, seemingly indifferent to their appropriateness. This approach evokes a peculiar sensation, as if the act of filling the hole was a spur-of-the-moment decision, hastily employing whatever was at hand to seal it shut. Xiao Lan was astonished. Today, Feng Tang truly commanded attention. What is the true nature of Feng Tang? After expressing his thoughts, Feng Tang leaned toward Pineapple, seeking affirmation. He was met with disappointment, but did not relent. He quietly shifted to Pineapple's right side, gazing at his girlfriend's angry visage for a moment before placing her hand gently upon his crossed legs. Finally, Pineapple smiled, playfully delivering a light punch to Feng Tang. Xiao Lan, with a furrowed brow, observed the scene, pressing painfully on the Qingming acupuncture point. At such a tender age, I am burdened with these trials. Who can withstand this? Turning her gaze away, Xiao Lan looked at the simpleton, who seemed to understand her plight. Habits will suffice. What can be done? After all, I share a similarly sweet bond with my Gaki at home. Can you honestly repeat that to me? What is the matter? The Taoist glanced at the 2 individuals, whose reactions were peculiar, wearing an expression of bewilderment. For the first time, Xiao Lan perceived a naive and endearing side to the Taoist. Xiao Yin was on the brink of unconsciousness, her eyes tightly shut as she lay sprawled on the bed, yet her mouth continued to chew. Indeed, it was far too late. Taoist, Xiao Yin is nearing her limit. Xiao Lan looked at the Taoist with innocent eyes. Perhaps we should conclude our discussions for today. The Taoist fixed his gaze on Xiao Lan for a few seconds, then nodded with a smile, appearing in high spirits. The group lazily dispersed, and although Xiao Lan harbored significant doubts about their morale, she recalled the unspoken understanding exhibited during today's activities, which alleviated her concerns. Xiao Lan lifted her head, gazing at the Taoist with a sense of innocence. The Taoist's smile lingered on his face, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Xiao Lan, good night. A peculiar sensation stirred within Xiao Lan, a feeling she had never experienced yet found slightly familiar. Good night, Taoist. The Taoist reached out, gently tousling Xiao Lan's hair. For some inexplicable reason, her nose suddenly tingled, prompting Xiao Lan to shake her head a few times to regain her composure. The morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the mountain view outside remained as tranquil as ever. Xiaomi lounged by the back door, basking in the sun, half closing her eyes as she spotted someone approaching from a distance. Another foolish bipedal creature wishes to caress me, meow. Stretching lazily, Xiaomi focused on the figure before her. Good morning, Xiaomi. A pair of sinister hands reached out towards her. Xiaomi's fur bristled in alarm. Was this not the very individual who had captured her the day prior? Despite her noble status as a quadruped, she found herself in a precarious position, compelled to conceal her abilities. A gentleman takes his revenge when the time is right, and yesterday's encounter had left her significantly weakened. Today, a tactical retreat seemed prudent. With her tail tucked, Xiaomi leapt away, casting a glare at Xiao Yin before departing. Did that cat just give me a look? Xiao Yin pondered, bemused. Meanwhile, the foolish one descended the stairs and entered the dining room, observing Xiao Yin's playful antics with the feline. Considering her past actions towards it, a mere glare seemed a mild response. One by one, the others descended to partake in breakfast as the impending ascent into the mountains loomed. The splendid weather lifted everyone's spirits. "Are you feeling all right?" the proprietress inquired, her fondness for the group having surged after the incident with the cat. She expressed her concern upon seeing pineapple and maple sugar approach. "Must you go up today? Can't you rest a few more days?" "I'm perfectly fine, dear sister," Pineapple replied with a smile, placing her backpack on a chair. "I truly apologize for yesterday." "Oh, illness happens. There's no need for apologies." The proprietress served the group their breakfast, which was notably more sumptuous than the previous day's fare, causing Xiaoyin and Xiaolan's eyes to light up with delight. "Today, as you embark on your mountain excursion, be sure to indulge in some delightful fare. Consider this a treat from the elder sister," the proprietress beams with warmth. "Shortly, I shall ask my husband to drive you. There exists a secluded path leading to the village that the residents of Lianshui village frequently traverse, unknown to outsiders. Owing to the surplus of fare collected yesterday and the fortunate return of Little Me, the proprietress has embraced you as her own. The weather is splendid today, ideal for hiking. Should you find yourselves unable to finish the provisions, feel free to take some with you." Seated, the proprietress's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of concern. "As you enter Lianshui village, it is prudent to carry your own sustenance, for the villagers are not inclined to share their food with outsiders. Instant noodles and similar fare may prove futile, as they may not even provide you with hot water." Wahua nodded in agreement, asserting that they would procure their own provisions, having no intention of relying on the villagers. "You should buy some bread, biscuits, eggs, and pastries, and do save my husband's phone number. When you are ready to descend, simply give him a call. He will come to fetch you." Xiaolan, munching contentedly, interjected with enthusiasm, "Sister, this egg is absolutely delicious." "Indeed." The proprietress's eyes narrowed into joyful slits as she affectionately regarded Xiaolan. "If you enjoy it, do eat more and take some with you when you depart. Such a charming little girl." However, as the proprietress spoke, her smile faded, replaced by a heavy sigh. Xiaolan, puzzled by the abrupt change, looked inquiringly at the proprietress. "What is the matter, sister?" The proprietress gazed intently at Xiaolan, managing a forced smile. "If my daughter had not encountered misfortune, she would have been of the same age as you now, living joyfully, indulging in food and drink." The voice of the proprietress was gentle, her words seemingly drifting from her lips, laden with her helplessness and sorrow, resonating in the ears of those present. Chapter 23. Ascending the Mountain. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the proprietress. "Sister, I'm so sorry." Xiaolan was at a loss for words, never expecting such a story to unfold. She looked helplessly at the Taoist priest, who shook his head, signaling her not to panic, encouraging the proprietress to continue. "What do you have to apologize for, my dear girl? This is all of our own making. We deserve it." Such words echoed once more. The last time Xiaolan eavesdropped on their conversation, she sensed the proprietress's remorse and disdain for certain actions taken by the owner. Now, hearing this statement again, especially concerning the life of their daughter, filled her with trepidation. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of the owner's footsteps approached from behind. "What are you discussing?" he inquired, nearing the table. "Xiaohui, what is the matter with you?" Yet, the proprietress fell silent, her eyes casting a wary glance at the owner. "Please, continue your meal. I shall go tidy up with that." The proprietress departed the dining area, leaving the others bewildered and the owner perplexed. Xiaolan remained puzzled by the proprietress's strange reaction, and thus, the subsequent conversation barely registered in her mind. She glanced around at the others, realizing they wore similarly bewildered expressions. Xiaolan cast a somewhat complaining glance at her boss, pondering that had he arrived a tad later, they might have unraveled the intricate details surrounding the matter at hand. After their meal, the boss assisted everyone in arranging their luggage, and just as they were about to embark on their journey, the boss's wife still had not made an appearance. The group could only place their hopes on coaxing information from the boss. Filled with curiosity about the unknown and a myriad of confusions, Xiaolan once again set forth on her journey. Lianshui village, the boundary marker. Uncertain of what lay ahead, it sufficed to know she was walking towards the boundary marker. The ride became increasingly bumpy. Xiaolan tightened her grip on the handrail, while the nearby Xiaoyin clutched her arm. Boss, you have such a small bus? Feng Tang, seated directly behind the boss, surveyed the interior with keen eyes. What purpose does it serve? Are you still in the taxi business? When Feng Tang was alert, his aura transformed entirely, and Xiaolan thought approvingly of him. However, his overt suspicion towards the boss rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Yet, speaking of the vehicle, Xiaolan too felt a sense of confusion. The bus had more than a dozen seats, and the trunk was quite spacious, yet the entire vehicle appeared rather dilapidated, with scratches of varying depths adorning its interior. When the boss had taken the vehicle out of the garage, it was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, clearly indicating it had been used for quite some time. The boss's gaze drifted somewhat. We used to pick up passengers at the bus station, but with fewer customers now, I've ceased that practice. Feng Tang frowned, resting his chin on his left hand, his face a portrait of skepticism and distrust. Pineapple tugged at Feng Tang's sleeve, shaking his head in disapproval. Indeed, the proprietor, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned over, momentarily obscuring the serious expression of the maple syrup. Why haven't I seen your child and the elder sister's offspring? I even brought some treats for the little ones, yet I haven't encountered your children. The gaze of the assembly turned towards the proprietor, whose lips quivered slightly as the vehicle's speed unexpectedly decreased. We do not have children. We have chosen not to have any. Xiaoyin feigned an inquisitive expression, remarking, "Oh, how avant-garde of you too." Avant-garde? Not at all. The proprietor's countenance relaxed a fraction, offering a self-deprecating smile. We lack that fortune. Children are not simply summoned into existence, are they? Xiaoyin huffed lightly, crossing her legs. What is so wonderful about children? I have no desire for them. A voice from the back seat chimed in. You should first find a boyfriend before discussing that. Mind your own business, you foolish creature. Laughter erupted among the passengers, and the proprietor quickly wiped away the sorrow from his eyes, embracing the lively atmosphere. The vehicle had traversed the rugged dirt road for quite some time, with the occupants jostling about, resembling yellow beans sizzling in a frying pan. The scenery gradually transformed into a verdant display, with the distant hills adorned in vibrant blooms, creating a picturesque tableau. It felt less like an expedition of discovery and more akin to a leisurely outing. How much longer, boss? Baomu, feeling a bit queasy from the ride, leaned weakly against the Taoist priest. No sooner had he spoken than the proprietor slammed on the brakes, bringing the shifting mountain landscape to a sudden halt. At last, we have arrived, right in this vicinity. Allow me to guide you. Xiaolan forcefully flung open the car door and was the first to leap out. We have now entered the mountainous terrain. Xiaolan glanced ahead, noting that the path became narrower and more uneven, clearly unsuitable for vehicles. The air here was remarkably fresh, and the morning sunlight warmed her skin, enveloping her in a sense of comfort and solace. However, it appeared that not everyone shared her sentiments. The Taoist priest supported Baomu as they descended from the car, both bearing somewhat pallid expressions. Feng Tang, who had just moments ago been striking a handsome pose while expressing skepticism, now found himself drifting into unconsciousness, his face a tableau of drowsiness. Are we to proceed along this path? Xiaolan inquired, drawing closer to the boss and gesturing towards the road ahead. Moreover, she doesn't even call me sister. Xiaoyin lamented loudly as she hurried to catch up from behind. After advancing a few more steps, the boss halted and pointed towards the slope beside them. From this point onward, you shall traverse the mountains on your own. There exists but a narrow path here. You shan't lose your way. Should you need to descend, simply call me, and I shall come to collect you. Xiaolan followed the direction indicated by the boss and indeed spotted a slender path winding through the lush vegetation of the hillside, parting the surrounding trees and blossoms like a delicate stream flowing upward. Be cautious, the boss called out, watching the group ascend the slope. He wished to impart further words of wisdom but hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. This young girl, this Xiaolan, bears such a striking resemblance to my beloved. The boss cast a lingering gaze upon Xiaolan before turning his eyes toward the distant mountains. Lotus Water Village. The proprietor wiped his eyes and turned away. Chapter 24, Lotus Water Village. The mountains were enveloped in a serene stillness. Initially, laughter and chatter filled the air, as if they were truly on a holiday. However, as they traversed deeper into the lush greenery, silence gradually descended upon them. The sounds of conversation faded, replaced by weary breaths. The mountains, which appeared as mere gentle hills from a distance, revealed their true challenge upon closer inspection. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the rustling of the wind through the foliage and the distant murmur of flowing water breaking the silence. Occasionally, a small bird would flit through the treetops, a fleeting shadow vanishing in an instant. Xiaolan felt no fatigue, yet a frown creased her brow. A familiar and intense sensation enveloped her tightly. Though she walked freely, each step seemed to draw her closer to something undefined, an inexplicable pull that consumed her entirely. Excitement mingled with apprehension coursed through her veins. Is everything all right? The Taoist priest, walking behind Xiaolan, noticed her unusual demeanor and quickly inquired, suggesting a brief rest if she felt weary. The dense green canopy intertwined above them. It was just past 10 in the morning, with sunlight gentle and unobtrusive. An indescribable feeling. Xiaolan tilted her head, gazing at the patch of green at the slope's end. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she lost her balance, collapsing to the ground in silence, unaware of what had transpired. Xiaolan! Xiaoyin's voice echoed from behind. The Taoist priest reacted swiftly, helping the dazed Xiaolan to her feet, while Xiaoyin and Pineapple hurried over to brush the dirt off her. You mischievous child, trouble arises the moment you are left unattended. Did you hurt yourself? Are you in pain? Xiaolan shook her head, allowing them to fuss over her while her mind desperately searched for the fleeting moment of her fall. Suddenly grasping the answer, she raised her gaze once more to the treetops at the summit. Xiaolan's eyes widened. This scene, this verdant expanse. It was the very place she had seen in the dream with the boundary marker. She broke free from the two and dashed towards the mountain peak. If she could just reach the summit, she would behold the boundary marker from her dream. Xiaolan. The hurried footsteps behind her echoed, yet instead of slowing, her pace quickened. Run, run, run. She was almost there. The sounds of pursuit faded away, and she lost track of how far she had sprinted. Coming to a halt, she realized that only a few more steps would grant her sight of the distant boundary marker guarding the mountains. Xiaolan gasped for breath, surrendering to the force that propelled her, each step surmounting the final obstacle. It appeared. A chill coursed through Xiaolan, as if icy sweat enveloped her. Before her stood not the boundary marker from her dream, but a vast village nestled halfway up the mountain. Where did you get such strength, little girl? I have found Lianshui village. You little rascal. Pineapple, dragging the sluggish maple syrup, finally caught up to them. Worry for Xiaolan clashed with the need to keep maple syrup in check, making for a double burden that ignited her ire. If you keep this up, I shall flatten you. Xiaolan, with an audacious grin, concealed the secret within her heart. Add me to the mix. Xiaoyin had not yet caught her breath as she raised her fist toward Xiaolan, exclaiming that with the child growing up, it was becoming increasingly unmanageable. I sensed that one day, I would inevitably have to give her a sound thrashing. Baomu waved his hand dismissively, unable to articulate a response. The Taoist had returned to his usual demeanor and approached Xiaolan, fixing his gaze upon her. Suddenly, she bolted away, having seen something just moments ago. Ah? Xiaolan feigned innocence, claiming that she felt they were nearing Lianshui village and thus ran off. The Taoist furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of her words. Is it Lianshui village? Are there no other villages? He remained silent for a few seconds before lowering his voice and asking deliberately, Didn't you see something else? Xiaolan's heart sank, akin to a child caught in a lie, and she nervously shook her head. How could he possibly know? They exchanged a long, silent stare, each unable to decipher the intricate emotions swirling within the other, neither prepared to speak. After a lengthy pause, the Taoist turned towards the weary group. Let us rest for a while and have something to eat. Once we descend this hillside, we shall enter the village. The village was expansive, resembling a small town nestled halfway up the mountain. By the time the group approached the village, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the early onset of twilight in the mountains cast a hazy gloom over the surroundings. Although Lianshui village was a mountain settlement, It was adorned with two-story buildings featuring white walls and black tiles, each house standing in orderly succession along the hillside, creating a surprisingly aesthetic vista from afar. The streets seemed almost deserted. A few individuals traversed the final stretch of woodland and stepped onto the path leading to the village. The road was relatively spacious and even. The simpleton, walking at the forefront, glanced around and remarked, "There are hardly any people at the village entrance." Xiaolin took a sip of water and added, "Lianshui village is quite expansive. If we venture further in, we are bound to encounter someone. It is often said that every town possesses a unique aura, and Lianshui village was no exception. Since embarking on this path, the buoyant feeling experienced while scaling the mountains had dissipated. The air in Lianshui village felt heavy, almost suffocating. At last, they arrived beside the first house, a modest two-story building with its door firmly shut. Branches from the fruit trees in the yard reached out, and the group stood at the entrance, uncertain whether to knock and inquire about the situation. "Are there even any residents here?" The simpleton, taking advantage of his height, tiptoed to the edge of the courtyard wall in an attempt to peer inside. But alas, the wall was too high. Even his jump could only reach the top. "Why not just knock on the door?" Baomu suggested, pointing towards the imposing iron gate. Xiaoyin grasped Baomu's finger, exclaiming, "That would merely expose us. We must first ascertain the situation. Then just lift me," Feng Tang volunteered, simultaneously promoting his own skills. "I possess keen observational abilities and excel at gathering evidence swiftly." The group was momentarily rendered speechless. "Pineapple, you should rein in your boyfriend," the simpleton said, glancing at the approaching Feng Tang, instinctively stepping back a pace. Preoccupied with satisfying his own curiosity while disregarding the peril of others. "I refuse to take responsibility." The simpleton protested, "Why should I lift a grown man? I want to lift Xiaolin. I shall lift the young girl." After a series of struggles, the outcome revealed that Xiaolin was perched upon the neck of the simpleton, gradually scaling the wall to gaze into the courtyard. While Feng Tang was seized by Pineapple for a session of ideological education, Xiaolin held her breath, striving to ascend. As the scene of the courtyard gradually unfolded before her eyes. Chapter 25. Along the courtyard was devoid of any presence. Half-dried garments hung from the clothesline, and the door leading into the courtyard was firmly shut. Through the window, a dim and rudimentary corner of the interior was visible, untouched by the light. The courtyard remained empty, and the house was shrouded in darkness. Xiaolin softly relayed to the others what she had observed, yet the clothes on the line remained uncollected, suggesting that someone resided there. Undeterred, Feng Tang called out to Xiaolin from below, urging her to check for a doormat and shoes at the entrance, as well as the depth of the footprints on the ground. Xiaolin squinted her eyes, making an effort to discern the details, but soon surrendered, exclaiming, "I cannot see clearly. It appears there are neither doormats nor footprints. What else is there to inspect?" Just as she was about to finish her sentence, the door to the courtyard unexpectedly creaked open. Startled, Xiaolin instantly fell silent, instinctively attempting to shrink back, only to realize that the space available to her was limited due to the height of the simpleton. The boy's mouth gaped in astonishment as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. In that moment, Xiaolin felt an overwhelming urge to say something to break the ensuing awkwardness, so she raised her left hand and forced a stiff smile. "Hello there, little brother." "Ah!" A piercing scream reverberated through the valley, startling a flock of birds from their perches. The boy's shriek caused both Xiaolin and the simpleton to lose their balance. Xiaolin swayed back, and, before she could contemplate how to land safely, tumbled into a warm embrace. Looking up, she found the Taoist priest gazing at her with concern. Upon seeing her spirited demeanor, he gently set her down. Truly, the Taoist priest was remarkably dependable. Xiaolin silently gave him a thumbs up. "Mom." "A ghost." Following the boy's scream was the sound of a door opening and closing, his remaining cries and sobs trapped within. Soon, silence enveloped the scene. Reflecting on the moment, Xiaolin realized that encountering a head waving at her from atop the wall had indeed been quite shocking. She empathized with the boy's reaction. Should there be another occasion? She resolved to simply explain herself rather than wave or smile. Shall we knock on the door now? After all, we have already been discovered, Balmu suggested, pointing towards the imposing iron gate. Knocking does not guarantee a response. Would you open the door for a ghost? The simpleton patted his chest to steady himself, deciding it might be best to let Xiaolan take the lead. Ha 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 ha. Ah. This time, the scream came from the simpleton, startled by the sudden laughter behind him, causing him to lurch against Balmu, who also jumped in surprise. The group, to varying degrees, expressed astonishment as they turned to behold the girl who had emitted such joyful laughter. A young girl, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, appeared unexpectedly behind the crowd, clutching a small leather ball while laughing uncontrollably, holding her belly in delight. The onlookers were perplexed. Where had this little girl come from? You are all so amusing. You've frightened the little snot out of him, huh? Xiaolan turned her gaze toward the Taoist priest, who was also lost in thought, observing the girl. Was the little snot the young boy from this household? As the only witness to the entire event, Xiaolan bravely stepped forward and asked, "And who might you be? Could you enlighten us?" It's him. He cries so easily, it's quite embarrassing. You can see he must be crying again, huh? The girl, unperturbed, punctuated each of her sentences with a cascade of melodious laughter. I am Aliang. You aren't from the village, are you? Xiaolan approached the girl. We are not from the village. Then you must be from the mountains? Indeed. We hail from the mountains and wish to inquire about something. Could you take us to find your mother, little sister? What do you want to know? Aliang tilted her head, seemingly fond of Xiaolan. Why not ask me? I know everything. You, what do you know? Xiaolan inquired, while rummaging through her backpack, preparing to bribe Aliang with some snacks. Well, for instance. Aliang's eyes twinkled with mischief, her expression adorably playful. I know why the little snot called you a ghost. Ha! Xiaolan squatted down, pondering that anyone who suddenly appeared atop the courtyard wall would hardly be mistaken for a mere person. Do you wish to know? Aliang gazed eagerly at Xiaolan and the snack she held. With a smile, Xiaolan offered her the treats, inquiring about the reason behind her delight. Aliang promptly accepted, stowing the snacks in her pocket, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Xiaolan. It's because of you. You resemble Sister Miao Miao. Sister Miao Miao? The Taoist, hearing the girl's words, crouched down to rummage through his bag for food. Others began to search their backpacks for suitable snacks for the children. Who is Sister Miao Miao? She's from the foot of the mountain and often comes up to play with us. Aliang seemed quite fond of Xiaolan, noting, you look a bit like her, both with big eyes and long hair. She gestured near her shoulder as she spoke. The Taoist leaned in, presenting a packet of chocolate. Where is Sister Miao Miao now? She's gone. Gone. Xiaolan furrowed her brow. Where did she go? Ah. Xiaolan smiled at Aliang. That's why he thought I was a ghost. Aliang looked at Xiaolan and laughed, nodding obediently. Sister Miao Miao is from the foot of the mountain. Why does she frequently come up here? Feng Tang stepped closer to ask. Aliang, startled by Feng Tang's serious expression, shrank back slightly, but upon seeing Xiaolan's smiling face, he shyly returned to laughter. Xiaolan thought to herself that this child truly adored Sister Miao Miao. Aliang's description was quite peculiar. Did Sister Miao Miao ascend and descend the mountain only at night? Aliang, when did Sister Miao Miao leave, and how long has she been gone? Pineapple also inquired. In the innocence of childhood, a liang measures time. When the fruits ripened on the mountain last year, they vanished. Oh, that's right. Ever since the day Aunt Xiaohua fled from the village, I have not seen Sister Miao Miao. Ah, suddenly, as if recalling something of great significance, a liang covered his mouth, his eyes wide with shock, shaking his head vigorously. Aunt Xiaohua again. The intensity of Al Yang's head shaking increased as he stretched out his hand to cover Xiaolan's mouth. Mother forbids the mention of Aunt Xiaohua. Without her, one is bound to face punishment. This is undoubtedly suspicious. Xiaolan grasped Al Yang's hand, attempting to inquire further, when suddenly a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Al Yang, what are you doing? Xiaolan shifted her gaze behind Al Yang, where a woman in an apron approached with an aggressive demeanor, loudly calling out Al Yang's name. Upon witnessing this, the Taoist quickly positioned himself in front of Xiaolan. Mother, shut your mouth. The woman angrily seized Liang's hand, scrutinizing them with a mix of fury and suspicion. Who are you? Where do you come from? Sister. Pineapple squeezed through from behind, holding a portable camera, and recited a pre-prepared excuse. We are reporters, here to investigate the recent suicide incident involving tourists. Sister. Pineapple intended to follow up with more questions when, without warning, the woman swiftly lifted Liang and dashed away. With reddened eyes, Liang glanced back at Xiaolan several times before disappearing from sight. Chapter 26. The candy trail. The villagers harbor a profound apprehension towards us. The naive one ventured forth, glancing around as he spoke. There are 7 of us in total, and our presence is rather conspicuous. Moreover, our guise as journalists seems a misstep, akin to walking into the line of fire. Yet, we have gleaned at least one truth. The girl's suicide is indeed intertwined with the villagers, as Xiaoyin observed. The reaction of Liang's mother practically screamed, "The tourists perished because of us." As we debated, we strode boldly down the middle of the desolate road, devoid of any passers-by. The twilight was encroaching, and wisps of gray smoke billowed from the chimneys of the 2-story houses, yet no voices could be heard from within. Xiaolan walked with her head bowed, her mind awash with the clues gleaned from Liang. The departure of Sister Miao Miao, the unmentionable Aunt Xiaohua, the tragic visitor's demise. What, indeed, is the truth? Lost in contemplation, Xiaolan's peripheral vision caught sight of something familiar. She spotted a vivid hue from a distance and, uncertain, hurried towards it. It appeared to be the gummy candy she had given to Liang. Picking up the candy that lay flat on the ground, she exclaimed to the group, "Liang dropped this here. Could her home be nearby?" Xiaoyin, glancing towards the adjacent buildings, pondered aloud. Bao Mu scanned the surroundings and suddenly pointed in a direction, whispering excitedly, "There's another piece over there." The group surged forward, beginning to unravel Liang's intent, scattering to seek out the remaining candies. "Over there. Right here. This way." Xiaolan clutched the candies intended for Liang, feeling a pang of sorrow within her heart. The innocent and kind-hearted little girl adored her sister Miao Miao just as much as the other little girls did. "Come over here," the Taoist priest's gentle voice resonated. He stood at the entrance of a small building, holding the chocolates he had brought for Liang. The crowd gazed up at the tightly closed iron gate. "This must be Liang's home. Xiaolan, be more discreet this time." A voice from below chimed in. Indeed, after much discussion, they had once again opted for the same approach. Xiaolan felt helpless, having no choice but to scale the courtyard wall while curling up to ensure her safety. Slowly. Xiaolan patted the little fool's head, a bit higher, but not too much. Clever Xiaolan revealed only her eyes this time, just enough to glimpse the courtyard and the front door. She looked around, but saw no sign of Liang. "Sister." A faint whisper reached Xiaolan's ears, resembling Liang's voice. Xiaolan searched meticulously and glanced into the distance, yet found no figure. Had she misheard? "Sister, I'm over here. It must be Liang." Xiaolan was certain it was Liang calling her, but where was she? Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiaolan lifted her head, exposing her entire face. Here. The call came from below, accompanied by the sound of hands striking the wall. "I can hear you talking." "Liang," Xiaolan exclaimed excitedly. "Can we come in?" The scene was undeniably peculiar, resembling a sort of entrapment scenario. Liang shook his head and gestured towards the back, saying, "My mother is cooking. You all can find me at the back door." With that, he dashed off to the door he indicated. The little fool quickly set Xiaolan down, and everyone made their way towards the back door. By this time, night had fallen, and they dared not switch on their flashlights, carefully treading over the weeds and stones. However, the darkness also provided some concealment for their movements. Xiaolan led the way, and after rounding the final bend, she spotted Liang peeking out. "Liang." Upon hearing Xiaolan's voice, Liang hurried over to grasp her hand, guiding the group further back. Behind the house lay a desolate vegetable garden, now overrun with weeds. Though a healthy, towering tree stood proudly in its center, its branches lush and its trunk robust, too large for 2 people to encircle. Liang led the group toward this tree, and beneath its canopy, They felt as if they had been hidden away. Liang is so clever, Xiao Yin exclaimed in admiration. Liang, lifting his chin with pride, smiled, but when his eyes inadvertently flicked toward Xiaolan, he shyly lowered his head. The Taoist crouched beside Liang, speaking gently. Liang brought us here for a reason. Is there something you wish to share with us? Liang glanced at Xiaolan, then anxiously surveyed the surroundings, hesitating to speak. You can ask me questions first, once you're done. I will tell you. It seemed the child was still uncertain. The group exchanged glances, and Xiao Yin was the first to speak up. Recently, in the village, 2 individuals have seemingly vanished. To elaborate, 2 uncles have passed away, and without any hesitation, Liang mentioned that one was the father of a certain slimy worm, while the other, well, both uncles were not particularly favored by the villagers. Did your mother not instruct you to keep this a secret? The little fool was momentarily taken aback by Liang's sudden candor. This information did not come from my mother. Rather, we discovered it ourselves. Liang turned to the little fool and patiently explained that while they were playing in the ancestral hall, they stumbled upon 2 coffins, which they subsequently opened, leading to a rather unpleasant encounter. My mother also harbored disdain for those 2 uncles, hence she remained silent. The little fool's expression morphed into one of astonishment. How could this mischievous child dare to pry open coffins? Opening a coffin? Bamu's gaze towards Liang shifted, silently retreating a few steps. They were both covered in blood. Liang's eyes widened, as he had not even blinked. At this moment, everyone was left in utter shock. What kind of upbringing had Liang experienced to casually recount such tales? As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, the dancing shadows of the trees cast eerie patterns upon the group, and in such an atmosphere, listening to a young girl narrate these events sent chills down their spines. So, how did they meet their demise? Feng Tang, attempting to salvage some dignity for the adults, inquired further. I cannot say, Liang replied, shaking his head. I merely caught a glimpse before the village chief seized me and gave me a beating, forbidding me from ever entering the ancestral hall again. Indeed, maple syrup feigned a look of regret, yet internally cheered the prowess displayed. Liang, allow me to pose yet another question, the Taoist inquired softly. Are you aware of the incident involving a girl who took her own life on the mountain? I came to discuss this very matter with you all. Liang revealed. Chapter 27. Andy Xiaohua. The crowd exchanged excited glances. Xiaolan grasped Liang's hand, urging, Speak, we all trust you. You all. Liang lifted his gaze. You are indeed journalists investigating this incident, correct? Xiaolan nodded resolutely. The little fool observed this scene, pondering how cruel it was to allow a child to deceive another child. I do not know who committed suicide, but I have seen those individuals from the mountain. Liang clutched Xiaolan's hand, now thoroughly ensnared. They have caused a disturbance in the village. Did you witness it? Xiaoyin asked, astonished. Liang shook his head. Mother forbade me from looking, yet I heard the commotion. Among them was an auntie. I distinctly heard her shouting. What did she say? She said. Liang hesitated momentarily before uttering, I will kill you. I will kill you. A chill gust swept through the air, sending shivers through the crowd. And then, maple syrup approached, her gaze upon Liang betraying no hint of viewing him as merely a child. Do you suspect they were responsible for the deaths of those 2 individuals? Indeed, although Liang recounted the events, his words were laced with implications to that effect. We believe they were responsible for the uncle's death. Which uncle? Not the daddy of the slug, but another. Why? Liang fell silent, glancing at Feng Tang and Xiaolan, his expression laden with conflict. Liang timidly retracted his head, leaning closer to Xiaolan, his voice barely a whisper. I only want to speak to you. Xiaolan, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. Liang wrapped his arms around Xiaolan's neck, leaning down to her ear. In truth, I know that Aunt Xiaohua did not run away. She was murdered by that uncle and subsequently incinerated. Those individuals were in search of Aunt Xiaohua. Xiaolan's pupils widened in shock. Finally, they had identified the girl who was burned to death and Xiaohua. Liang finished speaking yet remained clinging to Xiaolan's neck, gazing at her with a gentle demeanor. Can you keep this a secret from others? As Liang posed this question, he was already aware of the answer, his voice diminishing to a mere whisper. Why does Liang hold such affection for Xiaolan? Xiaoyin crouched nearby, pouting awkwardly, consumed by jealousy. Xiaolan paused, smiling as she inquired of Liang. Do I really resemble Sister Miao Miao that much? Liang nodded, his eyes, remarkably similar. Is Miao Miao's gaze that of round puppy eyes as well? Xiaoyin interjected. Xiaolan pondered. Are you not describing yourself? With those large, round eyes, and... Liang gestured as he spoke, and... She appears quite unhappy. Perhaps that is where I fall short. Xiaoyin blinked her big, round, joyful eyes and turned to Xiaolan. Are you not happy? Xiaolan inquired of Liang. Is Sister Miao Miao very unhappy? It seemed that every time Sister Miao Miao ascended the mountain, she appeared forlorn, only smiling when playing with us, never laughing when conversing with adults. Suddenly, Liang recalled something, releasing his grip on Xiaolan's neck and exclaimed, I must go. Mother is calling me for dinner. Liang, a Taoist priest hurriedly pursued him, asking one last question. Where does that uncle live? And where is the ancestral hall? That uncle lives next door. Liang pointed to the right, and the ancestral hall is in the middle of the village, quite large, easily visible. Xiaolan pondered for a moment, then, amidst the puzzled gazes of those around, rushed toward Liang and grasped her hand. Liang, my name is Xiaolan. You should call me Sister Xiaolan. Though Xiaolan did not fully understand why she felt compelled to say this, she sensed it was the right moment to do so. Goodbye, Liang. I shall return to play with you again. Liang's previously sorrowful expression blossomed into a radiant smile. Then you can wait for me by this tree. Xiaolan nodded and released Liang's hand. Go on. The group watched as the children's joyful figures vanished. It was now around 7 or 8 o'clock, and the night had fully descended. They had gathered numerous new clues, and their nocturnal endeavors were just beginning. The deceased's residence appeared devoid of any other presence. At this hour, other houses bore the glow of several lights, yet this one stood shrouded in darkness, quietly and mysteriously looming. The structure before us is not a two-story building, but rather an ordinary bungalow. The courtyard wall is low and dilapidated, seemingly cobbled together by the homeowner with bricks haphazardly stacked. A mere glance inward reveals the disarray of the yard and the house's interior. Within the courtyard, a few vegetable plants have been cultivated, yet after the owner's demise, they have been neglected, growing in a chaotic manner, barely surpassing the weeds in height. Though the hour is still early, the group hesitates to illuminate their path with flashlights, instead relying on the moonlight to guide them to a completely collapsed wall, where they cautiously enter the yard. Let us search the courtyard separately, the Taoist priest instructs the others. We shall reconvene at the entrance shortly. Remember to tread lightly. With that, he guided Xiaolan toward the right side of the house. As they drew nearer to the dwelling, Xiaolan's sense of unease intensified. A thick, acrid scent seemed to permeate the air, and despite being in an open courtyard, she felt an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, as though confined within a vessel. What is the matter? The Taoist priest inquired, noticing her resistance as he held her hand. I feel as if this place harbors a malevolent presence. Xiaolan struggled to articulate her discomfort, her words vague and indistinct. Is it not uncomfortable? It feels akin to being submerged in a foul and viscous mire, she murmured. Clutching her chest, her features contorted in distaste. The odor and surroundings combined to evoke a profound sense of nausea. It appears there is indeed something amiss here, the Taoist priest remarked, steadying Xiaolan by the shoulder as they continued their search for suspicious areas. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the backyard. Hey, Xiao Yin's calling from the back. Come quickly. Xiaolan and the Taoist priest hastily approached, maneuvering around the edge of the house, only to behold the equally desolate and chaotic scene of the backyard. Various agricultural tools, such as shovels, hoes, and forks, lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. In one corner stood a rudimentary wooden shed, yet Xiao Yin was nowhere to be found. There she is. Xiao Yin was on the other side, and the two hurried over to see others crouched down, intently examining something on the ground. What have they discovered? Oh well. Xiao Yin led the two towards her find. What is wrong with Xiaolan? Why does she look so pale? Xiaolan shook her head, joining the others in leaning down to observe. The well appeared dark and enigmatic, leaving Xiaolan momentarily perplexed by its mystery. They had yet to see what lay within. However, the little fool squatted beside a large stone, pointing at it. This well was blocked by that stone, which bore something affixed to its surface. The little fool, brushing off the dust from his hands, removed the object from the stone and handed it to them. Xiaolan leaned in for a closer look. It was a piece of yellowed paper adorned with chaotic red patterns, depicting things she had never encountered before. What is this? Chapter 28. The Talisman by the Well. It appeared to be a talisman. The little fool pulled out a flashlight, preparing to investigate the depths of the well, while the Taoist priest examined it to ascertain its nature. Taking the talisman, the priest scrutinized it closely, holding it up to the light. It was indeed a Taoist talisman, albeit poorly executed and of little practical use. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that it bore no significant power. What does this painting depict? Xiaolan inquired as she leaned closer. The Taoist priest chuckled softly, explaining that the artist had intended to craft a soul-binding talisman, but had erred in their choice of materials. It is forbidden to use the blood of animals in such rituals. When the talisman fails, it results in a display of blood light, rendering any effort futile. Moreover, the execution was rather grotesque, utterly distorted. Then why is it still of no use? Bao Mu, standing behind the Taoist, asked with curiosity. I believe I have elucidated this before, the Taoist began. The soul of the living is a living soul, while that of the deceased is a dead soul. Fundamentally, they are not so dissimilar. If this talisman were to succeed, it would not merely bind the dead souls, but would also exert an influence on the living souls nearby. He paused contemplatively, theoretically, that is. The group grasped the Taoist's words, nodding in understanding, while Xiaolan appeared perplexed. How could he possibly comprehend such matters? She pondered. Is there no one prepared to elucidate this to me? The Taoist specializes in this very field, Boluo remarked, wrapping her arms around Xiaolan's shoulders. However, the Taoist has mentioned that talismans and spells have a rather limited impact on reality. They essentially serve as a psychological comfort. Therefore, Xiaolan, there is no need for you to fear. Xiaolan was taken aback. Isn't this merely a form of deception? The Taoist seemed to perceive her thoughts and spoke slowly. In truth, matters of life and death hold little sway over the living. Most individuals who seek our assistance are not preoccupied with mortality, but rather with their fears. Our task is to alleviate the employer's fears, and that suffices. TSK, 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 Xiaolan mused. How elegantly he cloaks deceit in grandiloquent terms. Look over there. Xiaoyin called out again, and the crowd gathered around. Although Xiaolan was still in a state of shock, she decided to prioritize the greater good and joined them. Xiaoyin and the simpleton shone their flashlight down the well, revealing 4 talismans affixed to the walls near the well's mouth, identical to the ones they had just seen. The Taoist priest's eyes lit up as he pushed forward to retrieve the talismans, examining them briefly before folding them and placing them in his pocket. Isn't this useless? Xiaolan inquired of the priest, questioning why he chose to keep them. The priest cleared his throat, stating he intended to use them later. Xiaolan took a moment to process this. A fraud, she thought venomously, a complete fraud. The priest's image has completely crumbled in my eyes. Both the well's mouth and the stone sealing it were adorned with soul-binding charms. Feng Tang, cupping her chin, wondered if there was something within the well. Xiaoyin, still holding the flashlight, leaned over the well's edge and remarked that it seemed empty and not very deep, with water at the bottom. Could there be something in the water? She pondered. Why don't we? The simpleton suggested, glancing at Xiaolan, send someone petite down to take a look. Xiaolan understood his implication and instinctively took 2 steps back. I might not be able to. Why don't you go down? Pineapple interjected, blocking Xiaolan's path, insisting that Xiaolan should do everything despite being just a child. Xiaolan hurriedly crouched behind Pineapple, peeking out and nodding vigorously. Let's put this on hold for now, the priest suggested, standing up. It's too dark. We cannot descend the well to investigate. Let's search other areas first. If things remain suspicious, we can return to explore the well during the day. Baomu nodded, gesturing towards the small storage room nestled in the corner, suggesting that there remained one last place to explore. Let us venture there together. There is little else of interest, he proposed. Xiaolan gazed at the rickety, yet surprisingly sturdy little warehouse, indeed a place that aroused suspicion at first glance. Constructed from wooden planks and tiles, it was riddled with holes of various sizes, while long blades of grass swayed gently atop the roof, stirred by the night breeze. Rain and wind seeped in from all directions. What could possibly be stored within such a dilapidated structure? Xiaolan hesitated, her footsteps faltering as she uttered nonchalant reassurances, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. Xiaolan felt a twinge of apprehension as well, yet she followed the others towards the entrance. With a creak, Baomu boldly stepped forward, gently pulling open the small door of the warehouse. The door swung down like the feeble hands of a lifeless body, hanging limply beside the frame and revealing the contents of the warehouse to all. In that moment, Xiaolan instinctively shrank back behind the Taoist priest, but before he could notice, she feigned calmness and stepped outside. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the corners of the small storage room, casting a fresh grayish-white hue over its damp and antiquated interior. The group did not rush in recklessly. Instead, they clustered at the entrance, peering cautiously into the dim space. The interior was quite confined, yet thanks to adequate ventilation, it bore no peculiar odors. A square wooden table stood at the center, partitioning the warehouse into two distinct areas. The area near the door appeared rather desolate, adorned only with a few dried vegetables hanging on the wall. A pile of coal and wooden planks lay in the corner, while a small heap of fragments, resembling remnants of some metallic object, scattered across the floor. The other half of the space was largely obstructed by a table, revealing a few sheets of white paper strewn about on the ground. "Shall we enter?" the Navi one inquired, casting a glance at the Taoist priest. The priest observed intently before finally nodding and stepping inside first. Xiaolan followed suit, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. The beams of white light crisscrossed the confined space, dissipating the earlier sense of dread. "It seems to be a mobile phone," Xiaoyin remarked, making her way directly toward the pile of debris. A shattered phone, undoubtedly beyond repair. Baomu squatted on one leg, pressing the camera shutter towards the fragments as the group ventured deeper into the warehouse. What is this?" Pineapple, leading the group, suddenly froze in place, his flashlight raised and motionless. An ominous premonition gripped Xiaolan's heart, prompting her to quicken her pace and reach his side. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "What is this?" "Oh my goodness." Xiaoyin continued forward, exclaiming in astonishment, "How could such a thing exist?" Baomu remained stunned for a few seconds before regaining his composure, seizing his camera to capture the scene. The dull, rusted traces bore remnants of blood, and before them lay a pair of handcuffs and leg irons, quietly resting on the floor, extended from the wall. "These are shackles." Chapter 29, Captivity. Once again, Xiaolan felt the suffocating weight of oppression, a wave of headache sweeping through her senses. The chains lay carelessly upon the ground. Yet the image that emerged before the eyes of the crowd was that of a captive desperately striving to break free. With force, they struggled, bleeding and screaming, attempting time and again, only to fail repeatedly. Blood mingled with tears, etching the imprisoned soul into the chains. Pineapple's breath trembled as Maple gently wrapped an arm around Pineapple's shoulder. Was this once a place of confinement? Could it be the Aunt Xiaohua that Yang spoke of? Xiaoyin's expression turned grave. The smile that once graced her lips vanished. What was inscribed upon this paper? The foolish child did not react significantly to the chains. Instead, she began to observe the scattered white papers on the ground. Xiaolan rubbed her temples, lowering her head to pick up a sheet, discovering that as long as she did not gaze upon the chains, her headache subsided somewhat. Was this not a penal code? After reading the paper before her, Xiaoyin lifted her head and spoke. The document detailed theft of infants, multiple instances of trafficking women. It included acts of intentional homicide, assault, and humiliation. The group held their papers, each inscribed with identical content. Repeatedly written, repeatedly believed. Clinging to the struggle and escape from reality, the only source of persistence and strength. Yet she was dead. dead at his hands. She had been trafficked here. Xiaoyin lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Silence enveloped the surroundings, an abrupt stillness. There is still her backpack here. Pineapple turned away, unable to bear the sight of the blood-stained chains. Within it lay her notebook. Within the realm of legal studies. Pineapple cautiously extracted one book after another from her backpack, delicately brushing away the dust from the table with her sleeve before placing the volumes down. Alas, how unreasonable. Xiaolan approached, flipping through the pages filled with dense notes. What a far cry from Aunt Xiaohua. The foolish girl sighed heavily. She is merely a young lady still engaged in her studies. Xiaolan lowered her gaze, perusing the text word by word. The exquisite and delicate handwriting. The occasional emotional entries, and the tiny flowers used as signatures revealed a diligent and spirited young woman immersed in the pursuit of legal knowledge. At least, she once was. Has she truly passed away? Pineapple's eyes glistened with tears, her voice tinged with sorrow and a lump in her throat. Could it be that Yang is deceiving us? Or perhaps she herself is unaware of the truth. It is not solely her. There are others. The Taoist sighed deeply. There indeed exists a boundary here, marked by the imprint of a soul engraved on a boundary stone. This is a sensation I can distinctly perceive. We all understand that those who establish boundaries seldom meet a good end. Having reached this point in our investigation, I dread encountering a tale more tragic than this. Can the Taoist truly sense the boundary and the imprints of souls? Xiaolan raised her eyes, meeting the Taoist's gaze, as if she comprehended her thoughts. The Taoist nodded in affirmation. A peculiar ability, yet one that was anticipated, thus it did not come as a surprise. Regardless of who they are or whether they are masters of the realm, there exists a girl here who bears burdens she should not have to endure. The Taoist priest, regaining his composure, raised his voice slightly and addressed the crowd, stating that regardless of her fate, be it life or death, or whether she is Xiaohua, we must rescue her. The atmosphere grew tense. Everything in the warehouse struck the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy blow. Apart from matters concerning Xiaohua, there was nothing else of significance in the warehouse. A few individuals, enveloped in silence, moved toward the entrance, preparing to uncover the secrets hidden within the house. Noticing Xiaolan's unsteady stance, the Taoist priest consistently supported her shoulder. Xiaolan, Xiaoyin, bringing up the rear, inquired as she observed Xiaolan's silhouette. With a heart both devout and innocent, Xiaolan gently unzipped the backpack resting on the table, reaching inside to rummage through the books. I recall having seen it just moments ago, fleetingly passing before my eyes. Was it a pink hairpin? The Taoist priest mused, casting his gaze downward. I saw it too. Found it. It turned out to be a pink metal hairpin, its surface severely chipped from the friction with the books. Shaped like a delicate branch, it lay quietly in Xiaolan's palm, as if whispering a secret. If given the chance, I would like to present it to Xiaohua's family. Glancing at the hairpin nestled in her hand, Xiaolan clenched it tightly and tucked it into her pocket. The objective of their separate actions had not been realized. Accustomed to collective deliberation, the group reconvened shortly after, reassembling in the same formation, ready to breach the tightly secured door. Shall we break it open or pry it? It is still rather early. The Taoist glanced at his watch and then surveyed the surroundings. The sound of the door being smashed was too loud, and it would be difficult to explain to the villagers. Our current predicament is already challenging to justify, isn't it? Xiaolan, mimicking the Taoist's gaze, noticed that several houses nearby still had their lights on. I am not skilled at prying open doors. The little fool automatically stepped aside from the front row. Each has their expertise. Who is willing to give it a try? No one moved. Perhaps a hairpin could work, Baomu suggested, glancing at Pineapple and Xiaoyin. I don't particularly like hairpins. My hair is too thick to be held back. The group turned their attention to Xiaolan, a seemingly 15 or 16-year-old girl clad in a boy's tracksuit, her neat shoulder-length hair suggesting she lacked a hairpin. Xiaolan recalled the small flower hairpin in her pocket and chastised herself internally for such a sinful thought. What if there is no lock on the door? Xiaoyin suddenly had a whimsical idea, which was swiftly drowned in the disdainful glares of her companions. Only Xiaolan refrained from rolling her eyes, feeling a glimmer of possibility. Perhaps I should just break it open, the little fool murmured, already bending down to pick up a stone. The others hurried to stop him, while Xiaolan quietly crept to the front and grasped the dusty doorknob. With a gentle twist, it clicked open. Chapter 30. The disappearing door. All present, including Xiaolan, were taken aback. Ah, Xiaoyin quickly reacted. I told you, it wasn't locked. Should we open it? Xiaolan had never encountered such a scene before. Unsure of how to react, she timidly clutched the Taoist priest's garment and peered inside. The door creaked open with a thunderous sound, as if it had not been opened in years, and the texture of the handle felt rough and unfamiliar. A narrow gap revealed the pitch darkness within. Simultaneously, an overwhelming stench of blood surged forth, filling the air with an acrid scent that invaded their nostrils. The odor, having fermented over time in the confined space, was thick and potent, intermingled with a sense of dread and brutality that enveloped them in an instant. My heavens! Xiaoyin exclaimed, quickly pinching her nose. Isn't this blood smell excessive? Could it be that both individuals perished inside? Perhaps we should search for masks. The scent will only intensify. The Taoist priest swung the door wide open, and an even stronger wave of the foul odor wafted out, as if the air within the room would dissipate with the flow of gas. Let us wait until the scent diminishes before we enter, he suggested. Xiaolan glanced up at the priest. The noxious aroma did not inflict upon her the same level of distress, even less so than the oppressive atmosphere of the warehouse. Curiously peeking through the gaping door, she saw nothing but impenetrable darkness. Let us just go in, she insisted, pinching her nose. We still need to visit the ancestral hall tonight. It would be unwise to delay. The others murmured in agreement, turning their gazes toward the Taoist priest. He raised his flashlight, directing its beam into the abyss of the room, but the light seemed to vanish into the darkness, revealing only vague silhouettes. Then let us proceed. But remember to keep the lights off. We shall rely solely on the flashlight for illumination. As the Taoist finished speaking, he swiftly stepped inside, leaving the air thick with anticipation. The room felt like a secluded realm, detached from the passage of time in the outside world, where even the air seemed suspended. The tranquility was momentarily shattered by the sounds of a group of individuals breathing and moving about. Xiaolan chose not to follow the Taoist, opting instead to illuminate her surroundings with a flashlight. The space was modest. Upon entering, she found herself in a kitchen, where the utensils were relatively clean and orderly. Yet the empty stove in the corner suggested that its owner had likely not cooked in quite some time before the incident. Others had already ventured through the door on the right side of the kitchen, and Xiaolan stole a glance, noticing it led to a living room, which in turn had a door to another chamber. At the far end of the kitchen, there was a small room, its door tightly shut. As Xiaolan hesitated between exploring the living room or investigating the kitchen further, she suddenly felt an odd sensation beneath her feet. Something sticky, akin to stepping into a peculiar liquid. Contemplating, she directed her flashlight downward. Indeed, a puddle of some substance lay on the floor, illuminated in stark monochrome by the feeble beam, yet its deep hue indicated it was far from mere water. Bending down, she noticed that the others had nearly all entered the living room, leaving her alone at the threshold of the kitchen door. With a tentative finger, she dipped into the liquid and brought it close to her nose. A familiar and pungent metallic scent assaulted her senses. Following the trail of the liquid, she directed the beam of light toward the door, pausing uncertainly, unsure whether to open it. Blood pooled from behind the door, hinting at something awaiting her. A revelation she was compelled to confront. I shall proceed, Xiaolan whispered to herself. Xiaolan vacated her position, once again concealing herself behind the Taoist priest. Have you made any discoveries? A deliberately lowered voice suddenly emanated from behind Xiaolan. Startled, she leaped up, and the priest also shuddered. Observing their reactions, Xiaoyin suppressed a smile, her gaze imbued with an indescribable air of mystery. Are you frightened? Blood stained the ground. The Taoist priest cleared his throat, proceeding directly to the matter at hand. This blood has flowed from that door. We should investigate further. Xiaoyin, please call them to join us. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Xiaoyin, raising his hand towards the living room. Xiaolan could not see the priest's expression, but sensed a sudden stiffness in his tone. Xiaoyin glanced at Xiaolan, a barely perceptible smile flickering in her eyes. What are you discussing? The person has been dead for several days. How could there still be blood? A sense of unease inexplicably stirred within Xiaolan. What was she smiling about? The priest seized the moment to prop up his arm, resting his chin in a thoughtful pose, inadvertently blocking Xiaoyin's gaze towards Xiaolan. I too find this intriguing, the priest remarked, furrowing his brow. This place feels peculiar. Xiaoyin, hurry and summon them to verify the situation over there. His tone was laced with urgency, likely mirrored in his expression. Xiaoyin exchanged a meaningful glance with the priest, refraining from further words as she turned to open the door leading to the living room. Where are we going? Xiaolan had yet to comprehend the situation when the priest pulled her towards the entrance. Although little Lan could not fully comprehend the unfolding events, an unsettling sensation lingered within her. She offered no resistance and followed the Taoist priest as he hurried towards the entrance. Was it true that Xiaoyin was indeed peculiar? Suddenly, the priest halted, and due to inertia, little Lan stumbled forward, catching sight of everything obscured by him. Something seemed amiss in this place. The priest stood frozen, as if time had ceased, yet his grip on little Lan's hand remained unyielding. Following his gaze, she noticed the grimy walls, with moonlight filtering through a small window, illuminating a small area by the entrance. The entrance? Wait, the entrance? Little Lan's eyes widened in shock as she helplessly glanced at the priest, who wore a grave expression. But where was the door? Remarkably, the main entrance to the house had vanished in such a brief span of time. Chapter 31. The power of Baomu. Little Lan began to doubt her own vision, rubbing her eyes forcefully, yet the scene remained unchanged. Priest, there was indeed a door here, right? She questioned, her memory faltering as she pointed at what should have been the doorway, now transformed into a wall. The priest trembled slightly, tightening his grip on little Lan's hand. This is bad, he murmured, having gazed at that spot for a long while before shifting his focus back to her. We have entered the realm. Sister Pineapple. Pineapple was rummaging through the drawers of the bookshelf in the living room, searching for clues when a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind her. She turned, and the beam of her flashlight illuminated the pale face of the little girl before her, who bore a slightly eerie smile. Sister Pineapple, have you uncovered any clues? Little Lan. Sister Pineapple exhaled in relief, surveying the grinning little Lan with a mixture of amusement and concern. Where have you been? Upon entering, you vanished. And Feng Tang and I called out for ages without a response. Hee hee. Little Lan's laughter grew more exaggerated, her grin stretching unnaturally as if twisted. We are right here, can't you find us? Sister Pineapple fell silent, instinctively retreating a few steps, chilled by Little Lan's unsettling smile. Little Lan? Feng Tang turned around, just in time to see Little Lan standing before her girlfriend. Perfect timing, I found this. She approached the two, holding something in her hand. Sister Pineapple's expression stiffened as she watched Feng Tang draw nearer, then glanced down at the rigidly standing Little Lan. Feng Tang. Sister Pineapple's whisper escaped through clenched teeth. Little Lan remained motionless, her gaze fixed on her. Sister Pineapple hesitated to shine the flashlight directly at Little Lan's face. In the dim light, Little Lan resembled a statue, her pitch-black eyes appearing as unfathomable voids, staring intently at her. What's wrong? Feng Tang approached, tilting her head to look at Little Lan, then back at Sister Pineapple. Why did you call me? Little Lan, what's with your laugh? Little Lan's gaze shifted to Feng Tang, and the icy sensation finally dissipated, allowing Sister Pineapple to regain her senses. Did I laugh? Little Lan's voice was low and ethereal, as if drifting from afar, lingering softly in the air. Your mouth stretches from ear to ear, and the frosty aura emanating from Xiaolan fails to deter Feng Tang, who curiously approaches. Have you and the Taoist discovered some clue? Laughing so joyously? You call this joy? Pineapple glances helplessly at Feng Tang. The arrival of Feng Tang acts like a hand, gradually pulling Pineapple out of the mire reflected in Xiaolan's eyes. Pineapple finds mobility again, and the cold sweat on her back subsides. Feng Tang. Pineapple stretches her arm with determination, clutching Feng Tang's pinky finger. Are you all going out? Xiaolan speaks again, her smile becoming somewhat subdued. Take me with you. Let us go, let us go. We'll head out first, Feng Tang says, assisting Pineapple. Just in time, I found something belonging to Xiaohua. We can ponder while waiting for them outside. Xiaolan, who had already turned to join them at the door, suddenly freezes upon hearing this. Her petite figure exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Whose belongings? Feng Tang retrieves a white paper-like item from her pocket with a hand not supporting Pineapple. It's an envelope belonging to Xiaohua, marked with an address and a signature, but the letter itself is nowhere to be seen. Xiaolan abruptly turns, casting a distant glance at the envelope in Feng Tang's hand. Here, Feng Tang notices Xiaolan's interest and extends it forward. However, Xiaolan steps back, casting a resentful look at the envelope and the two, then swiftly runs out of the living room. Hey, this child. Feng Tang pulls Pineapple along for a few steps, but does not pursue. By the time they reach the door, Xiaolan has already vanished. She runs quite fast. Where could she have hidden? Pineapple, as if liberated from a heavy burden, felt her legs weaken and nearly collapsed to the ground. Maple swiftly embraced his girlfriend, casting a worried glance at the panting Pineapple. What has happened? Why do you all seem so peculiar? Maple. Maple. Pineapple grasped Maple's arm, striving to suppress the tremor in her voice and the urge to weep. Something has gone awry. Something has indeed gone awry. Everything has been shattered into pieces. The three of them squatted on the ground, their small heads huddled together in earnest discussion. Scattered across the floor were various fragments of paper, resembling letters, inscribed with disjointed phrases. Xiao-Yin, please take the pieces you've found to the table and attempt to piece them together. Perhaps they will form coherent sentences. Silly one. Pass the flashlight to Xiao-Yin and Baomu. Baomu, could you step outside and call for the Taoist priest and the others? Such deductions are beyond us. They may not have heard what just transpired. Baomu accepted the flashlight, his cherubic face adopting a serious demeanor. Do you not sense that the air here seems to have grown heavier? Xiao-Yin inhaled deeply, shaking her head. I don't perceive anything, Baomu. We truly are inadequate. We must rely on you for detecting sense. Baomu's face flushed once more as he muttered softly while pushing open the bedroom door, revealing the living room they had just traversed. Taoist priest. Xiaolan. Sister Pineapple. Taoist priest. Xiaolan. Bah. The remainder of his words were swallowed back, lips pressed tightly together, as he quivered his nostrils and inhaled deeply. The increasingly potent scent of blood intensified as he neared the doorway. What lies behind the door? Upon entering, the trio hesitated not a moment before making their way into the living room. Observing the pair searching the area, they soon proceeded to the bedroom, only to find the absence of the other four individuals upon their discovery. An ominous feeling enveloped Baomu as the increasingly potent scent of blood pervaded the air, irritating his sensitive nostrils. Grasping the doorknob, his hand trembled slightly. With determination, Baomu quietly opened the door just a crack, directing his flashlight toward the entrance, where a shadowy figure became discernible. Standing at the threshold was a slender individual, someone Baomu recognized. Xiaolan. Baomu called uncertainly as he opened the living room door. Is it just you? The girl, with her back to him, turned at the sound of his voice, a faintly enigmatic smile adorning her face. Brother Baomu, have you made any discoveries? Baomu felt a twinge of shyness at her address. A bit, but where is the Taoist? The Taoist is elsewhere and cannot hear us. Xiaolan replied, turning fully toward Baomu. Take me to see what you've found. As Baomu pondered the meaning of elsewhere, Xiaolan drew nearer, and the overwhelming scent of blood suddenly assailed him, causing a wave of dizziness. Where have you been? Baomu instinctively pinched his nose as he spoke, leading Xiaolan toward the bedroom. How could you not hear us calling? You've also gotten yourself covered in this scent, do I smell? Xiaolan's tone was detached, her gaze fixed intently on the intersecting beams of the flashlight in the bedroom, her steps unwavering. Oh, they have brought Xiaolan here. Xiao-Yin laid the flashlight down, its beam casting a horizontal glow upon the confetti of shredded paper, simultaneously projecting Xiao Yin's focused silhouette onto the adjacent wall. Bao Mu stood beside the simpleton, casting a dubious glance at Xiaolan, his right hand twisting his nose. Xiaolan lingered at the doorway, remarking that she had ventured elsewhere. Xiaolan stepped forward, positioning herself behind Xiaoyin. "What have you discovered?" The simpleton raised her head, an unusual glint in her eyes as she glanced at Xiaolan. As if sensing the simpleton's gaze, Xiaolan turned her face slightly, presenting a stiff smile. "I've picked up a few scraps of paper. There are some words on them," Xiaoyin uttered, bending down to resume her puzzle game. Still oblivious to their significance. "They are merely fragments," Xiaolan echoed, her voice laced with an unmistakable mirth. Leaning closer, she peered over Xiaoyin's shoulder at the scattered paper on the table. Indeed, it was true. Nothing was discernible. "Why do you seem so peculiar?" Xiaoyin remarked with a playful smile, glancing at the little girl just a finger's breadth away. "Are you frightened?" "I feel a chill as well." Xiaolan broke into a low, muted chuckle, straightening her posture, remaining silent. The surroundings fell silent once more, save for the soft rustle of Bao Mu and the simpleton as they searched for fragments on the ground with the flashlight. The beam danced and intertwined, illuminating areas untouched by light. "Ah, there is still a piece trapped underneath the table." The simpleton edged forward, retrieving a scrap concealed beneath the corner of the wall. Turning it over, she discovered the delicate handwriting seen not long ago. A crystal-clear Chinese character emerged above, causing the little fool to leap up in excitement, his gaze sweeping across the wall before him. Gasping in astonishment, he was rendered speechless by the scene that unfolded. Illuminated by the flashlight, the figures of Xiaoyin and Xiaolan were vividly projected onto the wall. Xiaoyin remained bent over her desk, diligently engrossed in her work, while behind her, Xiaolan held aloft a dagger-like object. Though momentarily stunned into silence, instinctively, the little fool did not hesitate and turned around without delay. "Xiaoyin, be careful." Before Xiaoyin could react, a gust of wind suddenly swept past her from behind. Then came the dull thud of an object crashing to the ground. Xiaoyin spun around to find the fool still in the motion of kicking, his long leg extended behind her, his actions unwavering and steady. Yet the owner of that leg had turned pale with fear. "Look quickly," Bao Mu exclaimed, rushing toward Xiaoyin. "Xiaolan." She just vanished into thin air. It was only then that Xiaoyin realized something was amiss and swiftly turned her head towards the source of the voice, where there lay only an empty floor. The kicked-away Xiaolan had completely disappeared. Confused, Xiaoyin grappled with the absence of Xiaolan, the fool's kicking motion, and the chilling sensation of being ensnared just moments ago. At last, the fool lowered his leg, his demeanor shifting from lethargy to the sharpness of a gaze honed over 20 years. "I always suspected that Liao Yilan was problematic," he remarked, unclenching his fist, the paper within nearly soaked through with cold sweat. "Xiaoyin, she intended to kill you." "Huh." The emotion of dread finally enveloped Xiaoyin, causing her to tremble slightly as she inquired, "Who is it? Is it our Xiaolan?" Her words plunged several individuals into deep contemplation, judging solely by her visage. It was undoubtedly our Xiaolan. Yet, the smile, the tone of her speech, and the knife she wielded were wholly uncharacteristic of Xiaolan's demeanor. "I believe." Bao Mu's voice emerged softly. "The person we encountered just now did not seem to be Xiaolan." Xiaoyin and the fool exchanged knowing glances, and no one dared to voice a dissenting opinion. "What have you discerned, Bao Mu?" "The scent." Bao Mu pointed to his nose. "The individual earlier bore a fragrance akin to this place." The fool wrinkled his nose, unable to detect any peculiar aroma. "What scent is present here?" "There is the stench of blood. The person we encountered reeked of it." Bao Mu recalled the overwhelming scent of blood that assaulted him upon opening the door, which was distinct from Xiaolan's essence. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyin slightly relaxed. Though subtle, she sensed that the fool shared a similar sentiment. "What scent does Xiaolan possess?" "Xiaolan is even more perplexing." Bao Mu furrowed his brow, articulating a concern that had troubled him for quite some time. "Xiaolan herself has no scent." Chapter 33. The blood pool on the other side. Whose realm is this? Xiaolan blinked. "Is it Xiaohua's realm?" "It does not resemble that." The Taoist shook his head, his expression grave. "This realm is very new, Very small. It should be. Achoo. Xiaolan could not suppress a sneeze. The Taoist paused momentarily, inquiring, "What is it?" "Nothing." Xiaolan shook her head, urging, "Please continue, Taoist. It should be a realm that has only recently formed, under normal circumstances." "Achoo." Xiaolan awkwardly pinched her nose, hastily waving her hand at the concerned Taoist. "Really? It's nothing. Perhaps someone is just cursing me." "Are you truly not cold?" "Not at all. Not at all." "What were you saying, Taoist?" The Taoist insisted on removing his outer coat and draping it over Xiaolan. Typically, the stronger the deceased's obsession, the more formidable the realm becomes. As time progresses, the number of souls devoured by the realm increases, amplifying its impact. Xiaolan shivered. The realm can consume people? The realm is formed from the will of the deceased. All the rules within it are dictated by them. The Taoist glanced around. Not every individual who dies with hatred and obsession is virtuous. And what? The Taoist appeared somewhat uneasy. Moreover, prolonged searching may drive the deceased to madness. Even benevolent souls may find themselves trapped in a brutal realm after death. Such occurrences are not unheard of. Xiaolan obediently draped the Taoist's coat over her shoulders, pondering their next course of action. "From this moment forth, you must remain closely by my side," the Taoist urged, firmly grasping Xiaolan's hand and gazing intently into her eyes. "I am unfamiliar with the rules of this realm, nor do I know who its master is. This place is fraught with peril for us. Let us first seek out Xiao-Yin," he suggested, pointing towards the doorway leading to the living room. "We should regroup before formulating a plan." However, the Taoist shook his head. "The person we encountered earlier was not Xiao-Yin. That was, perhaps, a puppet of the realm," he remarked as he pushed open the door to the living room. "It could very well be the master of the realm himself." As the door swung open, an inky darkness enveloped them. The feeble beam of the flashlight revealing only vague outlines of furniture, devoid of any signs of life. "Where are the others?" Xiaolan inquired, a hint of astonishment in her voice. "It appears we are trapped in separate spaces," the Taoist replied, pulling Xiaolan into the dust-laden living room. "We must search for clues. Only by understanding its master can we devise a means of escape." Xiaolan held the flashlight aloft while the Taoist rummaged through the surroundings with one hand. Suddenly, he paused, his expression shifting. "What is that scent?" "It resembles the odor of blood," he noted, relaxing slightly and shrugging. "I noticed it the moment we entered. If you find it unsettling, you may wish to don a mask." Not knowing how to articulate her feelings, Xiaolan furrowed her brow in distress. It was distinctly different from when she had first entered. At that moment, the Taoist priest seemed to have discovered something, pulling out a stack of paper from a wooden drawer, flipping through each sheet. Xiaolan leaned closer, curious. "What is this?" It resembled a ledger. The priest was intently examining the text on the pages, yet there were no entries, only numbers. "Ah, Taoist priest," Xiaolan suddenly recalled something. "If we are not in the same space, can we still escape together?" The priest chuckled softly. "We shall reunite. The separation of space cannot keep us apart for long. For we have Xiao-Yin." "Xiao-Yin." Xiaolan echoed in confusion. What purpose does Xiao-Yin serve? Well, the priest pondered while continuing to peruse the papers. "Let me think of how to convey this to you." Xiaolan patiently nodded, illuminating the way for the priest, resolved to first fulfill her duty before addressing other matters. "Xiao-Yin possesses a unique ability," the priest began to explain, but suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from beside Xiaolan. Startled, she momentarily forgot to assist the priest, hastily directing the flashlight towards the source of the noise. As she turned, the beam sliced through the darkness, revealing the form before her. Xiaolan's breath caught in her throat, rendering her immobilized. It was a grotesque visage, scarcely resembling a face. In the blink of an eye, it lunged toward her, crimson flooding her vision as a blood-red hand pressed against her face. The chilling sensation abruptly roused her from her stupor. Xiaolan wished to scream, yet felt the iron grip of the bloodied hand suddenly seize her face, dragging her forward. Captured, she yearned to clutch the Taoist priest's hand, but an overwhelming force wrenched her away from his grasp. "Taoist! No!" Her scream was stifled in her throat as she lost the last vestige of contact with him. The bloodied hand clutching her face and pulling her away. Darkness enveloped her vision. She could see nothing, hear nothing. The bloodied hand obscured her sight, painting everything in a ghastly crimson hue. Xiaolan sensed herself being dragged along, surrounded solely by the acrid stench of blood and an expanse of red. Suddenly, the bloodied hand vanished. Before she could even open her eyes, the ground beneath her gave way, and she plummeted. Water. It was water. The icy, soft texture enveloped her. And Xiaolan realized she had fallen into the depths, struggling to open her eyes and swim upwards. Before her lay a sea of blood red. The foul odor. The frigid, viscous sensation, the scarlet hue. It was not water. She had plunged into a pool of cold blood. Terror engulfed Xiaolan in an instant. She could not breathe, could not see an escape, and was oblivious to her whereabouts. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to perish. Swim upwards, swim upwards. She exerted herself fiercely. The last breath lodged in her throat, and Xiaolan felt her vision turning crimson as well. Should she fail to glimpse the end, she might. Her gaze gradually blurred, a familiar sensation washing over her, as if this were not her first encounter. Suddenly, the blood red before her grew thin, and just as her eyelids were about to close, they widened in shock. Through the increasingly translucent crimson, Xiaolan beheld the darkness of the end. Her limbs were once again filled with vigor, and with her last ounce of strength, Xiaolan kicked out fiercely. She had come back to life. Gasping for air, a smile of survival emerged on her face as she shook her head and opened her eyes. However, the smile froze upon her lips. The blood-soaked pit from which she had desperately escaped was nowhere to be seen. Xiaolan lay on the ground, surrounded by scattered white papers, crumpled and dampened by the humid atmosphere. Above her loomed an impenetrable darkness, unlike the night, resembling a black shroud draped over her line of sight. That darkness began to shift, gradually receding. As Xiaolan lay there, she slowly discerned the true nature of this shadowy presence. A chill enveloped her body in an instant. Chapter 34, Want to kill me? It was an eye, a human eye, enormous and grotesque. The eye continued to move away, revealing an ugly visage. In a fleeting moment, Xiaolan recognized him. He was the man who had tried to kill her in her dreams. The man's expression was a mask of malice, his pupils laced with crimson veins resembling a spider's web. Die, woman. Xiaolan struggled to rise, but before she could lift her torso, the man's hand grasped her throat with a vice-like grip. A whimper of desperation escaped her throat, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones grinding against each other. The man's terrifying face loomed closer, locking eyes with her, his mouth twisting into a grotesque grin as he erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter. Ha 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 ha. You women all deserve to die? Xiaolan could smell the foul, searing stench emanating from his mouth, a repugnant odor that turned her stomach. She felt neither pain nor fear. Instead, all that coursed through her was a surge of fury and revulsion. Perhaps the disdain reflected in Xiaolan's eyes stung the man, causing him to tighten his grip. She felt as though her neck might snap, yet the pain remained elusive. Xiaolan widened her eyes, her engorged pupils fixed upon him, unflinching in her fearlessness. You still live. The man's malicious grin waned slightly, but his grip only tightened, as if to say, I wonder how much longer you can survive. Do you wish to end my life? Her vision gradually became enveloped by a thin veil of crimson. Through that haze, Xiaolan glimpsed what lay behind the man: crude tiles, irregular wooden planks, and dried vegetables hanging by the door. This was a small storage shed beside the house. A frigid smile crept across Xiaolan's lips. Is this how you intend to kill Xiaohua? Something at her waist was radiating warmth. Trembling, she reached for it with her right hand. It was an object from her pocket, Xiaohua's hairpin. She caressed the sharp points of the branch-shaped pin where the paint had chipped away. Do you think you can kill me? Xiaolan's gaze sharpened. No one can take my life. Summoning all her strength, she raised the hairpin and plunged it into the man's murky left eye. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted, accompanied by a searing, sizzling sound. The man staggered backward, clutching his eyes. Dark smoke billowed from between his fingers, and his anguished roars echoed as his body began to transform with the escape of the smoke. Wounds appeared on his previously intact form, some deep, some shallow, some long, some short, slicing through clothing to expose bone, bleeding profusely. As the man writhed in agony, a pool of blood began to form on the ground. Xiaolan tightened her grip on the hairpin, bracing herself against the ground, and staggered to her feet. As she reached towards her throat, there was no deformation as she had imagined, only the faint impression of her own fingers. Xiaolan lowered her gaze to the hairpin, which, devoid of blood, emitted a subtle glow and felt scalding in the palm of her hand. Do you sense your own mission? Do you desire vengeance for your master? Xiaolan's expression turned icy, her usual gentleness and docility evaporating. Clenching the hairpin tightly, she raised her hands high towards the man on the ground, who was writhing in agony. Then allow me to. Xiaolan. The familiar call echoed in her ears, filled with urgency and a tremor of suppressed tears. Xiaolan froze. This voice, this familiar call, this weeping tone. How could he be weeping? Was it for her? Was the Taoist weeping because of her? Xiaolan. A sudden roar of grief and fury erupted, seeming to emanate from right beside her, yet also felt as if it pierced through some barrier, striking directly at her heart. In an instant, a bloodied hand reappeared. Xiaolan had no time to evade before it grasped her face, revealing the man's grotesquely disfigured visage through the gaps of his fingers. In the next moment, she fell back into the blood pool from which she had recently escaped. Drawing upon her prior experience, she instinctively began to swim upwards as soon as she plunged into the crimson depths. Xiaolan. At last, the blood thinned. She burst forth from the surface, arms wide open in a blissful smile. Yet before her stood the silhouette of the Taoist at the door. Xiaolan fell from midair, missing the warm embrace of the Taoist, and instead tumbled behind him. With her face pressed against the ground, Xiaolan involuntarily emitted a cry of distress, swallowing a mouthful of dirt in the process. Xiaolan. She attempted to wipe the grime from her face, yet the Taoist's piercing gaze deterred her from doing so. His eyes flickered, and he remained speechless, merely confirming Xiaolan's condition before exhaling a long, restrained sigh. You must have been frightened. The Taoist's voice was gentle and soothing, infused with a warmth that softened Xiaolan's spirit. I was taken by him, Xiaolan stammered, struggling to articulate the events that had just transpired. I emerged from a red pool. He attempted to strangle me, and I fought back. The Taoist listened patiently, furrowing his brow. Fought back? Shouldn't he have been merely enduring a beating? Understanding the Taoist's expression, Xiaolan felt a wave of embarrassment. He feared the hairpin, so I used it. Hairpin. Suddenly recalling the hairpin, Xiaolan was taken aback, realizing her hands were empty. It had long since vanished. Springing up from the ground, she frantically patted her pockets. Not here, not here, not here. The thought of its sentimental value was secondary. Xiaolan selfishly mused that it was a weapon capable of harming that man. The hairpin. The hairpin. She rummaged through every pocket on her person. Is it Xiaohua's hairpin? The Taoist illuminated with his flashlight. It's right beneath your feet. Didn't you feel it digging in? Lifting her foot, Xiaolan found the hairpin lying obediently on the ground, no longer shimmering or radiating heat. With the presence of a hairpin, we need not fear him any longer. Xiaolan patted her pocket and urged the Taoist priest to continue, inquiring about Xiao Yin's abilities. The Taoist, observing Xiaolan's proud demeanor, appeared to relax as well. Xiao Yin possesses a unique control over space. Chapter 35. Convergence in the Flower Grove. Pineapple scrutinized the envelope in her hand. Is this the name of Xiaohua? The two also noticed the vanishing door, accepting the reality that they had entered the realm. It seems so, Maple Sugar sighed wearily, sinking to the ground. So, is this realm the domain of the Flower Grove? Pineapple shook her head and settled beside Maple Sugar. The false Xiaolan we encountered earlier must be the master of this realm. I can sense that an oppressive atmosphere pervades this place. I concur. Maple Sugar's eyelids felt heavy, her voice dwindling. This realm is so small that it cannot possibly attract us from such a distance. Maple Sugar? Pineapple leaned closer, cradling Maple Sugar's face in her hands. Are you feeling sleepy again? You mustn't doze off now. Maple Sugar managed a faint smile, placing her hands over Pineapple's. I am a bit fatigued, Pineapple, but I won't sleep. I still need to protect you. Isn't it I who is safeguarding you? Pineapple pouted, a hint of playful reproach breaking through her worried expression. Once we uncover the truth, I shall certainly restore you to health. I am not unwell. Maple Sugar smiled as she rested her head on Pineapple's shoulder. What is there to cure? I am merely lazy. Pineapple, in a fit of irritation, playfully tapped Maple Sugar's forehead with a finger. Pineapple's eyes captured this moment, like ripples spreading across the surface of water emanating from a single point, causing the surrounding air to undulate. Pineapple's nerves tightened suddenly, rendering her speechless. She gently shook Maple Sugar's shoulder with her left hand, but he remained unresponsive. Akin to a lifeless figure, his breathing becoming increasingly steady. How unreliable. Reflecting on her earlier encounter with the false Xiaolon, Pineapple gripped the envelope tightly in her hand, her arm trembling slightly as cold sweat began to seep through, leaving marks on the surface of the envelope. Maple Sugar, he has arrived. Her boyfriend still showed no sign of awareness, resembling a helpless figure, while his breaths grew more rhythmic. Pineapple felt both anger and urgency, unable to simply slap him awake. Instead, she laid Maple Sugar on the ground, stood up, clutching the envelope from the flower bed in one hand while drawing a small dagger, ostensibly for self-defense but primarily used for peeling fruit, with the other. The ripples grew larger, distorting the objects in reality against the backdrop of the undulating air. Pineapple raised the knife and the envelope, aiming at the center of the ripples, awaiting the arrival of the false Xiaolon. I am not afraid of you. How dare you disguise yourself as Xiaolon? Pineapple encouraged herself, as if she had truly harnessed newfound strength, her grip on the knife steadying. In the midst of the transparent ripples, a small black hole materialized, rapidly expanding, until suddenly a hand emerged from the void, seemingly struggling to break free. Pineapple never anticipated that such a scene would unfold. Is traversing within one's own realm truly this arduous? Weighing her options, Pineapple cautiously swept at the hand with an envelope from a distance. As she approached, the black hole suddenly expanded, and before she could escape, a mass burst forth from the abyss, crashing down upon her. Pineapple dared not open her eyes, screaming as she waved the envelope, accompanied by another furious roar. Why are you grabbing my foot? The voice resonated in her ears, prompting Pineapple to pause. It sounded like Xiao-Yin. The weight pressing down on her lifted, and Pineapple lay on the ground, cautiously opening her eyes a mere slit. I can't swim. The fool knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, with tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Who could have imagined she would need to swim across? Swim through the blood. Baomu crouched to the side, retching. Xiao-Yin stood beside Pineapple, her back turned, hands on her hips, pointing angrily at the kneeling fool, clearly infuriated. Pineapple took a moment to gather her thoughts, feeling the urge to cry swell within her. Xiao-Yin. Pineapple's trembling voice emerged. I miss you so much. Xiao-Yin turned her head. The anger dissipated as she rushed towards Pineapple, and the two embraced, weeping profusely. I miss you too, Pineapple. Thank goodness you're okay. I almost got killed. It terrified me. Just as she spoke, it seemed they both recalled something simultaneously, freezing in place. If the master of the realm could disguise himself as Xiaolon, then the individuals before us. The two embraced in unison thought of this, cold sweat suddenly breaking out, yet neither dared to push the other away. Pineapple. Xiao-Yin said nervously, do you still remember the first realm we entered together? Was it that boy in the red dress who committed suicide? Pineapple's arm rested on Xiao-Yin's shoulder, yet now he hesitated to exert any force, stiffly suspended in the air. Do you recall how we bid him farewell? Xiao-Yin relaxed, breaking into a smile. Of course I remember. I was the one who ran to deliver Nini's love letter to his idol. It was only after Nini heard that her idol cried for him that she left. I was so impressive on my first visit. I shall boast about this for a lifetime. Xiao-Yin. Pineapple. I miss you so much. The two wept in each other's embrace once more. Must you two always be like this? The silly one stood up, looking helplessly at the two girls clinging to each other. And Nini, come on. Li is at least a boy. Do you not fear that he might rise from the dead to bite you with such incessant calling? Xiao-Yin lifted her head, scolding the silly one. Nini wouldn't bite me. It's you, you foolish one, who pulled my legs in the water. I kicked you away, and you didn't drown. Did you? Because he later pulled my leg. Baomu finally ceased his retching, tears of grievance glistening at the corners of his eyes. The stench of the water was overwhelming, nearly suffocating me, while the foolish brother clutched at my feet, sobbing inconsolably. Pineapple turned to the simpleton, questioning how he could treat Baomu in such a manner. The simpleton, at a loss for words, could only stand beside Baomu, gently patting his head, assuring him that he would be more careful next time. Yet, Baomu's cries only deepened in their sense of injustice. Feigning ignorance, the simpleton cleared his throat and addressed Pineapple, inquiring if she was the sole occupant here. The simpleton quickly interjected, recounting how a figure disguised as Xiaolan had deceived them, threatening Xiaoyin with malicious intent. Fortunately, my swift reflexes allowed me to kick her away. We have also encountered Xiaolan. Pineapple's eyes brightened, rising to her feet. A sense of unease washed over me. This Xiaolan was unlike the one we knew. Did Baomu not sense it? Baomu nodded and leaned in closer, noting the distinct difference in Xiaolan's scent, confirming it was a guy's. Why masquerade as Xiaolan? Xiaoyin stood up, brushing off her trousers, pondering if something had befallen Xiaolan. Chapter 36. Xiaoyin's ability. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the group. Surely not. Baomu chuckled hesitantly, asserting that the Taoist master would protect her. But what if? The group exchanged glances, and after a brief pause of 2 seconds, they instinctively commenced their actions. The realm of this spatial chain resembles a river, one that appears to be filled with blood. Xiaoyin raised her right hand, palm outward, tentatively probing the air as she spoke. When we enter, hold on to me tightly, but once we fall into the river, do not cling on any longer. Pineapple swiftly kicked aside her peacefully slumbering boyfriend. And before he could fully comprehend the situation, she had already pulled him behind Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin closed her eyes, meticulously using her fingertips to sense every inch of the air around her. Baomu reached into his pocket, rummaging around, and sighed in relief. Thankfully, the letter was still there. A letter? Pineapple caught Baomu's utterance and quickly retrieved her hidden envelope. We found an envelope. It belongs to Xiaohua, her name. Found it. Xiaoyin stood beside the small door connecting the living room to the kitchen, her eyes wide open, her right hand suspended in midair. Where her fingertips touched, the space seemed to undergo a subtle distortion, rippling outward like pebbles thrown into water, dissipating moments later. The group braced themselves, securing their backpacks, while Pineapple sealed the pocket containing the envelope. The small waves cascaded outward, distorting everything around them. Control over space? Xiaolan was at a loss, pondering its meaning. Due to the nature of the deceased, certain realms may harbor regions akin to parallel spaces. Those who entered the realm seemed to search in the same location, yet were in fact separated by different dimensions. For instance, just moments ago, you were captured by the blood figure and taken to another space. Xiaoyin possesses the remarkable ability to locate and unlock doors between different realms, which we refer to as spatial walls. The Taoist priest picked up a piece of paper from the ground, recognizing it as one that had scattered during Xiaolan's disappearance. This paper connected various dimensions through what we call spatial chains. Xiaoyin can open these walls, guiding others through the spatial chains to arrive in another realm. How astonishing! Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with wonder as she recalled Xiaoyin's playful grin. How could Xiaoyin possess such a talent? Attempting to sound nonchalant, Xiaolan inquired whether she had learned it from someone or if it was an innate gift. The Taoist priest raised his gaze, and Xiaolan felt as though her curiosity had been entirely laid bare. In truth, we have not known Xiaoyin for long, the Taoist priest chuckled, settling onto the ground with the stack of white papers he had collected, stretching out his long legs. He had asked Xiaoyin similar questions before, yet she remained reticent. Xiaolan pouted and sat beside the Taoist priest, glancing at the papers in his hands. Were there no other markings apart from the numbers? The Taoist priest raised his left hand, holding a flashlight, while his right pointed at several numbers on the white paper. These appear to be dates, followed by a series of numbers. If they indeed represent dates, then the recorded period spans approximately 1 week. A period? 1 week. Xiaolan's mind began to connect the dots. I will search nearby, she declared, rising to her feet and taking the flashlight as she headed towards the small bedroom. Do not wander off alone. We shall wait here for a moment, for Xiao-Yin will soon bring them back, the Taoist priest's voice called from behind. Xiaolan casually acknowledged him before beginning her search. With a hairpin in hand, Xiaolan felt an immense sense of confidence. As for my abilities, it's difficult to articulate, but in due time, you shall come to understand, the Taoist suddenly remarked. Xiaolan furrowed her brow, perplexed by the Taoist's words. She leaned down, directing her flashlight towards the object beneath the table. The area beneath the table was quite constricted, measuring barely half a meter in height. On the ground lay a puddle of a dark, viscous substance, which, under the illumination, revealed a foreboding dark red hue. Approaching to take a whiff, she recognized the familiar metallic scent of blood. Perhaps, it might take a while longer. Uncertain of how many layers of space existed, Xiaoyin could very well be lost. There was no need to rush. Xiaolan. Oh no. In a sudden turn, Xiaolan was taken aback by the scene before her. The Taoist remained seated, facing away from her, with a small figure nestled beside him. As if sensing her gaze, the figure turned its face towards Xiaolan, revealing a peculiar smile. That figure was unmistakably her own. Chapter 37. The invisible wall just 2 steps away, he had transformed into her likeness. Taoist! Xiaolan cried out, rushing towards him. Bang! It felt as though she had collided with an invisible wall, ignoring the throbbing pain in her possibly swollen head. She incredulously pounded against the unseen barrier separating her from the Taoist. Why is this happening? I only found this ledger. The Taoist glanced at the figure. If this does not belong to Xiaohua, then I have not discovered anything related to her. The figure nodded in satisfaction, seemingly stretching, and placed its left hand behind the Taoist. Xiaolan moved back and forth, discovering that an invisible wall was tightly blocking the space between the two. She could hear the Taoist speaking, yet the words of the other person eluded her. Taoist! Xiaolan pounded on the transparent barrier with her hands and feet. But the Taoist remained unmoved. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed. The person, whose left hand had been empty, now brandished a dagger. Its sharp tip aimed menacingly at the Taoist's back. An icy dread enveloped Xiaolan. Taoist! Her voice transformed, filled with terror. She had never cried out with such desperation, even when her own life was at stake. Why not stay by the Taoist's side? Why take away Xiaohua's hairpin? Bang! 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 Uncertain if the sound emanated from the wall or her own fists, she struck with increasing force, but the noise reverberated only within her confined space. What is wrong with you, always asking these trivial questions? The Taoist stood, distancing himself from the impostor, and approached his backpack, stuffing a sheet of white paper inside, rummaging for something else. With his back turned to her and the other person, the latter also rose, concealing the dagger within his sleeve, revealing only a cold blade tip. Do something? Of course, one must. The Taoist continued conversing, yet his actions gradually halted as the figure inched closer, uncertain if he could hear her footsteps. The mouth moved, and the assailant paused behind the Taoist, raising the dagger. Frantically, Xiaolan pounded against the transparent wall. Taoist, run. Taoist, hurry and flee. Stop. A faint golden light flickered momentarily, and the Taoist swiftly turned around, striking a luminous object against the figure before him. Xiaolan, still engaged in her action of pounding against the wall, failed to react in time as the Taoist rushed towards her with his backpack in tow. The impostor stood frozen, brandishing a dagger in a threatening manner. Taoist, over here, Xiaolan exclaimed, waving her arms frantically upon seeing him approach. Yet, as if sensing something amiss, the Taoist abruptly halted, hesitating for a fleeting second before pivoting towards the door leading from the living room to the kitchen, his long legs striding purposefully. Not visible anymore. This is bad. The sound of pots and pans crashing to the floor emanated from the kitchen, leaving Xiaolan to discern what transpired next door merely by sound. A muffled grunt echoed, reminiscent of the Taoist. Her heart plummeted as she squeezed herself into the corner formed by the transparent wall and the solid barrier, striving to steady her rapid breaths, intent on capturing every subtle sound. You truly are beyond redemption, The Taoist voice resonated with an unsettling calm. You do not deserve to witness the boundary stone. A swift object sliced through the air, creating a sharp gust of wind, which Xiaolan perceived distinctly. Shortly thereafter, the familiar sound of burning filled the air. Glancing into her pocket, she recalled the sound emitted when the hairpin struck the bloodied man. Indeed, it was the same, accompanied by the searing noise. The agonized cries of the unfamiliar man surfaced. Xiaolan's heart eased slightly. It appeared the Taoist had not suffered a loss. Before either could exchange words, a cacophony erupted from next door, this time the voices of several individuals clashing in a tumultuous uproar. Yet, Xiaolan felt no trepidation. She recognized their voices. Here they come again. The foolish one shouted first. Is that the false Xiaolan? Master, you are bleeding. Xiao Yin's words sent a jolt of anxiety through Xiaolan's heart. Was the master injured? Were the others all right? The master remained silent. After a brief moment, footsteps echoed, accompanied by the sound of something dragging along the floor. The master appeared at the doorway, striding directly toward Xiaolan. Others followed suit, and the scattered beams of flashlights illuminated the scene before her. The master's gaze was icy. A long gash marred his shoulder, extending down to his collarbone, blood cascading over his entire left side. His left hand gripped the neck of a feeble impostor resembling himself, dragging the near-lifeless figure along. Blood dripped from the master's left hand, sizzling as it made contact with the neck of the counterfeit Xiaolan, emitting wisps of black smoke. The master approached, clutching his own neck. While the scene was undeniably eerie, what Xiaolan felt most was a profound joy at the prospect of finally escaping. Why has it turned into a wall? The foolish one craned his neck, trailing behind the master. A wall. Xiaolan touched the transparent barrier that separated them. Could they see this wall? The master had reached the barrier, raising his left hand to press the impostor against it, while his right hand brandished a dagger, the tip poised at the man's heart. Even the weapon has been confiscated, Xiaolan mused, impressed. Truly, the master was formidable. Open the wall. The master's voice resonated, deep and commanding, imbued with an unyielding intensity. Black smoke continued to billow forth, as the impostor seemed to be drained of all strength, merely swaying from side to side. Xiaolan smirked, eager to witness what tricks the man might still possess. The tip of the Taoist's blade drew near, his black pupils filled with a chilling flame. As he breached the wall, Xiao Yin. The figure extended his left hand towards Xiao Yin's direction, declaring, You have mistaken the wrong person. I am Xiaolan. Why are you calling for me? Xiao Yin, though stubborn in her words, cast a furtive glance at Bao Mu, questioning, Do I appear easily deceived? Bao Mu nodded, affirming, She is not Xiaolan. I am certain she is the one who wishes to kill you. A malevolent laughter erupted from the stranger's throat, his form gradually transforming, seemingly conceding to fate. Xiaolan, having witnessed this metamorphosis before, felt no surprise. While the others reacted with alarm, the Taoist remained impassive, merely tightening his grip around the assailant's throat. So you wish to save her? So fond of her? The bloodied man laughed heartily. She is already dead. Ha. I take great pleasure in saying this. I have already dispatched her. Chapter 38. The Ruins. What transpired? Pineapple could no longer contain himself and approached the Taoist. What happened to Xiaolan? Seeing Pineapple's arrival, Xiaolan anxiously struck the wall twice. How did she die? Where is her body? Maple Syrup also approached, furrowing his brow with a serious demeanor. Hey, you accepted this far too easily, Xiaolan exclaimed, pounding the wall in frustration, her anxiety evident as she tugged at her hair. I do not wish to search for some nonsensical boundary marker, the man declared, suddenly seizing the dagger the Taoist had pressed against his chest. You shall never see her again, just like that wretched woman. As the words fell from his lips, the man summoned the last vestiges of his strength to plunge the dagger into his own chest. The inky smoke thickened, and Bao Mu covered his nose, retreating to a corner, visibly anguished. Xiaolan was just beyond that wall. The Taoist struck the wall with fervor, yet to no avail. As the black smoke seeped forth, the surroundings began to transform. The suffocating darkness dissipated, allowing moonlight to cascade through the window, illuminating every corner of the living room. A long streak of dried blood, darkened with time, crept in from the doorway, not the fresh blood of the Taoist or the man. The room was besmirched with splatters and smudges, a veritable scene of carnage. The master of the realm had perished, and the realm was destined to vanish. Xiaoyin gazed down at the ashes of the man, but what of Xiaolan? Was the realm truly gone? Xiaolan surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, they were altered. Tentatively, she extended her finger to poke at the transparent wall. It was gone. "Look, you silly fool," she exclaimed, pointing. The wall had vanished. "Splendid, Taoist." Xiaolan joyfully leaped to the Taoist's side, her innocent gaze lifted to him. Yet, the Taoist did not return her look. His focus remained on the area from which he had just escaped, devoid of any smile. Where is Xiaolan?" Pineapple's voice trembled, and upon hearing this, Xiaolan's heart plummeted. The Taoist took a step forward, striding directly toward the small bedroom that had been obstructed by the transparent wall. Xiaolan reached out, attempting to grasp the Taoist's arm, but encountered only the unchanged texture of the air. Fingers traversed the body of the Taoist priest, and Xiaolan found herself grasping at emptiness, frozen in place. "I can see, yet cannot touch." Xiaolan embraced her own shoulders, savoring the essence of her being. Others followed the priest's footsteps into the bedroom, passing through Xiaolan's form without a flicker of recognition. A bitter smile played on her lips. Could it be that I have truly perished? Surely, death must entail a process. When did I die, and how? "This is troublesome," a voice echoed from within the bedroom. Could it be that Xiaolan has been dragged into the abyss? What abyss? Xiaolan's ears perked up. The voice continued. "How did you manage to escape the last time you fell into the abyss?" "I climbed out myself, but this time it is Xiaoyin. However, I am different. I am unafraid of the twisting of space, for I possess an innate spatial affinity." "Then why not venture into rescue Xiaolan? Be reasonable. Where am I to climb?" Upon hearing this, Xiaolan began to survey her surroundings. If there is a way out, there must be an exit. Apart from the bloodstains that marred the floor, the tables, chairs, and television, the decor bore no striking deviation from any ordinary household. Xiaolan wandered to the window, where the moonlight poured in, illuminating the front yard. The resplendent round moon hung high in the sky, casting slender shadows behind her. "I still have a shadow. It seems I truly have not died." Xiaolan was uncertain where this superstitious notion stemmed from, yet it brought her solace. Turning towards the bedroom, the companions were still unable to devise an appropriate rescue plan. Xiaolan was even unaware of the true nature of the market, but judging by their expressions, it seemed exceedingly difficult to navigate. Although it was referred to as a bedroom, this small chamber resembled more of a storage room. A small bed in the corner was piled high with boxes of various sizes. At the back of the room, a small window revealed a figure, the Taoist priest, standing before it, gazing outwards. As Xiaolan approached, the moonlight illuminated the priest's face, casting a stern and resolute profile, yet in Xiaolan's eyes, there was an indescribable tenderness. "Wait, moonlight?" Xiaolan glanced outside, where a colossal full moon bathed the distant horizon in its radiant glow, rendering the night as bright as day. A chilling dread crept slowly up her spine. Why could she see the moon from the front window, and also from the back? Turning to look behind her, she found only her own distorted shadow, while the others were surrounded by emptiness. Could it be that only she could see this moon? Two moons. Symmetrical moons. Xiaolan gazed into the distance, and indeed, the moonlight only illuminated the backyard, beyond which lay a pitch-black expanse. Rushing to the front window, she found the same scene in the front yard. This is a false moon. This is a moon that exists solely within the market. Xiaolan fixed her gaze on the ground, retreating step by step. At last, she beheld her own shadow. Half turning, Xiaolan faced the wall, where two shadows crossed on either side of her, leaving her standing in the middle, looking up at the ceiling. It was here, in the center of the canopy illuminated by moonlight, there was a faintly discernible black seam, seemingly overlooked by the two moons, an exceptionally deep darkness. Xiaolan recalled Xiaoyin's description and set off to climb upwards. The gap was visibly narrowing, and by the time Xiaolan managed to place the chair atop the coffee table, The opening was nearly imperceptible. Time was of the essence. Before she could steady the chair, she hastily began her ascent, her feet trembling upon the unstable furniture. With arms outstretched to maintain balance, she patiently awaited the quaking to subside, then gradually extended her hand towards the narrowing crevice. Her palm effortlessly penetrated the ceiling, disappearing into the darkness. There was no distinct sensation, yet witnessing her hand vanish into the void confirmed to Xiaolan that her gamble had paid off. The gap continued to constrict, now barely allowing passage for a single person. Grasping the edge, she could distinctly feel the space diminishing. She had to act swiftly, clinging to the edge with both hands. Xiaolan attempted to hook her foot onto the wall to propel herself upward. Her left foot found purchase against the wall, and with force, she thrust her right foot. Suddenly, before her right foot could exert its strength, the chair beneath her collapsed, leaving her without support. Her left foot slipped, and she found herself suspended in midair. Fortunately, she did not lose her grip. Xiaolan clung desperately to the edge while her mind raced to devise a way to regain her footing as the gap continued to tighten. Should the crevice vanish entirely, she might truly face a dire fate. Gritting her teeth, she swayed her body, striving to inch closer to the wall for support. The opening was now narrower than her shoulders. It was imperative that she did not fail. She could not give in. At last, her feet found a stable position against the wall. Gazing at the almost vanished gap, Xiaolan resolutely lifted her leg and hooked it. She succeeded. Her face was severely flushed, and Xiaolan poured all her strength into her leg, propelling her body forward. Just as she was about to burst through the narrow gap, it felt as if a hand from the darkness had grasped her leg. Startled, Xiaolan did not halt her movements. In the final moment before the gap vanished, she wriggled free like an eel escaping from a boiling pot. Chapter 39. The Ancestral Hall. There was no sense of solid ground beneath her. Xiaolan was momentarily disoriented, colliding with something soft. A cacophony of sounds erupted in her ears, followed by a sensation of tumbling and falling. Ah, what pain! Though a scream pierced the air, Xiaolan herself felt no pain. In fact, she found lying on the soft surface rather comfortable. Xiaolan, my leg, how wonderful! The chaotic voices surrounding her were not bothersome. Amidst their joyous exclamations, Xiaolan gradually regained her senses. Looking down, she noticed Xiao-Yin, who seemed to have just awakened from a semi-conscious state. Without taking the time to soothe her own pain, Xiao-Yin quickly recognized Xiaolan's face. It really is Xiaolan. Joy surged ahead of the pain as Xiao-Yin embraced her tightly, clutching her head. It's Xiao-Yin. Xiaolan also extended her arms, wrapping them around the emotional girl, on the brink of tears. I finally. Bolu, too, rushed over, kneeling before Xiaolan and cradling her face for a careful inspection. With reddened eyes, Bolu exhaled deeply, relieved to see that Xiaolan was unharmed. Have you all forgotten that there is still another person beneath you? A feeble groan escaped the lips of the foolish one, prompting Xiaolan to finally notice that there was indeed someone lying below her and Xiao-Yin. Hastily stepping aside, the foolish one lay flat on the ground, crushed to the brink of life. Bao Mu helped the foolish one to his feet, who, with tears streaming down his face, pointed an accusatory finger at them. I told the lift shine to save you, and yet this is how you treat me. I am furious and will no longer be appeased. Observing the pitiable yet comical expression of the foolish one, the group finally broke into smiles, their tension easing. As a hand brushed through her hair, Xiaolan looked up to see the Taoist, who was also gazing down at her. With a gentle smile, the Taoist's sharp features softened. Had she not witnessed how he dealt with the bloodthirsty, Xiaolan might have perceived him as a person of calm and composure. Xiaolan, you are remarkable. How did you manage to climb out? The joy and surprise in Xiao-Yin's eyes were unmistakable. Xiaolan gazed at the ceiling, where the gap had long since vanished. In truth, I was right beside you all along, able to hear your conversations, yet you could not sense my presence. I noticed something amiss with the moon outside and utilized its light to spot the gap in the roof. Just as I was about to squeeze through, you rescued me. Xiao-Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. You could see the gap as well? What is so strange about that? Xiaolan thought to herself. Although her view was not entirely clear, She vaguely recalled seeing a dark slit, believing she could escape through it. A few individuals appeared somewhat astonished, while Xiaolan found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to embrace silence or utter a few words. As I have mentioned, Xiaolan is no ordinary child, the Taoist priest remarked, drawing the attention of the crowd towards himself. The wound no longer bled, and the Taoist priest's demeanor hardly resembled that of an injured person. Baomu, what time is it? Baomu glanced at his watch, noting it was about 10:30. It was still early, as time flowed rather slowly in this realm. Just then, the Taoist priest hoisted his backpack onto his uninjured shoulder. Although they had inadvertently entered this realm, matters had been resolved with relative ease. We must now head to the ancestral hall. Let us set off. Xiaolan was taken aback, her gaze fixed on the Taoist priest's alarming injury. Was this truly considered smooth sailing? What would an unfortunate outcome entail? Ugh, what was she thinking? Noticing the silent agreement among the others, Xiaolan refrained from speaking and followed the Taoist priest, finally stepping out of the ominous dwelling that had briefly haunted her dreams. The moon hung high in the sky. Unlike the artificial moon in the market, tonight was not a full moon. The slender, snow-white crescent cast a hazy glow, and along the seemingly endless path of the mountain village, a mist seemed to linger. The beam of the flashlight penetrated the web of moonlight, illuminating the walls of the various houses. Was that ahead? The little fool dashed ahead, hastening a few paces as the beam swept over the prominent vermilion pillars. Isn't this just a dilapidated temple? Xiaoyin exclaimed without reservation. Though Xiaolan harbored the same thought, she chose to keep it to herself. The crimson double doors stood wide open, revealing a path of weathered flagstones leading to the entrance of a modest, unassuming hall. To refer to it as a grand hall would be a euphemism. In truth, this ancestral shrine resembled a small temple lacking in fervent devotion. A few individuals stood at the threshold, peering inside, where indeed a statue was enshrined at the center. This must be the very place where the father of the slug and the bloodied figure were laid to rest. Feng Tang searched the hall thoroughly, but there were no traces left of any coffin ever having been housed within these walls. Is this a statue of Guanyin? Baomu stood before the effigy, tilting his head back to meet the gaze of the slightly bowed figure. Is it the Guanyin of fertility? Xiaolan also directed her attention towards the statue, whose surface had become mottled and peeling over time. Guanyin cradled a child, her originally benevolent expression now transformed into something grotesquely sinister through the ravages of time. Gazing upon such a figure in the stillness of the night sent shivers down Xiaolan's spine, as if at any moment that cracked smile and sunken eyes might leap forth towards her. Feng Tang's search for evidence yielded nothing. It was evident that this place had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving no remnants behind. Could this truly be an ancestral shrine? Hadn't Liang mentioned that such places were quite conspicuous? At present, it appeared to be nothing more than a forsaken little temple. The conspicuous location lies above, came the voice of the Taoist priest from the entrance. He had yet to step into the hall, instead standing upon the flagstones of the small courtyard, gazing upward. Upon noticing their attention, he gestured towards the upper part of the hall. The group hurried over, looking up at the hall. At first glance, it appeared to be enveloped in darkness. But as Xiaolan focused intently, she discerned a faint discord within that inky void. In the depths of darkness, a black tower emerged from behind the main hall, towering over the roof, standing silently amidst the shadows. Is there truly a tower? Xiaoyin squinted her eyes, straining to discern its form. Xiaolan extended her finger, gesturing towards the silhouette of the dark structure, and remarked that it resembled a Chapter 40. The ring. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The cylindrical object before them indeed resembled the image of a chimney etched in her memory. Why would a dilapidated temple conceal a chimney? The group exchanged glances, and, as if in unison, they circumnavigated the main hall, advancing towards the spot where the chimney stood. It truly was a chimney, and the foolish one dashed to the front, calling out to them from afar. As Xiaolan approached, gazing up at it from a closer vantage point, she realized that the chimney was indeed imposing, its inky blackness looming behind the ancestral hall, as if quietly narrating a forgotten tale. Feng Teng looked around and suddenly pointed at the main hall, exclaiming that there was a door leading out from within. Xiaolan glanced at the door. It was as spacious as the main entrance, a pair of grand double doors, and she wondered why the back door was crafted with such intricate detail. However, the door's mystery did not trouble her for long, as she soon began to ponder the presence of the chimney, which seemed out of place. This chimney was slightly thicker than the average one, and under the beam of the flashlight, it exhibited a dark, oily texture. Xiaolan reached out to poke it, only to find that the oily, foul-smelling substance adhered to her finger. The Taoist priest, exasperated, offered Xiaolan a packet of tissues, while the flashlight's beam danced along the chimney's exterior, revealing an array of colors. As he reached out to grasp the slightly protruding doorknob, the Taoist priest quickly intervened, using his gloved right hand to hold the equally filthy handle and gently pull it open. "What is that smell?" Xiaoyin covered her nose and approached them. "What are you doing?" A peculiar odor assailed them, reminiscent of something trapped in a chimney for far too long, imbued with a strong and acrid bitterness. The Taoist priest recoiled, coughing, while Xiaolan found it tolerable, no worse than the stench found in the bloodhouse. The chimney contained ashes from past combustions, their original form obscured, yet the foul air revealed all. This was no ordinary chimney. "What is that?" The foolish one pinched his nose and directed the beam of his flashlight into a specific spot within the chimney. The others turned to look, where an object was reflecting the light. Xiaoyin squinted. It was metallic, not particularly large. "Who will go in to retrieve it?" Feng Teng leaned beside the small door, preparing to support himself as he peered into the chimney. As soon as his hand touched the chimney wall, he recoiled in distaste with a sound of disgust. It seemed no one was inclined to venture into the interior of this foul-smelling chimney. "Then it shall be you," Xiaoyin declared without hesitation, turning to the foolish one. "You found it, so you should go in. That seems fair, does it not?" Just as the foolish one was about to protest, the Taoist priest nodded in agreement, saying, "You should go. Among the boys, you are the tallest, and it was you who spotted the object. We will hold on to your legs while you make an effort to retrieve it." The foolish one, feeling isolated and vulnerable under the expectant yet sympathetic gazes of all, donned disposable protective gear and squeezed himself into the chimney. Xiaoyin stifled her laughter, while Xiaolan felt there was nothing particularly amusing. However, upon witnessing Xiaoyin's expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. The fool began to retreat, prompting the others to quickly compose their expressions as they watched the fool, covered in dirt, cough and leap through the small door. He had found something, a ring. The fool brushed off the dust from his head and extended his right hand, revealing a small trinket in his palm. No wonder it smells so strong. This chimney isn't burning wood, it's burning people. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's gaze shifted abruptly from the silver ring to the fool, her expression one of shock. The others were similar looks of disbelief. The fool removed his mask and pointed towards the interior of the chimney, where lay the charred remains of a human skeleton, half-burned. "When I backed out, I accidentally pressed against it. They were all buried under piles of ash. This isn't chimney, it's clearly a crematorium. The greasy stains on the exterior and the acrid scent had been evident all along. Why would there be a crematorium behind the ancestral hall of Lianshui village?" "You must be mistaken. Isn't that just unburned wood?" Xiaoyin remarked. "Why don't you go inside and take a look?" "I'll kill you. This Lianshui village harbors far too many secrets." The Taoist priest pulled Xiaolan, who had almost leaned into the furnace, back to safety and took the ring discovered by the fool. "We must return during the day. It would be best to find a villager willing to share some insights." "Taoist." Baomu's voice rang out from behind the group, filled with a terror that sent shivers through everyone. "What is the matter?" Chapter 41. The Eyes Behind the Door. "What does this mean?" The fool approached the door, which was currently shut. The frigid embrace of the night deepened, the flashlights beam a feeble defiance against the encroaching darkness. Baomu's sudden pause sent a jolt of unease through the group. "What did you see?" someone asked, their voice tight with apprehension. I saw someone." Baomu stammered, his words laced with uncertainty. "Or rather, to be precise, I saw a pair of eyes." A potent sense of being watched from behind sent shivers down Xiaolan's spine, compelling her to whirl around. She swept the flashlight beam into the distance. But only a desolate expanse of blackness met her gaze. The door slammed shut the instant I cried out. Bao Mu continued, his voice barely above a whisper. The Taoist stepped forward, securing the ring the simpleton had discovered in his breast pocket. Whose eyes were they? He inquired, his voice betraying a hint of concern. Were they human? Taoist, don't frighten us, Xiaoyan murmured, clutching her shoulders. If they weren't human, what else could they be? Could this be another realm? My meaning, the Taoist clarified, is whether they were the eyes of some beast. Are you certain they were human eyes? They seemed to be. Bao Mu nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. They were at roughly my height. I believe it was a person. We shall investigate, the Taoist declared, his resolve unwavering. He strode to the door and grasped one of the handles. Xiaolan followed closely behind, peering out into the darkness. The main hall remained shrouded in gloom. The rear door offered a view of the Guanyin statue's back. The flashlight beam danced across the hall's perimeter, revealing no sign of recent activity. If it's just a person, there's nothing to fear, the simpleton asserted, clenching and unclenching his fist. The voyeur has likely fled through the front entrance. Shall we give chase? The Taoist shook his head. We shall not pursue. We shall depart. Depart? The simpleton echoed, struggling to comprehend the Taoist's intentions. Depart to where? The Taoist priest pivoted, casting a glance at him. We must depart. Huh. Now. Affirmative, forthwith. The priest resecured the main hall's rear entrance and guided the group toward the periphery of the ancestral temple. Tread softly. And dim your flashlights. Why must we abscond? The simpleton queried in a hushed tone, a sentiment that resonated with Xiaolan. Do you still not comprehend? You are truly a simpleton, Xiaoyan retorted. We are under the village's surveillance. The crematorium and that sanguine figure are undoubtedly secrets of Lotus Water Village. Now that these secrets have been unearthed, they shall not permit us to depart with impunity. Pineapple, who had been uncharacteristically silent, abruptly halted, her flashlight beam illuminating a sizable boulder adjacent to the temple. What is it, Pineapple? The priest inquired. Upon that stone, there appears to be a talisman affixed. Pineapple advanced, traversing the short distance to the stone. It is identical to the talisman discovered at the sanguine figure's abode. Maple Syrup, remaining by his paramour's side, scrutinized the talisman, then crouched down, directing his light toward the stone's base. Indeed, Maple Syrup lifted his gaze to his assembled companions. Beneath this stone also lies a well. Another well? It would appear the issue does not lie with the sanguine figure's well, but rather with the village's wells in their entirety. The priest circumambulated the stone, refraining from tasking the simpleton with its removal. Shall we not seize the talisman? Xiaoyan inquired. Nay, we shall not, the priest responded, shaking his head and gesturing for the group to follow him. We must not overstep. I sense that this ancestral temple may be the villagers' ultimate boundary, the repository of their most profound secret. Xiaolan shared a similar sentiment, although she had not witnessed it firsthand. The unsettling notion of being watched by a stranger filled her with unease, a foreboding feeling surging within her like a tide. Upon reaching the end of the path, the Taoist priest glanced behind him for the last time, ensuring no one was in pursuit, before guiding several individuals into the forest. Following the route etched in his memory toward the site of the hastily erected tent. My dearest sister, Xiaoji, Chapter 42, The Sin of Lianshui Village. During the winter of my sophomore year, I encountered an elderly couple by the roadside. They claimed to be seeking their missing son. Moved by a foolish sense of compassion, I fell prey to their ruse and was led to a secluded alley where I was forcibly taken into a vehicle. After enduring a brutal assault and the injection of drugs, I awoke to find myself in the malevolent Lianshui village, nestled in the mountains. Lianshui village resides in the Fengwu region. For years, the villagers have engaged in the heinous crime of trafficking women and children, with new victims arriving weekly. The village serves as a transit point, with some victims being transported down the mountain the very next day. Almost all adult villagers have participated in these criminal activities. I have concealed the evidence I gathered within the home of my captors, accompanied by a list of the criminals and witnesses. Once you deliver this letter to the police station, this information will serve as direct evidence for the conviction of the villagers. Sister, The above is what I hope you can promptly convey to the authorities. The following words are for you, my beloved sister. I have always disregarded your advice, causing you endless worry. I vow that this will be the last time I take such a risk, the final instance in which I defy your wishes. Will you grant me this? Recently, another girl has been taken up the mountain, and I have been granted an opportunity to escape. I am uncertain of my success. Should anything happen to me, I implore you not to grieve excessively. Your health has always been fragile, and my sole wish is for your well-being and happiness. Xiaoji, my affection for you runs deep, and I am truly fortunate to be your sister. I love you, I love you, I love you. The light within the tent was dim, as a few individuals huddled together, gazing at the letter they had just painstakingly assembled, enveloped in silence. A sigh, melancholic and indistinct, escaped from an unknown source, yet it resonated as if it belonged to everyone present. Damn it! The fool hammered the ground in frustration, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiaolan's nose felt painfully tight, though her eyes remained dry. The two sisters, yearning to see each other, continued their relentless search until death intervened. This world. Xiaoyin bowed her head in silence, meticulously taping the fragments together, folding them, and placing them into the envelope discovered by Fengtang. This ledger could very well be the village's record of trafficking transactions. The priest cleared his throat, steering the group away from their sorrowful atmosphere back to reality. To assist Xiaohua, we must dismantle this village. Xiaoyin rarely adopted such a serious demeanor, her voice trembling, for Xiuhua's obsession likely revolved around this matter. Therefore, we must. By all means. Baomu sniffed, suggesting that tomorrow we should descend the mountain to report to the authorities. Not yet, the priest interjected, pointing to the ledger. This book does not convey much. We must uncover the evidence hidden by Xiaohua and ascertain where she has concealed the items. It is essential to start with the villagers. Xiaolan nodded. The fool regained his composure and wiped his face, saying, there is also the cremation furnace, the ring, and a sprout. Xiaoyin felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that things were still entirely unclear. What shall we do tomorrow? Baomu inquired of the Taoist. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall stealthily infiltrate the village once more during the day, the Taoist contemplated with his arms crossed. Regardless of the outcome, we must descend the mountain the day after tomorrow and head to Lianjia Mountain Villa to seek out Xiaoji's companions. Upon finishing his words, the Taoist rose and distributed the gathered clues into the backpacks of the others, hoisting his own heavy burden and beckoning the boys. It is late. We must rest. Let the girls stay here. We shall take the tent beside. Taoist, you should stay here. Pineapple and Xiaoyin exchanged glances and stood up, stating, the three of us will occupy the small tent. You all are too cramped. The boys waved their hands and unzipped the tent flap, stepping into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 43. Nightmare Pineapple and Xiaoyin flanked Xiaolan, protecting her in the center. Although the night had extinguished the lights, Xiaolan, with her eyes wide open, gazed at the tent's ceiling, still able to perceive the dappled shadows of trees under the moonlight. The breaths on either side gradually steadied. The day had been exhausting, and Xiaolan felt it was time to succumb to slumber, yet her mind remained strikingly alert, as if foretelling something. Her body ached with fatigue, the air, the play of light and shadow, and the enveloping tranquility imbued her with an extraordinary clarity of perception. Slowly, Xiaolan's eyelids began to flutter shut. The sough of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the cadence of breath, the throb of a heart, cries of lament, peals of laughter, the murmur of voices, the clamor of shouts. A distant world gradually unfurls, its sounds echoing from the far reaches of time, conjuring dreamlike, indistinct visions. Something flutters in the breeze, suspended from a branch, its pristine white extremities swaying in the wind, their tips seemingly metamorphosing into blossoms, an abundance of intricate petals adrift in the air. A hand reaches out, caressing the delicate ends. Flowers. The colors shift, and crimson floods the senses, a mottled, sanguine hue, droplets of crimson cascading like tears. Crimson splattering in every direction. What do you intend to do? I'll make you pay today. A blood-curdling scream pierces the air. Mingling with the fetid stench that emanates from the coalescing crimson, surging toward Xiaolan. The surrounding red dissipates in an instant, leaving only a singular crimson entity, an indistinct, shifting mass that suddenly recedes into the distance, becoming a remote speck of red. In a heartbeat, the crimson begins to spread, emanating from the solitary point. You're truly deranged. Ha ha ha. All for the sake of silence. Completely insane. I want to, and that wretch, to perish. Red reclaims the vision. Like a torrential downpour, droplets of rain falling upon the crimson canvas, gradually leaching away the color. The patter of rain. A gray sky, a gray earth, diminutive gray figures. A pervasive grayness blankets everything. Sister meow meow. Run that way. Uncle. I truly didn't. Uncle. Save me. No. The girl's voice abruptly ceased, and the scene swept through the woods and mud, swirling and coming to a halt in the rain. The girl's face magnified infinitely, the focus narrowing in on her eyes, drawing nearer to her pupils, closer to the essence of her gaze. Within her eyes, there resided a conflagration. The flames danced ferociously, their tongues seemingly intent on devouring their host's vision. Suddenly, the fiery tongues transformed into countless delicate arms, struggling upwards in a desperate grasp. Help me. Save me. Don't. A cacophony of voices emerged, intermingled with screams and sobs, curses and prayers. The weeping ceased, and in an instant, the sounds of rain, fire, and cries all vanished. The arms conjured by the flames gradually dissipated, leaving a solitary flame that continued to burn quietly. It burned in a prolonged and serene manner. Then, without warning, the flames surged forward, and as they approached, the visage of a strange girl became discernible amidst the fire. The girl was entirely composed of flames, and this fire was hers. The fiery embodiment of the girl lunged forth, passing through the visage and vanishing before me, like a warm breeze brushing against my face. The girl disappeared, and just before her departure, she softly uttered 2 words in my ear. Don't be afraid. The flames vanished, and darkness enveloped the surroundings once more, an unbearable blackness. My chest heaved violently as I glanced at the sleeping bag beneath me, the tent above, and the 2 slumbering faces beside me. It was a dream. Such a stifling dream. Such a terrifying dream. I checked the time. It was still the dead of night. Seemingly I had not slept for long. Yet, at this moment, Xiaolan felt an unparalleled clarity. The fatigue and confusion that had enveloped her before sleep vanished, replaced by an intense excitement and an insatiable urge to explore. The air here was stifling, almost suffocating. She glanced at the corners of the tent, which, despite its size, felt constricting. Quietly, she extricated herself from her sleeping bag, ensuring that Xiaoyin and Pineapple remained undisturbed, and unzipped the tent, stepping outside alone. The air was refreshingly crisp. The flower bushes and small branches, the boundary of the human realm, the conspiracies of Lianshui village, the tragic deaths that had unfolded, everything that transpired today felt surreal, as if it belonged to another reality. Xiaolan gazed at her hands. Why do I possess an inexplicable power? What connection do I have with the boundary? She pressed her hands against her heart. Ever since entering the village, that sense of pull had dissipated. Was the thread that had once guided my heart to this place urging me to resolve this matter? Bathed in the moonlight, Xiaolan approached a towering flowering tree, leaning against its trunk and settling onto the ground. The earth was adorned with decaying leaves and petals, offering a cool seat. She lifted her gaze to the branches, where remnants of blossoms lingered, delicate white petals soaking in the moon's glow. On the day she arrived at Fengwu, she had dreamed of looking up at a similar branch. The flower branch's sudden tightening gripped her heart. How did I end up here? The voice of the Taoist priest suddenly resonated behind her. Did you have a nightmare? Turning around, she found the priest beside her, mirroring her posture as he sat against the tree trunk. I find myself feeling somewhat stifled. Xiaolan paused for a moment and asked, Daozhong, you are awake too? Or have you not slept at all? Daozhong gazed at her and shook his head, saying, I saw you come out and felt uneasy. Xiaolan, not delving deeply into Daozhong's words, was rendered speechless by the faintly awkward atmosphere. Xiaolan, She looked towards Daozhong, who seemed hesitant to speak. beneath the moonlight. His eyes sparkled, and Xiaolan found herself entranced by those two unfathomable pools. "I know you are still wary of us," Daozhong stated, looking directly at her. "They might be as well, not fully trusting you." Xiaolan opened her mouth to respond, but Daozhong's next words silenced her. "They, along with me and you, all harbor things we do not wish to share with others, do we not? We are all aware of this matter. Thus, even though we understand there are secrets among us, we can still trust one another and form a cohesive unit. I realize I may lack the position to utter such words," he continued, "but there are certain things I truly cannot disclose to you. However, I hope you believe that, regardless of the circumstances, I stand firmly by your side." Xiaolan's lips had yet to close, leaving her momentarily stunned. Chapter 44. The Night Escape. Daozhong looked at her with a hint of anticipation. "Can you tell me your real name?" Xiaolan pondered for a moment before attempting to inquire. Yet, Daozhong fell silent. And after a long pause, he replied, "You will come to know it in due time." "Humph, men," she muttered. Daozhong seemed poised to say more, but Xiaolan feigned indifference, turning her head away in refusal to engage. However, in that fleeting moment, she noticed a subtle discord in her line of sight. In the inky blackness, a faint glimmer flickered incessantly in the distance. Wrinkling her brow, Xiaolan fixed her gaze upon the distant spark, which appeared to gradually enlarge. Soon, a second point of light emerged near it, followed by a third. "Reverend," Xiaolan said, gesturing towards the direction from which the lights emanated, "look." The Taoist priest turned his head, his vision similarly obscured. Did these appear suddenly, or have they been materializing gradually? The points of light drew nearer, beacons in the dead of night, and Xiaolan's breathing grew rapid. She recalled the dream of escaping the well, the torchlight of the man who had delivered her into hell in her despair. A stabbing pain returned to her heart, and a wave of anxiety threatened to engulf her in an instant. "Reverend." Xiaolan's eyes widened as she shook her head. We must leave this place." Upon hearing this, the Taoist priest's nerves tautened abruptly. "What are those things? Have you encountered them before?" "I have a very bad feeling," Xiaolan replied, glancing at the priest. I dreamed of something, a very similar scene." After some hesitation, Xiaolan confided in the Taoist priest, driven perhaps by a desperate will to survive, or perhaps genuinely swayed by his words. The Taoist priest had already risen swiftly, pulling Xiaolan to her feet as well. His gaze held a hint of intrigue amidst the confusion. "Xiaolan, go and rouse them. I'll keep watch." Xiaolan nodded and took a step forward, her legs feeling inexplicably weak at first, but gradually regaining strength. Roughly unzipping the tent, Xiaolan summoned her companions' names at the top of her lungs, careful not to project her voice too far. "Xiaoyin, Pineapple, awaken," shaking the two slumbering individuals. Their faces reflected confusion and bewilderment. Utterly unaware of their circumstances, they sat up groggily from their sleeping bags. "Is that you, Xiaolan? What is happening? Where are we?" Xiaolan gently rubbed their faces and swiftly unzipped their sleeping bags, exclaiming, "We must hurry. We cannot linger. We must flee." Xiaoyin rubbed her eyes open, joining Xiaolan in wriggling out of the sleeping bags. "Is something wrong? The villagers are coming." The Taoist priest suddenly appeared at the tent's entrance, peering in urgently. "The lights are their torches. They are drawing near. We must move swiftly." "Villagers?" Baluo was nearly awake, already folding her sleeping bag and packing her backpack. "What are they planning to do?" The Taoist shook his head. "It cannot bode well." The young man finished packing quickly. Abandoning the tent and securing his backpack, "We shall descend the mountain along the path we came." It was pitch dark. The group dared not switch on their flashlights. Desperately navigating through the woods in the gloom, Xiaolan grasped Baluo's hand. Even in the night, everything before her was strikingly clear. An enveloping sense of dread accompanied their flight, though she could not discern the source of her fear. Glancing back, the initial glimmers of light had morphed into blazing flames, and she could vaguely discern the silhouettes of at least 20 people lurking in the shadows, their presence exuding an unmistakable sense of danger. The deceptive tranquility of Lianshui village belied the tumultuous and sordid currents swirling beneath the surface. The 20-odd individuals represent the sinister hand of YIN-YANG village extending outward. A few of them were unfamiliar with the mountain paths, stumbling along as they felt the flames drawing ever closer. Apart from their labored breaths and the snapping of branches, the voices of the villagers seemed to faintly reach their ears. "Look!" Xiaoyin exclaimed. The group turned their gaze in the direction she pointed. Good heavens! Their campsite, the tents they had pitched, had transformed into a towering inferno, roaring and spreading its fiery tendrils around them. Chapter 45. The Death of Meow Meow. Their pace quickened in their flight. The burning campsite did not hinder the villagers' movements, as if they were akin to the sparks erupting from the flames, still drawing nearer. "We found the path," Balmu shouted. Ahead lay the winding trail they had traversed while ascending the mountain. They hurriedly emerged from the thicket and raced along the somewhat familiar terrain. "We are still quite far from the hotel district," Xiaoyin panted, her hair disheveled and clinging to her face. "What if they pursue us after we descend?" "Pineapple," the Taoist suddenly commanded. "Call the hotel owner and ask him to come pick us up." "Now." "Yes, now." The Taoist remained resolute, maintaining a steady pace while observing the villagers' movements from the rear. Pineapple retrieved his phone, and to everyone's astonishment, the call connected after only a few rings. "Boss, we are in danger right now. It's urgent. Can you come get us? We found ourselves at the intersection where you had dropped us off, perhaps running a little further ahead." The villagers were all madmen. After hanging up the phone, Pineapple addressed the group, stating that the boss would come to pick us up, and we merely needed to endure until we descended the mountain. With renewed motivation and the prospect of escape glimmering before us, the group hastened their pace. The distance between the two parties had diminished to the point where they could clearly see one another. However, upon encountering a familiar path, the gap widened slightly. "Did the boss mention when he would arrive?" When I hung up, he was already in the process of gathering the vehicle. Pineapple clutched Xiaolan's hand tightly. "It should be soon. We are nearing our destination." "Halt!" The villagers' furious roars echoed from afar, laced with anger, threats, and an unmistakable murderous intent. Everyone understood that if captured, the consequences would be dire. Concealing our forms was futile. Both sides had already discovered each other. Now, only frantic running could secure our salvation. Beep! A bright orange light suddenly emerged from ahead, accompanied by a melodious horn. Using this illumination, the group realized that the mountain road's exit lay just ahead. The familiar dilapidated minibus was parked not far away, its lights flickering, with a small figure glancing about at the door. "The boss." The fool and Balmu dashed toward the boss, who noticed the rapidly approaching shadow and promptly opened the door. Pineapple helped Xiaolan leap onto the narrow path, while the boys took the girls' bags, allowing them to board the vehicle first. Before climbing in themselves and slamming the door shut with a heavy thud, torches appeared along the mountain path, and the villagers, whom they believed had given up, rekindled their hopes at the sight of the flickering lights. "Thank you so much, boss," Pine exclaimed, astonished at the prompt arrival. "Without you, we would have been lost." "What have you discovered?" The boss's tone diverged from their expectations, capturing their attention. "Boss, let us move on. I'll explain on the way," Pine said, glancing at the approaching torches and shadowy figures, leaning closer to the driver's seat. "Do you know the secret of YIN-YANG village?" Xiaolan pressed her forehead, a sudden wave of pain crashing over her. "What are you talking about?" Xiaoyin shouted. "Hurry up and drive. They're almost here." Xiaolan shut her eyes tightly, shaking her head vigorously. With her eyes closed, chaotic images abruptly flooded her mind. A gray sky and rain. The anguished face of a stranger shouting, swirling trees and earth, leaves and rain dripping into her eyes. A cacophony erupted in her ears, as if countless voices clamored within her mind, her head throbbing as if it might explode. "Dad, I don't. This vote. When will my sister?" Seize the opportunity. Where did she go? The noise swelled, a relentless torrent. Xiaolan opened her eyes. The pain receded, and she found herself still seated in the car, surrounded by the chaotic reality. The fool clutched the boss's collar, shouting loudly, while the boss, as lifeless as a corpse, swayed limply with the fool's movements. A look of despair etched upon his face. "Where are the keys? I ask you, where are the keys?" "Outside the window." Rain began to fall, softly at first, the droplets cascading down the car window. The rain extinguished the villagers' torches. They ceased their frantic running and discarded their now useless flames. Approaching the vehicle instead. "Boss, why are you doing this?" Pineapple cried out in despair. "Do you not know the tale of Lianshui village? If the truth comes to light, we shall all perish together." The boss tilted his head, a ghastly and tragic smile etched upon his face. "I am indifferent. Death would be a relief." "You have lost your mind. You have lost your mind." Xiaoyin screamed. "Death would be a relief?" Xiaolan offered a sorrowful, bitter smile, her rain-soaked visage reflecting disbelief. Broken bones, shattered flesh, blood flowed beneath her, mingling with the rainwater. It hurts so much. Is this? Death would be a relief? A secret?" Two words escaped her throat, a voice deep and mocking, uncharacteristic of Xiaolan. "We have uncovered certain secrets." Silence enveloped the car. All ceased their actions and turned their bewildered gazes toward Xiaolan. The villagers gradually gathered around, clutching their knives, axes, or pitchforks. "We have learned." Xiaolan raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed upon the boss. Miao Miao was killed by them. Chapter 46. Miao Miao. A tremor ran through the occupants of the vehicle. The others exchanged glances, an unspoken silence enveloping them. "First, ensure our safe departure," Xiaolan implored, clutching her chest and breathing shallowly. "Once we are away, I will reveal the truth about Miao Miao. Miao Miao perished due to my own actions. Though you have erred, it is they who are the true perpetrators." Xiaolan's voice, though faint, resonated with an undeniable conviction that demanded attention. The villagers encircled the car, brandishing their weapons, awaiting the command of their leader. "Village chief, why hasn't Master Miao exited the vehicle? Shall we not simply shatter the windows? Let us strike them all down. After all, the Miao clan has long since ceased to be of any use." A man stood in the center, devoid of any weapon except for a burning torch, his eyes glinting with malice as he patiently observed the scene inside the car amidst the villagers' urging. The proprietor's hands gripped the steering wheel. Upon raising his right hand, the villagers erupted in fervor, raising their weapons high. With a sudden press on the accelerator, the vehicle lurched forward. The man's hand swung down forcefully, and blows rained down like a torrential downpour as the car gradually inched away amidst the villagers' frenzied assaults. Witnessing the vehicle's movement, some fearful villagers hastily cleared the path, while others, with bloodshot eyes, continued to strike and batter. "Boss, the rear is clear." Seeing the space behind the car open up, the proprietor promptly reversed, and once the vehicle was out of danger, he pressed the accelerator to escape the villagers. Despite its dilapidated state, the minibus held surprisingly well against the villagers' savage onslaught, sustaining no significant damage. The proprietor was drenched in sweat, his body trembling. "Do you truly understand what has transpired with Miao Miao?" Xiaolan slowly turned, her gaze shifting from the villagers who glared at them with venomous hatred to the proprietor. "I possess some knowledge, yet I yearn for more." Xiaolan lightly coughed, urging us to share all that we know about Lianshui village and the circumstances surrounding Miao Miao's demise, for therein lies the answer. "You must be aware of the dealings in Lianshui village by now." The vehicle traversed the desolate mountain road, the rain gradually subsiding, while the darkness before dawn enveloped the recently escaped individuals like ink. "Boss," Feng Tang inquired, "pray tell, what is the purpose of the hole in the basement?" The boss offered a desolate smile. "Haven't you all already discerned that?" Pineapple clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. "We demand you articulate it yourself." The boss fell silent, his vacant gaze fixated ahead. "Boss," the Taoist seated in the last row spoke softly, "have you truly never contemplated your daughter's death? Have you never considered that it might be?" A deep sigh suddenly filled the space, as the vehicle entered a well-lit area. The boss did not turn his head. However, a solitary tear trickled down his cheek. "Damn it, I." The final words became lodged in his throat as he gaped, his lips and teeth trembling, and large tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes. The others remained silent, the stillness of the vehicle permeated by his muffled sobs. "My dear Miao Miao was a good child. Miao Miao's sister is here again. How wonderful! What delicious treats has she brought us? Let her tell us a story." In the distance, the excited laughter of children echoed. The girl gazed at the children rushing towards her village, reminiscing about those who had just departed from her side, a faint, bitter smile emerging on her haggard face. Chapter 47. The Plan. I brought some cookies today. Would you like to have some? Meow Meow shook her backpack. Wow, Sister Meow Meow is so wonderful. Yes, I want to eat. Observing the children relishing the cookies, Meow Meow quietly pondered whether her sins might be alleviated, even if just a little. Her parents had always compelled her to engage in activities she detested. Each week, it was the same. On a crisp morning, she would suddenly appear before the children, only to vanish from the village by dusk. Every week, her father would emerge from the basement with a few unfamiliar children or women. Under her father's orders, Meow Meow had to escort them, joining the villagers on their nocturnal journey to the mountains. Father, who are they, and where are they being taken? Although her father spoke reassuringly, she had long grasped the grim reality of the situation. She was reluctant to comply, yet. Sister Huatsong was one of the rare souls who remained in the village. Having merely heard her voice, Sister Huatsong chose to trust her upon their first encounter. Each smile she bestowed upon Meow Meow concealed a profound sense of desolation and despair, causing Meow Meow immense anguish. She mourned for Sister Huatsong's tale, yet felt powerless to effect change. Two conflicting forces wrestled within Meow Meow's heart, engaged in a fierce argument. Sister Huatsong, in truth, I did not. What I promised you back then was merely, then why did you tell me? Sister Huatsong wore an expression of unexpected tranquility on her face. As if she had already anticipated this event, her gaze fixed intently on Meow Meow's eyes. Meow Meow was at a loss for words, and I too had made efforts. Yet this truly is a formidable challenge. Meow Meow, are you content with this? Sister Huatsong seemed to wish to articulate something, but ultimately sealed her lips, leaving Meow Meow with a profoundly significant look. What can I even say? Meow Meow thought to herself, feeling a twinge of self-mockery. What difference does it make whether she is content or not? Meow Meow. Sister Huatsong's hand gently rested upon Meow Meow's hand, her eyes conveying a sense of strength. I have a plan, to grant them, another opportunity to choose their own path in life, shall we? A glimmer shone in Sister's eyes. Though dimmed for far too long, it was unmistakably the light of life. It was the light of hope. This radiance seemed to have been absent from her life for an eternity. She yearned to grasp this light, to embrace this hope. Meow Meow tightened her grip on Huatsong's hand, her eyes gradually reddening, and nodded firmly. How could you make a child do such a thing? Pineapple gazed in disbelief at the boss, who appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. The boss bowed his head, speaking in a low, muffled voice, while the boss's wife sat beside, wiping away her tears. Meow Meow fled with several children, as the village chief informed me, taking advantage of a significant event occurring in the village. Meow Meow absconded with that group of children. The villagers searched the mountains all day without catching a glimpse of them. We hurried up the mountain, crying and shouting. Yet we could not find our Meow Meow. Since that day, I have not seen her again. What major event transpired in the village? Feng Tang inquired. The boss fell silent, casting a guilty glance at his wife. As she spoke, the boss's wife became choked with emotion, covering her face and bowing her head, her shoulders trembling as she began to weep once more. Chapter 48. Reflection. Did you not harbor any suspicions? Pineapple regained her composure and furrowed her brow, asking, Meow Meow took those children, yet the villagers caused you no trouble? It's not that we didn't contemplate it. We simply dared not to think about it. The boss's wife shook her head in anguish. We understood that the villagers' attitude towards us was peculiar. Something must have occurred. Yet I would rather believe that Meow Meow merely went missing. The boss turned to Xiaolon. You claim that my Meow Meow was killed by the villagers. Do you have evidence? Did you witness? Meow Meows as Meow Meow. Xiaolon began to gesture, describing her very pale skin, her slender cheeks, and her large, dark eyes. The couple exchanged a glance and sat up straight. You have truly seen Meow Meow? Xiaolon nodded. I saw her arguing with someone. It seemed that Meow Meow fell down the slope. The boss's wife covered her mouth in disbelief, while the others looked at Xiaolon with confusion. The young girl who has always been by my side. When did she encounter the missing Miao Miao who vanished 3 years ago? The boss's lips began to tremble, struggling to suppress his excitement as he inquired of Xiaolan. Did you see the body? The word was uttered with great caution, yet upon its completion, both of them shivered involuntarily. I did not witness Miao Miao's current state. Xiaolan appeared somewhat bashful, but I could surmise where Miao Miao might be at this moment. Then shall we? The boss's wife stood abruptly, her gaze towards Xiaolan imbued with hope and yearning. Can we go find her? What exactly do you intend to do? The Taoist finally spoke, recalling the girl who fled on the day of Miao Miao's disappearance. We must locate her, save her. The boss's wife's eyes flickered, her words veiled. You may never see her again. I understood, yet the Taoist remained undeterred, resolutely stating, there is still Miao Miao, and the girl who took her own life. Regardless of their current circumstances, they all require salvation. At this moment, I felt both weary and alert. Xiaoyan lay sideways on the bed, her eyes fixed on Xiaolan across the room. So much had transpired today that I could not process it all, rendering me sleepless. I feel the same, Xiaolan murmured, furrowing her brow as she caught a glimpse of the dawn light filtering through the curtains. But all these events occurred yesterday. Today will bring new occurrences. I remain perplexed. How did Xiaolan dream of Miao Miao, given that you have never encountered her? The voice of the fool resonated from the ground between the two, as he had laid down a makeshift bed between the two small beds and was preparing to rest. Upon hearing their conversation, he perked up once more. The dream had become vivid enough to discern the surrounding scenery. Then, the Taoist priest, reclining on a makeshift bed formed by 2 chairs, interjected, let us not linger on this discussion. We must seize the moment to rest. For later we shall seek out Xiaoji's family. Will her family truly still be in Fengwu? Xiaoyan inquired, pondering that several days had elapsed, and they might have departed long ago. The Taoist priest closed his eyes and replied, if they have left, there is nothing we can do. However, if we could converse with the proprietor of Lianjia Villa, we might gather some leads. The crux of the matter is that we must deliver the letter from Huatsong to her family. At the mention of the letter, silence enveloped the group. They had scoured the surroundings, narrowly escaping peril, chasing leads in pursuit of the truth. Was it merely for the sake of the truth itself? The satisfaction of unraveling the enigma had caused them to forget their original purpose. Was it not to liberate each delicate flower, each sprouting Miao Miao, from the shadows and relinquish their obsessions? At times, the truth may lose its significance, yet emotions remain profoundly tangible. Delivering the letter to the family, this is our true calling. Chapter 49. Tong Tong's room. Will our arrival seem abrupt? The 4 stood at the entrance of Lianjia Villa, exchanging glances. Maple Sugar Pineapple, accompanied by the Taoist priest and Xiaolan, arrived with their hands empty. The hotel receptionist had already noticed their presence, casting curious glances in their direction. I believe that even if we were to carry something, our arrival would still seem rather abrupt, Xiaolan remarked. Discussing whether someone among you has passed away while holding fruit would only make it more peculiar. Who are you? A youthful voice suddenly chimed in from the side. The voice belonged to a small boy clad in a bright yellow hoodie, his innocent eyes wide open and devoid of fear, speaking in a sweet, childlike manner. I apologize, said a man standing beside the boy. Upon hearing the child speak, he quickly offered an apology. My son Tong Tong lacks manners. I hope he hasn't frightened you. Afterward, he turned to the boy, feigning a look of displeasure. The boy, in a playful manner, tugged at the man's hand. Pineapple exchanged glances with the trio, and with a smile, he said, it's quite all right. Your little friend is adorable. His name is Tong Tong, isn't it? Tong Tong nodded, displaying the endearing shyness characteristic of his age. Noticing Tong Tong's apparent fondness for the group, the man inquired, are you all staying here? Who are you looking for? He slightly restrained his smile, adopting a serious expression. Currently, there aren't many guests. I could assist you in finding whoever you seek, as I know everyone staying at the hotel. Maple Sugar stepped forward and asked, are you called Deping? The man nodded in skepticism. Are you looking for me? He is indeed Depeng. He is the one we have been searching for. Observing the peculiar atmosphere arising between the two groups, the boy unhesitatingly positioned himself in front of the man. What do you want with my father? What are your intentions? The Taoist, glancing around furtively, sidled up to Depeng. Let's discuss this inside. It's best this matter remains unheard by outsiders. Discuss what? Depeng chuckled awkwardly. Who exactly are you people, and how do you know my name? We have a letter to deliver to you, the Taoist whispered, a letter from Huatsong to Xiaoji. The man's countenance underwent an immediate transformation, the smile vanishing instantly, his lips trembling. You, how do you know Huatsong? Instinctively, the man drew Tong Tong behind him, his gaze shifting from amicable to distrustful. Maple Sugar interjected, surely you're not afraid of a few of us when you have so many on your side. The man scrutinized the guileless Xiao Lan, the earnestly sincere Maple Sugar, and the Taoist. Do you truly know Huatsong? We are familiar with Huatsong's story. The boy looked up at the man, bewildered, and the man's gaze softened slightly. Come upstairs with me. Pop up. The man, hand in hand with Tong Tong, led the way, followed by the Taoist and his companions. They traversed the hotel's vast lobby, ascending the stairs under the curious gazes of the receptionist. This is our room. We're alone here. Please, come in. A man opened the door to a room and addressed them. The room was sunlit, a cozy bedroom filled with warmth, where 3 neatly arranged suitcases, 2 large and 1 small, sat in the corner. A large bed and a small bed occupied the space, which was bright and immaculate in every corner. Noticing the 4 pairs of curious eyes, Depeng gestured towards the interior, saying, Xiaoji is gone. Now it's just the 2 of us. It's quite spacious. Please come in. Tong Tong pouted, gently releasing her father's hand and turning her back to the others as she stepped into the room. Xiao Lan felt a sudden pang in her heart. Chapter 50. The white scarf. Depeng glanced at Tong Tong's retreating figure and turned to Dao Zhang, inquiring, how did you come to know Huatsong? The essence of Huatsong's experiences was inscribed in this letter, and Dao Zhang, honoring his promise, handed the letter to Depeng, saying, you should have a fair understanding by now. With a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, Depeng unfolded the envelope, and the moment his eyes met the words, his fingers trembled. It was indeed Huatsong's letter, her handwriting. In the ensuing moments, under Depeng's guidance, the 4 of them settled at the edge of the bed, quietly awaiting the adults and the children to read their loved one's correspondence. How did you come across this letter? One inquired. We visited Lianshui village and discovered the place where Huatsong was imprisoned, in a corner of the room. We found fragments of the letter. The man lowered his head, caressing the reassembled letter, its corners. It must have been difficult to discern. Is it all right? The letter was discovered by our companions. We are unaware of its exact origin. Fengtang retrieved his phone, locating several photographs, shrouded in darkness. Faint silhouettes barely visible. The envelope was found by Pineapple and me. The other 3 had sent some photos, providing a glimmer of clues. You? Depeng inquired skeptically, are you students from the Flower Grove? I've never seen you before. Why would you wish to investigate this matter? Don't you know how perilous Lianshui village is at such a dark hour? And what of the girls? The group exchanged glances. In truth, we had already been pursued by the villagers, Pineapple remarked with a smile. We uncovered the village's secret and narrowly escaped from their clutches just last night. What is your purpose? To save lives, Xiao Lan replied with clarity, to rescue Xiao Ji and the Flower Grove, and other innocent souls ensnared by the malevolent grasp of Lianshui village, Pineapple added. But Xiao Ji and the Flower Grove have already. We are aware. The Taoist interjected, we have come to inquire about Xiao Ji. The news of her demise has spread throughout this area, Depeng said, forcing a faint smile. A girl from afar took her own life on the mountain. The news has circulated for several days. Pineapple cautiously asked what prompted her to take such a step. Xiaoji has been diagnosed with cancer, and Depeng's gaze dimmed. Her final wish was to reunite with her sister. You must have ascended the mountain and learned of our plight, right? That man took the life of Huakong. Upon receiving this news, Xiaoji was utterly shattered. Early one morning, we discovered her missing. I was filled with dread, sensing that something terrible was about to unfold. We scoured the shops at the foot of the mountain before beginning our ascent. It was behind a tree halfway up the slope that we found Xiaoji. Xiao Lan hesitated before asking, was Xiaoji hanged? The man nodded, revealing that she had used her favorite white scarf. Did Xiaozhi leave anything behind? The Taoist inquired. The man's gaze flickered momentarily. No? Xiaozhi departed without a trace, perhaps aware that her time was limited. Throughout her life, she never wished to burden others. You must be aware that the man is dead, right? Dapeng's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Even Tong Tong, who had been quietly listening, displayed a look of hatred. He should have died long ago. His entire village deserves the same fate. You know about the events in Lianshui village. Why did you not report it to the authorities? Pineapple asked, furrowing her brow. The man looked up at Pineapple helplessly. Of course, we reported it. His words needed only half to be understood by all present. The Taoist fixed his gaze on Dapeng and asked, Do you know how the two villagers met their end? Two villagers? Dapeng paused for a moment, then shook his head, stating, I do not know. This matter only reached my ears later. There was a contradiction. Xiaolan turned to the Taoist priest and noticed he too had recognized the inconsistency in the narrative. The news of the two villagers' deaths had been conveyed by a peddler who brought it down the mountain. Dapeng claimed he had heard of this incident while at the foot of the mountain. How could he only be aware of the man's murder and remain oblivious to the other villagers' demise? Furthermore, the peddler had merely caught a distant glimpse of the two corpses and had no idea who they were. How then? Did Dapeng ascertain that the deceased was indeed a man? Unless Fengtang also discerned the issue and pressed Dapeng. Are you certain this news was relayed to you from those at the foot of the mountain? Dapeng's gaze faltered, a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. Yet he persisted in nodding. Does Xiaozhi know of this matter? Asked Baoyuo. Hitting upon a crucial point, Dapeng became noticeably restless upon hearing Xiaozhi's name. She knows, he admitted. Tong Tong discreetly tugged at his father's sleeve, and Dapeng gently grasped Tong Tong's small hand, seemingly shaking his head in a subtle manner. Dapeng was concealing something. Understanding her father's reaction, Tong Tong rubbed her eyes and murmured, I'm a bit sleepy. Big brother and big sister, I want to sleep. Was this an implicit dismissal? The others, perceptive to the cue, rose and strolled leisurely towards the door. I apologize, the child is tired, Dapeng said as he opened the door. But this matter seems to have reached a conclusion. Lianshui village is indeed perilous. It would be wise for you not to take further risks. With one final request, the Taoist approached Dapeng with a sincere expression. Might you lend us an item from the flower grove? Dapeng, puzzled, inquired, What do you need from the flower grove? The Taoist replied softly, We are aware that you have yet to disclose certain matters. While our curiosity is piqued, we trust you have your reasons. Our singular purpose, from the very beginning, has been to rescue the flower grove and Xiaozhi. I know you believe our words. Often, the truth can appear less credible when spoken. We assure you that we will return everything to you just as it was. Will you trust us once more? Dapeng stood frozen, evidently grappling with his inner turmoil. Tong Tong, seated by the bedside, gently called out, Daddy. Dapeng turned towards Tong Tong, glancing at the three neatly aligned pieces of luggage. Come here, he instructed, moving towards the central white suitcase. The others followed closely as Dapeng cautiously laid the suitcase down and unzipped it, revealing neatly folded garments within. He extracted items one by one, the majority belonging to Xiaozhi, predominantly white and immaculately clean. Finally, as he retrieved a jacket, a snow-white woolen scarf emerged. The group was taken aback. Could this be? Take it, Dapeng urged, his fingertips trembling as they brushed against the soft fibers of the scarf. He then delicately presented it to the Taoist. Chapter 51. The mysterious woman Xiao Lan clutched the soft white scarf tightly, reaching into her pocket to feel the branch-shaped hairpin. We now possess two items from the floral realm, and according to the Taoist priest, we are poised to unlock the mysteries of the flower garden. Ever since the priest departed from Lianjia Villa, he has been lost in contemplation, lifting his gaze as if suddenly reminded of the present situation. Have they not yet received any news? Despite the proximity of Lianjia Villa and Sunset Hotel, which guard the ends of the street, the actual distance between them is not considerable. The expansive autumn sky stretches above, and the afternoon sun bathes the four of them in its warm glow, making Xiaolan feel relaxed and content. Surely, even in the absence of news, they ought to have sent a message. Pineapple stared anxiously at the phone screen, her tone laden with concern. The silence is quite worrisome. Why don't we venture out to search for them? The four had arrived at the entrance of the Sunset Hotel, which retained its tranquil and serene demeanor, with the doors leading to the lobby wide open. The priest pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Pineapple's words, and retrieved his phone, preparing to dial the fool's number. Suddenly, whispers drifted from the direction of the restaurant. "What brings you here?" It seemed to be the voice of the innkeeper's wife. "Are they staying with you?" "I know it was your husband who rescued them." A strange woman's voice interjected. "Did they send you down the mountain?" "I came down on my own. If they find out, I want to survive." The four stood frozen in astonishment. "Is it someone from YIN-YANG village?" The priest instantly became alert, scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no suspicious figures, and cautiously led the way into the lobby. I'm a bit afraid of that child. What is there to fear about an 8-year-old? I can't shake the feeling that he resembles his father. Is it truly abnormal for a child to resemble their father? You cannot simply abandon him in the mountains, can you? If they discover your departure, what fate awaits your child? Alas, could you first reveal the whereabouts of those individuals? I do not know. They left early this morning. The woman is here to seek them out. The Taoist priest exchanged glances with the other four, straightened his back, and entered. "Madam," the proprietress began. But upon seeing the four approach, she quickly gestured for the woman to look behind her. The woman, her back turned to the crowd, turned around to reveal a face weathered by life's trials. She wore a somewhat heavy, deep green cotton coat, and whether it was due to the temperature or something else, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The woman awkwardly clenched her fingers, casting a bewildered glance at them. I wish to discuss something with you." "I have heard." "Madam, may I first pose a question?" The Taoist priest rudely interrupted her train of thought, leaning in with an air of mystery. "The letter from the flower grove was supposed to be delivered to the foot of the mountain by you, was it not?" The woman was taken aback, her intended words escaping her as she stared at the Taoist priest in astonishment. "How did you know?" Upon witnessing her reaction, the Taoist priest felt a sense of relief wash over him, and a faint smile graced his lips when she acknowledged his words. "You need not dwell on how I know," he said with a cheerful demeanor, offering her a chair. "Madam, I sincerely appreciate your efforts to seek us out. Please, do not be afraid. Speak your mind freely." The woman was utterly perplexed, and so was Xiaolan at that moment. Yet she dared not reveal her confusion in front of outsiders. "Have you seen me before?" The Taoist shook his head, admitting he had not. However, he believed that there must be at least one person in the village who stood on the side of the flower thicket, and for that, he was truly grateful that she had descended the mountain to seek them out. Upon hearing the name of the flower thicket, the woman's wariness dissipated entirely, replaced by a semblance of sorrow. "That child from the flower thicket. I owe her an apology." Chapter 52. The Other Death. Why was that letter never sent? The Taoist inquired calmly. "It was all due to my wretched husband," the woman lamented, shaking her head in regret. "He discovered the letter. Otherwise, Xiaohua would not have." "Did he hand the letter over to Xiaohua's husband?" Feng Tang pressed for clarification. They were already aware of the subsequent events. It was no wonder that the bloodthirsty individual sought to eliminate the flower thicket. Nor was it surprising that the flower thicket had expressed uncertainty about which would reach Aoji first, the letter or herself. Pineapple furrowed her brow in disbelief, her delicate voice laced with indignation. "Why must the men in the village behave this way? Sister, you weren't harmed, were you?" The woman wiped her eyes, slightly moved by Pineapple's sudden concern. "My wretched husband was merely reckless and cowardly, and in the end, it was his own words that led to his demise. I feel no sorrow. He has long deserved his fate." "Dead?" Feng Tang quickly leaned forward, asking, "Your husband is dead? You are unaware?" The woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Just a few nights ago, both Xiaohua's husband and mine, they perished." Xiaolan suddenly came to a realization. At last, the enigma surrounding the death of another individual began to unravel. The other deceased was none other than the man who had slandered Xiaohua. "How did your husband meet his end?" Feng Tang inquired, still struggling to comprehend the situation, yet unable to suppress the question. Sighing, the woman shook her head. "No one in the village dares to speak of this matter, But I am aware that everyone knows the truth. My husband was killed by Xiaohua's man. That night, I was lying alone in my small room upstairs. Ever since last year's incident involving Xiaohua, our relationship has been akin to a divorce. The child stays with him downstairs while I occupy the small room upstairs. We hardly exchanged words. That night, sleep eluded me as an unsettling feeling suggested that something was amiss. In the early hours, I heard someone banging on our front door. The sound sending chills down my spine. I shot up from the bed, frozen in fear. The banging grew increasingly loud. I pondered that both my husband and son were such deep sleepers that even a thunderstorm would not rouse them. Surely, I couldn't allow him to continue pounding on the door. Trembling, I draped a garment over my shoulders and ventured downstairs. Just as I was about to close the door, I heard the glass in the bedroom on the first floor, the very room where they were sleeping, shatter suddenly. The shock caused me to fall to the ground. Realizing they were still inside, I quickly scrambled to my feet and ran towards that direction. Chapter 53. Fire Lotus. You saw the murderer, didn't you? Pineapple inquired eagerly. The indelible scene reappeared before her eyes. The woman took a deep breath, blinked, and continued her narration. Before I even reached the house, I heard my son crying. And in that instant, my mind was overwhelmed with chaos. As I reached the threshold, I heard my husband calling my name from within. I responded and opened the door, only to be met with an unforgettable sight. The glass lay shattered everywhere, and my husband's bloodied figure was a ghastly sight. He held a knife, thrusting it towards my husband, who was desperately trying to fend him off. My son knelt by the bed, weeping. At that moment, my husband was still alive, clawing his way towards freedom. I thought he was pleading for my help, and in my terror, I contemplated fleeing. Yet, he crawled towards our son, pushing him outward with all his might, calling for me intermittently. Understanding his intent, I rushed to seize my son and fled without a second thought, leaving the door ajar. I hid in the ancestral hall that night, and the next day, I was horrified to discover that both my husband and the other man had been brought back as corpses. Ran away? You left your husband behind? Feng Tang asked incredulously, narrowing her eyes. What choice did I have? The woman replied, striking her thigh. The way he looked, it was clear he wouldn't survive. I had to live. My son had to live. Otherwise, would we have perished there alongside him? How did the other man meet his end? The Taoist priest, hearing of the woman's encounter with the two corpses, inquired urgently. Upon merely casting a glance, I fled outside to retch. The woman's gaze was vacant, and she shook her head vigorously, revealing that both individuals were drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to behold. My son fainted instantly from terror. The villagers, upon spotting us hiding behind the statue, were equally startled and hastily ushered us away without allowing us to linger. In your village, do the deceased have to be moved to the ancestral hall? Feng Tang inquired. The woman hesitated for a moment, gathering her thoughts. Those who die a peaceful death are buried directly, but those who meet a tragic end, along with outsiders, are reduced to ashes by the fire lotus before being interred. Bolu hurriedly asked, what is the fire lotus? It is the furnace located behind the ancestral hall, the woman replied, astonished that they were unaware of such an obvious answer. The village chief had given it that name, claiming that those who died tragically could find solace and rest like others after being comforted by the fire lotus. So, were those two individuals also cremated by the fire lotus? Xiaolon gently inquired, suddenly recalling the ring in the furnace. Indeed, the woman replied cautiously, her eyes fixed on what appeared to be a young girl. Their deaths were too tragic. The villagers, wishing to keep this matter from spreading, hastily crafted two coffins and sent them to the fire lotus within a few days. Excuse me, miss, Xiaolon pondered deeply before finally asking, did your husband wear a ring? A ring? The woman repeated, seemingly unable to comprehend. We have no such things here. Those are merely novelties for city folk. A ring is not something of the villagers. Xiaolon exchanged a knowing glance with the Taoist, both sharing the same resolute expression. When it was the Taoist priest's turn to speak, he inquired, Sister, apart from these two individuals, has the fire lotus burned anyone else recently? The woman furrowed her brow, pondering for a few moments before shaking her head. It had indeed been quite some time since the fire lotus had ignited. It served as a significant emblem of the village. A single flame would allow the entire village to see the smoke, and prior to these two, it had truly been ages since anyone had witnessed the smoke of the fire lotus. Thus, it can be inferred that the fire lotus had only burned these two men recently. If the ring did not belong to the woman's husband, could it possibly belong to the man who killed Xiaohua? That seemed unlikely as well. I have heard. The proprietress, who had been quietly listening, seized the moment of silence to interject. The man who died later was indeed Xiaohua's husband. It seems he was murdered by the girl who committed suicide on the mountain a few days ago. Killed by Xiaoji? The proprietress's remark captured everyone's attention. Xiaolan, though not particularly surprised, was filled with a myriad of questions. Feng Tang was the first to voice his inquiry. Why do you say that, proprietress? What do you know? I have also heard whispers. The proprietress gestured toward the door. It is said that the young woman left behind a letter when she took her own life, in which she claimed to have committed murder. However, the motive behind her actions eludes me. The authorities confiscated the letter, and the companions of the young lady remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information, no matter how they were questioned. I am familiar with that girl. The woman leaned forward, recalling how just a few days prior, she had caused a ruckus in the village with several men. It would not be unreasonable to suspect her involvement, considering that the victim was her sister. The man had boasted brazenly in front of everyone, declaring, "She is long dead, reduced to ashes by my hand," which incited a surge of anger within me. It seems that Deping indeed concealed something of great significance. Xiaolan envisioned the scene in her mind, the frail and pallid Xiaoxi, brandishing the long knife that remained clutched in her hand even after the bloodshed, thrusting it forcefully toward the man before her. No, it should not have unfolded this way. Even if the man had been incapacitated, the weakened Xiaoji would have struggled to accomplish such an act. Chapter 55. Sister Sun Xiaolan meticulously laid out all the clues in her mind. The men's ring. Xiaoji's farewell note. Deping's concealment. Could it be that? Suddenly, her eyes widened. The answer was tantalizingly close. She turned to the Taoist priest beside her, only to find him gently shaking his head. The priest's gesture was subtle, seemingly intended solely for her. As he shook his head, he parted his lips to silently utter 3 words. Observing the shape of his mouth, it appeared to be "do not speak." Xiaolan swallowed the words that had nearly escaped her lips and glanced at Feng Tang and Bo Luo, who also wore expressions of profound reticence. At this point, the truth is glaringly evident. Xiaolan understands, and so do others. Yet, at this juncture, the truth has lost its significance. Is it truly the girl who did this? The proprietress, oblivious to the subtle reactions of those around her, directly inquired of the woman, "What did the police say?" "I saw they went up the mountain a few days ago. Was it because of this matter?" The woman shook her head. "I know the police came, and it seems they only realized someone had died in the village after seeing her suicide note, but they wouldn't dare to enter the village." Xiaolan hurriedly asked, "Why wouldn't they dare?" "You children do not comprehend." The woman stuttered, her words evasive. "No one should obstruct another's means of livelihood, not even the police." Xiaolan had already grasped the situation. After enduring the persecution they faced last night, she understood that ignorance and primal malice were deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Lianshui village. They hold life in contempt, driven solely by profit. Even a child like Liang, who is still in his youth, shows no reverence for bloodshed or death. After all, the police did not enter the village, and the corpse would soon be cremated. The village chief and the villagers find it ominous. The woman sighed softly. "That deadbeat husband of mine." Sigh. "He was always arguing when he was alive. Now he's gone for good." The proprietress patted the woman's shoulder. "When you came down this time, did the villagers see you? Did you truly abandon your son on the mountain?" "No. I feared I might have targeted the wrong person. My son is also down the mountain." "How old is your son?" "At 8.5 years old." She resembled a little girl. The exchange of pleasantries between the two women commenced as the crowd gradually withdrew from the domestic conversation between the woman and the proprietress. As she spoke, she retrieved her mobile phone, illuminating the screen under the approving gaze of the Taoist priest. What was written? Xiaolin leaned in closer, suddenly recalling that she could also check her own phone. Who is it? With Pineapple's exclamation, the attention of both the proprietress and the woman was drawn to them. Indeed. There were only the four of you. Where have the girl and the two young men gone? Just as Pineapple was about to say something, a familiar commotion erupted at the entrance. As expected, the three of us are utterly useless. We must rely on the Taoist priest and Pineapple. Did they not say that they felt nothing here, prompting us to give it a try? Surely they are more capable than we are. Without even seeing their silhouettes, the tasks for the day had already been communicated. Xiaoyin, we are here. Pineapple dashed to an unobstructed area to wave outside. Hey, why are you downstairs? Does that mean you all heard everything? It's all because silly brother's tongue is too quick. Why am I the only one being blamed? Your Xiaoyin sister's tongue is not slow either, you know. Accompanied by the trio's usual banter, three disheveled figures, as if they had just emerged from a coal pile, appeared before everyone. Oh, where have you been? The proprietress remarked as she left her seat to fetch a few packets of tissues from the front desk. You didn't find anything, did you, proprietress? Can you truly not think of any places of great significance to Xiaohua? The fool, akin to a playful puppy, shook his hair, sending clouds of dust swirling throughout the room. I had mentioned that I had only seen her twice. What do I truly know? A voice, feminine and resonant, emerged from the corner. The three individuals seemed to have only just noticed the presence of this stranger, their gazes converging upon her. Who is this? Xiaoyin inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the Taoist priest. This is the elder sister from Lianshui village, a friend of Huatsong in her lifetime, the Taoist priest elucidated. May I inquire your surname, elder sister? Call me Sister Sun, the woman replied with an awkward smile. We were not exactly friends. I simply have a deep sympathy for Huatsong and hold her in high regard. The fool eagerly interjected. Then you must know her quite well. I cannot say I understand what the young lady thinks about on a daily basis. Sister Sun shook her head. I heard you mention earlier that you seek a place of great significance to her. Indeed, Sister Sun, do you have any leads? Chapter 56. Entering the realm, the most recent chance of escape was at hand. Xiaolin felt a surge of excitement, sensing that the location they sought might indeed be there. Without delay, the group promptly prepared for their departure. I shall not accompany you. I am unaware of where Huatsong was captured. Sister Sun stepped aside, observing as the others readied themselves for the journey. I only know that it is along the road at the foot of the mountain. The specifics you will have to discover yourselves. At least it is beyond this establishment. The proprietress gestured into the distance. On that day, we witnessed the maiden Huatsong. The shopkeepers here, like us, are too timid to attempt a rescue. When Huatsong passed by our shops, she had not yet been seized. Beyond that lies the winding mountain road, Pineapple remarked, furrowing her brow as she gathered her belongings. I doubt we'll find any witnesses there. Are we to search aimlessly? The proprietress shrugged, retrieving her phone to contact her husband. I'm afraid I can't be of further assistance. I'll have my husband drive you over. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Xiaoyin exclaimed with delight, seemingly relieved to have a more focused search. Regarding that location, the Taoist priest began, supporting his chin with a composed air. I may have an inkling. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. Where? Where? What sort of inkling? Under the expectant gazes, the Taoist priest outlined his plan. Later, the boss will lead the way with Bao Mu, Xiaolin, and myself, while another vehicle will transport the remaining four, following closely behind. I merely have a notion. Let's test it first. The Taoist priest hoisted his backpack, signaling Xiaolin and Bao Mu to stay close. If we do find something, I'll explain it to you all. Very well. The others exchanged glances, their hands continuing to pack. The Taoist priest was known for acting first and explaining later, and those who knew him trusted his judgment implicitly. Xiaolin gazed at the Taoist priest's smiling jawline, suspecting that he might be thinking along the same lines as she was. Their movements accelerated, as if sped up twofold. Sister Sun, concerned about her son alone in the hotel room, promised to return later before departing in haste. We appreciate your efforts, boss. The Taoist priest said as he and the others settled into the car. Please proceed ahead. I'll direct you when we're close. Eh? Isn't that Master Lu? Upon opening the car door, Pineapple was greeted by the familiar visage of the driver. Without hesitation, the force swiftly entered the vehicle. Once settled, Master Lu pressed the accelerator, and the small car sped away. Why did the Taoist bring along Xiaolan and Baomo? Xiaoyin murmured in confusion, prompting Pineapple to turn toward her. The Taoist surely has his reasons, Pineapple earnestly explained. Moreover, hasn't the Taoist mentioned that Xiaolan is no ordinary child? Pineapple nodded, though at that moment she had thought the Taoist was merely concerned for the safety of a young girl. The Taoist is not like you, Xiaoyin said with a heartfelt pat on Pineapple's head. Not everyone possesses your generous spirit when encountering the downtrodden. Chapter 57. Entering the realm too, though the Taoist is formidable. Can he truly discern at a glance that Xiaolan is extraordinary? Pineapple rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. That day, as we prepared to leave the waiting room, the moment Xiaolan entered, the Taoist's gaze was fixed upon her, revealing an expression I had never witnessed before. Xiaolan instinctively recoiled, remarking that the description seemed flawed, as if the Taoist was an odd individual. Could it truly be so? Master Lu, however, engaged warmly in conversation, noting that the young man appeared quite earnest. In a flurry, Buoyang waved his hands in denial, his expression one of panic. No, of course not that kind. Where are your thoughts leading you? If the Taoist truly had such an expression, how could I possibly heed his advice to approach Xiaolan? The Taoist is quite serious. Master Lu, please do not misunderstand. Laughter erupted among the few in the vehicle, alleviating much of the tension. The mountain scenery rushed past the window, and due to the winding roads, Master Lu's small car cautiously trailed behind, moving at a deliberate pace. The smiles of the three soon faded. Xiaolan possesses our abilities? Her ability to escape the village alone indicates that she has some degree of spatial awareness, an acute perception of her surroundings, foresight regarding danger, and an occasional display of meticulous reasoning. A chill ran down their spines, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. Xiaoyin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, reasoning that children naturally have a strong capacity for learning. She likely absorbed knowledge simply by observing us. At the very least, she does not possess brute strength, nor does she have the unique olfactory sensitivity like Baomo. What unique scent? Master Lu inquired, his curiosity piqued. His eyes still fixed on the road while his mind was filled with their peculiar dialogue. What are you talking about? Who possesses brute strength? Master Lu displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, is that so? The little girl appears so slender and diminutive, one wouldn't expect her to have a hearty appetite. Nonetheless, it seems she does. Being able to eat is a blessing. My child, on the other hand, has no fondness for meals. Master, they have parked." The vehicle turned a corner and gradually came to a halt approximately 200 meters away. Shortly thereafter, the car door swung open and three individuals emerged, each shouldering a backpack. "Let us stop here, Master Lu," said the simpleton, who, after scanning the QR code to pay for the parking fee, shouldered his backpack and opened the car door. "You may go ahead. We might not be finished until late. Thank you for your assistance." Master Lu glanced at the dazed and notably voracious Xiaolan, who stood beside the Taoist priest, and cheerfully returned the courtesy before disengaging the handbrake and driving off in a cloud of dust. "Taoist." Xiaoyin waved her hand and jogged towards them. "Did you find it? Is this the place?" Uncertain, the Taoist lowered his gaze to inquire of Xiaolan. "Has it indeed grown dark? What kind of darkness is this?" Xiaolan, bewildered, surveyed her surroundings, squinting her eyes. Indeed, it had darkened, as if they had suddenly stepped into a realm shrouded beneath a translucent black veil. It was that kind of darkness. Pineapple and Xiaoyin exchanged glances, with Pineapple gently shaking his head. The simpleton also pondered, gazing around, though his attention was primarily drawn to the scenery. "This appears to be the place where Xiaolan spoke nonsense when we arrived," he remarked. "I felt the same way at that moment," Xiaolan interjected, indignantly defending herself against the simpleton's words. "It has indeed grown dark. Yet all of you said I was merely dreaming. Are you certain that you are not currently dreaming?" With a pitiful gaze, she looked towards the Taoist priest. "Fool, why are you bullying Xiaolan?" Before the priest could respond, Xiaoyan interjected, "At least Xiaolan has her own thoughts, unlike us who are merely wandering aimlessly." Meanwhile, the boss had driven away, leaving behind only 7 diminutive figures on the expansive mountain road as dusk approached. The sky had darkened considerably, and the night crept in quietly, enveloping the mountains in tranquility. There was not a soul in sight, not even a whisper of wind. "Do you feel anything, Pineapple?" The Taoist suddenly inquired of Pineapple. "Not at the moment," Pineapple replied, casting a glance at Xiaoyan before turning back to the priest with a shrug. "Is this truly the place?" The fool questioned skeptically. Hands on hips, what will the realm established here look like? The Taoist patted Xiaolan's shoulder. "Let us first give it a try." Xiaolan retrieved the items from the flower patch, and they positioned themselves, preparing to enter the realm. With great care, Xiaolan opened her backpack and took out a white scarf adorned with blossoms and small branches, along with a hairpin from her pocket. Holding the scarf, she felt uncertain about what to do, glancing left and right, noticing that the Taoist had no intention of taking the items away. Xiaolan stepped to my left, and the Taoist waved his hand, instructing, "Follow my lead shortly. It is quite simple. If this truly is the intersection of the realm's reality, possessing the token will facilitate our entry." As Xiaolan positioned herself, the others gradually formed a small circle, their shoulders touching. Xiaolan felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if carrying the token would be inappropriate. Although I have previously ventured into the realm of the bloodthirsty, the Taoist has mentioned that each individual's domain differs significantly. The grotesque and cruel bloodthirsty creatures inhabit a realm as dark, filthy, and drenched in carnage as they themselves are. What, I wonder, would be the nature of the domain belonging to a kind and beautiful yet unfortunate flower? "Do not be anxious," the Taoist smiled gently down at Xiaolan. "We shall protect you. Just stay close to us." Xiaolan obediently nodded, her palms, which clutched the hairpin, drenched in cold sweat. "Shall we commence?" Xiaoyan inquired from Xiaolan's left side. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolan prepared herself. The Taoist confirmed everyone's readiness with a slight nod. "Xiaolan, close your eyes." At the Taoist's command, Xiaolan swiftly shut her eyes, yet the sensation of being ensnared in darkness did not dissipate. She was astonished to discover that this darkness did not stem from the surrounding environment, but originated from within her own eyes. The Taoist's voice resonated once more, firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. "Xiaoyan, begin the breach." Chapter 58. Entering the realm, Xiaolan tightened her grip on the scarf, a cherished possession once shared with the other girl. The scarf, soft and light, bore a hint of earthy fragrance. Its fuzzy texture enveloped her, while the scent of rain-soaked soil invaded her nostrils and penetrated her mind. Is Xiaoyan's spatial ability necessary for entering the realm? Xiaolan kept her eyes tightly shut. It was so quiet. The sounds of the wind, the rustling trees, and the chirping birds in the forest seemed to vanish. Have we already begun to enter the realm? Or is it? The individuals on either side remained utterly still. Xiaolan yearned to open her eyes and discern what was transpiring. Yet she feared that her actions might disrupt the process of entry. Wait, just a moment longer. Inhale deeply, and the sound of my heartbeat becomes increasingly distinct. From afar, a sound drifts toward me as if carried by a gentle breeze. The sound is soft and persistent. This sound draws nearer, accompanied by an intensifying scent of earth. Has it begun to rain? No, it can't be, Master. A despondent voice from my left interrupts. Yet the voice of Xiaoyan beside me seems to be separated by an impenetrable barrier. What is it? Master inquires from my right, his voice equally close yet distant. How peculiar. I attempt to open my eyes a fraction. The others remain standing still, the scenery around us unchanged. However, I tried to breach the boundary, but there was no response. Is there truly a boundary here? I opened my eyes wider, wishing to articulate something. The surroundings remain the same, yet that shroud of darkness enveloping my vision appears to have deepened. Has nightfall already descended? Xiaolan, this girl, is still as unreliable as ever. The fool opposite me jests. I never claimed there was definitely a boundary. It was Master who suggested we give it a try. Such a distant sound. The figures before me seem to be gradually fading away. No, there must be something amiss here. The sound of rain grows closer. And through this sound, I sensed the atmosphere around me becoming increasingly damp. I open my mouth, yet my throat feels constricted, rendering me speechless. The sound of rain envelopes my ears. The surroundings remained as dry and tranquil as ever, as everyone gradually opened their eyes, glancing toward the Taoist priest and themselves. Wait. Pineapple suddenly raised his hand, his gaze fixed straight ahead, and I sensed it. It grew dimmer, it grew dimmer. The Taoist priest abruptly grasped his right wrist, and the hairpin in Xiaolan's hand nearly slipped from her grip. It has begun. Prepare yourselves. The fool shook his head, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. I too witnessed it. Heavens, could it be? Indeed, it had become darker. What on earth is happening? Hold on to the person next to you. The murmur of conversation gradually faded, akin to the sound of rain approaching, while dialogue drifted further away. The darkness deepened, and Xiaolan could scarcely see the others anymore. Is this the true transition into the realm? Xiaolan lowered her head, and the hand that the Taoist priest held was now invisible. The sound of gentle rain fell. A potent scent of earth permeated the air, seemingly intent on infiltrating every pore of her being. Everything vanished, and sound eluded her. Only the sound of rain remained. This is the sensation of entering the realm. Xiaolan tensed her muscles, preparing to close her eyes, ready to embrace the world of blossoms. Since the Taoist priest advised against fear, then I shall. Suddenly, her feet found nothing beneath her. Again, was it not said that each realm is distinct? Why then, had she fallen into such a peculiar place once more? Where were the others? Before she could ponder further, the brief sensation of weightlessness concluded. Her body abruptly met a solid surface. It was not the feeling of falling upwards. Xiaolan lay on the surface, gasping for breath, her eyes widening in astonishment. The gentle patter of rain filled the air, not merely a sound but a cascade of fine droplets that caressed Xiaolan's skin and danced upon her eyelids. As she immersed herself in this sensation, the disparity between the present and her dreams gradually unfurled before her. This place was not the familiar road, nor was it the wooded realm of her slumber. Xiaolan propped herself up, allowing the rain to drench her garments and hair, her eyes scanning the surroundings. White walls and black tiles adorned the structures, with pavilions and towers rising majestically. It resembled an ancient, tranquil garden. At this moment, Xiaolan found herself crouched outside a quaint little house, where the dim light barely illuminated the paintings that adorned the walls and the furniture that lingered by the edges. But where were her companions? The thought struck her, prompting her to spring to her feet and hastily seek refuge within the house, peering outside. No signs of life appeared in her vicinity. Taoist, she called softly. Pineapple, Shaween. Was there no one? A sense of urgency crept in. Foolish brother. Maple syrup. Baomu. Had she wandered into some bizarre realm alone, successfully crossing into another dimension? Suddenly, a delicate voice chimed from above, startling Xiaolan, who stumbled back 3 paces and pressed against the wall, gazing upward at the empty space. The rafters and the ceiling revealed nothing further. Who is it? She shouted into the void. Hey, can you hear me? The voice rang out again, lightheartedly, yet still hovering above her. Can you hear my words? It seemed devoid of malice. Why can't I hear you? Trembling with trepidation, Xiaolan called upward. Your voice is quite clear. How wonderful, how delightful. The person opposite broke into a smile, their laughter ringing clear and melodious, akin to the gentle chime of distant silver bells. You are the first one to hear me speak. How wonderful. The infectious nature of that laughter momentarily alleviated the gravity of the situation for Xiaolan. You are Xiaohua? The laughter abruptly ceased. A chill ran down Xiaolan's spine, and she felt she had perhaps misspoken. Indeed, one must be more tactful when addressing a girl. Directness is not always the best approach. Do not call me Xiaohua. I despise that name. The girl's voice was low yet still enchanting. As if through her tone one could perceive her expressions and emotions. Xiaolan remained silent, holding tightly to the scarf and hairpin in her embrace, hoping that she would do nothing to harm her. Just now, your displeasure has vanished, the girl joyfully resumed. Call me Huatsong. Chapter 59. In the midst of Flower's success. Xiaolan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although numerous troubles lay ahead, she had at least managed to step into the realm of Huatsong. Huatsong, Xiaolan tentatively inquired towards the voice. Where are you? Huatsong huffed in a playful manner, and Xiaolan imagined the girl turning her face away, feigning annoyance. Wait, this voice. It seems off. This is clearly the voice of a young girl. You must come find me, silly. Huatsong called out to Xiaolan without restraint. Xiaolan glanced around, perplexed. Where shall I seek you? And why have you turned into a child? Isn't it because of you? Xiaolan choked on her words, unsure how to respond. What does that have to do with me? May I inquire about your age? Huatsong asked calmly, her mood shifting like the weather. The voice fell silent for a few seconds. What do you mean by possibly? You are unaware of your own age? Xiaolan racked her brain, striving to formulate a response that would not render her appear foolish. Well, whatever your age is, I shall match it, Huatsong declared cheerfully. Though I sense you are more than 15 or 16. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Xiaolan pondered. Is it true that one ages in accordance with their entry into this realm? Does that imply that Huatsong, in the presence of the Taoist, is older than her actual self? Speaking of the Taoist, Huatsong, have you seen my companions? Xiaolan inquired into the void. There are 4 boys and 2 girls. Also searching for you. I have, Huatsong replied nonchalantly. Anyone who enters my garden is visible to me. Xiaolan perked up, her heart lifting as a significant weight was lifted. At least everyone has entered. Are they well? Not injured, I hope? What could possibly be wrong? Huatsong scoffed. Do you see any flaws in yourself? Though her words held some truth, the tone was rather irksome. Xiaolan found it impossible to reconcile this girl, eager for banter and mockery, with the serious, steadfast, and somewhat tragic Huatsong from her letters. Where are they then? Where should I seek them? Xiaolan asked submissively, her demeanor lowered. You must first find me before you can locate them. Xiaolan squinted her eyes, pondering the meaning behind it. How foolish. The flower grove complained loudly. They are in another garden. You must find me first. Only then will you see them. After you exit, Xiaolan's mind raced to comprehend the implications of the flower grove's words. Each realm is distinct, with its own environment and rules. Could it be that the flower grove's realm is inherently parallel, with each individual existing in a different space? Xiaolan wondered if Xiao-Yin could navigate such a rule. Flower grove, could you please convey my safety to them? Xiaolan implored. They will be quite worried about me. Indeed. Xiaolan primarily hoped that upon realizing everyone existed in parallel spaces, Xiao-Yin would arrive promptly. They can't hear me, the flower grove muttered in annoyance. Didn't I tell you from the beginning that only you can hear me? I thought you were clever, but it turns out you're just a fool. Oh, how vexing. Xiaolan felt momentarily silenced. It seemed reliance on others was futile. She had to depend on herself. At that moment, she recalled the scarf in her arms and the hairpin in her palm, relieved that the tokens remained with her. Flower Grove, I have brought your scarf and hairpin. Xiaolan held them aloft, saying, These are things you once cherished. The Flower Grove fell silent again, and each instance of silence made Xiaolan feel a shiver of apprehension. After a long pause, a distant, subdued voice emerged. Why didn't you give them to Huaji? Huaji, is that the name of Xiaoji? Another few seconds of silence ensued. Is Huaji well? Indeed. Huatsong was unaware that her sister had. Everything that transpired afterward was beyond her knowledge. She missed you dearly. Xiaolan felt a pang in her nose. Having searched for you relentlessly. Who inquired about this? Huatsong feigned indifference, yet the tremor in her final word betrayed her. I was asking about her health. Whether she has suffered any major illness. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment. She is much better now. Her health has improved considerably. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is due to the desire to see you just once. How are she and Daping? They are well. They even welcomed a little boy named Tong Tong, who is exceptionally adorable and sensible. Tong Tong. Yes, he is your nephew. Xiaolan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He is my nephew. Chapter 60, The Painting Apologies. It's all right. After all, you don't even know how old you are. So do you wish to keep these? Xiaolan lifted the token in her arms once more. Wait until you find me, then hand it over. How am I to find you? Where should I begin my search? You appeared at the doorway of this room. Huatsong's voice gradually grew calm. Then let us start from here. Start from here? Xiaolan gazed at the ink paintings adorning the room's four walls, several grand chairs casually leaning in the corners, and the pervasive thick dust that seemed to blanket everything. Could the clues lie within the paintings? Xiaolan approached the mural, extracting a flashlight from her backpack to scrutinize it closely. Her brows furrowed immediately. The brushwork was delicate and professional, and the ink-wash texture imbued the entire piece with a classical charm. Initially perceived as an ordinary landscape and figure painting, a closer inspection revealed a significant anomaly within the artwork. Although the tools and techniques employed were reminiscent of antiquity, the narrative and the attire of the figures depicted were distinctly modern. The room was modest in size, yet the four paintings claimed the blank wall's attention. Despite being ink-wash paintings, the tonal palette of each piece remarkably varied. From left to right, they transitioned from pale cyan to sky blue, then to golden yellow, and finally to a grayish white. The subject matter of each painting diverged, yet a commonality persisted. Two young girls appeared in each, either standing or sitting at the center, sometimes apart, sometimes together. Is this you and Huaji? Xiaolan leaned closer to the artwork, scrutinizing the blissful duo captured on canvas. Or perhaps, it is you and me? The floral arrangement retorted, exuding an air of annoyance, leaving Xiaolan bemused by the flower bed's sudden outburst of discontent. The second painting portrayed a vast seaside, where the two girls donned floral skirts, seated sweetly upon the sandy shore, as waves lapped at their tiny feet. Even from behind, the joy radiating from the girls was palpable. The third painting, dominated by a fruit-laden orange tree, featured a small braid peeking from behind the tree, a mischievous grin adorning her face, startling the girl with loose hair, who sat down in surprise as oranges from the bamboo basket tumbled onto the ground. In the fourth painting, a vast expanse of snow blankets the landscape, where a girl with loose hair ties it into a ponytail, her small braids still intact. Two figures are engaged in rolling large snowballs, adorning them with scarves as if they were crafting a grand snowman. Enveloped by the joyous atmosphere depicted in the artwork, Xiaolan reveals a gentle smile. Are you sporting braids or long hair? Take a guess. Well, Xiaolan muses while brushing her fingers along the backrest of the armchair, collecting a layer of dust. I wager you have braids, am I right? Huh. You've seen the blossoms, so it's not difficult to guess. Oh yes, in the realm of flowers. I have indeed encountered the branches and conversed with them. I am now aware of your childhood stories. What shall I do next? You. Why are you asking me everything? The flower grove retorts with exasperation. I am the master of this domain, quite formidable indeed. You cannot solely rely on me. Do you intend to starve here without my guidance? Alas, there is no other option, Xiaolan ponders, resting her chin in thought. As this marks her theoretical first venture into the realm, it was supposed to be guided by the Taoist, instructing her on every step, what to seek, what to prepare. Yet, who could have anticipated that the flower grove would possess such a concept as parallel spaces? How foolish, how foolish. The flower grove finally exclaims in frustration. You merely observe the painting, recognizing the flowers, yet fail to comprehend. You must look for those peculiar items. Chapter 61. The Armchair Peculiar Items? Xiaolan raises her flashlight, illuminating the surroundings. Is there anything here that isn't peculiar? Am I to discern the most bizarre element among them? The flashlight has dimmed significantly, illuminating only a small area before me, its feeble yellow light casting a languid glow, rendering everything shrouded in a haze. Just moments ago, the painting depicted Xiaolan leaning over it, barely visible in the meager light from the doorway. Blossom, could you perhaps enhance the brightness a tad? You ask for too much, Blossom retorted, squeezing the words through clenched teeth, as if thinking this were a game. Are you truly unafraid of me casting you out? I genuinely cannot see clearly. Xiaolan rose, shaking the flashlight upward a couple of times, yet clarity eluded her. Contemplating her predicament, she was met with your scorn for her perceived folly. What was she to do? Blossom, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered how one could so effortlessly seek assistance from an NPC. Was she truly that naive, or merely brazen? Please, help me, help me. Xiaolan shook the flashlight, donning an expression of playful defiance. This is utterly exasperating. Fine. Blossom, her patience exhausted, shouted at Xiaolan with a fierce intensity. If the flashlight is dead, simply refrain from using it. Turn it off and ascertain whether you are indeed blind. As the flashlight was extinguished, darkness enveloped them momentarily, startling Xiaolan into believing she had truly gone blind. However, as the transient darkness lifted, the room gradually unveiled its true form. What had previously required dual sources of light to discern now stood in stark clarity. Wow. Thank you, Blossom. There's no need for gratitude. Though Hua Tsong feigns defiance, the mirth in her tone betrays her. My domain requires no borrowed light to be seen. Xiaolan, with wide, innocent eyes, scrutinized every nook and cranny, wishing she could scour the floor for the most peculiar item. What could be the strangest thing? She mused, continuing her search while pondering aloud. Having examined every corner of the room, Xiaolan contemplated extending her search outdoors. Her fingers trailed along the armrest of a grand chair, indifferent to the dust. A grand chair? She paused, her gaze fixed on the chair beneath her fingertips. Given the classical style of the architecture, the presence of such a chair might not seem particularly odd. However, amidst the dust-laden chairs, this immaculate one stood out as distinctly peculiar. The chair her finger traced appeared identical to the others in form, yet it was remarkably pristine, almost untouched by dust. To confirm its uniqueness, Xiaolan touched all the other chairs, her palm turning black with grime. Only this one chair was different. Looking around, the chairs seemed randomly placed, but this particular one was positioned precisely in the center of 5 others. This chair must hold a clue, she thought. Xiaolan began a detailed investigation of the chair. She attempted to lift it to examine the legs for any anomalies, but discovered it was fixed to the ground, further confirming its special nature. The backrest, she wondered. Could there be something there? Xiaolan knelt on the chair to peer behind it. How foolish of me. The complaints of the floral thicket suddenly resounded overhead. The chair is meant for sitting. Refrain from utilizing my chair for superfluous purposes. Perched upon the chair. Was this a subtle hint from the floral thicket? Xiaolan, feeling a rush of embarrassment, lifted her gaze and turned to settle into the chair. The surface of the chair was smooth and sturdy, yet it did not prove overly uncomfortable. A cool sensation enveloped her as she stared ahead, her being surrounded by a peculiar ambience. This grand armchair occupied the center of the room, offering a view through the entrance toward the cobblestone ground where she had awakened. Beyond that lay another chamber. The rain continued to fall in a soft patter, splashing against the shallow puddles on the stone floor. Through the fine drizzle, Xiaolan strained to see into the room ahead. A hexagonal window directly faced her, within which something flickered indistinctly. Chapter 62 suspended the gentle patter of rain. Xiaolan held her breath. The only sound remaining was the soft rustling of raindrops. Amidst the tranquil rain, a faint, jarring noise emerged, akin to the sound of friction, as if an ancient wooden door were creaking open. Creak, squeak, creak, squeak. A chill crept up her spine, and Xiaolan perked up her ears, unable to suppress a shiver. Floral thicket? Are you still there? She inquired, hugging her shoulders. What is it? May I venture into the room beyond that hexagonal window? Xiaolan stood, pointing toward the window, where something seemed to stir. Did you hear any strange sounds? If you wish to go, then go ahead. The voice of the floral thicket concealed a mischievous undertone. Will you follow me? I have never followed you, either. The flower thicket explained that you can hear my voice because my gaze is upon you, allowing me to see what each of you has done. In essence, the flower thicket is, in fact, not here. Xiaolan stepped beneath the eaves, gazing at the delicate strands of rain cascading from the sky, as well as the flickering shadows within the hexagonal window, lost in contemplation. What is that? As she spoke, she began to walk outside, accompanied by the flower thicket's remark. You will know once you enter. Xiaolan plunged into the curtain of rain, glancing left and right in search of the correct path. The raindrops fell upon her hair and shoulders, yet she no longer felt the penetrating chill. Even as the droplets struck her, there was no sensation of dampness or cold. As she passed the pristine white brick wall, a semicircular doorway emerged. Xiaolan briefly recalled the direction and swiftly peeked inside. The familiar bluestone tiles greeted her, along with the dark little room, its door wide open. The creaking sound grew closer, seemingly emanating from within the dwelling. Clenching her teeth, Xiaolan stepped into the courtyard and slowly approached the dark entrance. The light rain began to ease. She wiped the beads of water from her face, and the sound of the rain diminished, while the peculiar noises from the house became increasingly pronounced. Creak, squeak. Indeed, the sound originated from the small house before her. Stepping inside, she found that, compared to the previous dwelling, this one was adorned with evident care and design. The mahogany floor and furniture exuded an air of elegant antiquity. However, under the dim lighting, the once resplendent mahogany furnishings now emanated an inexplicable eeriness. In the center of the room stood a wooden screen, behind which presumably lay a hexagonal window, concealing within it a mysterious object that swayed gently. The sound of creaking emanated from behind the screen. Xiaolan leaned in closer, her gaze casually sweeping towards the lofty top of the screen. It seemed that something was in motion. A dark object dangled from a rope, gradually diminishing its swaying, until it finally stilled. Xiaolan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Wasn't she curious? The voice of the flowers grew colder, suddenly resonating in her ear, startling Xiaolan, who quickly glanced beside her, only to find emptiness. The flowers had been guiding her all along. She steadied herself against the edge of the screen, leaning over to focus on what lay behind it. A pair of feet first emerged, moving delicately. Xiaolan's muscles tensed up completely, her gaze shifting upward. A frail, pallid woman hung from the rope. The dark object being her thick hair, her back turned to Xiaolan, devoid of motion. Strangely, Xiaolan should have felt fear, yet it seemed distant from her. The flowers. This is... Suddenly, a desperate groan escaped the woman's throat. With this cry, her previously motionless body began to struggle. She was still alive. Chapter 63. The illuminated room. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolan lunged forward to grasp the woman's legs. As the woman broke free from the noose's grip and collapsed helplessly towards the ground, Xiaolan pondered whether this could be a villain. Should she really save her? However, generally speaking, villains do not resort to suicide. Xiaolan sat on the ground in a state of confusion, gazing at the woman who lay half reclined on the floor, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, rubbing her throat and looking around in bewilderment. Who are you? Xiaolan attempted to inquire about the woman's identity. Mom, what are you doing? Are you abandoning us? Dad has already left. Please don't forsake us too. The little girls, their faces streaked with tears and snot, stumbled towards their mother. Just as Xiaolan was about to rise, she witnessed the girls pass through her own form, collapsing into their mother's embrace. Upon seeing the two little girls, tears streamed from the woman's eyes like a fountain. The look of confusion vanished, replaced by a mother's tender yet profoundly sorrowful gaze. The three of them clung tightly together, weeping uncontrollably. Xiaolan felt a pang of heartache. Yet she also sensed her own superfluousness. It appeared that the trio was unaware of her presence. These two little girls were the very ones from the painting in the previous room, the embodiment of childhood's blossoms and branches. Xiaolan recalled that the sisters, Huazong and Huazi, had grown up relying on one another. Would the scene before her be the poignant moment of their mother's departure? Mom, please don't go. Don't leave us, all right? The girl with the little braids stared tearfully at her mother, gripping her hand tightly, as if fearing the loss of something precious. The woman looked down, her daughter's expression of lingering terror evoking deep sympathy and heartbreak. The mother reached out, enveloping her daughters in her embrace. Mom, won't leave anymore. I promise you I won't go. Xiaolan observed this poignant scene, recalling the long silent Huazong. Didn't we agree not to leave? The little blossoms and branches gently supported their mother, one on the left and one on the right, their petite forms barely sustaining her as they moved forward. Upon reaching the screen, it was as if a gust of wind had scattered them, and the three simply vanished into thin air. The small room fell into a profound silence, as though nothing had ever transpired, like a fleeting illusion or a dream. The sound of rain had ceased, leaving only Xiaolan's breath, heartbeat, and the soft rustle surrounding her. The rope loop on the beam continued to sway gently, as if reminding her that she had yet to awaken from this dream. This was also a part of the flower garden, a fragment of the past. She did walk away, did she not? Xiaolon rasped, uncertain as to why her voice had turned hoarse. Here, you exist. In reality, you do not. The tranquil voice of the flower garden softly resonated, devoid of if or next time. In reality, she had simply departed. Departed, leaving behind 2 little girls, both under the age of 10, who had finally grown up. Only to you may be rather foolish, yet you have done well this time. The flower garden continued. I shall not give you any hints. Let us see if you can discover the next destination on your own. As the words trailed off, her voice gradually diminished, eventually fading away. Flower garden. Wasn't it said to always be watching us? It seems even the master of this realm requires rest, Xiaolon muttered as she approached the door, peering outside. The rain had nearly ceased, and without the guidance of the flower garden, she could only wander aimlessly, unaware of the expanse of the garden's realm or where its boundaries lay. Xiaolon wandered through the unfamiliar narrow alley, raindrops cascading from the eaves, striking her unprepared form. With no refuge in sight, she hastened her steps. Wooden square windows flanked her on either side, most of the rooms appearing vacant. Without hesitation, she departed, her intuition guiding her away from this place that felt wrong. At last, the alley reached its conclusion. Xiaolon, shielding her head, turned the corner along the wall, only to be captivated by a house on her left. In this dim ambience, a faint glow emanated from a small door, unlike any light from lamps or candles. It resembled a hand beckoning her from within the modest abode. Could there be someone inside? She pondered, uncertain whether friend or foe awaited her. Silently, she approached the entrance. Peering cautiously around the door frame, she craned her neck to glimpse inside. The interior revealed no moving figures or luminous entities. Stunned, she straightened and stepped into the room. Inside, the space was a delightful jumble of heights, adorned with transparent or semi-transparent, glimmering glass. Almost everything within the room, furniture, bookshelves, was crafted from glass, screens and vanity mirrors. Decorative glass pieces scattered throughout. Soft sunlight filtered through the glass windows, refracting through layers of crystal, illuminating the entire room with a diamond-like brilliance. A room filled with glass. Xiaolon stood transfixed in the center, marveling at the enchanting spectacle. "Hello, classmate." A man's voice suddenly broke the silence at her side. Startled, Xiaolon swiftly turned to look, but found only an empty space, save for a glass panel standing against the wall like a mirror. Where had the man gone? Why was there a man here? Xiaolon slowed her breathing, rising onto her toes as she cautiously approached the direction of the glass panel. "Classmate, please wait." The voice arose again, and this time, Xiaolon was certain it emanated from that yellowed glass panel standing squarely in the corner of the wall. Could it be that someone was hiding behind the glass? "Classmate," a man panted, his call seeming to grow closer, and gradually, the glass panel began to transform. Faintly, a hand appeared upon its surface, and it seemed as though the glass had morphed into a grand screen, projecting the scene and sounds before her. Xiaolon was taken aback. Could it be that this glass panel was, in fact, a television? The hand was soon accompanied by an arm, and then the entirety of a figure emerged, a boy with strikingly delicate features. He extended his hand, grasping something, a mixture of guilt and excitement illuminating his smile as he gazed at the person or perhaps something else before him. With his other hand, he scratched his head, seemingly quite embarrassed. "Classmate, may I explain myself?" he implored. What he held was that very classmate. Why then did the classmate not appear within the glass? "I did not disturb you, nor did I intend any offense," the boy said, slightly lowering his head, a bashful smile adorning his face. "You might think me foolish, but indeed, from the very moment I laid eyes upon you." The individual he had grasped seemed to struggle momentarily, his hand yanked forward abruptly. Fortunately, the boy reacted swiftly, tightening his grip. I am sorry. Allow me to express myself differently. Please do not leave. I genuinely wish to convey these words to you." The boy's smile vanished as he fixed his gaze intently on the person before him, his eyes shimmering with intensity. The moment you stepped into the classroom, I took notice of you. Please do not mistake my intentions for those of a lecherous scoundrel. My observation was not born of peculiar motives, but rather, I discerned something extraordinary within your eyes. The individual across from me seemed to quiet down and listen intently, as the boy adjusted his posture and spoke earnestly. While you present yourself similarly to others, polite, optimistic, and warm, it was in that fleeting moment when you turned away, your smile fading, that I glimpsed the loneliness reflected in your eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I suddenly felt a profound ache for you. The person before me seemed to utter something, prompting the boy to lower his gaze and smile shyly. I cannot fathom why I felt such sympathy. Perhaps it is simply fate. The boy stole a glance at the visage of the individual before him and nodded earnestly. I understand that it is challenging for you to accept me so readily, but might we, at the very least, begin as friends? Xiao Lan felt a surge of excitement. Although it felt akin to watching a drama, the unfolding narrative was inexplicably captivating. Observing the reaction of the person before him, the boy's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile illuminated his face. Really? Can we truly? We are indeed together now. Xiaolan shifted her position to continue watching. Then, please do not refer to me as classmate any longer. Call me by my name, Rinchong. The boy, brimming with joy, was at a loss as to where to place his hands. I shall also address you by your name. Let us no longer remain strangers. Xiaolan nodded in satisfaction. The boy lifted his gaze, his eyes profound. Is everything well, Huatsong? Chapter 65. Rinchong. Xiaolan, resting her chin on her hand, momentarily froze in her position of observation. Thus, the person before the boy was Huatsong. The one whom the boy had fallen in love with was indeed Huatsong. Before she could ponder further, a cacophony erupted nearby. The image within the glass screen vanished, and Xiaolan turned her attention to the source of the noise. This time, the glass screen positioned at the center of the room commenced its display. What's wrong with studying law? Drink up. Whatever you study, you must drink. Right. Let's have some fun. Come on, Junior, don't be shy, just one cup. Are you not giving face to your seniors? It appeared that a drinking party was unfolding behind the screen, with several burly men swaying drunkenly, their flushed faces raised in a toast toward a certain direction. Around the dining table sat a circle of people, yet the direction of their raised glasses was conspicuously empty. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaolan deduced that the vacant seat was occupied by none other than Huatsong. Senior, please don't persuade Huatsong. She truly cannot drink. A boy beside the empty seat rose, and Xiaolan then recognized him as Rinchong. Allow me to drink this cup on behalf of Huatsong. Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are? The others jeered, their laughter ringing out, while bystanders exhibited expressions of encouragement, seemingly approving of Rinchong's actions. It's not a matter of consent. Rinchong chuckled bashfully, scratching his head. A girl like Huatsong can hardly hold her liquor. Get the hell out of my way. With a flourish, the man brandishing the wine glass sent its contents arcing through the air, a precise trajectory ensuring the libation splashed across Rinchong's face, and judging by the spill, the unfortunate Huatsong was not spared either. I assert my capacity to imbibe. I declared, to even contemplate joining the XX society without partaking is but a fanciful notion. A resounding crash echoed as Huatsong seemed to slam the table before them, jolting the assembly. Silence descended as all eyes turned towards Huakong. The scene hung suspended, as if frozen in time. Huatsong appeared to be in the midst of articulation, the others at the table listening intently. However, the countenance of the man who had initiated the forceful encouragement to drink darkened ominously. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to utter a word. The sudden hush was almost unsettling to Xiaolan. Abruptly, the man shoved back his chair and surged to his feet, seizing a wine bottle from the table and swinging it violently towards Huakong. The collective gasp of the table marked their shock. Even Xiaolan was caught off guard, failing to anticipate the man's intentions. Who are you to spout such nonsense, you wench? You deserve a beating. Crash. Shatter. A A cacophony of screams erupted as the scene dissolved into chaos, clear wine mingling with crimson blood, shards of glass scattering like glittering rain. Yet, it was not Hua Tsung who bore the injury. In a lightning-fast maneuver, Ren Chong had hurled himself into the path of the descending bottle, selflessly intercepting the blow intended for Hua Kong bloodstream from Ren Chong's shoulder. Fortunately, the head was spared. The attack jolted the room back to reality, and the aggressor, still spewing invective, was restrained by the others, now fully alert. Heavens! Are you all right, Junior? Is Little Flower hurt? Quickly, someone call a doctor. The commotion attracted the attention of the hotel staff. A server, startled, immediately contacted an ambulance. Several people supported the pale-faced Rinchon as he carefully moved, his right arm draped protectively over the unseen figure of Flower Cluster. Blood flowed unceasingly, and Rinchong's steps faltered, the crimson liquid gradually outlining the shape of Flower Cluster's shoulder. Rinchong's eyes were beginning to close, and he leaned heavily on Flower Cluster, turning his head with a strained smile. Don't be afraid. I'm fine, Flower Cluster. Chapter 66. First confession. Xiao Lan's heart clenched. Although Flower Cluster's fate was sealed, Xiao Lan wished, in her brief existence, that she could experience more joy and less sorrow. Before the next scene could unfold, the images on the screen vanished completely, as if everything had been a mere illusion. This time, however, Xiao Lan did not panic, but instead skillfully searched for the next possible location where the two might appear. Sure enough, on the right, the glass ornament on the table began to change color. White walls, a white ceiling, everything was white. Drip, drip. A clear, rhythmic dripping sound emanated from the ornament. On the white hospital bed lay the pale-faced Rinchon, his left hand receiving in 4 drip, his right hand seemingly clutching something tightly. Xiaohua, you should take a moment to rest as well. Behind the two, a weary-looking aunt approached. She placed her hand gently on the vacant space beside the hospital bed and gave it a couple of light pats. The doctor said my Rinchon is fine now, so do not worry. Go and get some sleep. It seemed as though the Flower Cluster had murmured something in response. It's not your fault. I do not blame you either, Rinchong's mother said affectionately, narrowing her eyes into a smile. This child likes you very much. As a young man, I find his feelings quite brave. Oh dear, this child. The translucent Flower Cluster embraced Rinchong's mother, startling her momentarily. She then tenderly stroked the hair of the Flower Cluster, her gaze akin to that of a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. No need for thanks, Aunt. Xiaohua, you share a special bond with her. When you helped her out that day on the street, she knew you were a good child. Later, Rinchong often mentioned that he liked a girl in his class, and it turned out to be you, Xiaohua. The connection between you and my family is indeed profound. Sighing, Xiao Lan shook her head. Having lost her parents at such a young age, the Flower Cluster could hardly bear this. Mama faint call emerged as Rinchong awakened, chuckling upon seeing the two women embracing beside his bed. Haha, what are you two doing? Ah, it hurts. You silly boy, what are you laughing at? Rinchong's mother moved to the other side of the bed, observing her son's comical demeanor and subtly glancing at the Flower Cluster. By the way, are you all right? Rinchong, understanding her implication, ceased his laughter and inquired with concern, Are you hurt? Did they trouble you? After a brief pause, she shook her head gently. I am not in pain. As long as you are unscathed, that is what matters. If you were injured, then I would truly feel the hurt. Oh my goodness. Xiao Lan covered her face, inwardly squealing at this melodramatic confession, feeling a rush of shyness wash over her. Rinchong's mother was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Recalling her duty as a supportive figure, she lightly patted her son's thigh with a smile. Oh dear, this young man. The girl hasn't even become your girlfriend yet. And here you are uttering such sentimental words. You mustn't make her feel embarrassed. Huatsong, please don't take it to heart. My son is just. Auntie, from now on, allow me to take care of Rinchong. A soft, melodious voice interrupted, and Xiao Lan's gaze fixed on the displayed ornament. As the figure of Huatsong gradually materialized, clad in a delicate, pale yellow dress, the enchanting Huatsong finally appeared. Her long, dark hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, Her fair skin and slender frame accentuated her strikingly bright eyes that sparkled with life. This girl radiated a gentle purity akin to a spring, yet possessed the fervor and courage of a flame. Rin Chong's eyes lit up instantly, struggling to sit up. Xiaohua, what is this? Rin Chong's mother was taken aback for a moment, pressing down on her son while inquiring, "Is this your way of accepting our Rin Chong?" Huazong smiled softly, gently taking Rin Chong's right hand and nodded. "Auntie, both you and Rin Chong have truly moved me deeply. I love you, and I have also fallen for Rin Chong. Henceforth, let me care for him as his girlfriend, if you please." Chapter 67. The school hospital. A faint smile of solace graced Xiaolan's face. Yet as memories flooded her mind, that smile gradually faded away. Knowing the conclusion, looking back made even the sweetest of candies lose their flavor. However, this was already the era of blossoms in her freshman year. During the winter of her sophomore year, she had been lured into Lianshui village. Contemplating this, Xiaolan began to search for the next piece of glass that would reflect the future. The surroundings fell silent, and none of the glass suddenly emitted a radiant glow. Could this truly be the end? It seemed implausible. Xiaolan began to wander within the confines of the small glass house, examining the glass mirrors and windows. The tale of Huazong and Rin Chong was far from over, and as of now, Xiaolan remained uncertain about her role in aiding Huazong. "What comes next?" she inquired, gazing upward. Before her words could dissipate into the air, the surroundings were suddenly illuminated. The light did not emanate from a particular direction, but rather enveloped her from all sides. All the glass within the room began to project simultaneously, and Xiaolan found herself amidst these vivid scenes. The luminescence danced upon her visage, as the faces of Huazong and Rin Chong flickered before her eyes, only to vanish moments later. The glass displayed a series of tender moments shared between the two. Perhaps due to their overwhelming happiness, no mishaps occurred, and these images flashed by with a rapidity akin to fast-forwarding. Xiaolan felt discontented, sensing the impending events, yet hesitant to witness them fully. The two walked hand in hand, shared a cup of cold beverage, and quietly shed tears for others' misfortunes in a cinema. Suddenly, the scene came to a halt, and all the glass figures paused at the final moment, save for the central glass screen, which continued to flow and display. Regardless, that moment was inevitable. The floral array donned a heavy cotton coat, the pastel pink hue adding a vibrant touch to the tableau. The flowers sat clumsily on the dormitory bed, struggling to pull on a pair of small leather boots. "Are you really okay going alone? I can accompany you," spoke another girl, the bespectacled maiden sitting opposite the floral array. Her gaze lingered on the floral array's movements, her tone filled with concern. "It's all right. I'm just going to retrieve my health report. My sister is anxious to know the results, and the campus clinic is so close. Nothing will go amiss." The floral array replied hastily, offering a smile. "But it's rather late now," the girl remarked, glancing at her watch and then out the window at the dimming sky. "Can't Sister Huaji wait until tomorrow morning?" "No, I still worry. I must accompany you." As she spoke, the girl made a motion to rise, lifting her sweater as if to clamber up to the upper bunk to change. No need for that." The floral array quickly stood up, brushed off her cotton coat, and hurried out of the dormitory. "Huazi," the girl's voice trailed behind her as the floral array smiled blissfully, quickening her pace down the stairs. The daylight of winter is fleeting. Outside, dusk had already fallen. The floral array tightened her scarf and turned into a dimly lit path behind the dormitory, where the bright sign of the campus clinic could be seen at the end. The path was deserted, seeming both short and interminable. As she strolled alongside the blooming flowers, she gazed at the mist of her breath, a childlike smile gracing her lips. Life must have bestowed upon her a great deal of happiness for her to wear such a smile. However, this smile quickly faded. In the distance, two figures emerged, their trembling forms capturing her attention entirely. Chapter 68. The true form revealed. Flower Tsong came to a halt, narrowing her eyes. Before her stood an elderly couple, shivering and frail. The sight of them stirred memories of Rin Chong and herself. She pondered whether, many years hence, they too would walk hand in hand like this couple, traversing a street shrouded in delicate snow mist. The thought of Rinchong made the corners of her lips involuntarily rise. Yet, Xiaolan's heart sank with concern. Shaking her head, Flower Tsong seemed to chide herself for resembling a lovesick girl, and she continued onward. As the elderly couple drew nearer, she cast a fleeting glance at them. "Dear girl." The elderly woman's voice, worn and weary, resonated like a rough ice block freshly retrieved from a cold storage, laden with friction and tremor, reaching Flower Tsong's ears. "What is it, Annie? Sweet child, please help us. We truly have no means left." The aged woman, noticing Flower Tsong's reaction, hurried closer, grasping her sleeve with urgency. "We are utterly at a loss." Flower Tsong did not flinch. Her expression of doubt lingered only for a moment before it was utterly dispelled by the woman's pitiful demeanor. "Dear aunt, what troubles you? I heard you mention. My husband and I are here searching for our son." The elderly woman spoke as she pulled her husband closer. "Our son has been missing for nearly half a year, and we have been searching for him all this time, yet we have received no news. Now, we have exhausted our funds, and we have not eaten for 2 days." Flower Tsong gazed intently at the couple, evidently opting to believe them. Xiaolan sighed. These two appeared robust and well-nourished. They hardly resembled individuals who had gone without food for 2 days. Flower Tsong's lips curled into a radiant smile. "Allow me to take you to dine first, dear uncle and aunt. After your meal, I shall guide you to a relief station. There are numerous official shelters here where you may stay while you continue your search for your son, and you can also express your needs to the relief organization." The couple exchanged a glance, then quickly averted their eyes. "You truly are a kind-hearted girl." The elderly woman grasped Flower Tsong's hand with one hand, while feigning to wipe away tears with the other. "We are immensely fortunate to have encountered you." The three of them then proceeded together. "Oh, dear aunt, please do not be so polite," Flower Tsong said, patting the woman's hand. "There are quite a few restaurants across from our campus hospital. I will take you to one of them." "Oh, those restaurants can be quite expensive," the elderly woman remarked, pursing her lips while grasping Flower Tsong's other arm. "While searching for our son during the day, we noticed a few affordable eateries. Dear girl, please lead us there instead. The restaurants outside are far too costly." The flower cluster observed the direction indicated by the old man's gaze. It led to a dim and narrow alleyway. Despite frequently passing by, the flower cluster had never noticed this hidden path. The alley was deep and shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. At that moment, a sense of foreboding crept into the flower cluster's mind. Attempting to withdraw the cuff from the old woman's grasp, an irresistible force unexpectedly awakened within. "Let me go?" As the flower cluster's strength intensified, it surged outward to free itself from the old woman's grip. However, upon turning its head, it was met with the old man's frigid stare. Before the flower cluster could react, the old man's hand swiftly covered it, unleashing a pungent aroma that clouded its senses. Suddenly, its strength waned, and the flower cluster crumpled to the ground. "I am sorry, dear girl," the old woman's voice had transformed. The two of them adeptly lifted the weakened flower cluster, guiding it deeper into the shadows of the alley. Chapter 69. The cycle of suffering. As the light within the scene dimmed, the figures of the flower cluster and the criminals gradually faded. Xiaolan exhaled deeply, her shoulders sagging. All of the flower cluster's days of happiness had come to an end. Her roommate, her friends, her relatives, Rinchong, everyone wore a smile. Almost the instant Xiaolan turned her face away, all the images began to move simultaneously. How could the flower cluster possibly be missing? It is entirely my fault. I should have been by her side. It is impossible, impossible, impossible. This child must not be informed by Huaji. I am sorry, I am truly sorry. I cannot believe this. I must seek her out. The voices of the people arose simultaneously, starkly contrasting the earlier blissful tranquility. The disappearance of the flower bed detonated like a bomb, igniting chaos in the lives of those around. Confusion enveloped the crowd, and anguish took root. Tear-streaked faces emerged before me, accompanied by desperate cries. Xiaolan found herself ensnared in an overwhelming tide of sorrow, standing helplessly at the center. The screen illuminated once more, and Xiaolan hastily turned her gaze, only to be met with the familiar realm of white. the stark white walls and ceiling. And on the pristine white bed lay a pallid figure. As the image drew closer, the face gradually came into view, beautiful eyes brimming with tears, sunken cheeks. Yet even devoid of color, the delicate pallor could not be obscured. She bore a resemblance to the flower bed, yet she was not the flower bed. Xiaolan slowly began to comprehend the identity of the figure before her, her fingers instinctively clutching the white scarf draped over her shoulder. "Xiaoji, please eat something," a man said as he approached. Upon appearing on the screen, Xiaolan instantly recognized him as Ping, the husband of Huaji. How could Song Song possibly be missing? Huaji's gaze was vacant as she fixated on the bare branches outside the ward, her voice a mere whisper, seemingly emanating from her chest. "It cannot be. She cannot be lost." Ping furrowed his brow tightly as he placed the lunchbox on the small table beside the bed. The flower grove merely ventured out for a moment. Ping knelt down, grasping the right hand of Huaji. "Once Xiaoji regains her strength, we shall seek her out, and surely we will find her." Tears of warmth suddenly streamed down Huaji's parched face as she sorrowfully shook her head, expressing her deep concern. "Is it finally over?" "Hello, classmate." A somewhat familiar youthful voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "This voice is..." "Classmate, please wait." Xiaolan looked up. The flower grove had led her here for a reason, undoubtedly. "Huaji?" Xiaolan tentatively called out. How can she assist Huaji, and how can she assist herself? Xiaolan gazed at the room filled with glimmering glass, both bright and dim, as an idea gradually emerged. Chapter 70. Fracture, but what if this is not the choice Huaji desires? Xiaolan gently caressed the cool glass, seemingly sensing the chill of Huaji's existence. Day after day, could it truly bring joy to Huaji to watch everything restart from a distance? Would she wish to remain in her current state forever? Or would she prefer to end it all? If she were Huaji, Xiaolan slightly tightened her fingers and looked upward. "I'm sorry, Huaji," raising her palm. The glass in her hand traced a graceful arc through the air before plummeting to the ground. The fragile glass shattered upon impact, scattering into a myriad of luminous fragments. "If you cannot forget, then allow me to help you forget." With a crash, Xiaolan swept all the glass off the table, shards flying in every direction, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors and shadows. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, classmates, loved ones, Ren-Chong, and even the flowers themselves, all appeared fragmented and shattered alongside the crumbling glass. Suffering ensnares not only the living but also spares not the departed. Xiaolan stood amidst the swirling debris, the dust and shards rendering her directionless. Yet, to salvage the deceased blossoms, this was the only path forward. From afar, laughter seemed to echo. Ha 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 ha. It was a laugh steeped in despair, yet tinged with relief, a laughter both morbid and sorrowful. Xiaolan did not cease her efforts, relentlessly dismantling the remnants, her foot striking the glass placed in the corner. In mere moments, the glass within the room had been largely obliterated. She lifted her gaze toward the center of the chamber, where a glass screen stood erect. The visage of the flower branch flickered in and out of view. Chapter 71. The third room. I understand that this is a sorrowful tale. However, it must reach its conclusion. Xiaolan swung her fist toward the screen. With a forceful strike, the gentle visage of the flower branch and its sorrowful gaze shattered into fragments in that fleeting instant. It was not only the blossoms that needed to emerge from their grief. Ren-Chong remained seated in his familiar spot. The time since his beloved departed felt interminable. Yet he had been waiting all along. He turned the pages of his book, engrossed as ever, while the evening sun flowed gently outside the window. Everything as it had always been. The sun gradually descended. Ren-Chong flipped to the next page. Suddenly, a flash seemed to streak before his eyes, and it felt as though something within him had departed. He shuddered violently. The sunlight remained unchanged, the tranquil library still echoing with the calmness of the evening. Ren-Chong widened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, his right hand unconsciously reaching towards his heart. What had just transpired? Despite being enveloped in a warm and comfortable environment, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his chest, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. Sensitively, Ren-Chong tucked away his book and glanced around. This corner felt desolate, with very few individuals engaged in self-study nearby. That sudden chill, surely it was not indicative of something sinister lurking here. He hastily adjusted his backpack and departed. How peculiar this place is. Why had he chosen to study here? Perhaps it would be wiser to select a different location next time. Xiaolan gasped softly, her gaze fixed upon the myriad shards of glass scattered throughout the room. At this moment, all those vivid images were obscured. The laughter amidst the flowers had inexplicably ceased, leaving the two in silence. The only sound being the occasional scrape of the broken glass. Night was encroaching upon the realm, the sunlight filtering through the window gradually fading, indicating that time still flowed here, not entirely forsaken by its passage. Why did you do this? The voice from the floral thicket had grown calm, devoid of any trace of sorrow. I acted thus because you must. I cannot ascertain what destruction may ensue for them in reality, but I am certain that, rather than languishing in the past, the present version of you desires nothing more than for them to forget you. Another prolonged silence ensued. Does the floral branch still remember me? After an extended pause, the restrained voice from the flowers finally emerged, imbued with both concern and anticipation. Xiaolan's breath caught. If the floral branch had forgotten you, none of this would have transpired, and it would not have transformed into its current state. She still remembers you, but perhaps she will gradually forget, Xiaolan lied. Huaji is currently living a blissful life. I believe that happiness has the power to heal pain. What do you think? Xiaolan's anxious heart finally found solace. It seems that through coaxing and deception, she has at last discovered the correct answer to this room. The flower thicket. Excuse me, what is your name? Xiaolan was momentarily bewildered by the sudden interruption from the flower thicket. I am Liao Yilan. You may call me Xiaolan. Xiaolan. The flower thicket mused. Your name is rather pleasant. In light of your lovely name, allow me to offer you a hint. A hint has arrived? Xiaolan perked up her ears. The third room, in contrast to this glass house. The flower thicket paused for a moment. This hint is quite evident, is it not? Hurry and seek it out, Xiaolan. Chapter 72. The dark house in contrast to the glass house? What kind of hint is that? Xiaolan departed from the now utterly destroyed glass house, treading upon the cobblestones scattered throughout the courtyard while deep in thought. Could it be a wooden house, a stone house, or a concrete house? Ancient houses occasionally emerged on either side, each with paper windows exuding flickering lights, resembling fireflies in the night or pairs of prying eyes. Having always regarded a sense of direction as a luxury, Xiaolan found herself utterly disoriented in this realm. Where am I? Where am I headed? Have I seen this house before? Why do they all look the same? Xiaolan placed her hands on her hips, feeling a touch of irritation. Am I to inspect each house one by one? The cobblestone path stretches endlessly before me, unwavering in its straightness, flanked on either side by identical, neatly arranged houses. Puddles the ground, and I tread upon the water stains and stones, my footsteps echoing softly as I move forward. I cannot help but wonder about my companions. Have they already reunited, or are they still in search of others? Perhaps, like me, they traverse room after room in solitude. If Xiang could cross through this space, when would they come to seek me? If they too are grappling with the challenges of these rooms, where might they find themselves now, devoid of the floral hints? In the stillness of the night, I wander aimlessly, my gaze drifting over the nearby houses, when an unsettling sense of discord suddenly seizes my heart. What is different? The window screens? I glance around and finally discern what makes this house peculiar. In the other dwellings, a warm, orange glow seeps through the small screens, perhaps a ritual of welcoming the night. Yet this house remains shrouded in total darkness, devoid of any comforting light, like a hand emerging from the shadows, seeking to draw me in. But is this truly the third room? In stark contrast to the glass house, a thought suddenly collides within me. Yes, this is the place. I first noticed the glass house because it was the only room glowing in the daylight. And before me stands the only house in the night that is completely void of light, serving as the antithesis to the glass house. This gaping, black hole of a dwelling seems intent on swallowing me whole. It must be the third room. Without hesitation, Qian swiftly advanced towards the cabin's entrance. What enigmas lay concealed behind this absolute darkness? Creak, Qian inhaled deeply, stepping into the impenetrable obscurity of the dwelling. After a moment's contemplation, Qian refrained from closing the door completely, cautiously entering the premises, the only sounds being her somewhat labored breathing and footsteps. The faint moonlight filtering in from outside was wholly inadequate to illuminate the interior. Qian reached into her pocket for her phone, knowing that while it lacked reception, it could still serve as a flashlight. A sudden chill pervaded the air, unlike the wind outside, more akin to something passing through her very being. Qian abruptly froze. An unseen hand materialized from nowhere, firmly grasping Qian's outstretched left hand. Someone's here. Qian endeavored to regain her composure, subtly turning her head to look behind her. The faint moonlight cast upon her back revealed nothing but emptiness. No figure was discernible. Chapter 73. Marionette. The grip on her wrist persisted, unwavering. Yet she could not perceive its source. Fear began to take hold. Before she could fully process the situation, Qian instinctively attempted to wrench free from the invisible hand and flee. Before she could act, her other hand was seized with equal force. The force was no longer static, but twisted Qian backward. Both hands were raised high, and Qian struggled against the relentless control, able only to writhe as she was turned around. Blinding light instantly enveloped her. The sudden burst of luminescence nearly blinded Qian, and it took her a long moment to dare to open her eyes. Both hands remained tethered, elevated above her head by an unseen force, as everything before her appeared hazy and ethereal beneath the blinding radiance. It was as though she were enveloped in a shroud of mist. Within this fog, countless flickering points of light emerged. Xiaolan squinted, struggling to discern, still unable to see clearly. Suddenly, the grip on her right hand intensified, pulling her to the right, and just as she attempted to shift her weight, she realized that her feet had also been ensnared by this force. Xiaolan fell heavily to her knees. Before the pain could register, the power yanked her upright once more. What is happening? The force on her left foot increased, and she hurriedly sought to maintain her balance, watching helplessly as it elevated her left foot to eye level. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through her. My hip. With her right leg giving way, Xiaolan collapsed sideways onto the ground. The crimson floor resembled a tattered, filthy carpet, which did little to alleviate the agony of her fall. It pierced through her like 1,000 thorns, sending waves of shivers and nausea through her. In the distance, a sudden uproar erupted. Xiaolan was taken aback. It was a cheer, a cacophony only a throng of people could produce. Gradually, the points of light within the mist began to reveal their true forms. Xiaolan lay on the ground, eyes wide, as the white fog dissipated slowly. These luminescent points transformed into pairs of vacant eyes. Seated within the mist were individuals sporting expressions of derision or exhilaration, their eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. And there she was, sprawled in the midst of the crowd, like a jester upon the stage. As the force pulling her left hand intensified, Xiaolan was once again hoisted like a mere piece of refuse, standing on the ground. The power yanked her right hand, causing her to spin in place, accompanied by the relentless tugging. The cheers from the audience grew louder. Lift both hands and feet. Raise your legs from behind. Let her fly. Let her fly. In that moment, she realized she was neither a clown nor discarded debris. She was a marionette, manipulated by unseen strings. Xiaolan composed herself, contemplating the situation before her. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained ensconced within that dark room. What she perceived and felt was merely an illusion woven by the surrounding blossoms. Steadying her mind, she raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, the force surged once more, lifting her into the air. Before she could even attempt to struggle, the strength abruptly diminished, and she plummeted straight towards the ground. They were no longer mere spectators. They were intent on my demise. In midair, Xiaolan adjusted her posture, and as her backside made contact with the ground, a jolt of excruciating pain surged through her, though fortunately, no other injuries accompanied it. The throng of cheering spectators resembled the villagers of Lianshui village, who were ensnared in a cycle of crime. The flowers, beautiful and benevolent, independent and industrious, ultimately reduced her to a puppet, a mere plaything of desire, a reproductive vessel stripped of all symbols beyond femininity. This is unjust. This is unjust. Once again, the force tightening around her hands escalated, lifting Xiao Lan into the air. Peering down, she noted that this new height was 3 or 4 times greater than before. Should she be cast down from this height, it could very well mean her demise. Xiao Lan stifled the fury within, realizing that her first priority must be to devise a means of preserving her own life. Chapter 74, Awakening. The sensation of being gripped by distinctly large hands was palpable. Yet under the harsh lights of the dilapidated stage, Xiao Lan could not discern the nature of her captor. How could she escape from something unseen? Suspended in midair, she felt the grip suddenly lighten, though the hands that held her remained. As she plummeted downward, the filthy red ground drew ever closer, her descent unfolding as if in slow motion. Everything felt profoundly vivid. In stark contrast, her mind raced with thoughts. As the force upon her diminished, her own strength surged. Xiao Lan flipped her palm and reached desperately toward the unseen hand. It was a gamble, for her eyes could not perceive. A tangible sensation gripped her palm, halting her midair, mere inches above the ground. She had grasped it. Whose hand was this? Why was it invisible? In that fleeting moment of stillness, the cacophony from the audience vanished. The grotesque smiles of the crowd faded, replaced by a myriad of nearly identical faces, their predatory eyes fixated upon her. Did she wish to flee? How revolting that she would even contemplate escape. Look at that foolishness. They might as well end her life. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Pain. With a fierce grip, Xiao Lan clenched her palm tightly, as if she could hear the sound of her own bones fracturing. Simultaneously, a chilling hand crept up her spine, and before she could react, it seized her throat with a brutal force. Again, a surge of fury coursed through Xiao Lan. What manner of beings inhabit this realm, that they persist in throttling me? Desperately, she grasped the hand around her neck, struggling with all her might. Her body dangled in midair, her legs flailing helplessly in the void, while the audience below unleashed a torrent of cold, even malicious jeers and insults. The grip on her throat tightened gradually. Xiao Lan attempted to pry it away, but her efforts were in vain. Ha ha ha, just die already. And you call yourself a college student, putting on such a show. You clearly deserve this. On what grounds do you judge me? Her eyes, suffused with blood from asphyxiation, witnessed the scene gradually stained with speckles of crimson. From the depths of her being, a familiar force began to surge upward, and Xiao Lan felt warm currents rising from her chest, enveloping her entire body as though it were a tangible essence, filling every corner with fresh, abundant strength. It was as if something within her was awakening. Suddenly feeling lighter, Xiao Lan began to float. The weight beneath her feet dissipated, and her predicament transformed. She continued to pry at the hand, discovering that she could now contend with its grip. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of her strength. Once I touch the ground, I shall annihilate you all. Are you all right? A gentle, familiar voice suddenly resonated in her ear. It was the voice of the flowers. Why will you not save me? If you cannot persevere, then perhaps you should relinquish your efforts. The sounds of the blooming flowers resonate dully. Akin to the aftermath of tears, surrendering would grant you the freedom to depart from this place, which is far from pleasant. You should leave. Thus, while the flowered grove may be the sovereign of its realm, it is powerless to alter the established rules of that domain. Xiao Lan, with a hint of self-mockery, pondered on this notion. She had once believed that gaining the grove's favor would effortlessly enable her to transcend the boundaries, to rescue a soul steeped in despair. How naive that assumption was. Even a prince requires the vanquishing of a fearsome dragon to save his princess. Did she truly think that shattering a few shards of glass could liberate the grove? Such innocence was laughable. Chapter 75. The rules of the dark room. I do not wish to see you harmed. The voice of the grove murmured softly. All you need to do is utter your surrender, Xiao Lan. Yet, Xiao Lan remained unperturbed by the grove's concern. With determination, she forcefully pried away the invisible grip around her neck, feeling her breath gradually becoming more effortless. Do not presume that my silence equates to defeat. Even if I could speak, I would never utter the word surrender. I am resolute in rescuing the grove, unassisted, relying solely on my own strength. As she prepared to break free from her restraints, the audience below was rendered speechless, their chatter resembling a swarm of headless flies, aimlessly colliding as if seeking an escape from the stage. Another hand crept up her back, attempting to seize her from behind. In an instant, Xiaolan reacted, countering the approaching hand with one of her own while reaching back with the other. The invisible grip around her ankles was simultaneously exerted upon. Yet Xiaolan utilized it as a stepping stone, forcefully pushing off and leaping away, each hand grasping an ethereal hand. At last, she made contact with solid ground. This power has endowed me with such remarkable agility. Free from suffocation and restraint, Xiaolan felt a surge of strength coursing through her body. With reddened eyes, she gazed upon the fleeing audience and the general direction of that massive hand, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Xiaolan, the floral array was evidently unprepared for this turn of events, its voice laden with astonishment. No, this cannot be. Xiaolan had already poised herself to tear apart this invisible monstrosity, but upon hearing the quivering tone of the floral array, she abruptly halted. A prince may slay a dragon, yet cannot do so in the presence of a princess. Furthermore, a young lady ought not to be excessively coarse. With this thought in mind, Xiaolan altered her approach, lifting the object in her hand and hurling it toward the chaotic audience, casting that enigmatic hand into the fray. Although the hand itself remained unseen, the resounding crack and the few spectators who were toppled served as proof that Xiaolan had successfully liberated herself. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Xiaolan stood tall upon the stage, gazing down at those who scattered like defeated wild dogs. How absurd! How shameful! A foreboding sensation crept into her heart. Xiaolan had assumed this ordeal would conclude here, yet it seemed a twist awaited. The crowd gradually converged, their expressions obscured, yet an ineffable gloom hung in the air. What shall we do? We must. If we do not proceed thus, we shall never escape. We must find the exit. No matter what, we have to. We must. We must. We must. Eliminate her. A sudden chorus of shouts erupted from the crowd, startling Xiaolan. Indeed, they still harbored thoughts of her. It appeared that within this chamber, only one faction could emerge alive. To escape, one must eliminate oneself. Thus, if it were she who sought to depart. This truly posed a dilemma. With hands on her hips, Xiaolan confronted them from her elevated stance. Challenges lay ahead, for her earlier declaration of vengeance, promising to slay them all upon her escape, had been uttered in a fit of anger. Little did she anticipate that this room adhered to such a grim rule. The floral realm, from the perspective of youth, deemed this task utterly insurmountable. Yet, Xiaolan had begun to earnestly contemplate the feasibility of various strategies. Fear not, blossoms, she beamed skyward with a radiant smile. I shall undoubtedly devise a means to vanquish them all. Chapter 76. To be consumed? Blossoms found herself momentarily speechless. What was this individual, with an innocent visage, articulating? Xiaolan's smile faded, her gaze upon her adversaries now devoid of warmth. The crowd murmured softly, seemingly reaching a consensus, advancing steadily towards the stage. Although bravado had been proclaimed, Xiaolan was, in truth, bereft of any viable plans. In a one-on-one confrontation, her current inflated self might still attempt a challenge. However, this throng appeared disinclined to engage in such a manner. The foremost individuals had already begun to scale the stage, forcing Xiaolan to retreat this time. Their retreat would signify disgrace. Her own withdrawal, however, was a strategic maneuver, she reasoned. As the crowd encroached step by step, Xiaolan found herself gradually backing away. As she stepped back, her heel seemed to press against something neither soft nor hard, but rather round and plump. Xiaolan looked down at her feet. The heel of her sneaker was raised high, yet beneath it, there was an empty void, revealing the blood-red ground below. Could it be that monstrous hand? To her astonishment, it was still alive? The world seemed to turn upside down as Xiaolan observed the jubilant gazes of the crowd below, their eyes reflecting a sense of exhilaration. Was this creature intending to mimic her earlier actions and cast her aside? rather than utilizing inertia to hurl Xiaolan away. The monstrous hand patiently grasped one of her feet, shaking it gently in place, much like one would shake off the dust from food that had fallen to the ground. A shiver ran down Xiaolan's spine, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Surely it couldn't be preparing to devour me. The moment this thought crossed her mind, the hand obligingly began to lift her towards a higher place. Was she to be consumed by an unseen entity? In a fit of desperation, Xiaolan struggled fiercely, her backpack and the contents of her pockets clattering to the ground. A flash of light darted past her eyes. Something from her pocket tumbled and rolled down. Xiaolan extended her curled body, but failed to grasp it, yet she clearly saw what it was. It was a hairpin shaped like a flower. The flower. Xiaolan, you must give up. A piercing wail emanated from above, or rather, from below her feet. The kind-hearted flowers, having endured all this, remained benevolent. Such gentle flowers. Xiaolan felt her head throb as she gazed upon the audience standing above and below the stage, their faces alight with a bloodthirsty excitement. It is said that this monster is entirely transparent, which means the process of being devoured would be broadcasted live. How infuriating. Release Xiaolan. Spare her. The flowers in the garden weep inconsolably as Xiaolan recalls the somewhat proud girl she was upon entering, as if she were a different person. I beg you. I implore you. Surely, you have pleaded for him daily, have you not? Even in this realm, the torment continues to afflict you. Why do you beseech him? Xiaolan shouted vehemently. A wave of blood surged in her chest, as anxiety and anger assailed her simultaneously. The sobs from the garden came in intermittent waves, and that strong, confident girl. Why must you plead for me? Why do you weep for my sake? When you perished, did you not hear the ridicule surrounding you? Do you not harbor resentment? Why do you still shed tears upon witnessing my suffering? Xiaolan stood in stunned silence, rendered motionless as the monstrous hand lifted her. Unaware of where she was being taken, I can no longer allow the garden to endure this anguish. Her brain and eyes felt as if they were bursting with blood. Xiaolan tilted her head back, gazing at the crimson carpet, where shadows of people emerged, drenched in red. How shall I extinguish your existence? How can I ensure that all of you vanish completely, leaving not a trace behind? Heat enveloped Xiaolan. The red intensified in her vision, layers upon layers, with figures faintly emerging within it, all suffused with crimson. They had burned the garden. Then let them ignite. Ah, where did the fire come from? Clear the way. Move. Stop obstructing me. The crimson hues surrounding and the vivid scarlet before her melded into one. The scent of blood permeating the air striking against Xiaolan's chest. The scene before her overlapped with the visions of her dreams, and beneath the relentless waves of red, she felt herself plummeting. Oh, there lay the flower thicket. A peculiar sensation of sorrow seemed to coax a tear from the corner of her eye. Xiaolan watched as the droplet coalesced into a tiny sphere, cascading directly towards the ground. Upon landing in the heart of the flames, it ignited an explosion, unleashing a more ferocious blaze. Floral embrace. I shall aid you. Let all of them vanish. The shrieks reverberated around her. The flames summoned billowing smoke and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Xiaolan inhaled this malevolent aroma, unperturbed by its sting, only feeling a surge of fury. She could distinctly sense the release of this power, wielding the flames with her anger. Gradually calming, her gaze shifted towards the general direction of the unseen monstrosity. The flames seemed to discover a ladder to ascend, spiraling upward along a translucent outline. The sanguine fire crafting a silhouette resembling a thigh as the monstrous hand began to reveal its true form. A colossal humanoid creature cloaked in flames stood immobile, the fire seemingly having no effect on it, as it grasped Xiaolan's right foot, seemingly in confrontation with her. The cacophony of screams below gradually diminished. The group representing the villagers seemed to have been consumed entirely. Only it remained. The flames merely ascended along its form, its upper body, its visage, its arms that appeared and vanished at will. Cannot you be vanquished? Xiaolan intentionally manipulated the flames, which flared more intensely, extending a long tongue of fire from the crown of her head, resembling a mane of fiery hair. A peculiar thought flickered in Xiaolan's mind. This flame seemed to burn as if it were a manifestation of her very hair. Is it long hair? Xiaolon, you have triumphed, echoed the deep, tranquil voice of Huatsong. But I have yet to extinguish it. You cannot extinguish it, Huatsong murmured. It is my inner demon. No one can vanquish it. It is the version of me that has chosen to submit. Chapter 77. The cave. Xiaolon found herself at a loss for words. Suspended upside down, she observed the flames crackling around the giant, yet they had no effect on him whatsoever. She glanced at the giant, who remained utterly still. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Could you perhaps let me down first? Huatsong seemed taken aback by Xiaolan's request, falling into silence for a moment. After a brief pause, the giant's hand, which had been gripping Xiaolan's ankle, suddenly relaxed. The abrupt descent left her feeling dizzy, and the rush of blood to her lower limbs dulled her senses. Xiaolan plummeted toward the crimson abyss, her vision gradually shifting from red to black. Before long, she closed her eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. It was the cool air and a distant rumble of thunder that roused Xiaolan. She felt as though she had experienced a long dream, filled with chaotic images, reds, whites, greens, vast swathes of color clashing against one another before culminating in an expanse of blackness. Accompanying that darkness was a sudden chill that flooded her body, followed by a resounding crash. Achoo! Upon opening my eyes, I found my fingers resting on the threshold of a mahogany door. The eaves above dripped rhythmically, occasionally interrupted by the ominous rumble of distant thunder, reminiscent of the scene upon my entry. However, this time, I was within the confines of the room, which had transformed from a pitch-black void into a space devoid of the oppressive darkness that had initially engulfed my senses. The wind and rain had dispelled the heaviness, and the air had become cool yet sweet. Blossom, are you there? I called as I rose from the ground. I am here, Xiaolon, came the reassuring voice of Blossom, which eased my apprehension. It appeared I had not entered a new trial, but had genuinely escaped the dark room. What is the hint for the next chamber? I inquired. It is not yet over, Blossom replied patiently. The tale of the dark room remains unfinished, Xiaolon. Discover another secret of the dark room, and you shall understand my wish. Thank you, Xiaolon. I shall await you at the end. What do you mean, Blossom? There exists another secret within the dark room, one that pertains to Blossom's final wish. With renewed determination, I sensed that the most crucial part of this realm was approaching. Activating my phone's flashlight, I ventured deeper into the dark room, only to find it was not the empty space I had imagined. The furnishings, tables, chairs, a glass water cup, and a ceramic teapot revealed that the room bore no distinction from any ordinary dwelling. Yet, why did it feel oddly familiar? Was it the commonplace design? A small stool in the corner, a long rope stretching across the center of the room, with several hangers dangling sporadically from it. This was a laundry room. Could this be? As Xiaolon followed the thoughts arising in her mind, she adjusted the light from her phone. Sure enough, to her right, a low table covered with a tablecloth stood quietly against the wall. The cloth was lifted, revealing a gaping black hole before her. This was the hidden pit in the basement of the Sunset Hotel. Did the secret of the flower grove lie within? Leaning closer, Xiaolon noticed that this hole extended downward, much like the one in the basement, and in the thick darkness, she could vaguely discern some shapes within the pit. However, the entrance offered no clarity. Taking a deep breath, she stretched her limbs and, without further hesitation, stepped into the abyss. Chapter 78. The iron cage. She tentatively probed the ground with her feet, but found no solid footing. There were neither ladders nor steps. After all, if such conveniences were provided, those trapped below would surely escape effortlessly. It seemed I would have to jump down. Xiaolon waved her light into the hole, gauging its depth, and concluded that her actions weren't recklessly foolish. With both hands braced, she leaped into the darkness. The descent was straight, and she landed quite steadily. The space within the pit was ample, though the passage was narrow, scarcely allowing room for two people. Once steady on her feet, Xiaolon quickly raised her phone to survey her surroundings. Aside from a tattered cotton quilt, the pit was devoid of any items, as if it were regularly cleaned. It was not filthy and bore no unpleasant odors. Of course, at a cursory glance, There were no clues to be found. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves and examine the area closely, a sudden clattering of metal echoed from the entrance. Rustling sounds echoed, followed by a creak. Xiaolan pivoted. A beam of light descended from the cave entrance, differing from the flashlight's glow. This light was gentle and subdued, as if mere daylight filtered through the passage. It was as though someone had opened a portal at the cave's mouth, yet when she had entered, no such portal existed. More importantly, were there others present? "Sister Huatsong, are you there?" A delicate, slender voice resonated from the entrance, not Huatsong's charming tone, but that of another girl. The voice stirred Xiaolan's memory, feeling both foreign and familiar. Where had she heard that voice before? "Sister Huatsong, it's Miao Miao. I've come to see you." "It's Miao Miao. Uncle, save me." "Father, No." Xiaolan sniffled, gazing up toward the cave entrance. It was Miao Miao from her dreams. A petite girl was silhouetted at the entrance, and despite the light obscuring her face, Xiaolan sensed her palpable relief upon seeing her. "Sister Huatsong," Father said, "that tonight, they plan to send you up the mountain. When the time comes, escape from the ancestral hall as I instructed, wait for me in the mountain cave, and I'll come find you when I descend, and take you away." Xiaolan's heart clenched. Miao Miao was aiding Huatsong's escape? Xiaolan opened her mouth, unsure what to say. Huatsong could have escaped, but they hadn't anticipated that Huatsong would be directly seized by that man and confined at his home. "Have you been assisting others in this way all along, Miao Miao?" Xiaolan did not wish to speak, yet a voice emerged from her throat. A sound that was not her own, but rather that of the flowers in bloom. "We are powerless. Father needs money. We are in need of funds, yet we all understand that this is wrong. Thus, I ponder how to atone, how to acquire the money while alleviating our sins, however. Even so, there are many children. It is not your fault, Miao Miao," she reassured herself. "The ones who should bear the consequences are those on the mountain. They are the ones committing crimes. There are myriad ways to earn money. You should not have to the soil of sin." Xiaolan mused, indeed. The nonchalant recounting of crime and death by Yang, the calm demeanor of Sister Sun witnessing her beloved perish before her, the villagers' unusual attitude towards malevolence was striking. Miao Miao hoped to eradicate the criminal tendencies embedded in the children of Lianshui village through her kindness and love, yet she felt powerless to fundamentally alter the situation. No one is born wicked. If we can sever the existing criminal behaviors and ensure the children receive proper education, everything can be transformed. Miao Miao, I will assist you. Aid the children of Lianshui village. Sister in the flowers, you do not understand. You cannot comprehend. Miao Miao's voice gradually faded. While Xiaolan continued to gaze towards the cave's entrance, a dark shadow suddenly enveloping her, as if the door had finally closed without a sound. "Miao Miao?" This time it was Xiaolan's own voice. Once again engulfed in darkness, Xiaolan hastily retrieved her phone to discern what had transpired. To her astonishment, she realized that the surroundings had undergone yet another transformation. The area was shrouded in utter blackness, yet she could faintly perceive that it was an expansive space. As she turned over, she discovered that the phone she had tightly clutched moments ago had vanished. Alarmed, she swiftly sat up, intent on searching for it, only to inadvertently collide with a solid object. A dull thud resonated as Xiaolan instinctively cradled her head with one hand while reaching out to explore the object with the other. The texture was metallic, akin to rebar, flanked by an array of parallel and perpendicular steel rods, resembling. As she continued to probe, a nearby light flickered on. To her surprise, a door opened, and a throng of individuals rushed in. With the illumination, Xiaolan finally discerned that she was confined within a sturdy iron cage, and the hands gripping the bars did not seem to belong to her. It dawned upon her that she had once again found herself ensnared within the body of the flower patch. "Little girl, you are fortunate," exclaimed a plump woman with a radiant smile, squeezing beside Xiaolan. "A young man from the village has taken a liking to you. You need not be sold off to that impoverished place. Just think of how fortunate you are." Before Xiaolan could fully grasp the situation, her body lunged forward, her hands shaking the cage with all her strength. "What did you say? Let me out. You are committing a crime. Release me." In the background, A small figure named Meow Meow stood behind the crowd, peering through the gaps, her round, tear-filled eyes fixed on the flower patch. I do not wish to remain here. Not saying. Upon catching a glimpse of Meow Meow in the distance, the conversation amidst the flowers abruptly ceased. No matter what, Meow Meow must not be betrayed. This afternoon, I shall escort you across the threshold. Dear girl, do not be anxious. The woman's smile appeared exceedingly sinister. Henceforth, you shall reside steadily in our YIN-YANG village. I assure you, a prosperous life awaits. Laughter resonated, brimming with unrestrained joy. Meow Meow shook her head in torment, concealing her face. Xiaolan felt her heart plummet. Perhaps the heart of the flowers, or perhaps her own. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and consciousness slipped away. Chapter 79, Meow Meow and the Flower Thicket. The flower thicket lost awareness. Yet Xiaolan remained alert. Unable to open her eyes or move, Xiaolan was ensnared within the body of the flower thicket, akin to a marionette devoid of agency. She heard the rapid recounting of the flower thicket's experiences, its resistance, its screams, its curses, the blows it endured, but Xiaolan could only listen, unable to open her eyes. The tumultuous tale eventually subsided, transitioning into a steady rhythm. Xiaolan opened her eyes and beheld the flower thicket. The flower thicket caressed her abdomen with one hand while the other meticulously arranged her hair, her gaze fixed intently upon herself. This was the reflection of the flower thicket in the mirror. Xiaolan still existed within the body of the flower thicket, and now, the flower thicket's gaze was markedly different from her university days. Her eyes held contemplation, a glimmer of disappointment intertwined with anticipation. She truly is with child, doctor. A coarse male voice resonated from behind. The flower thicket's indifferent gaze pierced through the mirror as she glanced back. Boy or girl, when will she give birth, doctor? It was her own child, yet it belonged to her and that man. The man, filled with inquiries, caused the physician, who had been somewhat impatient, to respond briefly before hastily departing. The man strode confidently behind him, wrapping an arm around his own shoulder. Xiaolan felt a shiver run down her spine, while the floral arrangement in the mirror remained expressionless. The physician had mentioned it was a son, urging her to bear him well, accompanied by a hearty laugh. The foul breath wafting toward her face made Xiaolan realize how merciful the floral scene had been in fast-forwarding those earlier moments. The blossoms neither smiled nor spoke. The man, evidently accustomed to such a display, exchanged a few more words before taking his leave. The flowers bore no expression, yet their gaze was contemplative, observant. Within the floral body, Xiaolan glimpsed a novel aspect of YIN-YANG village, akin to any other village, where villagers greeted one another with cheerful smiles, brimming with the essence of life. "Ah, little flower, out to bask in the sun. How rare!" exclaimed a woman in a red blouse, holding a basin, smiling as she addressed the blossoms. Xiaolan sensed the floral arrangement pulling at her facial muscles, envisioning the rigid smile it must have conjured. "Sunbathing is good for the child. He encourages me to take walks. I suppose it means I'm expecting, considering how oblivious he seems. Yet he still knows to urge you to stroll. Little flower must take care of herself. Now he wouldn't dare provoke you. Ha ha ha." In the distance, a towering structure came into view. Xiaolan recognized it as the incinerator known as Huolian, which meant that the ancestral hall lay ahead. A group of children frolics playfully in the open space before the ancestral hall, their laughter filling the air. Nearby, a girl named Meow Meow observes them with a gentle smile. Perched upon a smooth, large stone, the sunlight illuminating her face, creating a scene that exudes tranquility and harmony. Suddenly, a cluster of flowers makes its way towards Meow Meow, catching her peripheral vision. For a brief moment, she is taken aback, but soon a sorrowful expression replaces her smile. "Sister Huatsong." Meow Meow attempts to rise, but Huatsong gently restrains her, settling beside her instead. "Meow Meow, I am with child," Huatsong reveals. Shock floods Meow Meow's eyes, yet she hesitates. "But, Sister Huatsong, you still wish to." Huatsong shakes her head with a serene smile. "It is too difficult, is it not?" The tenderness in Huatsong's gaze pierces Meow Meow's heart like a knife. "Sister Huatsong, it is my fault. I have wronged you. Miao Miao's voice trails off. In truth, I have not saved many children. I feared that you would not believe me, and so, I was wrong. I was wrong. She covers her eyes and turns away, striving to hide her tears from the children playing nearby. The promise I made to you was merely my own wish. I deceived you. Then why did you confide in me? Huatsong inquires, her smile fading as she regards Miao Miao with calm intensity. I tried my best. Miao Miao stammers, but it truly is so very difficult. Miao Miao, are you content? Huatsong leans closer, grasping Miao Miao's hands with fervent eyes. Miao Miao, I have a plan, whispered the flower grove. Let them have another opportunity to choose their own destinies, shall we? Xiaolan had already comprehended the intricacies of this plan, as well as its inevitable outcome. Yet, witnessing this scene, she still felt a surge of emotion and heartache. Two girls rising for the sake of salvation. What plan? Miao Miao wiped her tears, gazing intently at the flower grove. She pressed her hand against her heart, looking at the flower grove in disbelief. Is what you say true, Sister Huatsong? But, Xiaolan sighed inwardly. The plan was too perfect, too idealistic. I am pregnant. I cannot allow my child to be born in such a place. Huatsong's voice trembled. If an accident occurs, I will do my utmost to delay their steps. I carry his child, they will not harm me. Xiaolan recalled Huatsong's letter. In making this decision, Huatsong had already prepared herself for sacrifice. If successful, both she and the abducted child would attain freedom. If it failed, at the very least, Miao Miao could escape with the children. They would not know that it was you who set them free. Miao Miao, do you not wish to truly rescue a group of children? Miao Miao stood in stunned silence. What have I been doing all this time? Each day is filled with suffering. Yet what have I accomplished? Even if it is just one child. Miao Miao nodded resolutely. Then allow me to save them. Sister Hua Kong Chapter 80. Variables. The subsequent week flew by in a whirlwind, as tension and anxiety, compounded by the discomforts of pregnancy, left Huatsong utterly exhausted. Xiaolan inhabited Huatsong's body, yet remained oblivious to her physical suffering, only able to observe the girl in the mirror, her complexion flushed and increasingly haggard. Huatsong felt a sense of unease regarding the transformations her body was undergoing. The first variable in her meticulously laid plans had emerged. She needed to run swiftly enough to buy time for Miao Miao, who must successfully escape with the children, for only then would Huatsong have a genuine opportunity to flee. Huatsong made a concerted effort to nourish herself, which did not go unnoticed by the man, who believed that this college student he had claimed as his wife had finally accepted her fate, having settled into a routine of daily boasting. Each moment was a countdown for Huatsong as she suppressed her growing anxiety, awaiting the arrival of that fateful night. Turning the page of the calendar, she coughed twice against the wall. Tonight was the night. The mere thought of the evening's plans made her legs tremble with trepidation. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks echoed from outside the door, startling Huatsong to the brink of collapse. Bang! 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 Xiaohua, are you in there? The familiar voice of a woman reached her ears, though Xiaolan was momentarily unable to place it as belonging to anyone. Huatsong hastened to open the door. A dark cloud loomed ominously above her. What is it, sister son? Huatsong welcomed the woman, drenched in sweat, into her home. Xiaolan recognized her as sister son, the one who had fled from Lianshui village. What happened? What should we do, Xiaohua? Sister Sun scanned the surroundings nervously, lowering her voice. The letter. The letter hasn't been sent. Although she had anticipated this remark, Xiaolan nonetheless heard a distinctly clear thud resonating from within the flower thicket. Why? Why has it not been sent? Oh dear, Sister Sun exclaimed, slapping her thigh with vigor. That letter was discovered by my husband. He is now out there spouting nonsense. Even speaking to your man. What should we do? I am genuinely frightened. Sister Sun's words struck Flower Thicket's ears like a thunderclap. What to do? What to do? What to do? Take this, dear Huahua. Consider it a reward for the many lessons you imparted to my son. Sister Sun directly shoved money into Flower Thicket's pocket. I will keep watch for you. You must leave quickly. This time you must escape. Flower Thicket nodded blankly, her legs already trembling. Turning around, It took her a moment to realize that she had nothing to gather. She did not wish to possess anything related to this place. Just some money and food, and a thicker coat. Upon opening the door, Sister Sun paused for a moment at the sight of Flower Thicket's empty hands, then swiftly grasped her hand, leading her down a secluded path. The road was devoid of any passers-by, and Flower Thicket stumbled along as Sister Sun pulled her along the narrow path. Xiaolan felt a surge of anxiety. "Wait, Sister Sun." Flower Thicket suddenly halted, as if struck by a thought. I cannot just run away like this." Sister Sun, frantic, tugged at her a few times. "What are you thinking? Hua? If we don't flee now, it will be too late." Flower Thicket gazed at the sky, which was beginning to darken. Xiao Lan discerned the thoughts swirling in Hua Song's mind. If she were to flee now, their meticulously crafted plan would be utterly disrupted. Should Miao Miao remain oblivious to the impending danger and release the children after dusk, the villagers would inevitably uncover the truth. The mere notion of what these lunatics might inflict upon Miao Miao and the children sent shivers down her spine. Sister Sun's expression shifted. "You cannot possibly mean." "My man? How could that be, Sister Sun?" Hua Song exclaimed, bracing her belly and stamping her foot in determination. "This is merely an excuse. I cannot allow him to ascend the mountain so soon. Please, Sister Sun, assist me in delaying him. If we can just hold out until midnight." A flicker of hesitation clouded Sister Sun's gaze. "Sister Sunday." Hua Song grasped her hand tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. After a moment, Sister Sun acquiesced with a nod. "I will help you detain him. I shall claim that I discovered your affair and create a scene. This is my forte. You focus on what you need to do, Xiao Hua. I shall orchestrate his distraction." With a profound glance exchanged between Hua Song and Xiao Lan, they released Sister Sun's hand and sprinted in the opposite direction. Cradling her belly, Hua Song navigated her path with great caution. Xiao Lan remained puzzled by Hua Song's intentions as the world before her swayed, her weakness and shock threatening to overwhelm her. Yet, the girl persevered, resolutely advancing toward her destination. In the distance, Xiao Lan spotted the fiery lotus. Was Hua Song headed to the ancestral hall? Upon seeing the lotus, Hua Song exhaled deeply, her pace slowing. What purpose did she have in coming here? As she approached the fiery lotus, she cast a disdainful glance at the towering, ominous black chimney before coming to a halt beside it. Reaching out, she unlatched the small iron door of the incinerator. Her delicate features contorted into a grimace. She paused before the opening, inhaling deeply several times before summoning her courage and plunging inside. What was she doing? Before Xiaolan could fully comprehend the situation, she was overcome by a choking cloud of dust, forced to cough through the body she was borrowing. Using her right arm to shield her nose, she used both hands to shut the small iron door from the inside, pivoting to sit on the ground, clutching her stomach as she struggled to regulate her breathing. Xiaolan began to understand. Was Hua Song planning to hide here? The most perilous place is often the safest, and from here, she could monitor Miao Miao and the children's movements. Although the environment was far from ideal, it offered unparalleled concealment. However, the fact that the crematorium could be locked from the inside was perplexing. Hua Song coughed uncontrollably. The air was stifling. Xiaolan was unconcerned with the superstitious belief that newborns could agitate wandering spirits, but the oppressive atmosphere was undeniably unsettling. And so, Hua Song waited, motionless. For nightfall, yearning to hear the voices of Miao Miao and the children. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy. Xiaolan remained alert. But the morning's tension and the afternoon's fright had exhausted Hua Song's strength. She shook her head, desperately trying to rouse herself, but her mind grew increasingly clouded. I mustn't sleep. Suddenly, her eyes widened. In the distance, footsteps echoed, accompanied by the intermittent sounds of an argument. Chapter 81. The hem of a garment. Hua Song straightened her posture, pressing her ear against the iron door. Has it truly arrived so swiftly? The timing seems amiss, yet the footsteps echo with such urgency. Who could possibly venture to the ancestral hall at this hour? Are you out of your mind? Who would conceal themselves here? The sharp rebuke reached the ears of the blossoms. The back of the blossoms stiffened abruptly. It was Sister Sun's voice. Today, I must locate that wretched woman. I shall not rest until I have dealt with her, and that little brat as well. The shoulders of the blossoms began to tremble. The man has arrived. Could she still be hiding within the ancestral hall? I wager she is concealed in some backyard. Has she truly not descended the mountain? How could she possibly come down with such a large belly? I saw her earlier before nightfall. If she were to descend in the dark, she would surely meet with disaster. I must search quickly. Enough of this rambling. I am determined to eliminate that vile creature. The sounds of a scuffle arose, and the blossoms held their breath, pressing their mouths shut with all their might. Please, no. The two ceased their dialogue, seemingly engrossed in their respective searches. The cacophony of destruction drawing nearer, causing the heart of the blossoms to race ever faster. Hey, what are you doing over there? Sister Sun called out loudly. Of course. I am searching for that wretch, the man replied with fierce intensity. Stop wasting time with your chatter. Weren't you the one who insisted on finding her? The blossoms gently grasped the inner handle of the small iron gate, their breath quickening. It is imperative that I do not. A singular footstep gradually approached. The blossoms began to tremble. The rummaging sounds in the distance persisted, yet the nearby footsteps abruptly halted. Have I been discovered? Both parties remained utterly still, with only the distant rustling sound of searching continuing. The uncertainty of what might occur in the next moment loomed large. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Before the flowers could react, a figure had grasped the iron door of the incinerator, prying it open just enough to reveal their face. The flowers maintained a look of shock. The newcomer wore a furrowed brow, seized an object, and tossed it inside without uttering a word, then cautiously closed the door, leaving the flowers gasping for breath. It was Sister Sunday. Thank goodness it was Sister Sunday grasping the item that Sister Sun had thrown in. The initial shock was gradually replaced by a creeping sense of dread. It was the hem of her long coat. In her haste to hide, she had inadvertently caught the hem in the door, and Sister Sun must have seen it, deducing her hiding place. What if it had not been Sister Sun who had spotted the hem, but someone else? Was anyone behind? There was nowhere for anyone to hide there. Did you find them? I found nothing. Let us go. I said it was impossible to hide here. The sound of their footsteps faded away along with their conversation, and the flowers finally relaxed. It seemed all that remained was to wait for Meow Meow to bring the child in, while the other villagers dispersed, allowing plans to commence. The flowers dared not let their guard down again, clutching their legs tightly, feeling a chill envelop them. Time ticked away, each passing second laden with tension. The occasional sounds of children playing and the footsteps of passers-by still startled the flowers, and under such sensitive nerves, they felt as if they could scarcely muster the strength to tremble. They both longed for and dreaded that moment, uncertain how much time had elapsed. A cacophony of disarray approached. The flower bed knelt to the ground, straining to listen, as tremors coursed through its body once more. How heavy this burden is. How many are there this time? For heaven's sake, lift it properly. 6. No wonder it feels so burdensome. Will the cage accommodate them? Just shove them in. Ha ha. Do you possess no humanity? Aren't you afraid of crushing them? They have arrived. According to their usual routine, the dazed children would be taken to the shrine, where a cage specifically designed to imprison them would be erected, and the children would be unceremoniously discarded within, to be transported down the mountain the following day. This is the very cage one would see upon awakening. Each time, the villagers would assign someone to guard these children throughout the night. In this week it fell to that man, who was preoccupied with his own pursuits. Thus, the flower bed quietly observed as the group executed their tasks, culminating in a definitive click as the cage was locked. Having completed their duty, they departed in a raucous uproar, entirely oblivious to the fact that the guard had yet to arrive. This was, after all, to be expected. Such dealings had persisted for far too long. With no incidents ever occurring, the villagers had long since let down their guard, leading to frequent instances of negligence among the watchmen. The flower bed's thoughts flowed like water, gradually seeping into Xiaolan's mind. According to the plan, the sedatives intended for the children had already been swapped by Meow Meow. They seemed to have left. It was the tender voice of a little girl. Hush. Sister Meow Meow said she wouldn't come if we made noise. It is indeed a little girl. The flower bed suddenly ceased trembling. The conviction to rescue these children ignited a flame of strength within it. Beneath the blossoms, she gently caressed her belly. Children, do not be afraid. Mother has come to rescue you. Chapter 82. The children, the flowers maintained their previous stance, attentively listening, ensuring no other sounds lingered in the air, before cautiously pushing open the iron gate. Surrounding her was an abyss of darkness, devoid of any living presence apart from herself. She cleared her throat softly twice. Stealthily, she entered the grand hall of the shrine through the back door, and at the moment she turned behind the statue, the familiar iron cage materialized before her. 6 little girls were huddled together tightly within the confines of the cage, their small faces marked by tears, yet they remained remarkably silent, clinging desperately to one another. Her legs felt somewhat numb as she supported her belly, limping towards the girls. Who are you?" inquired a small girl dressed in a tattered yellow dress, hesitantly grasping the bars of the cage. "I am a friend of Meow Meow," she replied with a reassuring smile to the timid girl. "I have come to help you." "When will Sister Meow Meow come to find us?" asked a petite girl clad in a pink coat, her voice tinged with hope. "She said she would come to let us out." Upon hearing this, the girl in the green coat standing behind the one in pink immediately tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to be quiet. "Soon, very soon," she said, casting a vigilant glance around to confirm their safety before turning her gaze back to the children. "Do not fear, I will leave with you." But Sister Meow Meow never mentioned anyone else. The little girl in the green coat squeezed to the front and questioned, while the flower cluster had yet to respond. Xiaolan was puzzled. How could such an alert girl have been abducted? Upon hearing this, the girl in the pink dress quickly nodded and shrank behind the girl in green, clutching her arm and inquiring, Yes. Sister Meow Meow never mentioned it." The flower cluster blinked, gazing intently at the 2 girls. Xiaolan silently marveled. Just moments ago, the 2 had been covered in dirt, making their resemblance undetectable, but now, upon closer inspection, they appeared strikingly identical, surely twins. Xiaolan's mind began to churn with new suspicions regarding how such a vigilant girl had fallen victim to abduction. "You are Sister Huatsong." A low exclamation arose from the doorway. Meow Meow scanned her surroundings before hesitantly approaching Huatsong and the little girls in the cage, clutching a rusted large key in her hand. "Meow Meow, Sister Huatsong, how did you end up here?" she gasped, her breath coming in heavy pants. "Didn't we agree to split up? Has something happened?" Sister Meow Meow has arrived." The girls erupted in excitement upon seeing the breathless Meow Meow, calling out in varied tones. "Shoo!" Both Huatsong and Meow Meow simultaneously gestured for silence, prompting the children to quickly cover their mouths. There had been a slight mishap, but it was manageable. Huatsong offered a frail smile, reaching out to stroke Meow Meow's head. "I came to watch over you as you left. I will depart afterward. Now, let us hasten." Without further ado, the crowd sprang into action. Meow Meow swiftly opened the large iron cage door, and the flower thicket gently cradled each child as they emerged. Despite having endured harrowing experiences, the children remained vibrant and full of life. The girl in green and the girl in pink held each other's hands tightly, while the flower thicket observed them with a faint smile. "Thank you, Sister Huatsong," the girl in green said softly, turning her head away in a moment of bashfulness. "How endearing." Huatsong instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. "Sister Huatsong, are you truly all right?" Meow Meow furrowed her brows, noting Huatsong's demeanor. "You appear somewhat weakened." Huatsong vigorously shook her head, cradling the last girl and gathering the children close to Meow Meow. "You must hurry. Do not turn on the lights or speak, and tread carefully." Meow Meow and the children obediently nodded. "Goodbye, Sister Huatsong." The girl in pink waved cheerfully at Huatsong. "I will be waiting for you at the foot of the mountain." Huatsong called out, "Be exceedingly cautious." The 7 small figures gradually melded into the night, while Huatsong leaned against the back door of the ancestral hall. Watching them vanish from sight, the smile faded. This was not a moment for relaxation. The true trial was about to commence. Feeling a touch weary, Huatsong rested against the door for a few moments. Once she estimated that the children had ventured far enough, she began to prepare for her own escape. A sense of unease enveloped her tightly. Her heart raced, and Xiaolan found herself ensnared in the same tension. With utmost caution, Huazong approached the main entrance of the ancestral hall. The night was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, transforming Lianshui village into a ghostly settlement devoid of life and light. Yet, this was precisely the atmosphere Huazong desired. Illuminated by the moonlight, she traversed the narrow path through the village, plunging into the dense thicket nearby. The air was filled with the startled cries of birds, echoing in the profound stillness of the night. Alone, Huazong raced onward, oblivious to the sound of pursuit, accompanied only by the rhythm of her own breath and heartbeat. Just a little faster. Soon, she would catch sight of her sister. In the midst of such darkness, Xiaolan suddenly realized that the scenery before her was unlike that of her dreams. The escape in her dreams unfolded in the afternoon light, long before dusk had set in, whereas now, it was the dead of night. Furthermore, Xiaolan observed her surroundings through Huazong's eyes. This was not the grove she had envisioned in her dreams. Even in the depths of night, she could confidently assert that this forest was not the one from her dreams. In her dreams, the verdant world of flora enveloped her, suffused with the essence of oxygen, making every breath feel lush and damp. That was not a memory belonging to Huazong. Xiaolan discerned a crucial truth. This was a memory that belonged solely to her. Yet, the cause of her demise in the dream aligned with the accounts of Huazong's fate described by others. This indicated that Huazong might soon plunge into a deep abyss. Perhaps she could intervene and prevent this calamity. Xiaolan summoned her willpower, yearning to exert some influence over Huazong's form. What was her existence here, really? What action should she take? The shrill cries from the flower thicket interrupted Xiaolan's contemplation, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, an alarming realization struck her. A sudden jolt of pain surged from her ankle, causing the body of the flowers to tilt precariously to one side. It was too late. The familiar sensation of falling enveloped her. Suddenly, the surroundings descended into complete darkness. Xiaolan felt as if she were floating, her body devoid of weight, unseen and untouchable. Could it be that this is the essence of her existence? The ensuing events, I trust you are already aware of. The voice from the flowers echoed softly. It is over. I cannot save you. Xiaolan strained to project her voice, which felt oddly foreign to her. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaolan. In this realm of void, it seemed as if a pair of hands rested upon her back, gently urging her forward. Now let us behold my current self. Chapter 83. The Girl in the Flames. The push from the flower thicket was not forceful, yet Xiaolan was propelled forward with surprising momentum. As her feet suddenly met the ground, she stumbled but managed to regain her balance with great effort. The damp, green flagstones welcomed her. Raising her gaze, she recognized the familiar eaves and corridors, pavilions, and towers. The light drizzle had ceased, leaving behind puddles of varying sizes across the ground, while the houses, the stones, and even the gloomy weather remained unchanged. Xiaolan's eyes wandered to the distance, where, instead of the monotonous small houses, there stood a well. The well stood prominently in the center of the courtyard, exuding a strong presence. Vines adorned the portion of the well that rose above the ground, flourishing as they reached out from within, climbing densely along the neck of the well, yet never touching the earth below. The flowers whispered that it was time to behold her visage. Could it be that she awaited him in the depths of the well? I am coming, flower cluster. Xiaolan did not expect a response from the flowers. She took a deep breath and approached the well. Xiaolan, the flower cluster called out to her, prompting Xiaolan to halt in her tracks and gaze upward at the sky. What is it, flower cluster? Is Miao Miao well? Miao Miao's father has ceased this endeavor. Xiaolan hesitated. Miao Miao has finally been liberated. She need no longer engage in what she despises. She must be quite happy now. Is that truly so? Xiaolan nodded vigorously. Indeed, Miao Miao must be very happy now. Ah, that is splendid. The flower cluster's voice resonated with an infinite melancholy. I have never witnessed that child enjoy. Flower cluster, are you in the well? The flower cluster fell silent for a few moments before responding. I am quite terrifying. I may frighten you. I am not afraid. Then why did you halt? Because I wish to seek your consent, Xiaolan replied patiently. I do not wish to unearth your scars, fearing it might cause you distress. Xiaolan, Do you truly wish to save me? Xiaolan scoffed inwardly, thinking, I nearly lost my own life. For what reason are you questioning me now? I must save you. The atmosphere grew still as Xiaolan tilted her head back, her eyes tinged with a touch of sorrow. Let us gaze upon me, Xiaolan. The sounds of the flower grove gradually fade from my ears as I find myself within the well. Xiaolan clenches her fists and begins to walk towards the ancient well, feeling the temperature rise around her. A thin sheen of sweat beads on her forehead. The air grows warm and arid with each step, and she perceives herself drawing closer to a flame. Flames flicker and crackle from within the well, prompting Xiaolan to quicken her pace as she approaches the well's edge and peers downward. Xiaolan, are you truly unafraid of me? The well is not deep. The figure within appears as if standing right before her. The flames burn steadily, licking at her form, causing her skin to peel away in patches, revealing tender pink flesh that swiftly turns charred. She gazes upward, her bloodied and disfigured face illuminated by a pair of bright black eyes. Her right hand rests upon her abdomen. Flower grove, Xiaolan softly calls out, her throat tightening with emotion. Am I frightfully ugly? That beautiful flower grove. The searing sensation experienced in her dreams rises from beneath, coiling around her and igniting her senses. I shall rescue you now. Xiaolan reaches her arm towards the flowers engulfed in flames, but as her arm brushes against the well's wall, the fire, as if imbued with life, begins to climb up her arm towards her body. This is the final level of the realm, where the voice of the flower patch has begun to grow hoarse. The rule here is clear. To save me, one must first sacrifice oneself. Xiaolan was taken aback. The words of the flower patch echoed in her ears like thunder. A life for a life in this realm. The rules of this world are indeed entirely arbitrary, unyielding to the whims of its master. Yet success is within reach. She cannot abandon the rescue of the flower patch, not merely for her own mission, but for the flower patch itself, for the blossoming branches, and for those who have placed their fragile hopes upon her shoulders. Even if she were to perish in this realm, it would likely bear no consequence in the reality beyond. Then let my life be exchanged for yours, flower patch. As she spoke, Xiaolan lunged once more towards the well, leaning her upper body into the depths, her arm extending far beyond her reach. But it was insufficient. In the stillness, the flames suddenly surged, forming a great mushroom cloud, as if the fiery hands of the underworld reached out from the crevice of an open door, seizing Xiaolan's back. She could even smell the searing of her own skin. I cannot grasp you, flower patch. Hesitantly, the flower patch raised her arm. Yet there remained a distance to her fingertips. The flower patch lifted her arm higher. Xiaolan bit down hard on her lip, her entire being leaning over the well's edge, her upper body thrust into the inferno below. The flames swept across her face, and she felt her skin curling under the heat. The large, dark pupils of the flower patch trembled. Xiaolan, you might truly die this time. Raise your arm, flower patch. Xiaolan coughed violently a few times, the black smoke having invaded her mouth and nostrils. The flames ignited the smoke she produced, choking her further. It was both tragic and absurd. Don't you wish to escape? Don't you long to leave this place? Xiaolan screamed desperately at the flower cluster. What are you doing? I am sacrificing my life to save you. And what are you doing? Why is she still so benevolent even in death? Why does she not think of herself? Why does she still worry about my injuries? Oh, the heart-wrenching flower cluster. How infuriating it is. A familiar pang of bitterness welled up in her eyes, and a single tear fell from her gaze, flying towards the fingertips of the two. The burning flames did not evaporate it. Instead, they refracted a myriad of colors. That tear fell through the gaps between their fingertips, surrounded by the radiant hues cast by the flames, which hissed and extinguished wherever it passed. The surrounding heat seemed to diminish. At last, with a determined leap, Xiaolan's palms finally clasped with those of the flower cluster. I have finally reached you, she whispered. Chapter 84. Breaking boundaries. The hand of the flower cluster was scorching yet tender. I have caught you. Xiaolan smiled at the flower cluster. White smoke billowed from the well, the flames waning. The flower cluster looked on in astonishment, mouth agape. How can this be? This must mean I am destined to be the one to save you. Xiaolan pulled the flower cluster towards herself. Surprisingly, its weight was lighter than she anticipated. With barely any effort, she lifted the flower cluster out of the well. Seated upon the frigid bluestone tiles, Huatsong gazed around in disbelief, her eyes eventually settling on Xiaolan. "Do not sit on the ground. It is far too cold," Xiaolan cautioned, reaching out to grasp Huatsong's bloodied hand. "I am not cold," Huatsong replied, shaking her head. "The well is too warm. I have not felt the refreshing air in quite some time. From the very beginning, I knew you would not allow your realm to harm me." Noting Huatsong's deep attachment to the coolness of the ground, Xiaolan decided to sit opposite her. The will of the realm's master can indeed influence it. "This is your own realm, Huatsong. Your inherent kindness will not permit it to inflict harm. But my realm." "Indeed, it wants." As if recalling something significant, Xiaolan suddenly grasped Huatsong's arm. "Ah, Huatsong, there is something I must give you." Kneeling on the ground, Xiaolan hugged her backpack to her chest and began rummaging through its contents under Huatsong's curious gaze. Though touched, Huatsong found it peculiar that Xiaolan appeared utterly unafraid. As if she were a roasted turkey. You truly are not afraid of me?" "I found it, Huatsong. This is for you." A scarf emerged from the depths of the backpack, dampened by the rain and no longer the fluffy white it once was. "Oh, it's all wet," Xiaolan remarked with a furrowed brow, presenting the scarf to Huatsong. In an instant, Huatsong's dark eyes sparkled with life as she gazed at the scarf, the moist mist gradually enveloping her vision. "This is your scarf." Upon seeing this, Xiaolan carefully unfurled the white scarf and gently wrapped it around the neck of the flower grove. "It still carries your scent and the fragrance of Shaoji. This scarf belongs to both of you sisters." The flower grove trembled, her hand brushing against the white scarf, her eyes brimming with tears. "My scarf." Tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. The flower grove began to transform. The areas scorched by fierce flames began to heal, shedding black scabs that revealed the tender, pale skin beneath, while her hair became smooth. "Thank you, Xiaolan." The flower grove caressed the scarf, rising from the ground, her gaze towards Xiaolan filled with tenderness. "Are you planning to go beyond the boundary stone?" The flower grove smiled and shook her head. "Xiaolan, you have merely breached my boundary. To send me to the boundary stone, you must first fulfill my lingering attachment." Xiaolan was attentively listening, only to suddenly realize that everything around her was slowly fading. Even the gentle flower grove was gradually disappearing. Chapter 85. Returning to reality. The boundary has been broken, but that does not imply the appearance of the boundary stone. Then what is your attachment? Xiaolan hurriedly reached for the flower grove's hand, but grasped only air. The flower grove's form had become translucent, no longer within reach. Is it Huaji? Is it Miao Miao? Or? Xiaolan's eyes sparkled as an idea blossomed in her mind. And with the emergence of this thought, the melodious voice of the flower grove floated into Xiaolan's ears. Everything felt so pure and solemn. "Xiaolan, I entrust my final wish to you." The flower cluster extended its nearly transparent right hand toward Xiaolan, proclaiming the end of the sins of Lianshui village and the salvation of those 6 children. However, Xiaolan furrowed her brow as she watched the flower cluster gradually vanish from the bottom up. In a hurry, she retrieved a glimmering object from her pocket. She extended her right hand, palm open, revealing the sharp yet radiant hairpin belonging to the flower cluster. "Flower cluster, I return this to you." The semi-transparent flower cluster smiled, a smile imbued with an ethereal beauty. "Please keep it, Xiaolan. If possible, let it protect you in my stead." Yet the children had already. "I must depart now, Xiaolan," the flower cluster gently interrupted. "Once this realm ceases to exist, I will regain my freedom. Perhaps when my obsession is fulfilled. We shall meet again. Thank you, Xiaolan. Regardless of everything, I will always remember you." The sincere confession of the flower cluster faded into the distance, while Xiaolan remained with her palm outstretched, accompanied only by the shimmering hairpin in her grasp. The surroundings had already begun to transform, resembling a watercolor painting blurred by rain. The house, the sky, the desolate bluestone path, all infused with layers of color, while their original hues grew increasingly pale. Xiaolan looked down at her feet, and as she moved, circular ripples remained in her footprints. The flower cluster. The flower cluster had vanished. How long could this realm endure? The ripples in the sky gradually coalesce into droplets, each one cascading down to the equally undulating ground, as if heralding a watercolor rain. Xiaolan gazes upward. The sky has transformed, and the ink-like droplets pelt her face. A dizzying sensation engulfs her, and before she can react, she clenches her fist and faints. Her consciousness drifts to an extraordinary and resplendent realm, filled with vibrant hues, intricate lines, and enigmatic symbols. Where was she moments ago, and where is she now? The roar of a passing car slices through the haze, bringing a fleeting clarity. Xiaolan gasps for air and suddenly opens her eyes. Her hands remain tightly grasped, and she finds herself in a familiar desolate space beside the road. While catching her breath, she surveys her surroundings. 7 individuals still form a neat circle. And apart from Xiaolan, who has managed to open her eyes, the others display expressions of profound agony. Is this the end? Yet, why have they not awakened? Abruptly, the Taoist priest, who had been holding her hand, jerks it sharply. Xiaolan. A cry erupts from the closed eyes of the Taoist. Xiaolan instinctively grips his arm, gently shaking him in an attempt to quell his convulsions. I am here, Taoist. I am here. Before her words fade, the Taoist inhales sharply, and at the critical moment when no more air can enter his lungs, he opens his eyes. Unlike Xiaolan, he merely repeats a deep breath before regaining his composure. Subsequently, with a gaze full of complexity, he fixes his eyes on Xiaolan, seemingly innocent. Xiaolan, you have awakened? Chapter 86. Awakening. What is so strange about this? Under the piercing gaze of the Taoist, Xiaolan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. I just awakened, almost simultaneously with you. Meow meow. Meow meow. Before Pineapple's eyes were fully open, she shrieked and trembled. Pineapple. Observing this, Xiaolan hurriedly approached with a feigned concern to alleviate the awkwardness brought on by the Taoist scrutiny. What troubles you, Pineapple? Do not be afraid. Xiaolan gently caressed Pineapple's tense back, and gradually, her breathing began to calm. Before long, she opened her eyes peacefully. I was conversing with Meow Meow, utilizing the body amidst the flowers. In that basement we had our doubts about. Suddenly, the realm began to distort, and I did not comprehend what was transpiring. Meow Meow's words remained unspoken. Pineapple wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and turned to Xiaolan and the Taoist, explaining. After a few seconds, Maple Syrup, frowning deeply, awakened and surveyed the current situation. He moved closer to his girlfriend, a look of deep concern etched on his face. I will kill you. Do not think you can catch me. The Fool and Balmu shouted in unison, and with their furious cries, they both opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions filled with rage as they gasped for breath. What the hell is this? You think you can strangle me? The Fool cursed as he touched his neck, believing that if he could not see it, it could not reach him. If it weren't for this realm suddenly going mad, I would have revealed its true form today. Is it that invisible, tentacle-like thing? Balmu inquired. I am also contending with it. Fortunately, its scent is overpowering, allowing me to evade for the time being. However, as the tendrils multiplied, I nearly found myself ensnared, fearing capture. It is that translucent figure upon the dark stage. As everyone began to awaken, their senses gradually returning, they hastily engaged in frantic exchanges. Wait a moment. There is still one. The crowd fell into a hush, and as they assessed the condition of their companions, they abruptly realized that Xiaoyin remained with her eyes tightly shut, immersed in a realm of unconsciousness. Xiaoyin. Pineapple grasped Xiaoyin's plump face, her calls growing increasingly frantic. Awaken, Xiaoyin. Where are you? Can you hear our voices? A chill ran down Xiaolan's spine as she hurriedly approached to assess Xiaoyin's state. Xiaoyin's expression was solemn and serene, starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. No matter how they shook her or called her name, Xiaoyin remained unresponsive, as if impervious to their presence. Where could Xiaoyin be now? What level within this realm could render her in such a state? Indeed, how could Xiaoyin, with her spatial abilities, become trapped within this domain? A sense of dread enveloped me. I feared that Xiaoyin was no longer in the realm. The Taoist glanced at Xiaoyin and then at the group, noting, "This realm differs from the previous one. Upon our descent, we were immediately separated. Xiaoyin's mission has always been to dismantle the spatial rules of this domain, ensuring our team remains united. Given the current circumstances, it is plausible that Xiaoyin has been traversing the spatial chains of this realm, and with its abrupt disappearance, Xiaoyin may very well." Pineapple's pupils trembled. Xiaoyin is, possibly in the void. Chapter 87. Spatial abilities when the boundary vanishes. If Xiaoyin finds herself within the spatial chain, the disappearing boundary could ensnare her eternally within the void, the very void she had once inadvertently descended into. Can't Xiaoyin simply emerge from the void? Xiaolan, not overly concerned, inquired aloud, reasoning that the malevolent Bloodman's void, being of ordinary nature, would surely not pose a threat to Xiaoyin, given that the flower thicket is so benevolent. The Taoist shook his head, remarking, "Your understanding of the boundary remains insufficient. Although each boundary has its corresponding void, the void itself is fundamentally detached from any specific boundary. The void serves as a chasm between reality and the boundary, akin to the crease formed in a piece of folded paper. Regardless of whether one is in reality or between boundaries, we possess the ability to perceive that crease. However, for the crease itself, it constitutes the entirety of its existence. The void you previously fell into manifested precisely at the intersection of the boundary and reality, enabling you to swiftly locate the chasm, but that was merely a fortunate and rare occurrence. In most voids, there are neither objects nor forms. They can even influence a person's will, transforming those who descend into them into mere shadows of the void, their flesh and thoughts alike becoming indistinguishable from the void's essence. In such circumstances, falling into a void is tantamount to embracing death. Death? Xiaolan gasped, her concern for Xiaoyin intensifying, while she also reflected with trepidation upon her own experience of descending into the void. "We must find a way to rescue Xiaoyin," cried the pineapple, her voice laced with tears. "Last time she fell in, we did something, didn't we? Though it may not have worked, we at least need to do something." It seemed they could only rely on Xiaolan. The fool's eyes sparkled with a cunning glint as he turned his gaze toward Xiaolan, suggesting she use her spatial abilities to see if she could locate a crevice to bring Xiaoyin out. The group stood in stunned silence, glancing between the fool and Xiaolan. "What is he saying? Me?" Xiaolan exclaimed, taken aback. "Where would I acquire spatial powers? Isn't that unique to Xiaoyin?" "That ability belongs to Xiaoyin, but it may not be exclusively hers," the fool pressed on. "Didn't you also manage to climb out from the ruins last time through your own efforts? That must be your spatial talent." He was testing her. Xiaolan was at a loss for words. Her own abilities were indeed questionable. She could understand the fool's skepticism, and even she was filled with confusion about her own state. However, trust is reciprocal, as is distrust. In her current team, Xiaolan cherished the sense of belonging and safety, yet she still found it difficult to share everything with her companions. The consequences of honesty were beyond her imagination. The fool was not foolish. Rather, he was astutely perceptive, which was somewhat intimidating. "But it was Sister Xiaoyin who pulled me out last time," Xiaolan pouted indignantly. "Talent cannot simply be summoned at will. Perhaps if you all fell in, you could climb out too. Why do you keep calling her Sister Xiaoyin?" The fool laughed triumphantly. "Didn't you always call her Xiaoyin?" "Ah, is that so?" Xiaolan briefly reflected on this in her mind, then felt a pang of frustration and wanted to slap herself. Damn it, in my nervousness, I even misnamed her. Xiaoyin elder sister likes me to call her that. Xiaolan insisted. "What if she can hear us?" "Do not bicker. This is a crucial moment." The Taoist timely intervened, separating the two entangled individuals. He looked down at Xiaolan. "For now, this is the only way. You must give it a try and see if you can find a crevice. But at least you have seen the appearance of the Sioux and know how to escape." A circle of people gazed at her with utmost sincerity. "Then I shall give it a try." Chapter 88. Flowers. Xiaolan looked towards the encroaching darkness surrounding her. Although she had agreed, she was entirely at a loss regarding what she should do and how to proceed. The sun had yet to set, and a faint crescent moon hung in the sky. The last time she had stumbled upon the moon's peculiarities within the Sioux, she had fortuitously discovered the connection between the Sioux and reality. Now, As she stood in the realm of reality, how might she seek that thread? How did Xiao Yin typically locate the entrance to the boundary? As for the entrance, both the Taoist and I can sense it. Pineapple is closely following behind Xiaolan, and Xiao Yin also possesses the ability to perceive the aura of the boundary. Although unlike us, Xiao Yin's perception spans a vast range, yet she struggles to pinpoint the precise location. Conversely, the Taoist and I can only perceive the boundary's aura within a limited radius, but we exhibit greater sensitivity towards its specific whereabouts. Thus, it appears that the team's primary direction is currently dictated by Xiao Yin, while the Taoist and Pineapple ascertain the precise location. Setting aside the enigmatic origins of these abilities, it seems that perceiving is the only method to locate the boundary in reality. If we cannot find the interstice in reality, it would be exceedingly difficult for Xiao Yin to emerge solely on her own. Xiaolan, feeling somewhat disheartened, shook her head and cast her gaze towards the distant driveway. It was later than dusk, and the streetlights illuminated the scene as usual. Having departed from the boundary within the flower bed, the sensation of being enveloped had also vanished. Beside the desolate highway, beneath the dim streetlights, something appeared to glimmer. The radiance was not particularly intense, and its form remained indistinct. From afar, only a single point of light could be discerned, swaying gently in the breeze. What is that thing? It's emitting light. The group followed Xiao Lan's pointed finger, instinctively squinting their eyes. Only a speck could be made out. Fool Gao craned his neck, his eyes narrowed, remarking that it resembled a crimson or perhaps a pink hue, with a peculiar quality. The group, carrying their small bags, cautiously advanced towards the glimmering beacon. Are we not akin to moths drawn to a flame? The fool jested inappropriately, observing that whenever something luminous appeared, people rushed towards it, making it easy for them to be ensnared. The crowd paid no heed to his jest, their focus unwavering as they advanced towards the radiance. Is it flowers, perhaps from the blooming thicket? They surmised, quickening their pace, for what destructive capability could flowers possess? Rescuing Xiao Yin was paramount. Baomu inhaled deeply, catching a faint scent in the air. What is that fragrance? The fool mimicked the action, but gleaned nothing. Which direction is it coming from? What sort of scent is it? Is it floral? It is indeed floral, Baomu declared, halting in his tracks. Lang of various blooms wafts from yonder direction. He gestured towards a glowing flower. Xiaolan quickened her steps, gradually allowing the ethereal, mysterious fragrance to envelop her senses. The aroma intensified, becoming utterly delightful. Cough, cough. Baomu trailed behind Xiaolan, his expression betraying his discomfort. The scent was overwhelmingly potent, almost suffocating. This is it. Xiaolan knelt before the peculiar plant flourishing before her. The scent emanated from this very source. After a moment's contemplation, she extended her right hand. The fate of Xiao Yin hinged upon this moment. Chapter 89. The medium this flower is. Baomu gasped, as astonishment spread across the faces of the others. The flower, radiating a soft crimson light, appeared almost transparent upon closer inspection, devoid of leaves. Its semi-transparent petals refracted the glow of the street lamps, light dancing upon the glass-like petals, even reflecting their own images. Wait a moment. The Taoist swiftly grasped Xiao Lan's outstretched hand. The flower had appeared suddenly, and it was essential to ensure there was nothing peculiar before proceeding. While the Taoist spoke, a hand gently brushed against the petals, softly tapping the translucent, rosy-hued bloom. No issues at all, nothing amiss, the simpleton remarked cheerfully. Let Xiaolan take a look. I wonder how long Qinin can endure. Before the Taoist could respond, Xiaolan pressed her other hand against the petals. The icy sensation coursed through her fingers and into her body, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Did you see anything? Pineapple asked anxiously as he leaned in. Xiaolan lifted her gaze to the surroundings. There was no sign of change. The colors remained unchanged, and aside from the coolness at her fingertips, everything appeared as it had been. It seems there's no difference at all. What should we do now? Pineapple sagged his shoulders, helplessly scanning the surroundings, pondering about Xiao Yin's fate. Xiaolan. A clear voice rang in her ears. Xiaolan immediately straightened her back. Is that you, Xiao Yin? Is that really you? It was indeed Xiao Yin's voice. Xiaolan hurriedly turned to look behind her, while the others, noticing Xiaolan's strange reaction, also glanced around for any signs of change, yet Xiao Yin was nowhere to be seen. "It's me. Is that you, Xiao Yin? Where are you?" The Taoist slowly released Xiaolan's hand, his gaze filled with deep contemplation. "Can you hear Xiao Yin's voice?" A look of exhilaration froze on Xiaolan's face, while those around her regarded her with the same intensity. "You can't hear it? Is it only oneself who can hear Xiao Yin's call?" Xiaolan swiftly turned to the fool, who was also touching the pedals, and saw the same expression of doubt reflected on his face as he shook his head. "I cannot hear it either. What did Xiao Yin say?" Yet, it was undoubtedly Xiao Yin's voice. "You cannot hear the fool's voice either?" Xiaolan furrowed her brows. The fool glanced at Xiaolan and then at the pedals. "I only heard your voice." It seems Xiao Yin has started to run, slightly out of breath. "There are no other sounds here. Your voice is echoing from a distant place. I will rush over now." Only oneself can hear Xiao Yin speaking, and Xiao Yin can only hear her own voice. This flower connects the realm and reality, with Xiaolan as the sole medium capable of bridging these two worlds. "You must tell her, that place is no longer a spatial chain. It is the realm," the Taoist suddenly said, his expression grave. Yet, Xiaolan sensed the trust behind that solemn demeanor. "Xiao Yin, that place is not a spatial chain. The boundary is shattered. You have fallen into the realm." Xiaolan composed herself and spoke loudly towards the petals. "Look around for a glowing flower, a pale red one." "There are no flowers, nothing at all. It is entirely dark here. I cannot even see myself." "No flowers?" Sweat dripped down from her forehead. "Is there truly not a single ray of light?" "There is no light. I cannot see anything." "Xiaolan, please do not leave me. You are my only companion." "Flower fragrance." Bao Mu suddenly lunged forward. Addressing Xiaolan, asked Xiao Yin if she can smell the fragrance of the flowers. Xiaolan nodded in understanding. "Do you perceive a faint fragrance wafting through the air? A delicate floral scent? It is not merely the essence of a single bloom, but rather the combined aroma of myriad blossoms." Bao Mu fervently added, describing a potent scent. "It is indeed a strong fragrance. Can you detect it, Xiao Yin? The floral notes?" Xiao Yin's labored breaths had ceased, seemingly calming herself to savor the scent, as if there truly is a hint of it. Chapter 90. Everyone has secrets. Xiao Yin, can you discern the direction from which the floral aroma is drifting? "Wait, Xiaolan. Let me try. I am making an effort to locate it. Please do not wander off." "I shall not stray," Xiaolan reassured, glancing at the concerned faces surrounding them. "We are all here. Do not fear. We await your return." Boli clenched her hands tightly against her chest, her previously furrowed brow now relaxing somewhat. The cool night breeze caressed her body, prompting Xiaolan to shiver, finally realizing she was drenched in perspiration. "Xiaolan, could you converse with me? Please do not remain silent. Your voice is all I have here. Do not disregard me. I am here. I am here. I shall continue to speak with you. I can see nothing here. I am so frightened." The plaintive tone of her cry pierced Xiaolan's ears, tightening her heart. The tranquility she had painstakingly attained was once again unsettled. "Do not fear," Xiaolan murmured tenderly. "We shall remain by your side. You will not accompany me forever. Neither will you. You will all depart." Xiao Yin's tone shifted, though it remained her familiar voice. The melancholy echoed within her words seemed to emanate from a different soul. "We shall not depart. I, the Taoist priest, along with pineapple, maple syrup, the fool, and Bao Mu, are all awaiting your return." You once uttered those very words. You have consistently proclaimed this. At first, I believed that Xiao Yin had succumbed to the despairing darkness that engulfed her reason and patience, yet her words now seem increasingly amiss. "What do you mean by once? What did I say back then? You promised that you would forever remain by my side. Where are you now? Where are you?" Xiao Yin's voice grew ever more agitated, escalating into a scream. "You made a promise, and now? Have you forgotten? You. It is only I who remain. What about you? What about you?" "Xiao Yin." Xiaolan interjected, her words tumbling out in a disarray, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "It is I, Xiaolan." "Xiao Yin, what has happened to you? Have you recalled something? Or have you heard something? I will not forget. I shall never forget. What is amiss?" The Taoist priest observed Xiao Lan's panic-stricken face and hastily inquired, "What has transpired with Xiao Yin? What is she saying? Is there an incident over there?" "I am uncertain of her words. Taoist priest, are you familiar with Xiao Yin's past experiences?" Xiao Lan leaned closer to the priest's ear and whispered. The priest gazed at the petals, contemplating, then shook his head. "Xiao Yin has been with us for a brief period, and we do not divulge our pasts to one another. Those who seek the enigma of the boundary stone invariably harbor secrets." Xiao Lan's gaze swept across her devoted companions nearby, each one cloaked in their own mysteries. One must possess sufficient trust in their comrades, yet be burdened with unspoken secrets that dwell deep within their hearts. "Is it not true that you two harbor immense secrets? I shall not forget. Only I will find you. You. Ah." The frustrated murmurs were abruptly interrupted by a sudden, low scream, followed by a heavy thud, as if something had tripped her. The girl's intermittent complaints echoed from afar. "What's wrong, Xiao? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Xiao Lan. I'm okay." The girl's voice rang clear and bright, having stumbled over a round object. "Xiao Yin is back to normal? Are you unscathed?" "I'm fine, really. It doesn't hurt. But where did this round thing come from?" "What round thing? Does it emit light?" Xiao Lan decided to set that matter aside for now and reached out to feel it, curious if there were any changes. "Wait, I kicked it aside. Let me look for it." "Take your time, Xiao Yin. Be careful." "Hey, I found something. It's this. Let me feel it." "What is it?" "It seems furry, like a fur ball." "A fur ball?" Xiao Lan squinted, perplexed. "What kind of fur ball?" "It has long fur, and..." "Ah, what is it? What else?" "A head." Xiao Yin's piercing scream suddenly echoed in her ears. "It's a head." Chapter 91. The head what? Xiao Lan exclaimed, convinced she must have misheard. The scream from the head did not last long, quickly followed by the sound of Xiao Yin panting as she ran. "I found a human head." "Xiao Lan, why is there a head here?" Daozhong, Daozhong." Xiao Lan turned her face and asked anxiously. Xiao Yin said. She touched a head. The crowd gasped in horror. "A head?" Bo Luo's eyes widened. "No way. Is it her own head that fell off?" The fool shouted. "Tell her to quickly check her own head." "Xiao Yin, you..." Xiao Lan reorganized her thoughts. "What does the head look like? Is it the same as yours?" "Not the same. The hair is shorter and straight." Xiao Yin gasped and yelled, "Is that fool saying it's my own head? Once I get out, I'll be the first to knock his head off, that wretched guy." Xiao Lan nodded. Xiao Yin is running for her life. "Xiao Lan, keep talking. Don't stop." Xiao Yin shouted. I'm here. Xiao Yin, keep running. Don't worry about the head. Just run." The fragrance of flowers seemed to intensify. Xiao Lan straightened her back in excitement. "That means we're near the seam. Look closely. Is there a glowing red flower nearby?" Your voice has become clearer. As Xiao Yin ran, the sound of her footsteps echoed in Xiao Lan's ears, growing increasingly distinct, which meant she hadn't run in the wrong direction. It seemed Xiao Yin's voice was indeed becoming clearer, shifting from indistinct murmurs to audible breaths. They were getting closer, almost there. "Go for it, Xiao Yin." Xiao Lan felt a twinge of soreness in her hand as she touched the petals. "Once we find the flower, we can get out." "Light. I see the light. It is the flower. It is the seam." Xiao Lan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, ready to leap forward. "Xiao Yin." The sounds of conversation ceased, leaving only the fervent breaths and hurried footsteps. Xiao Yin conserved her strength, heedless of everything as she sprinted towards that faint yet singular beacon of light in this darkened world. Xiao Lan held her breath in anxious anticipation, and the others merely inhaled sharply, too apprehensive to utter a word. The surroundings fell into an extraordinary silence. The only sounds were the labored breaths and the rhythmic pounding of feet. Yet, amidst this cacophony, there seemed to be something else. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the overwhelming sounds of running and gasping, it grew increasingly distinct. Thud, thud, thud. What is that sound, Xiao Yin? It emanates from your direction, resembling a knocking. Huh, what? What knocking? Thud, 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 each sound drawing nearer. Is it from my side? Yes. Xiao Lan perked up her ears and inquired of those nearby. Do you hear the thudding sound? They all shook their heads in unison. It's coming from your side. Is there anyone else there besides you? There is no one. I've been walking for so long. Huh. I haven't encountered a single soul. Just the head from earlier. The head. A chill crept down Xiaolan's spine. A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind, and a cold shiver ran through her, causing her scalp to tingle. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaolan resolved to bury that unsettling thought deep within. Do not concern yourself. Perhaps I misheard. Xiaolan diverted the topic. Have you seen the flowers? They are the true essence. Xiaolan, what did you say about the knocking sound? Xiaolan inquired, her composure slightly regained. Nothing. I misheard. Huh. Could it be? No. Xiaoyin, you must search for the flowers. Flowers. Thud, thud, thud. I heard it too. The knocking sound. Xiaoyin exclaimed, such a close noise. Xiaoyin, you must run. Hurry. Ah. In an instant, a piercing scream left Xiaolan momentarily dazed. Run quickly. That head. Oh my. The head is chasing after me. Chapter 92. Escape. What should we do, Daozhong? Xiaolan stammered in fear, turning to the Taoist priest. Xiaoyin said that head is pursuing her. I heard the sound. The mere thought of this scene was enough to instill terror. Waves of screams crashed into Xiaolan's ears as Xiaoyin continued to yell, not forgetting to flee, her footsteps quickening noticeably. The Taoist priest supported his forehead, questioning. Why would there be a head in the market? A moving head at that? It appeared that even the Taoist priest had never encountered such a situation. Xiaoyin, I see the flowers. The red, luminous flowers. Huh. I'm utterly exhausted. That's the one. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with realization. Forget about the head for now. It is this flower that holds the key. Only by touching this blossom can I hear your voice. It must serve as a conduit between our two realms. Xiaoyin, with your experience, how do you suggest we proceed? I lack experience as well. How do you typically harness your abilities, particularly your spatial ones? It approaches. Suddenly, the Taoist priest interjected, asking Xiaoyin what the head looks like. Xiaoyin, do not be afraid. Take a glance. Can you discern whose head it is? I cannot bear to look. It's almost upon me. What should I do? Should I simply grasp the flower? You should try to seize it first. There is no response. What on earth? Xiaolan was utterly bewildered, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Did you manage to grasp the flower? I meant the flower, not the head. What do you expect? I wouldn't dare touch the head. Thud, thud, thud. The sound drew nearer, and Xiaoyin's wails grew louder, echoing with the relentless thumping. What should I do? It's right behind me. What am I to do? How do you typically utilize your powers? Don't you need to gather strength or something? Just as you would when entering the realm, assess your abilities. What does that head even look like? The Taoist priest leaned in closer, inquiring. Xiaolan felt as if her mind might explode, tormented by a blend of worry, tension, and the incessant screams ringing in her ears. However, regardless of whether you choose to look or not, it remains there, unavoidable. It is a figure with dark hair. Xiaoyin swallowed hard, her face obscured by hair, rendering it indistinct. The hair was not particularly long, dancing upon the ground, and it was drawing nearer. Is this flower truly of any use? If not, I shall flee. Could it be that it is here to protect this blossom? Upon clearer observation, Xiaoyin's fear indeed diminished somewhat. Do not run, Xiaoyin. Xiaolan hastily conveyed the words she had just heard, describing the head advancing on the ground, with dark, short hair, and Xiaoyin unable to discern its face. Thud, thud, thud. That sound is alarmingly close. As Xiaolan's fingers brushed against the flower, she suddenly felt a delicate pull, as if a thread connected her fingertips to the petals, only for that thread to be abruptly tugged. Wah, Xiaolan, it is coming. I can no longer bear to look. If it harbored ill intent, it would have acted long ago, when Xiaoyin first grasped it and then discarded it. Why then did it choose to pursue Xiaoyin so persistently? Xiaoyin, I believe it might be. Bang. Before the thought could fully form, Xiaoyin's cry of my waist echoed, and the world around them fell into an eerie silence, save for the soft whisper of the wind in reality. Everything felt as though it had reached a conclusion. Now, it was Xiaolan who was slightly panting, glancing down at her fingers, which still rested upon the petals. Unchanged in any way, shaking her head, She realized that there was nothing left, truly nothing at all. "Look!" Baomu exclaimed, pointing at the flower. The pale red petals began to glow, their faint light gradually intensifying until it illuminated the surrounding area, which was succumbing to the night. "It's shining," echoed the pineapple. The flower grew ever brighter, while Xiaolan's fingers remained pressed upon it. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted from the center of the petals, transforming into a radiant veil that swept directly into the eyes of the onlookers. Everything faded into a stark whiteness. Xiaolan shielded her eyes with one hand, while the other continued to touch the petals. "Ah, what is happening?" In an instant, the brilliance flickered, slowly dimming. Xiaolan's hand, which was caressing the petals, suddenly felt heavy, as if something had settled into the crook of her arm. Blinking, the blinding whiteness receded, and the surroundings re-emerged. Lowering her arm from her eyes, she gazed at the peculiar flower. What she beheld was not merely a flower, but, oh my goodness, it hurts. My waist, my backside. Xiaoyin lay cradled in her embrace, squinting her eyes and rubbing her aching waist, her disheveled hair framing a face contorted with discomfort. "Xiaoyin." Pineapple was the first to react, rushing towards the still drowsy Xiaoyin. Xiaolan exhaled in relief, revealing a weary smile. "Thank goodness." Xiaoyin rubbed her eyes, and upon finally seeing the concerned faces surrounding her, she grinned widely, clutching Xiaolan and Pineapple's shoulders as she cried out, "Wow! You scared me to death. I thought I would never get out." "Ah, the human head is truly terrifying. But fear not." Xiaolan tightly embraced the girl who was weeping and wailing. "That head did not harm you, did it? Now that you are out, we were simply concerned for your safety." "How could it not have harmed me?" Xiaoyin exclaimed, straightening her back in indignation, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. "That head lunged directly at me. You wouldn't let me escape. When I turned, it collided forcefully with my waist. It hurt terribly." The Taoist smiled gently, bending down to assess Xiaoyin's condition. Observing that the girl appeared lively and spirited, he nodded and stood upright once more. "What did that head look like?" The fool inquired, leaning closer. "I've only heard you mention it repeatedly, but I dared not ask. Is it a head that attacks people?" "It pursued me relentlessly." "Why would it chase you?" "It collided with me in the end." "Was that its intention?" "Well, that's an excellent question," Xiaolan thought to herself. Xiaoyin paused, casting a few glances at the Taoist before abruptly shouting at the fool, "Why are you asking me? Did I summon it to collide with me? You should inquire with the head." The fool was about to say something further when the Taoist interrupted, "Xiaoyin, how did you fall into the market?" Chapter 93. The Obsession of the Blossoms. Is it a matter of traversing easily? Baomu inquired, peering forward. Xiaoyin nodded, expressing that one could indeed traverse the spatial realms at will. In that dimension, it seemed possible to tear through the fabric of space and enter the chain of realms. Thus, I found myself continuously journeying through, encountering the same expanse each time, yet devoid of any other soul. Xiaolan thought, now you have grown so formidable. Where was your expertise when you were being chased? I lost track of how many times I had entered the spatial chain when I suddenly realized I could not escape. The exit had vanished, leaving me to wander alone within the chain until I heard Xiaolan's voice. All eyes turned toward her. Why her of all people? The fool scrutinized the bewildered girl, pondering why we received no response when touching the flowers, yet she did. Perhaps it is because I was the first to touch it, Xiaolan said with an awkward smile while extending her index finger. The fool contemplated, thinking it was indeed I who first made contact with the flower. Do you think me a fool? Is Xiaolan the first to breach the boundary? The ever-silent Feng Tang inquired from the side, his eyes still bleary and drowsy, akin to one just awakened, yet gleaming with a mischievous light. I was the fourth to awaken. When I came to, Pineapple had just roused as well. I saw you comforting Pineapple, while the Taoist stood nearby, casting a peculiar glance at you. A peculiar glance. Xiaolan turned to look at the Taoist, who awkwardly lowered his head and cleared his throat twice. Right. Xiaolan, you were the first to awaken, weren't you? Feng Tang whispered, and it was indeed you who shattered the boundary of the floral thicket, correct? There is nothing particularly strange about this. Xiaolan feigned calmness, shaking her backpack. The tokens from the flower grove were firmly in my grasp. essentially making them hostages, which facilitated our progress through the challenges. Feng Tang hesitated before nodding. This explanation was not without merit. Yet there lingered a sense of unease. Xiaolan offered a stiff smile. Recognizing that her rapid transcendence was merely due to her ability to hear the prompts from the flower grove. The grove had disclosed that aside from herself, no one else could perceive her voice. How could she possibly divulge such an advantage akin to cheating in a game? Why be so confrontational? Fool! Did you not say that Xiaolan was inherently extraordinary? The rescued Xiao Yin stood firmly by her side. The new generation, like the surging waves of the Yangtze River, was surpassing us outdated relics. Was this not the natural order of things? What was there to be astonished about? Xiaolan hastily waved her hands, insisting, No. I haven't. Xiaolan released the flower grove, likely aware of its ultimate longing. The Taoist smiled gently, lowering his gaze to the blushing Xiaolan. This is the last task we must undertake. Once we fulfill the longing, we can send the flower grove beyond the boundary stone. The longing of the flower grove. It was then that Xiaolan recalled the seemingly unattainable task left behind by the grove before its departure. Yes, this was indeed the matter at hand. An unexpected turn of events occurred. When Huatsong fled, she fell into a deep pit. We are all aware of what transpired thereafter. Huatsong was captured by the Blood Man and met a fiery demise. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miao Miao's fate remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, Huatsong's final obsession was. Xiaolan paused momentarily, as if apprehensive that others might doubt her sincerity. Her tone was imbued with utmost earnestness. Huatsong implored us to rescue the 6 children led by Miao Miao. Chapter 94. Destiny. What does this mean? The fool inquired, pondering whether there lay a deeper significance concealed within those words, or if they were merely to be taken at face value. But that all happened 2 years ago. Pineapple murmured softly, How can we save them now? Xiaolan shook her head. After Huatsong spoke, she vanished. I am uncertain of her meaning, yet I believe. Perhaps we must first locate Miao Miao, and then the answers will reveal themselves. But Miao Miao is already. Xiaoyin hesitated, and upon hearing this, Pineapple lowered his gaze. Isn't Miao Miao's body still unfound? Feng Tang supported his girlfriend's shoulder. Regardless of life or death, there must be some place to rest. We shall trace the path they took while escaping, and surely, there will be clues. So, we need to ascend the mountain once more. The Taoist asserted with an undeniable tone. Our mission this time is to seek out Miao Miao's whereabouts. Xiaolan, how did you manage that? In the ethereal mist. Xiaoyin's curious voice rang clear and bright in the air. Xiaolan reclined comfortably in her seat as 3 young ladies gathered together, relishing the rare experience of soaking their feet after the chilling, boundary-breaking adventure. The warmth enveloping the room lulled Xiaolan into a pleasant drowsiness. And upon hearing Xiaoyin's words, she slightly opened her eyes. What have you accomplished? Xiaoyin inquired, leaning in. While it's completely normal for young people to be spirited, breaking through on your first entry seems utterly unbelievable. What exactly did you do? Her inquiry jolted Xiaolan awake. Haven't they already explained the matters of the realm? Xiaolan straightened her upper body and chuckled somewhat sheepishly. I merely acted a bit swiftly. Honestly, I find it rather peculiar. Xiaolan, not understanding the rules and practices of the realm, how did you manage to achieve this? Asked Paluo. Perhaps it was the guidance from the relics of the flower grove. The grove itself is inherently kind and beautiful, aware of my intentions to assist it. Thus it provided me with hints through the relics, enabling my swift escape. Indeed, that makes sense, Xiaoyin replied, reclining against the sofa, pondering whether they would encounter the villagers upon ascending the mountain the following day. In the realm we navigate, the wishes of the master are typically resolved within this domain. Such desires that necessitate an impact upon reality are rather scarce. This is because the realms inhabited by the elderly are mere reflections of reality, Pineapple replied. The masters of these realms often fail to distinguish between the real and the illusory. Thus, it suffices to fulfill one's dreams within the confines of the realm. Even those aspirations that require a foray into reality to be realized are generally simple matters, such as delivering messages or letters. However, during the investigative process, Offending others is an inevitable consequence. So, how did you manage to escape danger? We didn't, came the response. We have a Taoist priest and a fool. Xiaoyin said with a sly smile directed at Xiaolan. The spiritual matters are handled by the Taoist, while the labor falls to the fool. All we need to do is brainstorm together in critical moments. The rest of the time, we merely protect ourselves. Ah, what a wise approach to handling matters. Xiaolan mused. I've actually wanted to ask for quite some time. How did you two meet? Once you did. Have you been constantly searching for realms and addressing matters concerning them? We each have our own reasons, Pineapple replied with a smile. Aren't you in a similar situation? Xiaolan. We abandoned our ordinary lives to seek clues about the realm markers, certainly because we felt compelled to do so. Indeed, Xiaoyin said, extending her arm to gently tousle Xiaolan's fluffy, soft hair. Everything is preordained by fate. We need not doubt it. We should simply focus on fulfilling our responsibilities. Chapter 95. The Back Mountain. We cannot take that path any longer. The Taoist priest gestured towards the rugged hillside before him. Surveying the terrain devoid of any tracks left by animals, let alone a path forged by human footsteps. We must venture into the mountains through the forest, striving to avoid encounters with the villagers. Ideally, we should circumvent to the back mountain directly from here. As dawn began to break, the group set forth without the aid of the proprietor's vehicle. By the time they reached the base of the mountain, the light of day had fully emerged. That poses a bit of a challenge, Xiaoyin remarked, retrieving a compass from her pocket. The signal on the mountain was notoriously poor, and one misstep could lead to disorientation. Xiaolan, brimming with determination, adjusted her backpack. The Taoist priest has a point. Shall we ascend from here? Hold on a moment, the priest interjected, waving his hand. Let us reconfirm our plan. It would be splendid to have a guide, Xiaoyin murmured as she moved closer. With a guide, there would be no fear of losing our way. Suddenly, a resounding shout echoed from their direction. The group turned in confusion. The proprietor was waving his arm high, rushing towards them, while his vehicle remained parked at a distance, a vague silhouette of a woman standing quietly beside it, presumably the proprietress. What brings the boss here? The group exchanged puzzled glances, and it was only when the Taoist priest hurried over to assist the proprietor that he halted his breathless descent. Boss, what are you doing? How would you know the way? As he bent over, panting, the boss grasped the Taoist priest's arm and said, I must lead you up the mountain. I must find my dear Meow Meow. But, can you still make the ascent? Pineapple approached, gently patting the boss on the back. With their support, the boss joined the group. He first turned to the distant figure of his wife, waving his hand until he saw her enter the car, which then slowly pulled away. Only then did he turn to face everyone. I know this mountain better than anyone. The forest is dense, and without a guide, you are likely to lose your way. If I lead you, it will be much easier for you to navigate. But, brother, Pineapple hesitated to ask, last time you saved us, you offended the villagers. If something were to go wrong this time. The boss smiled wryly and shook his head. Little girl, you are kind-hearted and good people. In my lifetime, I have committed too many sins for the sake of money. At my age, I am no better than my Meow Meow, waiting day after day at the foot of the mountain for death. It is better to ascend directly. I cannot leave my Meow Meow alone up there, all by herself. The group exchanged glances and looked at the Taoist priest. He nodded and asked, Brother, it would be wonderful if you could guide us up the mountain. However, our purpose this time is different. We need to find Meow Meow as well. So once we locate her, you should descend. We will handle the rest ourselves, all right? The proprietor seized the Taoist priest's arm, exclaiming with fervor that his only desire was to locate his Meow Meow, offering his assistance in any capacity. Pineapple, relieved yet apprehensive, gazed at the proprietor. In that case, Xiaolan inquired, pointing towards the hillside, should we ascend from here? The absence of a path might reduce the likelihood of encountering villagers. Where are you headed? The back mountain, Xiaolan replied. We intend to bypass the village and proceed directly to the back mountain, the one with the caverns. Caverns? The proprietor furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured towards a direction and began walking. I know the back mountain. Follow me. There's a path that leads directly there. Chapter 96. Something's there. Hush. As the group traversed the mountainside, Enveloped by heavy panting and the rustling of leaves, the Taoist priest, leading the way, abruptly turned around, signaling everyone to halt. Xiaoyin anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Fool arched his back, adopting a combat stance, his exhaustion vanishing instantly, replaced by a sharp, focused gaze. "What is it?" Pineapple whispered, but maple sugar swiftly covered her mouth. "I have a foreboding sensation," the Taoist priest stated, his eyes scanning the area. "Let's proceed with caution." "Did you detect a sound?" Xiaoyin inquired softly, crouching low. The Taoist priest pursed his lips and shook his head, sensing, merely sensing. Nevertheless, the others dared not relax. "I too." Baomu seemed drawn by some scent. Sniffing in the direction of the mountain peak, an odd fragrance lingered, growing ever closer. Reminiscent of earth yet distinctly different, accompanied by hints of floral notes, and the aroma of fresh grass. An unusual scent. An unusual scent? Xiaolan imitated Baomu's actions, inhaling deeply. Earth, floral, grass. These were simply the essences of the forest. How could they be deemed strange? Even if they were. She feared she could not discern them. Were there villagers nearby? The fool felt nothing, nor caught a whiff of the peculiar scent. Relying solely on the judgments of the two to prepare for battle, Baomu glanced at the Taoist priest, shaking his head. This was not the scent of the villagers, but entirely unfamiliar. What could it be? Why was it that this time, he felt nothing at all? What had transpired? Suddenly, it was as if a chill wind swept through him, rather than a breeze. It felt akin to a hand penetrating his heart, leaving the cold within him. In an instant, that chill vanished. Yet, that fleeting cold seemed to ensnare Xiaolan, causing her heartbeat to quicken as an unseen darkness gradually enveloped everyone. Something was coming, then receding, uncertain of what it was, yet it bore an air of peril, of imminent danger. It seemed. Baomu continued to sniff. Turning his gaze to the Taoist priest, the scent appeared to have dissipated. Indeed, the Taoist priest turned his head to glance up the mountain. Whatever it was, it had ascended. Xiaolan shivered, and as she glanced towards the Taoist priest, it seemed their feelings were in harmony, although the cold had dissipated. An ominous sensation lingered in her heart. Since there was no immediate danger, let us hasten our departure. Xiaolan felt a sense of urgency, the premonition pressing upon her, urging her to quicken their pace as they neared the village. Xiaoyin looked around, puzzled, seeing nothing amiss. Is everything truly fine? Xiaolan was right. We must proceed swiftly, the Taoist priest remarked as he began to ascend the mountain once more. There had indeed been something peculiar earlier. Let us consider it a brief respite. Are we nearing the village? The proprietor, having caught his breath and wiped the sweat from his brow, gestured upwards, indicating, if we traverse this mountain peak, to the left lies Lianshui village, while to the right is the path leading to the back mountain. However, the back mountain is vast. Where shall we search? Xiaoyin inquired, keeping pace with the group. If you merely wish to discuss the back mountain, I possess no insights. The proprietor replied, gazing intently at the mountain crest. Yet, if you mention the cave, I believe I have a general idea of its location. You know of the cave? Pineapple exclaimed in astonishment, supporting maple sugar. Of course, I am aware, the proprietor sighed. It was I who discovered that cave alongside Meow Meow. Chapter 97. The cave. We have only one daughter, Meow Meow, who, during her youth, possessed a spirited nature akin to that of a boy, reveling in her adventures. At that time, I occasionally ventured into the mountains to sell goods. On one particular descent, I happened to encounter the unfortunate news of an elder's passing in Lianshui village. In such cases, the village typically observes a grand funeral, during which the villagers are prohibited from leaving and outsiders are barred from entering. Consequently, I found myself trapped within the confines of the village. As dusk approached, I sought an alternative route down the mountain, veering off along a narrow path behind the ancestral hall. The sound of the suona was deafening. Even after I escaped the village, it still echoed in my ears, as if the mournful tones lingered close by. Dazed and disoriented, I suddenly stumbled upon a cave. Nestled halfway up the mountain, I had previously overlooked its existence. While I was hastily making my way down, I lost my footing on the slippery ground and fell. As I turned my head, I noticed the dark mouth of the cave nearby. At that moment, I implore you not to laugh. But upon seeing that cave, my mind became remarkably clear, and the sound of the funeral swan faded away. It was as if a revelation struck me. Driven by an inexplicable force, I ventured into the cave, which was surprisingly cool inside and not as dark as I had anticipated. The passage narrowed the deeper I went, and I was uncertain of where it would lead. Eventually, something must have transpired, but I cannot recall the details. Upon emerging from the cave, I found myself inexplicably at the foot of the mountain. The Taoist priest, who had been listening intently, paused at my words. Why do you forget what transpired? You remember everything else distinctly, which indicates that the cave left a profound impression on you. The others exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, this cave held its own peculiar mysteries. Brother, you mentioned that the cave was not pitch black. Do you recall what it looked like inside? Yin inquired. The boss squinted, slightly tilting his head as he replied. I don't have any particularly vivid memories. It seemed like an ordinary cave, damp and deep green, not resembling one that was artificially excavated. Later, I pondered that instead of allowing the child to search aimlessly, it would be better if I took her there myself. After all, it was merely an ordinary cave. Once she saw it, it would no longer seem remarkable. Thus, a few days later, I led her up the mountain to locate the cave. Chapter 98. The secret of the cave that day was also overcast. Hesitant to retrace our steps, I guided Meow Meow to search for the cave's location on the back mountain. We circled around the area I remembered, yet failed to spot it. Eventually, Meow Meow slipped and nearly tumbled down the slope. I quickly scooped her up and noticed that just a few steps down from where she fell, there lay the cave. Meow Meow was elated and excited. Concerned that she might fall again, I carried her inside the cave. Before we knew it, we emerged once more, and upon looking up, we found ourselves at the foot of the mountain. However, I discovered something peculiar. The very spot where we exited the cave was precisely where we had ascended. Yet we had not noticed the cave's exit on our way up. Brother, I apologize for interrupting, the fool said, lowering his head and gesturing for a pause. So, did you exit the cave at the same spot both times? The boss shook his head, confessing that he truly could not recall the details. The initial experience was so peculiar. He remembered everything vividly before entering the cave, yet afterward, it was as if his mind was shrouded in fog, leaving him unable to grasp anything clearly. And then what happened? Yin urged, her voice tinged with impatience as if she were listening to a captivating tale. However, the reality was evidently more complex. Meow Meow had retained the memory of that cave, perceiving it as a potential escape route from Lianshui village. Do you still remember the exact location of the cave? The Taoist inquired directly. The boss furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he had a vague recollection, but added, you see, by the time I returned for the second visit, I had already lost my way. This cave is elusive. We will need to traverse the back mountain several times. That is of no concern, Yin replied, shaking her head as she patted the boss's shoulder reassuringly. As long as you guide us there, we shall surely locate it, provided the cave is in proximity. After all, our team is not lacking in navigators. The boss, amused by Yin's unwarranted optimism, grinned and pointed ahead. Once you mentioned the cave, it came to mind. We can see the back mountain after crossing over the ridge. We haven't strayed from our path. Then let us proceed, the Taoist suggested, seeking the group's consensus with his gaze. Noticing that everyone had completed their rest, he readied his backpack once more. They had uncovered a new secret. Yet it remained uncertain whether this revelation would unravel the mystery or give rise to new enigmas. How could the youthful Meow Meow, with her playful childhood spirit, maintain such silence throughout the entire ordeal of traversing the cave? What truly transpired within? Is it truly because the cave's entrance is so concealed that one must circle around several times in the vicinity before locating it? Did Meow Meow and those 6 children genuinely discover the cave? Xiaolan, in her distress, gently massaged her temples, feeling an unsettling sense that the situation was far from straightforward. Everything about Lianshui village was exceedingly peculiar. When did Lianshui village commence its nefarious trade in human trafficking? As the Taoist priest led the way, he turned to the proprietor and inquired whether this matter concerning the cave arose before or after such dealings. This was precisely what Xiaolan wished to ask. Did you say that the villagers specifically requested Meow Meow to ascend the mountain to deliver someone? Chapter 99. A greater secret. Initially, I too found it odd. However, the rationale they provided seemed rather plausible. The proprietor nodded. At the time, I did not acquiesce, nor did they press the issue, yet in retrospect, it appears they anticipated that even if I declined now, I would eventually. The Taoist priest bowed his head in contemplation for a few seconds, offering no further reaction, before turning to continue guiding everyone up the mountain. Why do I have the distinct impression that the inhabitants of Lianshui village have foreseen the events that are about to unfold? Pineapple remarked softly. No one responded. Yet the silence felt more like tacit agreement. Xiaolan pressed her lips together. This sensation was equally pervasive in her heart. The villagers' bizarre behavior and the unfolding circumstances suggested that they not only anticipated what might occur but seemed to orchestrate it all. That chilling realization enveloped Xiaolan like a vice. It felt as if a colossal hand had suddenly grasped her shoulder, and a delayed terror surged within her heart. Perhaps they were indeed gradually stepping into the trap set by Lianshui village. Taoist master, Xiaolan softly called out, trailing behind him. In the pursuit of rescuing the flower grove, even aware that she was stepping into another's trap, did they truly have to? Xiaolan glanced at the few individuals who were diligently climbing the mountain, none of whom voiced any doubts or hesitations, resolutely following the Taoist master. Let us proceed. Xiaolan, Xiaoyin said with a stiff smile. Soon, you shall understand. We are left with no other choice. What does that mean? What does it all signify? Suddenly, it became incomprehensible. Xiaolan was bewildered. Had everyone already discerned their entanglement in another's scheme from the very beginning? If so, why? The boundary marker. Xiaolan cast a fleeting glance at those climbing tirelessly before and behind her, and her steps resumed alongside them. If the need for the boundary marker was not so profound, we would not have gathered in such unity, striving towards a common goal. And now, having forsaken everything, we have embarked upon this path. Thus, the obstacles and traps along the way should not be deemed significant. There lies Lianshui village. The Taoist master halted, and in her preoccupation, Xiaolan inadvertently bumped into his back. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the mountain's summit. Looking down the slope, Lianshui village was situated to their left, a vast and orderly settlement, yet it appeared shrouded in a veil of gloom. That is the village, the boss pushed forward, pointing into the distance. If we head to the right, we should reach the back mountain. I recall that the cave is located there. Let us go. The Taoist master merely cast a few glances around before making his way towards the back mountain. In such an expansive area, where shall we search? Baomu panted, fanning himself with his hand. Boss, do you remember the exact location? As the fool trailed closely behind the Taoist priest, he inquired. It would be helpful to delineate a range. Otherwise, we may end up searching aimlessly. The priest raised his hand, acknowledging there is no other choice. We must commence our search. Although this place is vast, we should refrain from splitting up. It is imperative that we keep each other within sight at all times. Let us proceed and uncover the secrets of Lianshui village. Have we reached the end, or is this merely the beginning? Chapter 100. The pursuit. The group traversed through the thicket, weaving through a sea of lush greenery. From the brightness of day, they transitioned into the dim twilight. Should we not consider where we might stay if we fail to locate a cave tonight? The fool reminded the others, who were engrossed in their quest for shelter. This query left them momentarily speechless as they exchanged glances. Ill-prepared for an extended stay, they had come without tents or sufficient provisions. Their initial plan had been straightforward: to stealthily infiltrate the village and retrace their steps behind the ancestral hall, in hopes of discovering clues regarding the whereabouts of Meow Meow and the 6 missing girls. By the way, the fool interjected as he noticed the group's attention shifting. Have you all sensed that we might have been here before? Although the abundant greenery appeared unchanged, this feeling of familiarity was no mere illusion. It seemed they had traversed this terrain before. Feng Tang, with pale lips and furrowed brows, scanned the surroundings anxiously. There were no caves to be found on the entire hillside. I had mentioned before that the cave is truly elusive. The boss, with a voice resonating in the stillness, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, Look over there. A piercing scream captured everyone's attention. Xiao Yin's eyes widened as she pointed towards the village. Her voice sharp and laced with tremors. Heart racing, Xiao Lan followed her gaze. Could it be? Xiao Yin instinctively took a few steps back. Are those villagers? In the distance, amidst the slightly lower terrain, flickering flames danced like stars, accompanied by swaying trees and flocks of startled birds, advancing straight towards them. How could they know we are here? A foolish gaze swept over. Stop speculating, Pineapple exclaimed as he pulled Xiaolong closer. Do you remember those eyes that spied on us from behind the ancestral hall last time? We have been wandering around here, and it is likely that we have been discovered. It is not that simple. Xiaolong surveyed the sky, feeling the ominous sensation of being watched, a feeling that had begun the moment they ascended the mountain. This sensation did not emanate from any specific point or direction. It arose from all corners of the mountain. Where shall we go now? Xiaoyin clutched the Taoist robe. The Taoist furrowed his brow, looking towards the boss. The boss understood. There was no shelter in the mountains. Unless we could find the cave, otherwise, we could only retreat in the opposite direction. Xiaolong glanced back. Running that way would lead them deeper into the mountains, yet if they did not flee, the consequences of capture. We must go. The Taoist's voice was low yet resolute. Into the mountain, and we shall devise a plan. Without much hesitation, several individuals began to flee once more, pursued by the villagers. However, the one who had rescued them previously now shared the same fate of being a refugee. Why are they so determined to capture us? One foolishly inquired while running. They always mobilize such a large force. Do we pose any threat to them? Is it because we uncovered their clandestine activities in the village? Xiaoyin gasped, joining the conversation. That hardly qualifies as a secret, the boss replied, leaning against a tree trunk. Everyone here is aware of what happens in Lianshui village. The villagers have always acted with impunity, and apart from those who have been sold here, you are indeed the first group to provoke such a reaction from them. What makes us so special? I see someone, shouted Pai Na, tightening her grip on her boyfriend and accelerating her pace. They are too swift. In the mountains, we cannot possibly outrun the villagers. Do not fear, the Taoist reassured, grasping Xiaolan's arm. They will not harm us. Why? Haven't you realized? The Taoist struggled to steady his breath. They are not trying to capture us. They are hurting us in a specific direction. Chapter 101, The Great Ping. Xiaolan fixed her gaze on the Taoist's eyes. Indeed, he had long since recognized this pattern. Then why persist in fleeing deeper into the mountains? Are you suggesting there is an ambush awaiting us? The boss, struck by fear, came to a halt, prompting the others to do likewise. An ambush is a stretch. The Taoist replied, also pausing, and calmly gestured. With so many of them, capturing us would be exceedingly simple. They wouldn't require an ambush at all. The pineapple fully grasped the meaning of the Taoist priest's words and hastily responded, fearing that we might be compelled to undertake tasks that only we could accomplish. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, distant rumblings of thunder rolled ominously towards us. The priest remarked that even if we chose a different direction, we would inevitably be captured by the villagers. Rather than being forced into action, it would be more prudent for us to discover the location they wished us to go to and then proceed according to our own judgment. I see them, exclaimed the fool, turning his head. We could already discern figures in the distance. The leader being the very individual who had directed the villagers to block our vehicle last time. Indeed, it was no wonder we managed to escape such an ambush. They had no intention of killing us, merely capturing us. Was it truly them? Hurry. No, the villagers are coming. Chaotic murmurs invaded our ears. Yet the sound did not emanate from the dark horde brandishing torches, but rather from their right side. Everyone was taken aback and quickly turned to look. Behind several beams of bright flashlight, figures were approaching, groping their way towards us. Their attention had been entirely focused on the villagers, and they had not noticed. Could it be that an ambush was indeed laid out? Xiaolan and the group came to an abrupt halt, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Hesitantly glancing towards the Taoist priest. Do not be afraid. A figure emerged from the flashlight's beam, running towards us. We are not with them. Xiaolan squinted, scrutinizing the individual. A sincere round nose, kind large eyes, and a somewhat familiar silhouette and mannerisms. Her pupils dilated suddenly. It was Brother Dapeng. Xiaolon quickly grasped the Taoist's hand, exclaiming, "Isn't that Dapeng? The one coming towards us?" Dapeng, wielding a flashlight, stumbled forward, declaring, "I am Dapeng. These are all Xiaoji's family. We must ascend once more, just one last time." The villagers lingered behind, and Xiaoyin gestured towards them. "Have you ever witnessed such a spectacle? We haven't done anything wrong. Yet they possess the means to track our movements and have been relentlessly pursuing us." "You all go ahead," Dapeng insisted, positioning himself firmly between Xiaolon and the villagers. "We will intercept them. Let us proceed together. There are not many of you," the Taoist counseled. Recognizing the overwhelming number of villagers, which far exceeded their capability to resist, "We should unite our strength." Dapeng exchanged silent glances with the solemn uncles and brothers behind him, consenting to the Taoist's plan. "Then we shall move together." Dapeng aligned his pace with the Taoists. "If trouble arises, you must escape first. We are not afraid of them." Xiaolon opened her mouth. "He is." "Ah, look." Pineapple's scream shattered the stillness, her right index finger trembling as she pointed. "Look, what is that?" Chapter 102. A gruesome sight. The night wind swept through, and the flickering flashlight glimmered in the distance. Despite the darkness enveloping the sky, everything around remained vividly visible. The place Pineapple indicated revealed a mottled white that stood out strikingly. That white seemed to emanate a glow, as if it were beckoning. "My story. It was." The Taoist stepped forward, standing beside the white mass, gazing down for a long while before lifting his head to face the crowd, his expression grave. It was a pile of bones. Bones. Xiaolon stood in a daze, her right foot just having taken a step when a gust of cold wind swept in, bringing with it a sharp pain that pierced her mind. She pressed her forehead, closing her eyes in anguish. A verdant world, a gray sky, the rain drizzling into her eyes. Tearing hands, a tumultuous world. Gray skies, green branches, red blood. Gray, green, red. Gray, green, red. Gray, green, red. How it hurts. Save them. Ah, what is the matter with you? The fool stood behind Xiaolon. Startled by her scream, Xiaolon lowered her gaze, fixated on the pile of bones. The familiar voice she had just heard, tinged with regret, yet somewhat relieved. This was the white skeleton of Miao Miao. Xiaolon raised her head. "Miao Gu, this is the deceased Miao Miao, your Miao Miao." The boss stood there, mouth slightly agape, seemingly afraid to look at the bones, while the eyes of several others turned towards him. His fingers trembled, lips quivering. The others remained silent. Even the sound of their breathing was absent. The boss inched closer to the stark white remains, his trembling increasing as he approached the pile. "This is my Miao Miao? Is it my lively and adorable Miao Miao? How do you know this is Miao Miao?" Xiaoyin quietly leaned in to inquire. I witnessed Xiaolon gazing ahead, her eyes filled with a sorrowful haze. I also saw that Miao Miao had been pushed off the cliff, meeting her tragic demise. The boss finally trembled, his lips quivering as he crouched down, mouth agape, tears unwept. One hand clutched his chest, while the other gripped his throat. "My Miao Miao?" His hoarse, despairing voice pierced the hearts of all present. The villagers approached, and upon realizing they were not being pursued, their tension eased. The bright white beam of their flashlights illuminated the distance as they drew nearer, yet they found themselves unable to advance. The boss knelt on the ground, raising the faded coat that lay atop the remains, his tears mingling with the fabric as he caressed his face. "This is Miao Miao's coat, my Miao Miao. This is my Miao Miao." A large hand belonging to the Taoist priest rested on the boss's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the approaching villagers. "Brother, this is no place to linger. Take Miao Miao. We must leave. She cannot remain in such a place." Xiaolon glanced at the priest, kneeling to meet the boss's gaze. "Brother, Miao Miao has so much to tell you. Let us take her to a quiet place where she can speak to you gently. Shall we?" The villagers' presence gradually loomed closer. They no longer ran, but silently advanced step by step. The boss's rough hands gently caressed the cold white bones. Miao Miao had waited all alone for so many years. Before he could finish speaking, the boss forcefully wrapped the faded coat around the remains, cradling the bones in his embrace. "I must take Miao Miao away. At long last, something that seemed to exist solely within the realm of tales has materialized. On the nearby mountainside, a cavernous black hole has opened its eyes. Chapter 103, A Day Off. Awu. Chapter 104, Exile. It has appeared, murmured Xiaoyin. She recalled having been here before, yet these bones, this cave, the elements that were absent just moments ago, have suddenly materialized. Xiaolan cast an inquiring glance towards the Taoist priest. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Villagers emerged from the woods and thickets, halting their frantic dash. A dense throng encircling them from all directions in eerie silence. The villagers stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a tight semicircle around them. However, directly opposite them, a space had been deliberately left vacant. Following the Taoist gaze, Xiaolan observed that the branches continued to sway, while the villagers' expressions mirrored one another with a robotic indifference. That vacant spot appeared as though it had been reserved for someone specific. "Shall we enter?" asked the fool, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiaoyin and Pineapple, directing his inquiry towards the Taoist. "This must be the cave, right?" The Taoist's gaze remained unwavering, seemingly locked in confrontation with an unseen presence. Xiaolan raised her finger to signal silence. Though she was uncertain why she felt compelled to hush them, her intuition urged her to do so. All stood frozen in place, their eyes locked on one another, motionless and mute. Only the wind stirred, trees swaying gently. As they ventured into the abyss of the cave, the villagers remained impassive, unyielding in their demeanor. "They are indeed expelling us. What could this possibly mean?" Chapter 105, Into the Depths of the Cave. "Hurry, Xiaolan," Xiaoyin urged from behind. "If we don't leave now, they will come to kill us." That face, those eyes, it belongs to the one who commanded the villagers to attack us last time. Xiaolan shouted, "He's right there." Before he could finish his sentence, he stepped into the cave. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, obscuring everything except for the faint silhouettes nearby. Heavens, it is so dark. Why is it so dark? Amid the cacophony of voices, a faint glimmer of light emerged. We all turned on our phone flashlights. The Taoist priest shook his phone, saying, "A little more light, and we can see a bit better." "This cave is peculiar," Xiaoyin remarked, turning away from the group. "Why is it that once we enter, we can no longer see anything outside?" Xiaolan clumsily activated his flashlight, directing it toward the direction Xiaoyin was facing. "We just came in from here." Now, as the light illuminated the space, apart from the small portion of the world pierced by the light, everything else remained shrouded in darkness. Xiaolan felt a mix of confusion and understanding. Could it be that they are driving us in here, not for the cave itself? The Taoist priest confirmed the group's numbers and then stated, "It is because the world within this cave is an isolated realm. Since the discovery of Miao Miao's remains, the proprietor has remained taciturn." The assembly gazed in his direction, observing that he had not activated his flashlight, nor was he, like them, glancing about with curiosity. Instead, he clutched the ossified remains, swathed in damp and time-worn garments, his gaze vacant as he muttered inaudibly. Xiaoyin leaned toward Xiaolan, inquiring, "Xiaolan, given that you witnessed Miao Miao being pushed off the cliff, surely you must have also discerned the perpetrator, as well as the fate of the 6 children?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolan demurred. "It seems I am only able to perceive those who have perished. Is that indeed the case?" Xiaoyin's eyes gleamed with sudden realization. "Does that imply that the 6 children are not deceased?" Xiaolan vacillated, shaking her head and then nodding in affirmation. "In my visions, there have been both the departed and the living. I am uncertain as to the significance of my dreams, their governing principles, or how to harness them. Moreover, I am perplexed as to the genesis of these visions." "Let us proceed onward," the simpleton suggested, directing his light forward. "Should there be nothing of note, we shall seek an opportunity to ascend the mountain once more." The Taoist priest embraced the proprietor's shoulders. The man, who was clutching his daughter's remains, had become a mere automaton, as if devoid of his very essence. With a gentle tug from the priest, he followed along, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. "Are we truly traversing a cavern?" Xiaoyin questioned, her beam illuminating the mottled and indistinct hues of the stone wall in the distance. "Yet this cavern is of considerable size. quite unlike what one would anticipate from the exterior. This expanse is peculiar, the Taoist priest concurred, having also observed the anomaly. Let us venture in that direction. Adhering to the contours of the cavern wall, a medley of rustling footsteps shifted toward the bluish-black cavern wall. What purpose does this cavern serve? Xiaoyin reached out to pat the moss-covered stone wall, noticing an absence of any chisel marks, as if this place had always appeared thus. She yearned to inquire whether the scene had been the same when the boss entered previously, but upon glancing at his demeanor, she swallowed her question. Burdened with a myriad of uncertainties, the group huddled close to one another and ventured deeper into the suspicious cavern. Chapter 106. Sound. The path remained unchanged, seemingly endless. They wandered for an indeterminate duration along the silent, damp, and frigid stone corridor. Suddenly, Xiaolan recalled something and exclaimed, "Ah, where are Depeng and the others? They did not follow us in. Only the 7 of them and the boss remained." The large group, led by Depeng, must still be confronting the villagers at the entrance. Could anything be amiss? Boli, furrowing her brow, questioned, "Why haven't they caught up with us?" The Taoist, resting his chin on one hand, pondered for a few moments. If I am not mistaken, Depeng and his crew had a different purpose for ascending the mountain this time. Thus, they did not enter the cave with us. But outside, there are only villagers. They could be in danger, Xiaoyin remarked. She playfully thumped the back of the fool with her fist, amidst their light-hearted banter. The group drew closer together and collectively stepped into the depths of the cavern. Have any of you heard something? Xiaolan was the first to sense something amiss and posed the question to the others. Xiaoyin perked up her ears. What sound? All I hear are footsteps. It seemed that someone was speaking. Xiaolan pressed her ear towards the direction of the sound, discerning a melody accompanied by voices. Were there others present? With Xiaolan's commotion, the others uneasily exchanged glances. I heard nothing, and Pineapple looked at Xiaolan with confusion, inquiring about the source of the sound she perceived. Chapter 107. The sound. Xiaolan listened intently, extending her hand to point ahead. The sound emanated from deep within the cave. How is it that you can always hear what we cannot? Fool questioned, casting a suspicious glance at Xiaolan. Could you describe it more specifically? Xiaolan furrowed her brow, following the sound as she took cautious steps forward. It was faint and distant, the voices and music intertwined, indistinct. Can you not hear it at all? Wait. Pineapple gently called out, raising a hand to signal for silence among the group. I believe I can hear it too. Fool pressed further. Voices and music? Huh. Rock music? Fool squinted, questioning whether Xiaolan perceived the same. Rock music? That seems entirely out of place. The group collectively fell into bewilderment, save for Maple Syrup, whose expression turned grave. No, Xiaolan pondered, shaking her head. The music I hear is delicate and prolonged, but not the intense kind. How come the 2 of you are hearing different things? Xiaoyin asked. Shall we move forward to discover what it truly is? Pineapple perked up, attentively listening as they advanced, their breaths growing increasingly rapid. What happened? Xiaolan inquired anxiously, standing beside Pineapple. Did you hear something? I believe. Pineapple appeared to have witnessed or heard something terrifying. Her eyes widened, gradually becoming bloodshot, trembling uncontrollably. The Taoist approached. Pineapple, what exactly did you hear? Calm down. Dear Pineapple, there's nothing to fear. Feng Tang is here, he reassured, attempting to soothe her. Both their eyes shimmered, brimming with tears upon closer inspection. As Pineapple gazed at Feng Tang, her breathing steadied. The trembling ceased, leaving only shock and a sense of grievance on her face. Feng Tang, I seem to. Before she could finish, Feng Tang enveloped his girlfriend in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, gently patting her back with his right hand. There's nothing to fear. I'm here with you. I didn't hear any rock music, Xiaolan said, raising her hands in exasperation. And besides, I was frightened too, yet I have no boyfriend to comfort me. Humph. Are we still moving forward? Fool. She glanced at the Taoist. It seems that the sound Pineapple heard might be unsettling. Xiaoyin, I recall that you have earplugs in your backpack. Feng Tang turned to Xiaoyin. We can proceed. Wearing the earplugs should alleviate the issue. There's definitely something amiss here. Ah, Xiaoyin replied, squatting down to rummage through her backpack, eventually retrieving a small pouch filled with various earplugs. Uncertain whether the cave was rejecting us or luring us in, the Taoist gazed into its depths, aware that the voices heard varied from person to person. This cave was far from simple. Can you still hear it? Feng Tang inquired loudly, placing earplugs in his girlfriend's ears. Pineapple leaned in to listen for a few moments before shaking his head. I can no longer hear the music, but you need to speak louder. Sighing internally, Xiaolan pondered the strange sounds she had also perceived without any response. It's all right. We shall proceed, the Taoist declared, raising his voice to uncover what other mysteries this cave held. Chapter 108. The sounds. Pineapple, what was that about earlier? Xiaoyin could not contain her curiosity, pressing forward as she asked, what did you hear? What did you say? Pineapple replied loudly, his ears still covered. I don't know, he stammered, confusion clouding his eyes. It just felt like the music was drawing nearer, louder, so noisy. And then I caught glimpses of some peculiar images. What images? Foolish inquired hastily. I didn't see them clearly, but they resembled. Did any of you hear anything? We traveled quite far. Feng Tang interrupted their exchange, turning to Xiaoyin. Aren't you usually sensitive to these things? And Xiaolan, can you still hear the music? Suddenly put on the spot, Xiaolan hesitated, then nervously nodded. Feng Tang was concealing something. If the pineapple is not deceiving, then the maple syrup must possess knowledge of matters even unbeknownst to the pineapple. Each individual pondered in their own thoughts as they continued onward, though they were aware from the outset that every person here harbored their own secrets, leading them to refrain from prying into others' mysteries if they were unwilling to share their own. The insatiable curiosity proved utterly uncontrollable. And what of the fool? So intrigued by their own affairs, why do they not delve deeper? What lies within the essence of rock music? Xiaolan trailed behind the Taoist, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, but in her distraction, she inadvertently collided with the Taoist's back. Why have we halted? Xiaolan instinctively grasped the hem of the Taoist's robe, peering ahead from her sheltered position. What did she discover? I too have heard it. A rare tremor laced the Taoist's voice, his countenance ashen as he gazed into the depths of the cave. The Taoist had heard it as well. The fool stepped forward, asking, what kind of music did you hear? It is not music. The Taoist's voice was ethereal, resonating with a singular human voice. Xiaolan leaned in, wondering whose voice it might be, whether it belonged to someone familiar. The Taoist turned his head, casting a profound glance in her direction. It is someone I know. Xiaolan hesitated, feeling that pressing further might be inappropriate. Who is it? The fool, indifferent to the nuances, boldly inquired. It is someone from my past. Someone I once knew. Chapter 109. Voice for I. The situation regarding the Taoist remained shrouded in mystery, when suddenly Baomu, who had been silent in the corner, began to murmur. How could this be? How is it possible? Baomu leaned against the damp stone wall, his right hand futilely reaching forward. That was, Father. So this is how it is. The voices we heard, could they be? The fool turned to Baomu, glancing at the Taoist. The Taoist nodded. Thus, each of them heard a different sound. Xiaoyin, struck by a sudden realization, clapped her hands. Deep within the cave lay the sounds that resonated most profoundly within each of them. But why did I not hear it? The sound that left the deepest impression on me? Xiaolan reflected on the music and voices that lingered in her ears. What is this? I cannot recall anything at all. How could it be the most memorable? It seems this cave tailors itself to each of us. We must hasten, the Taoist urged as he pulled Xiaolan, who had been hiding behind him. The fool steadied Baomu. We need to quicken our pace, or else. Light. Xiaoyin's exclamation pierced through the air. Everyone turned to see, in the depths of the cave, a myriad of twinkling yellow lights emerging. Was that the exit or perhaps someone? Just as this thought was forming, the brilliant yellow light rushed towards them. The group was caught off guard, and in that moment, as the light enveloped them, Xiaolan could only manage to gently grasp the hem of the Taoist's robe before losing consciousness. It felt as though she had fallen into a dream. Xiaolan was aware she was dreaming. Everything flashing before her eyes felt so unreal. The sound of music filled her ears, mingling with the voices surrounding her. Listen closely, for this prolonged melody reveals. Shadows of countless figures dance before my eyes, their voices a cacophony of incomprehensible murmurs. Is this my own memory? How did you arrive here? Suddenly, a crisp question resonated from behind. Xiaolon turned, encountering an elderly man with snow-white hair, his image strikingly vivid amidst the surrounding haze. The old man's silver brows unfurled as he squinted his bright, kind eyes and smiled benevolently. It is best to forget. I do not wish to forget. Xiaolon took a step closer, urgency in her voice. Please, tell me, where is this place? Who am I truly? You are Xiaolon. Do you not already know? What have I forgotten? I implore you, tell me. You are far too stubborn, child. The old man's smile faded. This is not a realm where you belong. You must leave. As he spoke, his large hands gently pushed against Xiaolan's shoulders. She felt an overwhelming force surge toward her, propelling her away, the music, the voices, and the old man's final sigh gradually receding into the distance. When she awoke, she found herself lying on the ground, her head resting upon the thigh of the Taoist priest. Xiaolon glanced around. Everyone else lay unconscious in various positions, and she was the only one yet to awaken. Even the priest was not spared. Taoist! Taoist! Xiaolon grasped the priest's arm and shook it vigorously. Everyone, wake up! Xiaolon! The priest, with his eyes tightly shut, softly uttered her name. I am who I am. Xiaolon hurriedly assisted the Taoist priest to rise. I am fine. The priest slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of moisture at the corners. Xiaolon, it is you. Chapter 110. Pale green and pink, let us awaken them first. The priest composed himself and swiftly approached the nearest fool. The fool and Bao Mu were entwined, leaning against the cold cave wall, both in a stupor, trembling slightly. Fool, awaken, the priest gently tapped the fool's cheek. Upon noticing signs of consciousness returning in Bao Mu and the little fool, Xiaolon hurried to the side of pineapple and maple syrup. Maple syrup lay flat on the ground, while pineapple peacefully rested in his boyfriend's embrace. Both were successfully roused from their slumber, and Xiaolon hurriedly dashed towards the last one, Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin's sleeping posture was anything but tranquil. Her hands were tightly clasped together upon her chest, her lips slightly pursed, and her brows furrowed in distress. Her once rosy complexion had turned pale and haggard. Before losing consciousness, Xiaoyin had been quite well. What is wrong with you, Xiaoyin? Hearing the commotion, Pineapple rushed over, fearing the worst. Cough, cough, cough. With a violent fit of coughing, Xiaoyin abruptly sat up. Her eyes and irises tinged with a faint red, evoking a deeper sense of sympathy. Oh, thank goodness. I was so scared. At last, I heard my own voice. Xiaoyin sat there, lost in thought, finally confronting the truth. Xiaoyin, do not overthink it. What just transpired was merely a dream. Feng Tang remarked, casting a glance at Bo Luo. We all shared the same dream. It was all an illusion. A profound silence enveloped the group. After a lengthy pause, the loud voice of the simpleton shattered the stillness. Indeed, it was just a dream. Baomu echoed softly, yes, just a dream. A dream. What did they witness? Xiaolon gazed curiously at the Taoist, only to find him staring back at her. Can you still hear it? Xiaolon suddenly realized that the enchanting melody that had lingered in her ears had vanished without her notice. Upon seeing her shake her head, the Taoist smiled and rose to his feet. The others silently followed his lead. The atmosphere had evidently shifted. Xiaolon pretended to nonchalantly glance at the expressions of those around her, all donned with contemplative frowns. How vexing it is that I could have gleaned a fragment of the truth about myself. Who, pray tell, is that old man who expelled me? Taoist. The pallid Baomu suddenly grasped the Taoist's sleeve. There's a peculiar scent ahead. What scent? It is a foul odor. The fool sniffed around. Yet I truly could not discern any scent. What unpleasant aroma is it? The Taoist inquired patiently, is it the scent of an object? Or, Baomu shook his head, his gaze slightly evasive. It is a scent you cannot perceive. It is the scent of death that I have encountered before. A moment of silence enveloped the group, and then, as if in unison, they surged forward, setting aside the question of what death may smell like. Why Baomu could detect such a scent remained a mystery. What lay ahead in the realm of death? The beam of the flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing shadows, deeper shadows. An abyss of blackness loomed before them. The scent of death emanated from this darkness. In this profound void, two faint hues emerged, a swirl of pink and a shade of pale green. These diminutive colors nestled against each other, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Chapter 111, Light. This scent originates from there. Baomu stated with unwavering certainty. Do not move from this spot, the Taoist instructed, breaking away from the group to advance alone. Pink and pale green. Where had he seen these colors before? Xiaolan rummaged through her memories, striving to unearth a corner belonging to them. The delicate pink and the composed light green. Figures appearing side by side. That is, Taoist. I understand now, Xiaolan exclaimed, recalling the answer from her memory. These are two children. Among the 6 abducted, the very ones Huatsong and Miao Miao sought to rescue. Children. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned pale as they rushed forward. The faded pink and green coats leaned against each other, and upon closer inspection, 2 small skulls stood upright above the empty garments, as if engaged in silent conversation. My goodness, the voice of the pineapple trembled, covering its mouth in shock. Could these truly be 2 of the children? The fool stood there, dumbfounded. It was real. The Taoist turned around. Within the floral realm, they had once appeared, a pair of twins, akin to the blossoms, also sisters. So, these 2 children perished within this cave? Xiaoyin gazed blankly at the children. The Taoist bent down, gently lifting the hem of the green coat. The delicate bony hands clutched tightly together. The haunting image of the deceased children unfolded before all. 2 lonely, frightened children, voiceless and shrouded in darkness, could only sense each other. Starving and weary, perhaps even injured, the 2 children clung to their sister, shedding tears as they awaited the final moments of life. What sorrow and despair did the one who departed endure? Bastards. These bastards. They are the ones to blame. The fool pounded the cave wall in fury. Here lay only 2 children. The pineapple, with a somber gaze, murmured weakly, what about the remaining child? Could it also be? Let us take them away first, the Taoist said, crouching down to gather the children's bones. They must carry the children out of here, together with Miao Miao. Everyone turned to the boss, who had remained silent for a considerable time. The boss stared at the remains of the children on the ground, his eyes gradually reddening. Xiaoyin and Pineapple cradled the skeletal remains of 2 children, enveloped in a profound silence as they traversed the seemingly endless cavern. What awaited us ahead? Would there be more children? Xiaolan observed the despondent expressions of the boss, Xiaoyin, and Pineapple as a wave of despair washed over her. After all our efforts, what had we achieved? The flowers, the blossoms, the seedlings, the children, none could we save. No one could be protected. With her eyes welling with tears, Xiaolan quickly averted her gaze towards the cave's entrance. A sliver of white light emerged in the distance, reminiscent of the hypnotic glow that had entranced them moments before. Yet somehow different. The light appeared again. What should we do? Pineapple glanced around, pondering whether to hide or to advance. Hold on, the Taoist priest raised his hand. Unlike before, this light remained stationary, and in contrast to earlier, this time, it resembled the natural light of an exit. Yet shouldn't it be dark outside now? The fool glanced at his watch and inquired. Xiaolan also illuminated her phone, revealing it to be 1 o'clock in the morning. They had unknowingly wandered for so long. Retreat was no longer an option. They could only choose to move forward. Anxiously, the group approached the flickering light, which gradually transformed into a glowing mass as they drew nearer. Within the luminescence, something appeared to be standing. Chapter 112, The Twins. Against the light, the silhouette of that figure became faintly discernible. Tall and short, was it a human? Xiaoyin, clutching a pink coat, sought refuge behind the fool. In the light, 5 silhouettes gradually emerged, hand in hand, waiting at the cave's entrance. Xiaolan, unable to contain herself, began to run, prompting the others to follow suit in a light jog. 3 of the figures were tall and slender, while the other 2 were petite and charming. If I am not mistaken. Thank you, Xiaolan. Breathless, Xiaolan gazed quietly at the sacred and beautiful scene before her. The light indeed emanated from the cave's mouth. But it was not sunlight. Rather, it was a gentle radiance enveloping the 5 individuals. You have finally succeeded, Xiaolan. It is you who has saved me. Is this sufficient? Have you found them among the flowers? With a gentle smile, the flower cluster raised her right hand, and the girl holding her hand mirrored her smile. You even deceived me into believing that Huaji was well. Though I am unaware of what transpired, at the very least, we can coexist behind the boundary stone. This is Huaji and the flower cluster, Xiaoyin whispered. They are so beautiful. Are you Miao Miao? The pineapple-clad girl, embracing a green jacket, inquired of the girl to the left of the flower cluster. You are kind and brave, a remarkable young lady. Miao Miao nodded slightly, a shy smile gracing her face. Miao Miao. An excited cry rang out from behind the group. The owner still clutched Miao Miao's bones tightly, and in his sorrowful gaze, surprise blossomed. Trembling, he approached Miao Miao. Miao Miao's innocent smile was overshadowed by a layer of sadness. Father. Oh, it's father. It's father. Miao Miao. Truly my Miao Miao. Tears of anguish welled up in the elderly man's eyes as he hesitated to relinquish the skeletal remains he held, unsure of where to place them. The fool promptly took them from him, allowing the father to embrace his daughter tightly. Miao Miao. Miao Miao. Where have you gone? Father misses you so much. I long for you. Crystal-clear tears streamed down Miao Miao's face as she clung to her father, weeping like a child. I miss you both dearly. Father. I hurt so much. I thought I would never see you again. However, the smile of innocence and happiness on Miao Miao's face suddenly froze. Father, I am already gone. The father's chin trembled as he gritted his teeth, wiping away his tears. It's all right. Father is not afraid. We cannot live together. Miao Miao lowered her head, large droplets of tears splashing onto the ground. We are going to a place that belongs to us. Uncle, I also miss my mom and dad, spoke a small figure beside Miao Miao. But we are already gone. I know. We can no longer live with our parents. You must understand too. The girl speaking wore a grass-green jacket, and she looked identical to the girl in the pink jacket beside her. They were the twin sisters who had embraced one another in death. Sister, are you holding me? The girl in pink pointed at the skeletal remains cradled in Xiaoyin's arms. It must be heavy, sister. You have worked hard. Xiaoyin instinctively concealed the bones wrapped within her jacket, forcing a smile. It's not heavy at all, little girl. What are your names? My name is Seely, and she is Xinan, the girl in the green dress replied with a clear voice. I am her sister. I am only a few seconds older than her. Xinan in the pink outfit exclaimed with a pout. The children, after much hesitation, Bo Luo finally asked. How did this happen? Chapter 113. The boundary of life and death. A pang of guilt suddenly welled up in Xinan's eyes, and she lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all my fault. I was the one who got injured and couldn't move. Otherwise, Seely would definitely have been able to escape with the rest of them. Please don't say such things. Seely unexpectedly blushed. How could I possibly abandon you? It's not your fault that you got hurt. It's my blame for leading you down this path to the cave. The other children, didn't he enter the cave? Bo Luo quickly inquired. Did you all separate? Sister Miao Miao said that what we were looking for was a cave, and I believed it was here. I wanted to take Xinan inside, but she was afraid of the dark and refused to go in. It was I who insisted on pulling her in. Then, it all went downhill from there. The cave was too long, and we couldn't hold on until the end, and we perished. But the fool opened his mouth, intending to say something, when Bo Luo nudged him, subtly shaking his head. Xiaolan understood what the fool wanted to ask, although the answer would change nothing. It had always been a question that lingered in Seely's mind. Xinan quietly lifted her little head, also waiting for the answer to this question. Bo Luo gazed into the eyes of the two children and nodded. There is still a long way to go to the cave's entrance. Bo Luo's words floated lightly in the air. Ah, indeed, Sillalai murmured, I knew it. No matter how hard one tries, salvation is unattainable in such circumstances. Well, with this, there are no regrets left. The departed smiled so gently, so radiantly. Yet, the living must strive to suppress the impulse to weep. Xiaolan, time is drawing near. Huatsong tilted her head slightly. The five of us shall no longer harbor regrets. It is time to embark on our journey beyond the boundary stone. Meanwhile, the proprietor has regained his composure, holding his daughter's hand, the two silently gazing into each other's eyes. The luminescence surrounding the five gradually intensified, and as this brilliance became ever more resplendent, their figures grew increasingly ethereal. Huatsong, will you and Huazi find eternal happiness after venturing to the grave mound? I do not know what the grave mound is like, but with companionship, one shall not feel alone. I shall take my leave now, kind Xiaolan. May you forever find joy. As Huatsong's words faded into the distance, the final syllable reached the ears of the gathered, and as if nothing had transpired, that radiance vanished along with it. Chapter 114. Thank you. Once Huatsong's light dissipated, the true visage of the night revealed itself, indeed, outside the cave. It was a pitch-black night. In the profound and tranquil forest, only a few feeble beams of flashlight illuminated the scene, accompanied by several figures standing in silence. Is this a sign that we have succeeded? Xiaolan, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, asked the Taoist priest in bewilderment. The Taoist nodded, acknowledging that, perhaps, it is so. Those who were meant to depart have been sent away, yet many enigmas remain. Indeed, Xiaolan pondered. The greatest riddle being, was the bloodied individual truly slain by Huazi? Many questions are destined to remain unanswered, and the significance of these answers may not be as paramount as one might imagine. With the entanglement of the flower grove now unraveled, does this imply that of the 6 children from that time, only Silly and Sinan met with misfortune, while the others were spared? Pineapple inquired, tears still lingering at the corners of his eyes, rendering him in a state of shock. Xiaoyin regarded him with a murderous glare, lacking any spare hands. She delivered a swift kick. You foolish fool! Would uttering a kind word bring about your demise? Those 4 children clearly escaped and survived. What are you arguing about? I am merely contemplating other possibilities. The fool protested. Why are you hitting me? I too believe they ran away. Surely. It is highly probable they escaped. You are troubling me, young man, the boss said politely, smiling as he accepted the remains of Meow Meow from the fool's grasp. In an instant, the fool transformed from shouting to a demeanor of solemnity. Let us find a suitable place soon, dear brother, to lay the 3 children to rest. No, the boss replied with unwavering calmness. I cannot bury Meow Meow on this mountain. I must take her down, for Meow Meow fears this mountain. Pineapple gazed at the remains in his arms, sensing that Silly and Sinan would also wish to leave this place. We must take them away. Taoist, shall we depart now? Let us proceed, the Taoist affirmed. Upon hearing his words, everyone prepared to exit the cave in search of a path down the mountain. Xiaolan felt no fatigue, yet her chest felt heavy, as if some unseen weight pressed upon her heart. Was it the unresolved enigma that lingered? As Xiaolan contemplated letting the matter drop, she prepared to catch up with the others. The instant her right foot stepped out of the cave, a familiar chill pierced through her, akin to the sudden, fleeting cold she had experienced on the hillside. However, this time, it was more than just cold, as her body seemed to be seized by the penetrating chill. A woman's voice echoed in her ear, uttering, "Thank you." As the voice faded, so did the biting cold. Was Huatsong still nearby? Had Huatsong offered a final word of gratitude before departing? But the voice was not Huatsong's. Xiaolan then realized that the others had already moved ahead. She hastened to join them, her mind preoccupied with the thank you she had just heard, unsure whether to mention it. Did you guys sense anything peculiar just now? No, replied Baoyuo, shaking his head. Did you perceive something? Isn't the matter concluded? Xiaolan hasn't seen something again, has she? Teased Shotzi. Whenever you have these special sensations, nothing good ever comes of it. What kind of constitution do you possess, young lady? Are you asking for another beating? Xiaoyin's threatening voice came from the front. Xiaolan hesitated. How should she articulate it? Xiaolan, let's descend the mountain first, said the Taoist priest, slowing his pace to walk beside Xiaolan. If there's anything, we can discuss it later. Xiaolan gazed at the retreating group, resembling a defeated army. The matter is resolved. No longer will sorrowful souls repeat their deaths here. I shouldn't say anything. It was nothing, Xiaolan said with a faint smile. I must have misheard.